In October of the 39th year of the cycle era, at Yunqing No. 1 high school in classroom 3 of grade 3, Yanqing drowsily opened his eyes by the window in the back row. Desks, a podium, a blackboard. Is this a classroom? Wasn't I working overtime? How did I end up here? On the podium, a graceful woman with black-rimmed glasses was giving a lecture. In the 29th year of the cycle era, the beautiful nation joined forces with 7 other countries to use a permission item from the cycle world, sealing our Yanhuang region's exclusive beginner dungeon. Therefore, everyone's newbie dungeon can only be selected from foreign worlds like the Captain America world or the Naruto world, which are not suited to our Yanhuang power system. Upon hearing this, the classroom instantly erupted in noise. Originally, our Yanhuang had a martial arts world beginner dungeon with an internal energy system allowing future development towards spiritual energy and true essence. The growth ceiling was high. What a pity. I heard that by Xue Piao ranked 2nd grew up through the internal energy system. She's incredibly strong. I've heard that too. Her first dungeon was Siege of Guangming Summit, and she reportedly got in rank evaluation. Bai Xue Piao is my idol, both beautiful and fierce. I'm totally teaming her. Those damn beautiful nation bastards are really not human. I heard that clearing integer floors grants permission items. When I break through the 10th floor, I'll seal their dungeon too. 10 floors. Getting a B in the beginner dungeon would be a miracle from your ancestors. Get lost. You're the one who gets a B. Cycle World. Captain America. Naruto. Miss Teacher, do you even hear what you're saying? Yanqing sat dumbstruck in his seat. Suddenly a wave of dizziness hit him. After the memories merged, he finally understood what was happening. Transmigration. Yanqing, a 28-year-old corporate slave enjoying the 996 work culture on Earth, had crossed over into the body of an 18-year-old handsome guy on Blue Star who had died from overindulgence and self-reward. Blue Star was a global reincarnation world. Its historical background was largely similar to the original world, but decades ago a mysterious space called the Cycle Tower suddenly appeared. All Blue Star residents who turned 18 could enter the Cycle Tower and experience various wondrous worlds, gaining powerful abilities and items. Over the decades since the Cycle Tower's appearance, as some elites emerged with strategic deterrent power comparable to nuclear bombs, nations continuously elevated the tower's strategic importance and refined training and management mechanisms. And the senior year Yanqing was attending was precisely the time when knowledge about beginner dungeons was being widely promoted. Beginner dungeons randomly present 3 options from countless dungeons for everyone to choose. Last class, we covered the beginner guide for the Naruto world. Yanqing, please summarize the key points for everyone. The elegant teacher saw Yanqing's bewildered expression and called on him. Talk about Naruto. This. I know Naruto, but what the hell is a Naruto world dungeon? What kind of crazy 9-year compulsory education is this? Naruto is about aliens from the Otsutsuki clan coming to Earth to plant a divine tree, and then, before he could finish, laughter erupted around him. Ha ha, aliens planting trees on Earth, that's hilarious. Classic you. Ninjas fighting aliens, ha ha. The laughter left Yanqing confused. Were we not watching the same Naruto? After a moment's thought, the original owner's memories surfaced. Whether due to lack of entertainment or the Cycle Tower's tampering, this world had no information about Earth's entertainment works. That is to say, in the entire world, he was the only one who knew the plots. Wow. Take off. Thinking of this, Yanqing's body trembled uncontrollably with excitement. Alright, sit down. These are vital intelligence concerning life and death and future development. They were earned with the sacrifice and blood of countless Yanhuang ancestors. I hope everyone takes this seriously. The elegant teacher shook her head helplessly. For a student like Yanqing who failed in subjects such as physical fitness, combat, and both cold and hot weapons knowledge, she felt powerless. Yanqing suppressed his inner excitement and sat down quietly. When it comes to clowning around, you're the best salt. His deskmate Guolei looked at him with a flattering expression. You flatter me. Yanqing returned the courtesy with a smile. At the same time, memories of Guolei surfaced. Guolei nicknamed Crackers. The two called themselves the twin tyrants of No. 1 High, 1 Gua tyrant, and 1 Yin tyrant. But others jokingly called them the twin fools of No. 1 High, 1 Cracker fool, and 1 Salt fool. As the immovable last and second to last contractors of Class 3, they were both best friends and rivals. When it came to academic performance or physical fitness, they never brought it up. But when it came to making a spectacle and pulling pranks, neither ever conceded. Xuan-Yuan, please answer. Let your twin tyrants behind you listen carefully. The teacher's words drew another bout of laughter from the class. A girl sitting in front of Yanqing stood up. From Yanqing's angle, he could only see the fair skin of her neck and a graceful figure. But the original owner's memory contained many images of this Yiqing Xian. Class 3's class belle, pure and sweet in appearance, lively and innocent in personality, fitting perfectly into the aesthetic of a young boy with his first crush. Moreover, perhaps because of proximity or the original owner's knack for comic antics, the class belle got along quite well with him. They often joked and played around, and Yiqing Xian didn't look down on him like the other students did. In the eyes of Yanqing, who now had 28 years of life experience, although it wasn't quite love yet, their relationship was much closer than ordinary, and if it continued like this, it wouldn't be long before the teacher called them in for a talk. The Naruto world is one where combat is based on a form of energy called chakra, supplemented by various ninja techniques. The standard main quest is to enter the Ninja Academy, master the 3 basic techniques, and complete the final exam. Time limit 6 months. Hearing this, Qing was startled. Master the 3 basic techniques in 6 months. Naruto and his classmates took 6 years to learn them. And you call this not difficult? Qing's excitement-driven clenched fist instantly went limp with fear. As a beginner dungeon, there are 2 newbie buffs upon entry. One is a fixed buff for everyone, a 10-fold training boost, meaning you train 10 times faster, quickly improving physical attributes and skill proficiency. Hearing this, Qing breathed a sigh of relief. So there was a 10-fold boost. That's fine, it falls within newbie welfare range. The other is a self-selected buff with 4 options: attributes, skills, equipment, and reputation. According to seniors, the optimal order is attributes, skills, equipment. Never choose reputation. Beginner dungeons usually have no life-threatening danger, but if you choose reputation, that's no longer guaranteed. Not only does it provide no substantial boost, but it also changes your identity and quest upon entry, drastically increasing difficulty. Change identity and quest, drastically increased difficulty. For someone familiar with the story, that's no problem. What identity could he not handle? Thinking of this, his fist tightened again. These are the super welfare benefits exclusive to beginner dungeons. If you seize the opportunity to strengthen your physical attributes, learn as many skills as possible, develop quests, and lay a solid foundation, you may have a chance to enter the rookie star list, or even the top 100 list, becoming a figure admired by all. Qing summarized the key points and finally served everyone a bowl of chicken soup. Clap, clap, clap. The elegant teacher took the lead in a rewarding applause, then smiled and gestured for her to sit down, signaling her to leave some lines for the teacher and stop showing off. Well said. You've said everything the teacher wanted to say. The elegant teacher paused, composed herself, and spoke. Yesterday, the Cycle Tower opened this year's beginner dungeon permissions. All students who turn 18 this year can enter the Cycle Tower. I hope everyone is fully prepared before entering. Also, there's good news. Starting this year, the rookie training camp is recruiting nationwide. Our Yunqing has 3 spots. If you are lucky enough to enter the camp, the resources and intelligence you can obtain will be worlds apart from now. I hope someone in our class can seize this opportunity, win the spot, and bring glory to our class and school. Which instance are you going to choose? Salt. On the way home from school, Guolei's backpack slapped against his bottom as he walked, asking the contemplative Qing beside him. That depends on what options the Reincarnation Tower gives me. True. By the way, my dad bought me 5 paid guides for 5,000 Yuan coins. He'll send them to you. They're all common instances. With luck, you'll encounter one. Qing was touched by these words and put his arm around Guolei's shoulder. 5,000 Yuan coins was enough to cover several months of expenses for an orphan like Qing. Guolei's family wasn't wealthy either, but he was always generous with Qing. Good brother, as long as I have a hot meal, he'll never let you go hungry. Apart from the official free guides and information, there were paid guides and intel available online. Of course, the prices were high and fraud was rampant. We're brothers. Just as Guolei finished speaking, a figure rapidly approached from behind. Sensing the wind at the back of his head, Qing decisively ducked a palm, grazing his hair as it swung past. Oh, you bastard. You're pretty good at dodging. A long-haired youth in a hip-hop t-shirt laughed mockingly at the two after missing his slap, his expression utterly arrogant. After tonight, it'll make you. The youth made a throat-slitting gesture as he spoke, then walked away with his gang of thuggish-looking students. I heard Chun Kai's family bought him several advanced guides, the kind aimed at getting a spot in the Nova training camp. If he gets in, we'll be in trouble. Guolei's words triggered Qing's memories. The long-haired youth was their classmate Chun Kai, a notorious thug at the school, and one of Yi Qingchuan's suitors. Relying on his family's comfortable circumstances, Chun Kai had many fair-weather friends at school, while Qing, being an orphan, was an easy target for bullying. Adding to that, Qing was close to Yi Qingchuan, so Chun Kai bullied him frequently. But Qing wasn't one to back down from a fight. If Chun Kai gathered a group to beat him up, he endured it. But when Chun Kai was alone, he'd put a sack over his head and unleash his fury. Their hatred for each other grew deeper and deeper. If murder weren't illegal, they'd probably have beaten each other's brains out. Forget it. After tonight, it'll treat you to a feast of meat and booze. After returning home, Qing wolfed down some leftover cold rice, then immediately went online to research the Reincarnation Tower and the instances. He received the 5 instance guides from Guolei, Iron Man, the world of Naruto. Qing skimmed through them, worried for Guolei. Much of the intel was a mix of truth and lies. Completing the main quest would be tough. Though he wanted to help, he had no idea which instance he'd be randomly assigned to. Plus, you couldn't team up on your first entry to the tower. He could only silently wish Guolei good luck. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a glowing dragon tattoo slowly materialized on Qing's arm. The dragon is the totem of Yanhuang. This was what the reincarnation mark unique to Yanhuang looked like. He sank his spirit into it, and his form instantly vanished from the room. The reincarnation trial realized the Tao across the heavens. A majestic, emotionless voice resounded in his mind. Welcome to the Reincarnation Tower. Now begin your path of reincarnation. A gentle female voice replaced the previous majestic one. Please name your reincarnator. Naming this I'm good at. 8-level Great Gale. The name of a reincarnator cannot be changed casually. It serves as your title within the tower. It is recommended that you choose carefully. Please confirm the name 8-level Great Gale. This is going to be my reputation when I dominate the Nova and top 100 rankings. 8-level Great Gale was a bit too crude. Then call me Yin Ba. I Yin Qing, the man destined to rule the Reincarnation Tower, calling myself Yin Ba. Yin the Overlord isn't too much, is it? Please confirm the name Yin Baba. Confirmed. Wait, no, damn it, why is there an extra BA at the end? Hold on. Naming complete. Reincarnator Yin Baba. Please set your avatar. Fuck. I was too quick on the draw. But, although the prestige is 0, hearing that Baba Daddy is kinda satisfying. Since it's done, let it be. A name is just a code after all. Yin Qing didn't dwell on it, and turned his attention to the next step, setting. To avoid being recognized by their real-world identity and causing trouble, many people chose to make their avatar look completely different from their actual appearance, a form of self-protection. Before him was a 3D avatar that was a 100 replica of Yin Qing, like looking into a mirror, except it could be adjusted with his thoughts. How with such a perfect image there's no room for improvement. Though he claimed there was no room, Yin Qing's hands were already frantically maxing out all the beautification sliders before reluctantly pressing confirm. At this point, the handsome and imposing avatar before him bore only a faint resemblance to the real Yin Qing. The gentle female voice sounded again. Avatar creation complete. Generating data panel. Datafication complete. Now awakening talent based on your characteristics. Talent awakening was a process every reincarnator underwent upon their first entry into the reincarnation space. Everyone's talent was different, with no inherent rank of high or low, but their practical effects were worlds apart. Some had talents that doubled their attack or granted invincible defense, while others had talents of eating without gaining weight or never needing glasses. It was a mixed bag of joy and sorrow. For a reincarnator, awakening a powerful talent was like a tiger gaining wings. Scaling the tower was as easy as drinking water, leveling up as easy as, well, a different bodily function. Awakening a useless talent meant just pretending it didn't happen, as relying on oneself was better than relying on heaven or earth. Talent awakening successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the Talent Grand Crit. Talent Grand Crit description: all gains obtained in the Reincarnation Tower will undergo a random multiplier Grand Crit. Your soul has undergone a mutation. Congratulations, you have acquired a second Talent Grand Leader. Talent Grand Leader description: when you are the leader of a fixed reincarnation squad, for each additional teammate you will acquire a random talent, and the gains for your teammates will increase from 1 to 10. Yin Qing's eyes bulged, his face contorting with excitement. In his past life, he was a zero-budget African chieftain. When did he ever receive such luxurious treatment? These two talents each on their own would be incredibly overpowered, let alone having them both at the same time. He pulled up his data panel. Name Yin Baba, ID Yin Wang, Sector A1366666, Strength 7, Spirit 18, Physique 7, Agility 7, Talent Grand Crit, Grand Leader Skills none, Reincarnation Points 0, Overall Combat Power H. The maximum for an adult's 4 primary attributes was 10. Strength, Physique, and Agility were all in the normal range, but his spirit stat was abnormally high. Yin Qing guessed that his abnormally high spirit value and dual talents were related to his identity as a transmigrator. But since they were all good things, there was no need to dwell on it. Looking at the descriptions of the two talents, he began to think about his future plans. For reincarnators, there were generally 3 paths: joining an official organization, a private force, or a personal squad. Official organizations were, of course, squads formed by various departments under the Yinhuan government. The benefits were average, and all actions were subject to official orders. However, being backed by the government was considered a stable, secure job with some authority. Private forces meant joining a reincarnation squad organized by big families or large corporations. The pay was high, but actions were dictated by the organization. It was a high-risk, high-reward career. As for personal squads, they were squads formed by independent individuals who didn't join any force. Compared to the first two, this type offered more freedom, but compensation was unstable and the overall situation was complex. Some were elite squads of the strongest of the strong, while others were drifting teams of slouchers. The variance was huge. Yin Qing's Grand Crit talent ensured he would never lack resources, so the level of benefits was irrelevant to him. The key was the Grand Leader talent. Its maximum potential could only be unlocked when he was the leader of a fully staffed 10% fixed squad. Therefore, a free-acting personal squad with reliable and powerful teammates was his best choice. He was going to forge a personal reincarnation squad of the highest caliber with himself as its core. The registration of Reincarnators information is complete, and you are about to enter the Reincarnation Square. As the soft female voice faded, Yin Qing felt a darkness before his eyes, followed by a complete transformation of the world. He now stood on an endless gray platform, with a towering black tower looming in the distance. Surrounding him were several indistinct figures. This was the legendary Reincarnation Square. Among those who appeared here, a small portion like him were newcomers entering the Reincarnation Tower for the first time today. The majority were Reincarnators seeking to challenge higher levels. In the instances, death meant true death unless one possessed a resurrection skill or item. The novice instance was the only one that allowed players to actively exit in the face of death threats at any time. Once the cooldown period ended, they could attempt it again. However, any abilities and related memories obtained within the instance would be erased, limited to novice instances, serving as a form of benefit for newcomers. Looking up at the tower's peak hidden in the clouds, Qing clenched his fists. Confident in his memories of various anime films, he believed he could quickly surpass his predecessors, conquer the Reincarnation Tower, and become an omnipotent deity. Following the school's teaching methods, he immersed his consciousness into the Reincarnation Tower. Enter instance. With a thought, 3 light orbs appeared before him. The worlds of Naruto, Captain America, and Train to Busan. These were the 3 instances he had randomly drawn. Qing directly ignored Train to Busan. Its upper limit was too low, not worth the trouble. After a moment's hesitation, he chose the Naruto instance. The uncertainties surrounding Captain America were too numerous. If it were confined to World War II, it wouldn't pose much danger. However, considering the broader context of the Marvel Universe, the upper limit was absurdly high, and the multiverse was chaotic and perilous. In comparison, Naruto was more manageable. After all, during the early stages of the plot, no one would be asking him if he wanted to dance. With the instance selected, Qing found himself in a gray space alongside 9 other individuals. 10 people was the maximum number for a small team in the Reincarnation Tower. If a team was formed in advance before entering the instance, all teammates would enter the same instance. If the number was less than 10, they would be randomly matched with other Reincarnators. Please complete your novice bonuses in advance. The instance transmission will begin in 10 minutes. If you fail to choose, random allocation will occur. In this gray space, Reincarnators have 10 minutes to prepare, allowing novice Reincarnators to select their bonus. They could also confirm their status items or temporarily team up with others to exchange information. Qing ignored the others and opened his attribute panel to check. A fixed bonus attribute and a selectable bonus attribute appeared below his status panel. Novice bonus 10-fold training increase. Description: your training speed within the instance will receive a 10-fold increase. Novice bonus selectable attributes, skills, equipment, reputation. He had previously researched the relevant information about the selectable bonuses online. There was a lot of information, as some said he was foolish for choosing reputation with a random value of 9, ending up in a family known as the Oil Woman, and was told to focus on cultivation, only to be thrown into a bug nest where the countless bugs tried to burrow into him, scaring him to exit the instance directly. Others said their reputation's random value was 7, leading them to a family called Inuzuka, where their status was low, and they were given a dog as a test task, resulting in them being lost for half a year while walking the dog, and ultimately failing the task in confusion. The Oil Woman clan's secret technique of dancing with insects, and the Inuzuka clan's technique of dancing with dogs. Based on this information, Qing had a preliminary guess. If he chose any option other than reputation, he would enter the ninja school as a regular ninja and be assessed on the completion of tasks based on his performance over 6 months. Choosing reputation would adjust the initial identity in the instance world based on its level, and the task's difficulty would vary accordingly with different benefits. However, the people in this world were not familiar with the plot and did not know how to maximize the benefits of different. Thus, out of a desire for stability, they all chose the simplest and most direct way to complete tasks, missing out on better methods to grow stronger. For Qing, who was familiar with the plot, the higher the difficulty, the better. Ideally, he would be born on the moon. That would be fabulous. Thinking of this, Qing smirked and confidently chose reputation. Is your novice bonus confirmed? The female voice in the Reincarnation Tower prompted again. Confirmed. You have received a random reputation bonus of 3 points. Talent critical hit triggered. This reward receives a 5-fold increase. You have received a random reputation bonus of 15. This can also trigger, and it starts at 5 times. Qing felt a tingling sensation, though it seemed he had underestimated the effect of this talent. Friends, please do not select your novice bonuses yet. Is there anyone willing to form a temporary team to complete? Just as Qing was carefully studying the effects of the critical hit talent, a voice abruptly rang out. Following the sound, he saw a very flamboyantly handsome man with gray hair wearing a black top and 2 white straps across his chest. Seeing that everyone's gaze was focused on him, the strap-wearing man flicked his hair and confidently stated, I've studied this Naruto novice instance for 2.5 years and have gone through it no less than 10 times. Upon hearing no less than 10 times, everyone wore looks of disbelief. Can't clear the novice instance after 10 attempts. What are you even bragging about? Noticing the problem with his wording, the strap-wearing man quickly corrected himself. It's not that I can't clear it, I'm looking for the optimal method to pass. Seeing everyone's curiosity piqued again, the strap-wearing man's arrogance resurfaced. The heavens do not fail the diligent. I met a rich 2nd generation and obtained a method that guarantees a great evaluation, but this method requires teamwork to achieve. The scene fell into a brief silence before someone questioned. A reincarnator named Too Much Regret said, "You say it's grade, but why should we believe you?" The strap-wearing man calmly shared his panel. Name God of Vegetables, other information, hidden number of entries into the Naruto instance 11. Upon seeing this data, everyone was taken aback, recalling what he said about studying for 2.5 years, leading them to believe him a little. 2.5 years means he's 21 years old. Some talented reincarnators would have already reached nearly 10 layers by this age. Everyone sighed. To alleviate everyone's doubts, he'll directly share the method. Seeing that others were still skeptical, the God of Vegetables released his ultimate move. As everyone knows, the conventional novice task in the Naruto world is to enter the ninja school, learn the body flicker technique, and pass the final assessment. Following this most conventional method, one would generally receive a D to C evaluation. However, if all 10 of us choose skills as our novice bonuses and learn from each other, we could quickly master multiple skills. If we're lucky, the skills learned by the 10 could all be different, making it possible to directly gather the body flicker technique. In this way, we shorten the task completion time, learn more skills, and have ample time to explore other side tasks. Securing a grade is completely feasible, and even striving for a grade is possible. After listening, everyone appeared enlightened. There are many factors considered for the completion evaluation: the number of ninjutsu mastered, proficiency, the number and duration of completed tasks, attributes during clearance, etc. In any case, the goal is to be faster, higher, and stronger. The difference between C and B, or even A, brings a significant disparity in rewards. For ordinary people, they would prefer to wait for the cooldown of the novice instance to ensure a higher evaluation. If everyone chooses skills, surely 10 people can't all get the same skill. Overall, it's worth trying. The key is to have someone who can lead and ensure this method is smoothly implemented. The proposer of this plan, the God of Vegetables, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. "I will join." A reincarnator named Long Time Ahead hesitated for a moment before choosing to join. "Then I will join too." Too Much Regret also decided to join. The names of the two were quite similar, probably indicating they knew each other in reality. Following this, the remaining individuals gradually chose to join as well. Under the guidance of the God of Vegetables, they all selected skill bonuses. Unfortunately, the 9 of them only managed to gather the body flicker technique and transformation technique, along with 2 taijutsu techniques, Konoha Gale and Konoha Whirlwind, 1 basic illusion technique, and 1 healing technique, totaling 6 skills, including duplicates. What about you, brother? Among the 10 present, only Yen Qing had not stated his choice. He was the last hope for the group to gather the body flicker technique. The God of Vegetables looked towards Yen Qing. "Sorry, I'm not interested." The temporary team had no effect on his overlord talent, and since he had already chosen the reputation bonus, he directly declined. "May I ask what your name is, brother?" The God of Vegetables wasn't angry, smiling as he asked. Yen Qing displayed his name, Yen Baba, Yen Baba. Cough, cough. Upon seeing the other's name, the God of Vegetables instinctively called it out, realizing it was a trap, and promptly lost his composure, angrily retorting, "Kid, there are 9 of us here, if you insist on being stubborn. Get lost." Yen Qing didn't want to waste time arguing, so he replied using the most efficient communication method. "You." Entering the instance countdown, 10, 9, 8. I hope you don't regret it." As the countdown ended, everyone simultaneously transformed into light orbs and vanished from their spots. When Yen Qing came to his senses again, the scenery before him had transformed into an ancient wooden chamber. He found himself seated upon a tatami mat. On the wooden wall directly opposite, a redand white fan emblem was painted. Beside it hung a calendar with a large red circle drawn around the most recent date, marked as the day of the Ninja Academy's opening. Uchiha. Yen Qing rose slowly and opened his data panel. Several new lines of information had appeared on the original attribute screen. Name: Uchiha Yen. Status: orphan of the Uchiha clan. Age: 7. Appearance: adjusted bloodline, Uchiha lineage. Description: proficient in fire release techniques, possesses the Kekkei Genkai Sharingan. It seems the reputation stat is quite important. With 15 points, I've obtained the Uchiha bloodline. Closing the panel, Yen Qing rose and sensed his current body, standing roughly 1.40 m with a well-proportioned build and a six-pack abdomen. Black short hair, black pupils, sharp brows, and starry eyes, handsome and spirited with an extraordinary aura. Warning: the instance has begun. Under no circumstances may a reincarnator reveal information about the Reincarnation Tower to any character in the instance world. A soft female voice announced. Main quests have been issued. Main Quest I: enroll in the Ninja Academy. Main Quest 2: learn 3 fire release techniques. Main Quest 3: complete the final exam. Quest introduction: as a young ninja of the Uchiha clan, you must acquire various ninja-related knowledge at the Academy, master 3 fire release techniques, and pass the semester's final examination. Quest rewards 1,000 reincarnation points. Completing each task slightly improves the clearance evaluation. Time limit: 6 months. It must be said the novice instance was truly gentle. From the quest content, there was no danger to life at all. Although mastering 3 fire release techniques in 6 months was considerably more challenging than the 3 basic techniques, for Yen Qing, it was a walk in the park. If it were any other reincarnator, they'd probably be utterly clueless about where to even start learning. One couldn't just grab someone at random and ask if they could teach fire release. Qing recalled a flashback in Naruto about the second son's father teaching him the great fireball technique. As he remembered, there were about 6 hand seals. After forming them, one would forcefully exhale a massive fireball accompanied by the background sound, Katon Gokaku no Jutsu. A fresh, enormous fireball would be conjured. Back when he watched the anime, he had childishly imitated many hand seal techniques, but as for the specific seals, who the hell remembered? 6 months, huh? As someone who knew the storyline and enjoyed the novice instance's benefits, Qing certainly wouldn't limit himself to just 3 fire release techniques. He intended to milk it for all it was worth. Squeeze every last drop out. After washing up, a general plan formed in Qing's mind. Well, first he'll go report to the Ninja Academy. He still needed to cultivate goodwill with the young Lord, the second son, and the other 11 rookie 12. After stepping out, Qing followed the memory information provided by the Reincarnation Tower and headed toward the Ninja Academy. On the way, he encountered one of the targets he planned to charm today, the master of the ultimate boast technique, Sasuke Uchiha, and his clan leader father. At this time, Sasuke was still a slightly aloof but cheerful young boy carrying a backpack. Greetings, clan leader. Qing hurried forward a couple of steps, smiled, and greeted him, beginning his Oscar-winning performance. Oh, you are. Fugaku pouted, his right hand tucked into his robe as if it were broken, and as an orphan, Uchiha Yen had little contact with his clansmen, so both Fugaku and Sasuke had no impression of him. My name is Uchiha Yen. I'm reporting to the Ninja Academy today. You look well. Where are your parents? I'm an orphan, so I'm going alone. Seeing Qing speak such heartbreaking words with a smile, Fugaku, who knew the trauma of war, couldn't help but be moved. I see. In that case, why don't you come along with us? This is my son, Uchiha Sasuke. He's also enrolling today. Please take care of him. Please take care of me. Sasuke politely echoed his father's words and bowed. Please take care of me. Then he'll be in your care. Qing returned the bow, then stepped back half a pace and followed behind Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, mentally labeling him as mature, sensible, optimistic, and strong-willed. The second son's family seemed to dislike conversation. They didn't initiate much talk along the way. But Qing would never miss such a close encounter with the story's characters. Hey Sasuke, with the clan leader's guidance, you must have already learned many techniques, right? Sasuke seemed lost in thought and didn't reply. The Ninja Academy has more professional and suitable learning methods for you, so I haven't taught Sasuke anything yet, Uchiha Fugaku interjected with a pout. My apologies, clan leader. I spoke out of turn. No matter. You and Sasuke are close in age, and as members of the Uchiha clan, you'll both learn quickly. Good grief, was that almost like saying they were equal to Indra's reincarnation? Yes. Sasuke, let's work hard together from now on. Yeah. Sasuke was secretly displeased. He had been looking forward to this rare occasion when his father would attend his enrollment ceremony, hoping to have more time to talk and gain some recognition. Instead, Qing had ruined it. Then it's settled. From today on, we're best friends. Sasuke. By the time they finally reached the Ninja Academy gates, Qing had unilaterally declared their bond established. On the Ninja Academy playground, the students formed one square formation and the parents another, all silently listening to the speech of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Qing's gaze swept across the student formation, quickly discerning the different expressions on their faces. 9 of them have oddly drawn faces with expressions mixed with all wariness and fanaticism. That should be right. From the crowd, Qing, by observing their reactions during the third Hokage's speech, had preliminarily identified 9 suspected Reincarnators. After all, the instance was called the Naruto world. In the perception of Reincarnators unfamiliar with the plot, the third Hokage was likely considered the pinnacle of power. The look they gave the ceiling was one of fanatical desire to exploit it, yet tempered by the wariness of not daring. All fellow countrymen, he hoped they would obediently complete their main quests and not interfere with him. Otherwise, among the crowd were the Ino Shikacho trio of Team 10, Ishikamura Choji, and Ino, Hinata the princess of Team 8, Doglover Kiba Inazuka, the socially anxious Shino Aburame, and the main characters of Team 7, Naruto Sasuke, and Sakura. Congratulations on your enrollment. From now on, strive diligently toward the path of a ninja and work to make Konohagakure even more prosperous. As the third Hokage finished his speech, parents began leading their children to greet acquaintances. Amidst the bustling crowd, besides Qing and the 9 other orphans uniformly arranged by the Reincarnation Tower, one other figure appeared utterly isolated. On a swing at the corner of the playground, the young Lord Uzumaki Naruto swung back and forth in lonely dejection. As the son of the 4th Hokage, a martyr of Konoha, Naruto was supposed to enjoy the village's reverence, and however, under the guise of protection, the 3rd Hokage concealed all information about the son of the Yellow Flash and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Yet perhaps due to a leak, the villagers still linked Naruto to the nine-tailed fox that had devastated the village, making him a target of universal rejection and hatred. The villagers' irrational ostracism and disdain made Naruto desperately crave recognition, leading him to start various attention-seeking pranks. The more he pranked, the more he was shunned, trapping him in a vicious cycle of loneliness and inferiority. Though he masked it with a carefree optimism, deep down he yearned for approval and friendship more than anyone. Hello, Uchiha Yen. Nice to meet you. Yanqing stepped forward, extending his hand to Naruto. Now was the perfect time to ingratiate himself. Huh. Naruto was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Where are your parents? Seeing Naruto's daze, Yanqing asked again. I don't have parents. Haha, what a coincidence, neither do I. Then we're friends. Naruto. Yanqing laughed heartily and extended his hand again. A bewildered Naruto hesitated, ultimately refraining from. He feared that hope would only lead to greater disappointment. Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox everyone talks about. Does that not matter? Demon fox. That's so cool. I didn't expect you to have a title right after enrolling. Demon fox Uzumaki Naruto, I'm definitely befriending you. He had expected the mention of demon fox to scare the other away, but instead the guy seemed almost excited. Huh, a title, is that how it works? The third Hokage was called the Professor of Ninjutsu. Demon Fox Ninja Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking about it, it did sound pretty cool. Meeting Yanqing's sincere gaze, Naruto grinned and grasped his hand. Then let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. From today, you're my first friend. Having secured his first friendship, Naruto immediately grew exuberant, pulling Yanqing into a torrent of topics he had bottled up for years. Yen, are you from the Uchiha clan? You must be really strong. Yen, what do you like to do in your free time? Yen, let's go to the Hokage Rock after school. Hey Yen, to celebrate us meeting, I'll treat you to some Ichiraka ramen after school. But you can only get the cheapest bowl. Familiar with Naruto's personality, Yanqing smiled throughout, answering every question, fully embracing his role as a devoted friend to strengthen their bond. Only when the teacher entered did Naruto reluctantly quiet down. Hello everyone, I'm Irika Yumino, your teacher. Nice to meet you all. To help you get to know each other, let's do a brief self-introduction, talk about things you like, dislike, hobbies, dreams. Then, let's start from here. Hi, I'm Masahide Kato. I love the feeling of fingers flying when forming hand signs. My dream is to make 30 signs in 1 second. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like instant noodles and Ichiraka ramen. My dream is to become Hokage. As Naruto happily finished, whispers erupted around him. That guy's the demon fox, right? Mom told me not to play with him. You don't talk to him or you'll be cursed by the demon fox. Hearing these murmurs, Naruto unconsciously lowered his head. Naruto-kun, you can definitely become Hokage. Just then a voice rose above the chatter. Yanqing gave Naruto a thumbs up in encouragement. Naruto was invigorated again. Now he had a friend to back him up. Grinning, he sat down as the turn came to the other 11 rookies, Shikamaru Choji, Sakura Ino, and the rest. Notably, when Yanqing introduced himself, his deliberately enhanced good looks completely overshadowed Sasuke's charm. Coupled with his mature and composed demeanor, it left many girls in the classroom, including Hinata, Sakura, and Ino, blushing. Soon the introductions concluded, and they reached the day's main topic. Alright, I believe you all have a basic understanding of each other. We'll have plenty of time together, so I hope you'll help and progress. Today's first lesson covers the most fundamental aspect of being a ninja, chakra refinement. As Irika finished, a notification echoed in Yanqing's mind from the Reincarnation Tower. Learn chakra refinement technique. Chakra energy is now usable. Main quest, 1, join the Ninja Academy completed. Rewards have been settled. It seemed the purpose of joining the academy was to unlock the permission to train in chakra. Yanqing intended to study the chakra refinement during the break, but several girls surrounded him as soon as class ended, leaving him no chance. He opted to chat amiably with the girls, then greeted Shikamaru, Choji, Kibashino, and others, making a good first impression. Expecting all Uchiha to be as aloof as Sasuke, the others were pleasantly surprised by Yanqing's lack of arrogance, his friendly demeanor, and warm smile. In just one afternoon, Yanqing managed to exchange words with nearly every major character from the story. Sasuke sat aloof at his desk, casting disdainful glances at Yanqing. As a fellow Uchiha, he only sought strength, not friends. Yanqing ignored his gaze. Just a cool little kid. When the time came, he'd be easy to handle. On the other side, the 9 Reincarnators watched Yanqing chatting and laughing with a group of beautiful characters, lost in thought. Wasn't that the guy who refused to team up? We're playing Naruto, and you're over here playing a dating sim. Ignore him. This kind of pointless socializing won't help our clearance rating. It might even provoke strong characters and get us targeted. Kaishin quickly stepped in to stabilize the situation. We just need to attend class steadily, use our free time to learn ninjutsu, master the 3 basic techniques, and our skills as fast as possible, and while clear with a high rating. But we're still missing the substitution technique. According to online guides, we might not get it until the end of the semester. Will we have time to learn it? Someone raised a doubt. Don't worry, I know how to get the substitution technique early. A sly glint flashed in Kaishin's eyes. He did know the method, but it wouldn't come for free. The real essence of the guide from that rich kid wasn't about learning skills together, but exploiting others to learn their skills, using his intel advantage to gain more than selling them at a high price. According to that rich kid, he had made over 2,000 reincarnation points this way. For a novice, that was a fortune. The others relaxed after hearing Kaishin's words and stopped paying attention to Yanqing. But Kaishin narrowed his eyes, staring at Yanqing for a long time. That troublemaker is from the same clan as the prodigy Sasuke. Seems like he chose the reputation route. I wonder if he has a special strategy. I need to find a way to probe him. After school, Yanqing met with Naruto as agreed to have ramen, and then returned to his home in the Uchiha clan. Only then did he have the time to calm down and properly study the so-called chakra. Feeling the depletion of physical and mental energy, he gained a preliminary understanding of this energy. According to the early settings of Naruto, chakra is refined from the bodily energy extracted from cells and the spiritual energy obtained through practice, which means that one only needs to enhance their mental and physical attributes. If that is truly the case, then for Yanqing, who relies on the Reincarnation Tower, there is fundamentally no concept of a limit. As long as his attributes continue to improve, chakra will eventually become chakra tons. I spent the whole day just raising my affinity. Oh, I must complete the main quest quickly, and there's also the sharing. Just as he was planning how to grow stronger, Yanqing was interrupted by a knocking sound at the door. He got up to open the door, and standing outside was a short-haired, middle-aged man wearing Uchiha clan attire. In his memory, this was the uncle who lived next door and sent him living expenses every month. Uchiha Masatada, a slacker in the police department. As a bachelor with deceased parents and no other ties, he usually cared for Yanqing quite a bit, treating him like a half-brother. Masatada, uncle, what brings you here? It seems it's not yet the day for distributing living expenses. Yanqing smiled as he welcomed him into the house. You brat, can I only come when it's time for living expenses? Did you get mad because I couldn't come to accompany you this? TCH, what's there to be angry about? Uchiha Masatada casually sat down in the room and placed 2 envelopes on the table. I had a task this morning and couldn't leave here. This one is the living expenses I applied for you in advance from the clan, and the other one is a gift to celebrate your enrollment. You must study hard, but don't forget to keep your nutrition up. Buy some good food. Yanqing glanced at the 2 envelopes on the table, which were of similar thickness, suggesting that the uncle had given. Although it was an identity and relationship arranged by the Reincarnation Tower, Yanqing still felt a touch of genuine warmth and care from him. Thank you, uncle. You kids, stop with the sentimental stuff. You can't be lazy like before anymore. You need to show some drive and aim to join the police department like me. Joining the police department. Isn't that a curse? Yanqing complained inwardly, but he verbally agreed wholeheartedly. Got it, uncle. I will study hard and strive to become as powerful a ninja as you. That's the spirit. Keep up the momentum. After chatting for a while, Uchiha Masatada stood up to leave, but Yanqing called out to him. Masatada, uncle, can you teach me the fire release jutsu? Masatada paused and said, you want to learn fire release, already having just enrolled today? Isn't it a bit too soon? As a member of the Uchiha clan, it would be embarrassing not to know fire release. Please teach me, Masatada, uncle. Finally, under Yanqing's persistent pleading, Masatada reluctantly agreed. After all, he was just a 7-year-old kid, whether he could learn it or not was debatable. Even if he did learn it, the fireball would probably just be enough for a puff of smoke, not a big deal. In the yard, Yanqing carefully watched Uchiha Masatada perform the hand seals. Siwei Shanhai Wu Yin. He puffed out his chest and mouth simultaneously, then exhaled with a breath, unleashing a massive and intense fire. Well, it's roughly like this. You need to comprehend the nature change of fire. Gather chakra in your chest then. Before Uchiha Masatada could finish his sentence, Yanqing had already completed the hand seals under the enhancement of the Uchiha bloodline. Hand seals. Isn't that just needing hands? He had seen plenty of over-the-top performances while watching Naruto in his past life. As for the nature change of fire that was ingrained in the Uchiha's very essence. With a puff dog bark, Q chicken self. With about 1/3 of his chakra consumed, a fireball shot out from Yanqing's mouth. The hand seals were a bit slower, and the fireball was smaller in size. Despite that, it still surprised Uchiha Masatada. After all, to be able to perform it after just one demonstration was already a rare talent. On Yanqing's side, after releasing the Great Fireball, a series of Reincarnation Tower prompts rang in his mind. Learned Crank Ninjutsu Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Apprentice, 110. Main Quest, 2 Progress in learning 3 types of Fire Release Ninjutsu, 13. Gain 1 point in Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Proficiency. Triggered a 20x critical hit. Gained 20 points in Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Proficiency. Crank Ninjutsu Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Proficiency upgraded to Proficient 10,100. Did this just level up? Indeed, it was a newbie bonus. The 10-fold training boost allowed him to gain 1 proficiency point from using it just once, plus the critical hit boosted it directly to the next level. Uchiha Masatada, not bad. You were able to perform it successfully on your first try, and the execution was quite high. Back in my day. His boastful words were abruptly swallowed as the fireball before him was too dazzling. To test the difference between apprentice and proficient, Yanqing performed the hand seals again and unleashed a second. This time, both the speed of the hand seals and the size of the fireball were quite comparable to Uchiha Masatada's. It should be noted that he had just exerted his full strength as a Chunin to establish an image in front of the younger generation. This meant that the 7-year-old Uchiha Yin, who had just entered the Ninja Academy, casually unleashed a Chunin-level Great Fireball. Haha, it seems like the situation is a bit serious and my heart feels exhausted. Gained 2 points in Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Proficiency. Triggered a 10x critical hit. Gained 20 points in Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Proficiency. Yanqing assessed the chakra consumed by the last Great Fireball. It approximately used more than half of his physical strength and a quarter of his mental energy for refinement, indicating that his current chakra amount was only enough to release 2 fireballs of this scale. Patting the non-existent dust off his clothes, Yanqing grinned. Isn't it just needing hands? Uchiha Masatada. This is quite Uchiha. The next morning, the rising sun bathed the world in golden light. Yanqing, who had trained until the dead of night, struggled to crawl out of bed. The soreness from his overworked body made him feel both agony and ecstasy. After washing up, he barely stepped out the door before his legs gave way, nearly sending him sprawling. What's wrong with you, kid? Uchiha Masada, who had just stepped out, caught sight of Yanqing's stiff and feeble movements and hurried over to support him. I overdid it with training yesterday. My body hasn't adjusted yet. Honestly, no need to push yourself so hard. Hee, I want to become a powerhouse like you, Uncle Masada, as soon as possible. Haha, that's still a long way off. Well, I'll take you to school today. With that, Uchiha Masada hoisted Yanqing onto his back and dashed swiftly toward the Ninja Academy. Uncle slowed down my crotch. Shut up. I still need to get to the police force after dropping you off. Oh. Damn. It hurts. Amid a series of pig-like squeals, Uchiha Masada delivered Yanqing to the Ninja Academy. Yankun, are you injured? Are you okay? As soon as he sat down in the classroom, a group of fangirls flocked around him. Man, Yin, did you get beaten up last night? Want me to get back at them for you? Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji also approached. Thanks to Yanqing's matchmaking and his father's approval, Shikamaru, who had never disliked Naruto, became his friend, and Choji joined in as well. Want some chips? Whenever I'm hurt, eating helps me recover fast. Choji held out his bag of chips. Fighting is such a hassle. Shikamaru frowned and scratched his head. No thanks. I'm fine, just some muscle strain from overtraining last night. Refusing Choji's chips, Yanqing smiled and explained to the group. Yankun is so diligent. He'll definitely become a powerful ninja someday. Sakura and Ino spoke the same line simultaneously. You four had stopped copying me. You ugly hag, you're the one copying me. Not long ago, they were as close as sisters. But after discovering both had secret feelings for Uchiha Yin, they turned on each other, embodying the ultimate fair-weather friendship. Sakura, Ino, no need to argue. I appreciate your feelings. Let's all work hard to become strong ninjas. Yanqing gently mediated with a warm smile. Yes, they both replied, hearts in their eyes before immediately clashing again. Forehead, ugly hag, Yanqing. Spotting Hinata, who stood shyly in the back at a loss, he took the initiative. Hinata, thank you for your concern too. Flattering the princess. No shame in that. No. I haven't said anything yet. Yankun, I wish you a speedy recovery. Hinata blushed, fidgeting with her fingers, unable to meet his gaze. Thank you. The princess is so adorable now, and even more so when she grows up. What's everyone gathered here for? Class is starting. Just as Yanqing was lost in gentlemanly thoughts, Irika walked into the classroom with a stack of textbooks. All the students obediently returned to their seats. Since it was the start of the term, classes were mostly theoretical, making the day unbearably dull. Yanqing decided to take the chance to ask for leave, citing physical discomfort. He planned to wander the village, hoping to encounter a plot character he could win over. After all, Uchiha Masada was too laid back. He probably couldn't even muster 3 fire techniques. He jogged to ease his soreness while exploring the village. Unfortunately, he found nothing. But as he returned to the Uchiha compound, he noticed something that caught his attention. A rather large crow. If his memory served, a crow from this period likely belonged to the man currently known as the Uchiha clan's top genius. If he could win over this man, he might gain not just fire techniques, but even more advanced skills. Tracking the crow's trajectory, Yanqing decisively followed. By the Naka River within the Uchiha compound, a short-haired young man was grilling fish. Beside him sat a boy with long hair tied back. They were Uchiha Shursui and Itachi Uchiha. Sorry, I've tried many ways, but I can only buy some time. Itachi spoke with a heavy heart. Everyone's set on doing that. Buying time is better than nothing. Shursui, any progress on your end? No, but don't be too down. I'll be fine. Have some confidence. Shursui smiled and patted Itachi's shoulder to comfort him. Call. Just then a crow flew down and landed on Shizui's shoulder. Moments later, a small boy emerged from the nearby woods. Shisunii Itakinii. Yanqing called out, feigning surprise. As 2 geniuses of the Uchiha clan, they were well known within the family. Though they didn't recognize Yanqing, it didn't stop him from addressing them by name. Who are you? Shursui looked at him quizzically while Itachi remained on high alert. Their recent conversation wasn't meant for a third party. Am Uchiha Yin an orphan? You're both my idols. Hearing he was an orphan, Shizui's wariness softened slightly, his gaze growing gentler. I see. But what are you doing here? I followed that crow. I really like it. Yanqing quickly explained his presence to avoid provoking Itachi's blade. Oh, you like crows too? But this is my summon left to me by my father. Shui replied softly. A summon? That's so cool. Shisuni, can you teach me how to summon crows? Yanqing's face flushed with excitement. That's still too advanced for you. What you should do now is attend the Ninja Academy. Shui chuckled and ruffled Yanqing's hair. Kind-hearted, he was always warm to his clansmen. Not at all. The academy is so boring. Shisuni, watch this. With that, Yanqing began forming hand seals. In under a second, he completed 6 seals and spat out a massive fireball. The great fireball technique. Both Shui and Itachi were startled. This kid looked only 6 or 7, yet his fireball hinted at extraordinary talent. Yin, your talent is impressive. Shui praised without hesitation. See. So Shisuni, can you teach me ninjutsu? Well, maybe another time. Want to eat grilled fish with us? Shizui's reply was evasive, clearly not taking the request seriously, just hoping to pacify the child and send him off. Undeterred, Yanqing shamelessly sat down and accepted a piece of grilled fish from Shui. So delicious. I've never had anything this good. These words made Shui think of the boy's orphan status, stirring sympathy within him. He too had lost his parents young and knew well the hardships of growing up alone. Just as he was about to chat further with this clansman named Yin, a voice called from the nearby woods. Nizan. Hearing it, Yanqing instantly recognized the newcomer. Sasuke Uchiha. Sure enough, a gentle expression flashed across Itachi's tense face. Sasuke, what brings you here? I came right after school, brother. What are you two talking about? I want to join too. Huh. Yin, why are you here as well? Yanqing tossed the last piece of grilled fish into his mouth, laughing as he wrapped his arm around Sasuke's shoulder since they were good friends. Oh, Sasuke, you're here too. I came to find my brother. What are you here for? You don't have a brother. Remembering how Yanqing used to show off in class and linking that to how he had previously ruined his chance to be alone with his father, Sasuke angrily swatted Yanqing's hand away, his face full of displeasure. Sasuke. Itachi sternly reprimanded him. No matter the situation, saying such things to an orphan was too disrespectful. That's just the way it is. Sasuke crossed his arms defiantly. Yin, I apologize for Sasuke's rudeness. Itachi helplessly glanced at Sasuke, then turned to Yanqing and bowed in apology, acknowledging that it was the brother's fault for not teaching his younger sibling. Oh, it's fine. I don't have a brother either. Yanqing first feigned a downcast expression, then smiled nonchalantly while hugging his head. Shui observed Yanqing's changing expressions from the side, and coupled with his own feelings as a fellow orphan, he felt a pang of sympathy. He understood very well how much damage Sasuke's earlier comment could inflict on an orphan. If it weren't for the war, if there were a choice, who wouldn't want to have a family member? After a moment of thought, he squatted down and gently embraced Yanqing. Since you and Sasuke are good friends and Itachi and I are also good friends, since Itachi is Sasuke's brother, why don't I be your brother? Really? Really? Brother Shui. Yanqing's face flushed with excitement, and this time it was genuine excitement, not an act. Sasuke's unexpected assist had earned him quite a bit. You can just call me brother from now on. That's great. I have a brother now, brother. Would you like another piece of grilled? Yes. The two happily started eating grilled fish, while Itachi glanced at the still angry Sasuke and tapped his forehead. Brother Shui, Sasuke and I will be leaving for now. Please take care of that matter for us. Understood. After Itachi and Sasuke left, Yanqing cautiously probed about the topic they had just been discussing. He naturally knew that the two were likely discussing how to prevent a coup within the Uchiha clan. But he wanted to verify his thoughts and see if asking would trigger any side quests. Brother, were you and Itachi talking about a mission? No, we were discussing who is stronger. Shui chose to be evasive, partly because Yanqing was still young and not suited to be involved in such matters, and partly because though he had accepted him as a brother out of sympathy, he didn't know him well enough, for safety reasons some things couldn't be said casually. Yanqing also understood that Shui hadn't truly opened up to him, so he followed along with Shizui's words. Then it must be that brother is stronger. Everyone in the clan says brother is the strongest Uchiha. I want to become as strong as brother as soon as possible. You're quite motivated, but why do you want to become strong? Shui asked with a smile. Though he was keen to fulfill Yanqing's desire to learn ninjutsu, Shui didn't want to teach an utterly wicked child. Of course, it's to protect my clan and the village. There are my friends in the village, my brother, Uncle Masatada, the clan head, and the Hokage. I want to protect them and have everyone acknowledge me. Protecting the village and the clan. After receiving the answer he wanted, Shizui's gaze became distant and profound, and he softly repeated the words. He had similar thoughts, but reality was often cruel. The people he wanted to protect were forcing him to choose sides. Hey brother, teach me ninjutsu, so I can quickly become as powerful as you. What do you want to learn? Let's start with fire release, okay? Alright, let me think. You've already learned the great fireball technique, so let's try this crank technique. Shui stood up slowly, forming the seals for the rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, and tiger, then spat out dozens of small fireballs from his mouth. Fire release Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style 1. Seeing the small fireballs hit the rocks across the river with explosive sounds, Qing excitedly clapped his hands. The seal order for this technique is Rat Tiger. As he began to say the second seal, Qing had already completed all 6 seals. The Uchiha bloodline was indeed impressive. 5 small fireballs flew towards the opposite bank, crashing into the rocks and causing a series of booming explosions. Learned Crank Ninjutsu Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique Apprentice 110. Main Quest Progress 23. Gained 1 point in proficiency for Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique. Triggered a 5x critical hit. Gained 5 points in proficiency for Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique. Unfortunately, the critical hit was a bit underwhelming and didn't directly upgrade his skill. Feeling about a third of his chakra used up, Qing looked expectantly at Shui. Yan's talent seems to be even higher than I expected. Then, let's try this one. Shui seemed to have the intention to test him further and directly used a brank ninjutsu. He formed just 1 tiger seal, and then 3 fire dragons erupted from his mouth. Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique. The 3 fire dragons spiraled and slammed into the rocks across the way, their power and coverage far surpassing that of the Phoenix Fire. Brother, you can release a brank ninjutsu with just 1 seal. Sorry, I'm just used to it. This technique has 7 seals, which are. Shui slowed down and demonstrated it once, and Qing turned to perfectly replicate it, though he could only release 1 fire dragon, and it was smaller than Shizui's. Even so, it drained his chakra significantly. Learn Brank Ninjutsu Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique Apprentice 110. Main Quest Progress 33. Gained 1 point in proficiency for Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique. Triggered a 10x critical hit. Gained 10 points in proficiency for Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique. Brank Ninjutsu Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique Proficiency upgraded to Proficient 1100. Main Quest 2 Learn 3 Fire Release Ninjutsu has been completed and rewards have been settled. Tisk, completing the second main quest in just 2 days must be a record. Next, it's all about farming rewards continuously. To be able to learn a Brank Ninjutsu just by watching it once is truly impressive. Shui, who was already a genius himself, was somewhat astonished at this moment. I told you I'm amazing. But brother, when can I be like you and release ninjutsu with just 1 seal? As long as you have a deep understanding of the ninjutsu and enough experience and usage, you can gradually try to reduce the number of seals, and eventually, you will be able to release ninjutsu with just 1 seal. Qing nodded thoughtfully. In simple terms, as long as proficiency was high enough, he could just clap his hands, and whatever he wanted would appear. And proficiency, isn't it just about landing a few critical hits? Let's call it a day. I'll walk you home. No more teaching. It's currently a time of peace, and it's too dangerous for a 7-year-old to release a rank ninjutsu. On the way back to the village, Shui asked Qing many questions, and Qing answered truthfully, further easing Shizui's guard. After confirming Qing's address, Shui bid farewell. Qing knew that Shui would certainly investigate his information afterwards. Once his identity and background were confirmed, only then would he truly accept him. He couldn't rush this process. Returning home, Qing once again embarked on his extreme training regimen. It was not until the dead of night that he received the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower. Gain 1 point in strength, 1 point in spirit, 1 point in constitution, 1 point in agility. Triggered a triple critical hit. Gained 3 points in strength, 3 points in spirit, 3 points in constitution, 3 points in agility. This training session was more than double the duration and intensity of yesterday's, confirming Qing's earlier judgment. Gaining attribute points through training would become increasingly difficult with time and effort required growing exponentially. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Qing collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. For the next month, he adhered to a routine of attending classes at the Ninja Academy and training diligently every day. During this period, his attributes increased twice, reaching strength 20, spirit 31, constitution 20, agility 20. Occasionally, he would play outside with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji, and they would enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen together. Whenever Shui had free time, he would use crows to notify Qing to meet at their usual spot by the Naka River to teach him ninjutsu. Unbeknownst to Qing, his file had already been placed on the desk of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, wrapped in bandages like a victim of a car crash, stood within the Hokage's office. An Uchiha brat getting so close to the Jinchuriki. Don't you see that as a potential threat? Hiruzen Sarutobi casually flipped through the Uchiha's dossier. Both parents were ordinary Uchiha clan members who perished in the Nine-Tails rampage, leaving him to be raised by the clan. In a sense, his background was quite clean. No matter. Though he is an Uchiha, he is still just a 7-year-old child. The 3rd Hokage had always felt a sense of guilt toward Naruto the Jinchuriki. Now that Naruto had grown up and finally made friends embarking on his own path as a ninja, the 3rd could not allow his growth to be overshadowed once more. Leave the children's affairs alone. Do not lay a hand on that Uchiha child. Considering Danzo's methods and character, Hiruzen added a final warning. Even at 7, he is still an Uchiha. Any living Uchiha could become a threat. I will not allow the village's Jinchuriki to be compromised. Danzo no longer bothered with pretense, speaking his mind openly. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen retorted, shutting Danzo down. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo conceded. Unaware that he had caught Danzo's attention, Qing was engaged in combat training with Shui by the Naka River. Over the past month, Shui had fully acknowledged this exceptionally gifted younger brother, whose optimistic personality and beliefs mirrored his own. Thus, he taught Qing without reservation. Beyond urging him to practice chakra control techniques like tree climbing and water walking, Shui also imparted knowledge of the 3 basic jutsu: Shadow Clone Jutsu and Shuriken Jutsu, through direct instruction, occasionally serving as a sparring partner. With the guidance and training of Shui, the Uchiha's foremost expert, Qing's combat prowess soared dramatically. Now his proficiency in the 3 basic jutsu: Shadow Clone Jutsu, Great Fireball Jutsu, and Fire Phoenix Jutsu, had all reached mastery under the effect of critical hits, allowing him to execute them with just a single starting and ending hand seal. Under Shizui's tutelage, Qing had successfully improved the Fire Phoenix Jutsu into the Phoenix Sage Fire technique. It was safe to say that Uchiha Shota was likely no longer his match. After the spar, the two formed the reconciliation seal. Qing began to further exploit Shizui's generosity. Brother, your body flicker jutsu and crow summoning are so cool. Can you teach me? Well, Shui hesitated for a moment. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but my body flicker jutsu is unique. A combination of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. It's not easy to learn. As for the crows, that's simpler. However, I chose to cultivate crows as summoning beasts because many of my techniques can be used in tandem with them. They are just ordinary crows with no combat ability, so they may not suit you. Qing was not about to be dissuaded so easily. He deployed his Uchiha cuteness attack. Brother, please teach me. I'm really talented, and crows are just so cool. The summoning beast wasn't the main point. It was the summoning jutsu itself. One more skill meant a higher evaluation. Sai, I suppose I can't say no to you. Shui formed hand seals and created an intangible jinjutsu clone. His main body then threw a shuriken at the clone from a distance. The shuriken passed through the clone and flew off into the distance while the clone remained stationary. My phantom body flicker jutsu involves high-speed movement between multiple jinjutsu clones using chakra markers. First, I leave a chakra marker when creating the jinjutsu clone, then. Mid-sentence, Shizui's main body threw another shuriken at his clone, and the supposedly intangible clone caught it firmly. At the moment I threw the shuriken, my main body instantly teleported into the clone marked with the chakra. The difficulty of this technique lies in precise high-speed movement, which requires keen observational skills and robust taijutsu. It can also be used in conjunction with shadow clones. You can first create multiple solid shadow clones, then have them each create jinjutsu clones. This way, both the main body and shadow clones can teleport between the jinjutsu clones, creating the illusion that all jinjutsu clones are both phantom and real. After watching Shizui's demonstration, Qing was baffled by ninjutsu for the first time. Jinjutsu body flicker shadow clones. Each was manageable separately, but combined. What in the world was that? This technique's difficulty is incomparable to something like the Great Dragon Fire. It also requires the Sharingan's cooperation. It would be strange if you mastered it just by watching once. Shui smiled, ruffled Qing's hair, and pulled out a scroll. This contains my understanding and notes on the technique. Take it and study it slowly. Awesome. Thank you, brother. Qing took the scroll and carefully tucked it into his chest. This was the signature technique that made Shui famous, elevating him to the same level as Minato Namikaze in the eyes of other ninja villages. It was undoubtedly in a rank or higher ninjutsu well worth the brotherly act he had maintained for over a month. So, are you sure you want the crows too? Yes, yes, yes. In Shizui's eyes, his meeting with this younger brother who shared so many of his ideals was a fate brought by the crows. Perhaps it was destiny that Qing would inherit his crow summoning beast. With that thought, Shui produced This is the summoning contract for the crows I've cultivated. Just sign your name with blood, and the contract will be sealed. Qing bit his finger and left his mark on the contract. Prompt, the Reincarnator has formed a summoning contract within the instance world. Summoned creatures must be dealt with upon leaving the instance. As his finger left the scroll, the Reincarnation Tower's notification chimed. Did this mean the crows could be taken back to the tower? Perhaps they weren't entirely useless. Try summoning the crows using the hand seals I just showed you. Shui put away the scroll, interrupting Qing followed the instructions, formed the hand seals, and slapped his palm on the ground. A puff of smoke, later an ordinary crow slightly larger than average, cawed and flapped its wings, landing on Qing's shoulder. You can control the amount of chakra you inject to determine how many crows you summon. Next time he'll teach you how to use the crows to complement your techniques. Great. Thank you, brother. It was undeniable that within the entire Uchiha clan, only someone with Shizui's easygoing nature would be the easiest to exploit for gains. After bidding farewell to Shui, Qing encountered an acquaintance on his way home. It was Kai-shun, who stood by the roadside with his arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. As Qing appeared, Kai-shun took the initiative to speak. Ba. Brother Yin, are you interested in making a deal? Qing was rather surprised by the other's arrival. He had assumed that at this time everyone would be busy learning ninjutsu or seeking missions. Why would they come to him? Oh, let's hear it. Having nothing else to do, Qing didn't mind listening to the other's intentions. The beginner bonus you chose must be reputation, right? You likely have a unique strategy. How about I trade the 3 basic techniques with you? It had only been a little over a month since school started, and the Ninja Academy hadn't yet taught the 3 basic techniques. Being able to learn them in advance would boost the clearance evaluation. Unfortunately, learning the 3 basic techniques wasn't part of Qing's mission, and Shui had already taught him. So you've all already mastered the 3 basic techniques. To gather more intelligence, Qing didn't rush to answer the other's question. That's right. Just last week, I obtained the body replacement technique through my own strategy and sold it to them for 300 cycle points each. Since you chose reputation, you probably haven't encountered the 3 basic techniques yet. I don't want your cycle points, just your exclusive intel. This deal is a sure win for you. Hearing this, Qing roughly understood Kai-shun's method. It was indeed clever. 8 people each paying him 300 cycle points, that's 2400 cycle points. Moreover, these cycle points were obtained through trading, so even if he withdrew from the mission, he could still keep the 2400. No wonder he could repeat the beginner dungeon 11 times. He was raking it in. Since the wool was delivered to his doorstep, why not take advantage of it? I don't need the 3 basic techniques. If you really want my strategy, how about giving me 200 cycle points? Upon hearing Qing's condition, Kai-shun frowned. 1 cycle point was worth around 100 yen won dollars in the real world, so 200 points would be 20 million yen won dollars. 200 cycle points. Huh, that's daylight robbery. I was willing to trade the 3 basic techniques, but since you're being unreasonable, it'll be unreasonable too. With that, Kai-shun pulled out a kunai, looking ready to strike at any moment. Qing narrowed his eyes as he saw the weapon. He quickly formed hand seals and spat out a massive fireball. He didn't aim at Kai-shun, but merely showcased his strength, as killing in an ordinary dungeon would deduct cycle points. The scorching fireball whizzed past Kai-shun, singeing his hair and curling it slightly. This is just a trivial ninjutsu I got from my strategy. So 200 cycle points isn't a bad deal, is it? This is a crank ninjutsu. Kai-shun cautiously stashed the kunai back. Learning a crank ninjutsu in just a month and a half and hearing the other imply it was merely a small part of the strategy. If true, then 200 cycle points were not only fair, but a bargain. Fine, 200 cycle points it is. But we need to sign a cycle contract. A cycle contract, simply put, was a pact witnessed by the cycle tower. Kai-shun would pay Qing 200 cycle points, and in return Qing must provide equivalent intelligence items or skills, ensuring a fair exchange. The two applied for a cycle contract. Kai-shun transferred 200 cycle points to Qing, while Qing shared the strategy he had hastily prepared. You know Naruto Uzumaki from our class. He's a deeply hidden boss. Inside him is sealed an incredibly powerful monster called the Nine-Tailed Fox, and Naruto is known as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What? Naruto is actually a boss with a fox inside him. No wonder he had whisker-like marks on his face. So that's it. This intel was indeed extraordinary. It seemed this Ba, surnamed Yin, was no ordinary person having access to such high-level information. Within Konoha village, there's a secret department called Root. This organization operates in the shadows, specializing in dealing with various monsters to protect the village's peace. Root's leader is Danzo, a super powerhouse on par with the Hokage. Root Danzo, a super powerhouse as strong as the Hokage. So that's it. No wonder some veterans who cleared high-level Naruto worlds mentioned seeing toads and foxes taller than buildings. It seemed this world was mainly about hidden ninja heroes battling giant beasts in the shadows. Valuable. Kai-shun's fists gradually clenched. Just imagine if someone informed Danzo that such a terrifying monster as the Nine-Tailed Fox was lurking in the village. Qing stopped there, as continuing would compromise the intel's accuracy. To prevent the intel from losing value due to errors, Qing threw in the Great Fireball technique as a bonus, ensuring a smooth transaction. After the deal was successfully concluded, Qing kindly offered a few tips. Danzo doesn't usually show himself in the village. Just find a masked ninja and tell them Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and you'll get to meet Danzo. In the end, Kai-shun left contentedly with the intel he had obtained. The next day, Qing arrived at the Ninja Academy as usual, but Kai-shun was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Kai-shun had been lurking near the Hokage's office building for an entire night. Finally, as expected, he spotted a ninja wearing a fox mask. Now or never. If he reported this intel to Danzo, he could learn any ninjutsu he wanted and might even trigger a mission to hunt the Nine-Tailed Fox and save the village. That would be a jackpot. Hello, I have crucial intel for Lord Danzo of Root. The masked ANBU ninja, startled by a 6- or 7-year-old kid suddenly darting out from the shadows, nearly threw a kunai. After hearing the words, he froze in shock. Seeing no reaction, Kaishin thought the ninja didn't trust him due to his age. It's about the Nine Tails, still no movement. From his angle, he couldn't see the emotion behind the mask. Could he be stunned? Just as he thought that, his neck went numb and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he finally saw Lord Danzo with half his head wrapped in bandages, just as Yin Qing had described. I hear you have intel on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo's single exposed eye stared expressionlessly at Kaishin, who was tied up and covered in strange talismans, his voice utterly flat. Kaishin realized something was wrong. He had come to provide intel, so why was he tied up like in some bizarre Japanese film? There must be some misunderstanding. With that thought, he hurriedly relayed what Yin Qing had told him. Lord Danzo, I know extremely vital intel. Naruto Uzumaki is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the nine-tailed fox is sealed inside him. If you wish to hunt it, I can help. Kaishin spilled the intel, expressing his willingness to assist, hoping to trigger some hidden mission. Oh, you know quite a bit. But it seems we'll need to use some methods to get you to talk Yamanaka. As Danzo finished speaking, an orange-haired giant approached Kaishin. Methods? No, we're on the same side, Lord Danzo. There must be some mistake. No matter how Kaishin explained, he was eventually subjected to interrogation techniques like truth serums and the mind-body switch technique by Yamanaka Fu. However, due to the Cycle Tower's interference, they obtained no useful intel. Kaishin seemed like a lunatic, inexplicably knowing about Root and Danzo's existence, and that Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then mistaking the Nine Tails for a monster and trying to stage a monster-hunting village-saving drama with Danzo. Seems like something's off here. But no matter, just kill him. This intel can't leak. Danzo tapped his head, left a cold remark, and turned to leave. Kaishin, dazed from torture, shuddered at the words, just kill him, and immediately withdrew from the dungeon world without hesitation. That Yin bastard. Damn it. 6 months flew by. Since that day, the god of cuisine had not appeared again. Yin Qing speculated that he was either enjoying tea at the Root or had already left the dungeon world, though it was also possible that he had met his demise. Through months of relentless cultivation, his attributes had now reached Strength 33, Spirit 44, Constitution 33, Agility 33. He had also grasped the threshold of the instant body technique, allowing him to move freely between 1 or 2 shadow clones. The reason he couldn't summon clones like Zhishui was partly due to his insufficient physical skills, and partly because he lacked the Sharingan. With too many clones, he simply couldn't keep track. Under Zhishu's teachings, he also learned to utilize crows to perform various ninjutsu. With 2 days left until the task deadline, Yin Qing made his way alone to the South Hichuan. After half a year of interaction, their relationship had grown closer. Today was the day Yin Qing planned to make. After the combat training ended, Zhishui began to grill fish, while Yin Qing sat by watching. Now that you can exchange blows with me, I believe it won't be long before you catch up, or even surpass me. Zhishui stared at the grilled fish before him, speaking in a gentle tone. Brother Itachi came by just now, right? You two always seem to be discussing something mysterious, and you never tell me what it is. Yin Qing feigned a jealous tone as he asked. Zhishui hesitated for a moment, ultimately sighing in resignation. After this period of interaction, he decided to reveal the truth to Yin Qing. If one day the clansmen stand against the village, what will you do? The Uchiha coup had arrived. Yin Qing had already prepared his response. I have good friends in the village, and my brother and other relatives in the clan. Of course, I would do everything in my power to prevent such a situation from happening. I must protect both the village and my clan. Yin Qing replied earnestly. What I'm saying might be hard for you to understand. The relationship between the village and the clan is extremely tense right now, and a confrontation could very well occur. Itachi and I are both working hard to prevent this from happening. I hope that day will never come. So that's the case. Brother, I can help too. I understand your eagerness to help, but I already have other plans. Just rest assured. Zhishui gently ruffled Yin Qing's hair with a smile. If he remembered correctly, Zhishui intended to use his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kodo Amatsukami, to change the thoughts of the clansmen who wanted to stage a coup. However, after he proposed this strategy, Danzo led members of the Root organization to ambush him, taking one of his eyes, which forced him to commit suicide to delay the coup. In that case, it was likely just a matter of days. Brother, what is your plan? Let me get involved, I can help. Yin Qing said excitedly. Well, since you want to participate so much, I'll assign you a task. On the day of the clan meeting, take Sasuke to play with Naruto and the others. Zhishui was worried about any unexpected situations, so he planned to keep his brother and Sasuke as far away from the clan compound as possible on that day to avoid any implications. What kind of task is that? Yin Qing pouted unhappily. No matter the task, as an excellent ninja, you must do your utmost to complete it. Oh, just then the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower sounded. Triggered SS level hidden chain mission Night of the Massacre. Night of the Massacre, 1 save Zhishui. Task deadline 24 hours. Task description: Zhishui will encounter an ambush from the Root organization, rescue Zhishui. Task reward: 5,000 reincarnation points, significantly increases completion rating. TSK Tisk. I originally thought I would only trigger the task to save Zhishui. I didn't expect it to come with a bundled deal. Being an Uchiha, how can one survive the night of the massacre? Waiting online quite urgent. Qing carefully checked the mission requirements. To ensure the plot progressed smoothly, the rescue operation was only allowed after Ji Shui lost one eye, replacing Itachi from the original story, who came to the rescue. From this requirement, it seemed that the Reincarnation Tower did not want the Reincarnators to interfere with the normal progress of important plots. Alright, let's eat grilled fish. Looking at the grilled fish being handed over by Ji Shui, Qing smiled wryly. He had originally thought about changing the plot to help Ji Shui survive, but unfortunately the Reincarnation Tower did not allow such actions. The next day, Qing did not attend the ninja school, but followed the Reincarnation Tower's instructions to head deep into the forest near the Uchiha clan compound. By noon, he indeed heard sounds of fighting coming from the woods. When Qing arrived at the source of the noise, Ji Shui had already lost one eye and was affected by the poison gas released by the root members. The green Susanoo was slowly fading away. Seeing this scene, he hesitated no longer and formed hand seals. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Flames wrapped around dozens of shuriken, whistling as they flew from behind Ji Shui, targeting two root members ahead. Due to a concealed attack and being close, one of the root members failed to react in time and was directly hit by several shuriken, exploding into a pile of bloody flesh. The other root squad leader, dressed in white, quickly stopped and retreated using the substitution technique to dodge the explosion while throwing several shuriken forward. It must be said that the squad leader was indeed a squad leader. His instant judgment and counterattack were perfect. Not only did he evade the fatal blow, but the shuriken he threw back also managed to graze Qing's arm. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to avoid a critical hit, otherwise that shuriken would have pierced his throat. This also served as a reminder for Qing. The Reincarnation Tower was not a leisure resort. Beyond the protection of the novice dungeon, one could die at any moment. Seizing the opportunity while the explosion's aftershock lingered, Qing adjusted his mindset and formed hand seals once more. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. As the white-clad squad leader landed, two fire dragons approached from left and right. The squad leader immediately used the instant body technique to dodge, but it was too rushed. The explosion's aftershock sent him flying, crashing into a nearby tree trunk. Then he saw a 7 or 80-year-old boy charging towards him with a kunai. "It's you." The squad leader had investigated Qing's information during his pursuit of Danzo, and was astonished that such a young child could unleash such powerful fire-style ninjutsu. Originally, he had hesitated to attack this child due to the third Hokage's orders, but since the child had presented himself, he could not be blamed. The squad leader quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a water-style water bullets. The bullet-like waves struck Qing hidden, but they all passed through. A clone technique, huh? Cautious little brat. Any clone must have a follow-up. He caught sight of a figure rushing in from the left, and without hesitation threw a shuriken. Thinking that this time he would inflict serious injury, however, the figure transformed into a flock of crows. What? Another clone. Before he could finish being shocked, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Looking down, he saw a kunai lodged in his side, the end of the kunai tied to an explosive tag. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, and the squad leader was instantly killed. The battle seemed intricate, yet it unfolded in the blink of an eye. Qing wiped a cold sweat, still shaken. Had it not been for the ambush and surprise attack, he would have been the one lying dead. Having eliminated two root ninjas, his chakra was nearly depleted. At the same time, a notification chimed in his mind, signaling the completion of the mission. Elimination of two root jonin, reward settled. Night of the Massacre, I Rescue Shursue completed. Mission reward settled. Chain hidden mission, Night of the Massacre 2 unlocked. Night of the Massacre 2 Shursue's death mission briefing, await the arrival of Uchiha Itachi and witness Shursue's death. Mission reward 500 cycle points, significantly enhanced clearance evaluation, witness Shursue's death. Is the cycle tower unwilling to let the plot be altered, so it issues a mandatory mission? What if I insist on saving him? Forget it, better to first understand the cycle tower's ways. As a novice, being too reckless would only lead to an early demise. Having confirmed the mission details, Qing hurried forward to support the tottering Shursue. Why are you here? Go quickly. Shursue, seeing that it was Qing who had saved him, grew anxious inwardly. He knew Qing's strength well, barely at the level of a chunin, far inferior to the elite of root. If more pursuers arrived, both of them would be in grave danger. But Qing paid no heed to such concerns. His mission was not yet complete. Brother, your eye. Seeing Shursue's ghastly state, having lost one eye, Qing felt a faint pang of sorrow. After all, they had spent half a year together. Even if Shursue was merely a character in the plot, some affection had grown. And it was precisely this surge of grief that caused a power to well up in Qing's eyes. In an instant, everything before him became clearer. The Sharingan had awakened. Having witnessed his brother suffer such grievous wounds, it was only fitting that he awakened a single Tomo. Yet he had no time to dwell on it now. The act must go on. He quickly examined Shursue's injuries. Fortunately, apart from the missing eye and the paralysis from poison, there were no other wounds. I'll take you to the hospital. I'm fine. If it helped you awaken your Sharingan, then it was worth it. Seeing the single tomo in Yanqing's eye, Shui forced to smile, his mind already turning to the plan that lay ahead. Just then another figure appeared on the scene. It was Uchiha Itachi, who in the original story had come to the rescue, but his role had been stolen by Yanqing. Shui Yin. Yanqing turned to look at Itachi, his crimson pupils and single tomo conspicuously vivid. Damn, Itachi was taken aback. Yin, your eyes. To awaken at 7, more talented than himself. Even he, hailed as a prodigy by both the village and the clan, had only awakened at 8. Then his gaze shifted to Shui. Damn, Itachi was stunned again. Shui, your eye. Let's leave here. Shui cut off Itachi before he could speak further. Thus, with Itachi carrying the incapacitated Shui, the three of them made their way to the Naka River, their usual meeting spot. Shui briefly recounted what had happened, analyzing the underlying reasons behind it. Danzo, the village's handler of all shady affairs, had no interest in Shui's proposal to use Jinjutsu to avert the Uchiha coup. In fact, such an approach did not align with his objectives. Danzo's aim was to completely eradicate the Uchiha clan, a volatile threat, not merely to prevent it. Coupled with the temptation of Shui's immensely powerful Kodoame Tsukumi, Danzo decided to simply take Shui's eye for himself and silence him, thereby thwarting his plan. Thus, the Uchiha clan would inevitably march down the path of a self-destructive coup. And you must grow into a ninja capable of standing on your own. Protect the village, protect the clan, understand? Brother, I have little to give you, but I will entrust you with this wakizashi. May it protect you and serve as a blade to cut through the darkness. Shui unsheathed the short sword from his back and handed it to Yanqing, ruffling his hair. Though his face was stained with blood, his smile remained incredibly gentle. Danzo will surely try to claim my left eye as well. Rather than let him succeed, I'd rather entrust this power to you. With that, Shui plucked out his own left eye and handed it to Itachi. Itachi, my path ends here. From now on, you are the only one I can rely on. Itachi accepted the eye Shui offered, struggling to come to terms with it. Besides my sword and my eye, I will also grant you new power. Since I don't have long to live, consider this my final gift to you. Shui, there might be another way. Itachi tried to dissuade him, but Shui shook his head. Yanqing understood what Shui meant. According to the Uchiha clan's conditions for awakening the Sharingan, only intense emotional stimulation could cause it to evolve. He intended to use his own death to spur the evolution of Itachi's and Yanqing's Sharingan. Take care of Yin for me in the future. I believe you'll find a better way. Carry on my will and do your best. With these words, Shui patted Itachi on the shoulder and without hesitation leaped off the cliff. Brother, Shui. It must be said that the last gentle smile on Shui's face as he disappeared into the abyss stirred intense emotional turmoil in both of them. A crimson light flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as his 3 tomo slowly merged, evolving into the Mangekyo. Yanqing's single tomo also evolved directly into 3 tomo. Rest assured, Shui. Itachi closed his eyes in sorrow. Meanwhile, a notification chimed once more in Yanqing's mind. Night of the Massacre 2, Shui's death completed. Mission reward settled. Chain hidden mission. Night of the Massacre 3 unlocked. Night of the Massacre 3 survival mission briefing. Survive the night of the massacre. Mission reward 100 cycle points. Significantly enhanced clearance evaluation. Gulp. Seeing this mission requirement, Yanqing swallowed hard as he looked at Uchiha Itachi beside him. If not for the Cycle Tower's prohibition against interfering with major plot points, he would have stabbed Itachi in the kidney right then and there, thereby averting the night of the massacre altogether. Let's go home. Don't speak of today's events to anyone. Itachi's face was expressionless. He copied Shui's gesture, ruffling Yanqing's hair, then turned and left. Back home, Yanqing lay on the tatami mat, trying to calm his mind. Today, for the first time in either of his 2 lives, he had killed someone, and he had witnessed the death of brother Shui, whom he had known for half a year. Given the backdrop of this global cycle, he had long prepared himself for the possibility of killing and seeing blood. He did not tremble or vomit, but his heart was not entirely still. After resting for a moment, he activated the ability he had gained today, the Sharingan. What a thrill! As the chakra in his eyes surged, 3 tomo gradually appeared in his red pupils. In just one day, his Sharingan had advanced from 1 tomo to 3, an unprecedented feat. The only thing that surprised Yanqing was that the Sharingan was not a skill, but rather a talent. Talent Sharingan. Description: enhances dynamic vision, allows one to see the flow of energy, and increases mental power. Due to the Sharingan's enhancement of illusion abilities and resistances, his mental attribute increased by 10 points, now standing at mental 54. He took out a shuriken and threw it towards the opposite wall. The rapidly spinning shuriken appeared to him as if it were in slow motion, with its speed and trajectory crystal clear. So this is the Sharingan. With these eyes, he could accurately control his shadow clones, even if he cast multiple. Having already learned various ninjutsu, his weaknesses still lay in chakra quantity and physical fitness. I can't neglect my training. With this thought, he began his daily extreme workout. The next day marked the Endofterm assessment at the ninja school. The entire village was as tranquil as usual, as if the events of the previous day had never occurred. However, Qing was aware that neither Uchiha Shisui nor Itachi had attended the Uchiha meeting yesterday, which had led to a violent conflict between Itachi and the clan, leaving him utterly despondent about the Uchiha clan. For now, these matters were irrelevant to Qing. His focus today was solely on participating in the final assessment and completing the main task. Since it was the first semester, the students hadn't mastered many skills, so the assessment method was quite simple: theoretical exam and combat exam. The content of the theoretical exam was not simple. It was hard to imagine that those questions were meant for 7-year-olds. Fortunately, the ninja school had covered them, and Qing could manage. Aside from Naruto, who was scratching his head, everyone else quickly completed the theoretical exam without issue. Next came the combat assessment, which was likely to avoid disrupting the original pace of the world. All reincarnators were paired off, but since the food god did not appear, Qing had a bye, and Irika decided to personally step in. After all, the purpose was merely to test practical abilities, scoring based on adaptability during combat. It didn't matter if the opponent was a teacher or a student, as long as they could give it their all. The first match was Naruto against Sasuke, and before long Naruto was pinned down by Sasuke, infuriating him to the point of fleeing. After the main characters had finished their matches, it was time for the Reincarnators to compete. Without the leadership of the food god, the Reincarnators had become disorganized and were off developing side quests, not bothering Qing. The performances of the few combatants were quite ordinary. They could only cast some auxiliary ninjutsu and basic taijutsu. One named Guy actually performed well, unleashing a fire release attack. The final match featured Qing against Irika. I possess the strength of a Chunin, so feel free to attack me with all your might. Irika confidently formed a hand seal. Understood, then I look forward to your guidance, teacher. Qing also formed a hand seal. His usual opponent was Shisui, and with the latter's elite Jonin strength, their sparring often involved him merely feeding moves. Last time the root Jonin had used a sneak attack, which hardly counted as a fair match. Now he had a rare opportunity to engage in an honest fight with a legitimate Chunin, so Qing was prepared to give it his all. He activated his Sharingan right from the start, the 3 tomo slowly rotating. Then came the shadow clone technique and the illusion clone technique. In the blink of an eye, 7 identical Qings appeared in the arena. Immediately, all Qings began to run rapidly around Irika. What is this? A clone technique? It seems a bit different. Irika was taken aback by this display. He had heard of Shizui's name for instant movement, but did not know how Shisui executed it. 8 other Reincarnators and Sasuke were equally stunned. The Reincarnators were shocked that Qing could produce so many clones. They were at a loss as to what was happening, but felt greatly impressed. Sasuke was astonished by Qing's blood-red pupils with 3 tomo. When did this guy? Damn it. Sasuke clenched his fists, filled with resentment and anger. As the son of the clan leader and the talented brother of Itachi, he believed his own talent was the best in the village. Yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. This annoying orphan who always talked big had actually awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan, while he, the son of the Uchiha clan leader, had not even activated a single tomo. Isn't that infuriating? In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage, using a telescope technique to secretly observe the exam, took a puff from his old man's pipe and remarked meaningfully, "The younger generation is formidable. With the Sharingan and Shizui's instant movement, this clan truly keeps one on edge." Similarly, watching Danzo let out a cold snort. That clan is becoming increasingly restless. It's your leniency that has given them another powerful ally. There must be another way to handle this. It doesn't have to come to that. Sarutobi cast a glance at Danzo. This old fellow is great at everything, especially when it comes to taking the blame, truly a rare gem among men. It's just a pity that he keeps his eyes glued to his position, always ready to throw a few jabs. Hiruzen, you will. I am the Hokage. Danzo, damn. In the arena, Qing's illusion clones launched their attack, and Irika promptly countered, but his fist passed right through Qing's clone. Is this an illusion clone? No. Irika's attack passed through the clone, but then he noticed that the clone was actually executing a whip kick towards him. If it were an illusion, it wouldn't need to go through such effort, which meant that this illusion clone had become tangible. Boom. As expected, although Irika had caught on, he had no time to change his attack, and the clone kicked him in the back. Qing put all his strength into that kick, sending Irika flying about 4 to 5 meters. Irika was left stunned. How could such power be coming from a 7-year-old kid? Must be on steroids. Iruka-sensei, if you don't take this seriously, you might get hurt. As he finished speaking, a swarm of Qings charged toward Irika. Realizing his opponent was formidable, Irika began to take it seriously, forming seals to create a shadow clone, then positioning himself back-to-back, with his original ready to respond to the sudden physical manifestation of Qing's illusion clone. I must say, Irika still possessed solid Chunin strength. After 2 minutes of evenly matched combat, Qing suddenly retreated decisively. Was he using shadow clones to guard his back? Then, watching the fireball about to fly towards him, Irika was once again stunned. This is just an endophthalm assessment. Is it really necessary? Water release, water wave. The 2 Irikas simultaneously formed seals, and it took 2 water releases to extinguish the large fireball. A 7-year-old kid could actually rely on crank ninjutsu, agile instant movement, and powerful taijutsu to keep up with him. Forget the Endofterm assessment, he could probably handle the Chunin exams. Alright, that's enough. Just as Irika wanted to call it off, he suddenly saw a size 38-foot emerging from the steam, created by the combination of water and fire brutally landing on his stomach. Huh, Irika sensei, were you about to say something? Yanqing innocently asked. That's enough. Hirug. As Irika declared the assessment over, all the Reincarnators received a prompt indicating the completion of their main task. Main task completed, rewards have been settled. Due to your triggering of the hidden side quest Night of Annihilation, the task deadline has been adjusted to 1 year. The hidden task is not mandatory. You can choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at any time. Newbie bonus 10-fold training increase has been cancelled. With that, the regular newcomer tasks came to an end. The other 8 Reincarnators returned to the Reincarnation Tower, while Yanqing remained in the instance world due to the hidden task. Over the following year, Yanqing cultivated methodically. Though he no longer had the 10-fold amplification from the beginner's bonus, his critical strike talent remained. Over the year, his attributes increased twice. With the critical strike, his stats reached Strength 41, Spirit 62, Constitution 41, Agility 41, already equivalent to a Chunin's physique. His ninjutsu proficiency also improved significantly. The 3 basic techniques, Shadow Clone Technique and Great Fireball Technique, all reached peak mastery, executable with a single hand seal. Notably, about half a year ago, while pushing his limits with extreme physical training, Yanqing coincidentally encountered Guy, who was using the same training method. Guy was in his early 20s, over a decade older than Yanqing. Nevertheless, their shared passion for youthful training methods forged an instant bond, turning them into friends. After months of training together, Yanqing successfully copied the first 4 gates of the 8 gates, opening Rest, Life, and Injury, from Guy using his Sharingan. He also learned the Front Lotus and Reverse Lotus Taijutsu, even adapting them into sword techniques. When used with the Wakizashi gifted by Shisui, these techniques proved even more formidable than the original. Guy, upon discovering his skills had been copied during a spar, said nothing but praised Yanqing's exceptional talent. However, from then on, he never used the 8 gates in Yanqing's presence. As time passed, an eerie silence settled over the Uchiha compound. Yanqing realized the night of the massacre was approaching. Yanqing was at home practicing his sword techniques while pondering how to survive the massacre. Hide somewhere. He might survive, but after Itachi defected, returning to Konoha would be impossible. Danzo had 100 ways to claim his Sharingan. After the massacre, no Uchiha except Sasuke, whom Itachi had ensured, could appear normally in Konoha. Maybe I should side with Obito. When Obito attacked, showing off his talent might earn him a spot as a lackey. Then again, Obito might just kill. Or should I kill Uncle Masada next door to see if I can awaken the Mangekyo? If I get an ability as broken as Kotoe Mitsukami, it might be worth the risk. Uncle Masada's strength. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was weighing his options, a knock came at the door. Since Shizui's death, Itachi had only visited Yanqing. That was on Shizui's Memorial Day. Today, Itachi unexpectedly came again. Yanqing hurriedly invited. After a long silence, Itachi spoke first. How have you been? Any trouble? His voice was low, his face expressionless. Thanks for your concern, brother Itachi. Everything's fine. Yanqing replied respectfully. Good. Silence fell again as neither spoke. After a while, Itachi seemed to gather his thoughts. You and Sasuke are the same age, but you're far stronger. I hope you'll look after him in the future. Of course, but with you around, brother Itachi, I doubt I'll need to do much. Growing under the wing of the strong makes it hard to face true storms. You and Sasuke must learn to face difficulties on your own to grow stronger. Don't disappoint Shisui and me. This Uchiha clan. Besides you and Sasuke. Itachi paused, then sighed. I'll forget it. Seemingly speaking incoherently, Itachi got up and left. Knowing the plot, Yanqing understood his meaning. Itachi had accepted Danzo's orders to eradicate the Uchiha clan, a threat to the village's stability. But Itachi's words were surprisingly promising. Did that mean besides Sasuke, he was also on the list to be still to be safe? Head prepare for both outcomes. Unsure of Itachi's cryptic words, Yanqing formed a hand seal to create a shadow clone, while his real self happily went to eat Ichiraku ramen with the prince. That night before the Uchiha clan meeting, all Uchiha shinobi stayed indoors. A long-haired man with a spiral mask appeared before the Konoha military police headquarters amid spatial distortions, and a massacre began. Obito, under the guise of Madara Uchiha, finished off the Uchiha in the police station and proceeded systematically from house to house. This seems to be the home of the kid Itachi told me not to kill. Makes me even more curious. Obito flashed into Yanqing's house, and at the same moment another figure appeared. Their neighbor Uchiha Masada. Made it in time. Yanqing, bewildered, was eating ramen as Masada appeared. Obito or Itachi showing up was expected, but Masada. This guy had the wrong script. Uncle Masada, this man is dangerous. Leave the compound or we'll hold him off. Yanqing wanted to tell Masada he was just a shadow clone, but before he could finish, Masada, following his own script, charged at Obito with a kunai. The kunai struck down, passing through Obito's intangible body. Obito calmly slashed his throat. Uchiha Masada deceased. It all happened in seconds. Before Yanqing could slurp the ramen noodles, Uncle Masada was gone. The slash nearly severed his neck, leaving no chance for a final moment. One died decisively, the other killed. So you're Uchiha Yen. Itachi said not to kill you, but I'm curious. Obito's voice was playful. Well, let's see what kind of caliber this kid Itachi values has. With that, Obito lunged at Yanqing. Yanqing tossed his ramen aside and began forming hand seals. It was just a shadow clone, so why not experience the famed Kimui space? Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. A fiery dragon erupted. Obito's body phased into Kimui, appearing beside Yanqing, reaching for his neck. But Yanqing was prepared. The moment he felt Obito's solid touch on his skin, he activated Phantom Shun, leaving an illusion clone behind his real body Sunshine to Obito's side and kicked him with full force. Bang! Obito was sent flying, crashing into a table and covering himself in ramen scraps. Kid, do you know my ability? Obito rose slowly, puzzled that Yanqing had landed a hit at the perfect moment. Coincidence? Or had he seen through his ability? If the latter, his combat instincts were terrifying. I don't know. Seems like some kind of intangibility, but no matter how intangible, you have to become solid to attack, right? Otherwise, how can you strike? Yanqing knew his ability and identity, but he couldn't reveal that now. A little taste of Kimui's intangibility was enough, or Obito would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Hey, interesting. Intrigued, Obito swung his chain and attacked Yanqing again. This time, he chose not to phase through, preparing to clash Hiden with Yanqing. However, I'm done playing masked uncle. See ya. Bang. Yanqing's figure dissolved into white smoke, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. Obito. Boom. 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 A series of explosions suddenly erupted. Shadow clone and explosive tags. As the dust and smoke cleared, Obito glanced at the ramen remnants and singed patches on his clothes, an intrigued smile spreading across his face. Sharp instincts, exceptional courage. An interesting brat. Patting his robe, Obito paid no heed to his recent setback and continued walking toward the next shop. Meanwhile, at Naruto's home, Yanqing was discussing the development of the sexy technique with Naruto. At this moment, the safest place in Konoha was undoubtedly the home of the young lord. After receiving the memory from his shadow clone, Yanqing furrowed his brows slightly. Uncle Masada had died after all. A faint wave of sorrow surged within him, and his 3-Demo Sharingan began to spin and merge. As a reincarnator, his grief over the deaths of Shursui and Masada was far from sufficient to trigger an evolution of his Sharingan. At most, it was a slight stir of emotion. Perhaps due to the intervention of the Reincarnation Tower under plausible circumstances, it forcibly evolved the Sharingan directly. Yanqing felt a surge of powerful energy in his eyes as the 3-Tomo merged into the shape of a shuriken. However, the anticipated abilities of the awakened Mangekyo did not manifest. The potent energy in his eyes seemed incompatible with them, beginning to struggle violently. At the same time, the prompt of the Reincarnation Tower echoed in Yanqing's mind. Warning: the acquired authority power does not match your bloodline. Please choose a course of action. 1. Forcibly retain the current authority. May cause damage to the authority or harm the bloodline. 2. Pay 1,000 reincarnation points to copy and optimize the authority. Will not alter the progress of the copy world. The optimized authority will perfectly match the reincarnator. 3. Abandon the current authority. The vessel of the authority remains. Seeing these 3 options, Yanqing recalled some matters mentioned by his school teachers. Yanhuang Nation's exclusive beginner dungeon was sealed, forcing us to choose dungeons unsuitable for Yanhuang people. At that moment, he finally understood why they said other nations' dungeons were unsuitable for Yanhuang people and how severe the impact of the sealed beginner dungeon was on Yanhuang Nation. What they called authority was the unique and formidable power of a particular dungeon. To obtain such power, one must possess a bloodline matching that dungeon world. The bloodline mentioned here was not something like lineage within the dungeon world, but rather the distinction of one's home country in the real world. The Naruto world belonged to the Sakura Nation, so only reincarnators from Sakura Nation could obtain its authority power. Damn, so frustrating. One day you'll seal their dungeons too. Cursing inwardly, Yanqing began to ponder. An option like harm the bloodline, which clearly damaged his foundation, was something Yanqing would never choose. As for the 1,000 reincarnation points, he wasn't sure if he could obtain them in the end. To be safe, he had to abandon it for now. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Greed and recklessness leading to irreversible losses would be a huge setback. After making his choice, Yanqing distinctly felt the energy within his eyes slowly dissipating. He drew the short sword from his waist and used the reflection on its blade to examine his eyes. They still bore the shape of the Shuriken Mangekyo, but only possessed the functions of a 3-Demo Sharingan. Opening his status panel, the Sharingan under the talent section had changed to Mangekyo Sharingan. However, aside from an increase of 10 points in spirit, he had gained no special abilities. Talent: Mangekyo Sharingan. Description: an evolved form of the Sharingan. Besides the basic abilities of the Sharingan, it will also grant bloodline exclusive authority, based on the Reincarnator's traits. Bloodline exclusive authority. That was likely what he had speculated. For now it remained mere conjecture. Once he returned to the real world, he would search online for relevant information. Having figured out the key point, Yan Qing sheathed his sword. Yet even using transformation and clone techniques together, I can only make 2 clones. Still far from what you described. 2 golden twin-tailed, child-faced beauties looked at Yan Qing with puzzled expressions. It had to be said Naruto knew what adults liked, right on the mark. Once he learned the multi-shadow clone technique, it would be even more impressive. Ahem. Damn it, cancel the transformation first before speaking. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, having gone on a rampage, Itachi Uchiha subjected Sasuke to its Tsukuyomi. After seeing that Sasuke had 1 single Tomo and 1 double Tomo Sharingan, he left satisfied. It's over. Itachi found Obito, who had also gone berserk. That brat you mentioned is quite interesting. Though only 7, he managed to hold his own against me for a bit. Held his own. Itachi's expression darkened upon hearing this. Had the masked man broken his promise and killed Yen? Relax, it was just a shadow clone. But I'm curious. You could raise your blade against your own parents, yet you chose to protect this orphan who has no connection to you. Obito's voice under the mask was devoid of emotion. He was entrusted to me by a dear friend who gave me this power. It's the last thing I can do for him. Itachi let out a sigh as if lost in memory, a gentle smile curling at the corner of his lips. All right, time to go. You go ahead. I need to have a word with Konoha's higher-ups. Obito left through Kimui's space, while Itachi prepared to warn Danzo. When Itachi, wearing a mask, returned to the Uchiha compound, he found Hiruzen Sarutobi leading a team to rescue the situation. There's a survivor here. Masked Kakashi discovered the unconscious Sasuke. Take him to the hospital immediately. After Sasuke was taken away, Danzo made his entrance and began shifting the blame. It was all Uchiha Itachi's doing. He had long harbored disgust and hatred for his clan, so he killed Uchiha Shirsei, stole his eyes, incited discord within the clan, and ultimately brought about this tragedy. Enough. Get on with handling the scene. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted Danzo's self-righteous speech with a stoic expression. Now the problem is finally resolved. Danzo approached the third Hokage with a hint of smugness, seeking credit. Resolved? Such an extreme approach is nothing but a thorn in the side. The third Hokage retorted. Just a small bone. Humph, Danzo. I can no longer turn a blind eye to your arbitrary actions. From today I relieve you of your position as Hokage advisor, disband the root, and place you under house arrest pending official disposition. After speaking, Hiruzen turned and walked away. Danzo aggrieved headed in the opposite direction. At that moment, a masked Uchiha Itachi approached Danzo and spoke. I have seen everything, and I will continue to watch. If you dare lay a hand on Sasuke or Yen, I will leak all of the village's secrets to enemy nations. Having threatened Danzo, Itachi transformed into a flock of crows and left the Uchiha compound. What about those 2 brats? Danzo asked a masked root member nearby. Uchiha Sasuke has been taken to the hospital. The other one, Uchiha Yen, is with the Jinchuriki. On the other side, a notification from the Reincarnation Tower echoed in Yan Qing's mind. Linked Hidden Task Night of Annihilation 3 has been completed and the task rewards have been settled. All tasks in the current world have been completed. You may choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at any time. The gains from this world have reached their maximum and no further rewards can be obtained. You will be forcibly returned in 1 hour. Is this really the maximum? It does make sense. If one world allows me to completely fleece it, then the subsequent reincarnation worlds would be a walk in the park. Simply put, it's a balancing mechanism. However, the harvest has indeed been quite rich. In terms of ninjutsu, I obtained the Great Fireball technique through Jingtian and acquired techniques such as the Phoenix Fire technique, the Phoenix Flower Claw Red, the Great Dragon Fire technique, the Phantom Body Flicker technique, Summoning technique, and various basic ninjutsu from Shirzue. As for physical techniques, I have an average attribute close to 50, along with the first 4 gates of the 8 gates released from Might Guy, various Kanahastyle fluid techniques, and my own improved sword techniques. Regarding Jinjutsu, aside from the type used during the learning of the Phantom Body Flicker technique, Shirzue also taught me some basic illusions. However, since I didn't practice deliberately, this area is relatively lacking compared to other ninjutsu. My greatest gain, however, is that pair of seemingly kaleidoscopic eyes, which are actually just 3 Tomo Sharingan. Overall, in the Naruto world, I can barely be considered an elite Chunin. In the Reincarnation Tower, although I haven't done a direct comparison based on what I've seen online, I should at least be on par with Reincarnators who have cleared 4 to 5 levels. With my gains already capped, there's no need to plot anything further. 1 hour isn't enough to build rapport anyway, so I might as well return directly. After bidding farewell to Naruto, who was still researching how to make his youthful appearance even more charming, Yan Qing found a deserted spot and chose to return directly. Warning: the Reincarnator has a summoning contract in the dungeon world, with the summoned entity being a group of crows. Please choose a method of handling the summoning. 1. Abandon the contracted creature, which will reactivate upon re-entering the dungeon world. 2. Pay the corresponding reincarnation points based on the contracted entity to replicate and take it out of the dungeon world. Contracted entity: Crow Group. Quantity, 3,000. Price, 100 reincarnation points each. Just as I chose to return, the notification from the Reincarnation Tower sounded in Yanqing's mind. Are those the summoning crows? Yanqing had Shizue teach him to summon crows mainly to fulfill his penchant for crows and increase his clearance rating. As for the crows themselves, they were not very useful in battle, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Looking at the options provided by the Reincarnation Tower, 3,000 crows equate to 3,000 reincarnation points. Goodness, what a farming professional. In the end, Yanqing reluctantly spent 2,000 reincarnation points traded from the vegetable god, replicating 20 to take out of the dungeon world, as 3,000 is a number not meant for a newbie. After making the selection, Yanqing's consciousness left the Naruto world and a task settlement screen appeared in it. Task settlement: main task completed, linked hidden task, Night of Annihilation completed, task rating SSS, task reward 2,000 reincarnation points. Gain settlement: killed 2 Jonin, reward 2,000 reincarnation points. Acquired 21 skills, reward 3,800 reincarnation points. Acquired 1 bloodline limit, reward 1,000 reincarnation points. Gain rating SSS, gain reward 6,800 reincarnation points. Other settlements SSS, including plot progress, skills not listed, proficiency, gained attributes, gained reward 1,000 reincarnation points. Comprehensive evaluation SSS. Reincarnator Yanba newbie dungeon Naruto world clearance rating SSS rewards as follows: reincarnation points 37800 points. World treasure chest SSS 1. Free attribute points 5. Dungeon cooldown refresh card 1. Wow, that's amazing. According to rumors online, a certain big shot received over 1,000 reincarnation points, an ins-level treasure chest along with some free attribute points and a random reward. An A-level evaluation yields over 8,000 reincarnation points and a level treasure chest and a random reward, but no attribute points. In contrast, my SS level not only grants a massive amount of reincarnation points, but also generous free attribute points and treasure chests. This is like using a magnifying glass on a calf. Yanqing was so excited that he felt his fists clench in anticipation. Soon after, the Reincarnation Tower's notification rang again, doubling the joy. Talent great critical hit triggered. This reward receives a 3-fold increase. Your rewards have been adjusted as follows. Reincarnation points 113400 points. World treasure chest SSS 3. Free attribute points 15. Dungeon cooldown refresh card 3. At this moment, Yanqing felt emotional, his eyes slightly moist. With his knowledge of the plot and the great critical hit talent, he felt that dominating the top rankings and the Rising Stars rankings could only be considered a small goal. He was determined to overturn the Reincarnation Tower. However, it was somewhat regrettable that he ultimately obtained 1,000 reincarnation points, but chose not to replicate the optimized powers of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The surprises weren't over yet. He was the first Reincarnator to receive an SS level clearance rating. As the first to drink milk, it wouldn't do to not receive something special. Congratulations, Reincarnator Yanba, for obtaining the first SS level clearance rating in the Reincarnation Tower. Reward free attribute points 5. Congratulations, Reincarnator Yanba, for obtaining the first SS level clearance rating in the newbie dungeon. Achievement reward title Supernova. Congratulations, Reincarnator Yanba, for obtaining the first SS level clearance rating in the Naruto world. Reputation in the Naruto world 5. Just as Yanqing excitedly sorted through his gains, the entire Reincarnation Tower and the real world erupted. Announcement: Yanba from the Yanhuangjia district has obtained the first SS level clearance rating in the Reincarnation Tower. Reward: all Reincarnators from the Yanhuang Nation receive free attribute points 5. Announcement: Yanba from the Yanhuangjia district has obtained the first SS level clearance rating in the newbie dungeon. Reincarnators from the Yanhuang Nation gain access to designated newbie dungeon privileges. Announcement: Yanba from the Yanhuangjia district has obtained the first SS level clearance rating in the Reincarnation Tower's newbie dungeon Naruto world. Reincarnators from the Yanhuang Nation will receive a 1-point reputation bonus upon entering this world. The notification echoed in the minds of all Reincarnators in the Reincarnation Tower. All Reincarnators from the Yanhuang Nation were momentarily stunned before they began checking their attribute panels. The next moment, the communication space of the Reincarnation Tower erupted. Wow, I really got 5 free attribute points, am I not dreaming? From the fact that there were no free attribute point rewards below level evaluations, one could tell how precious they are. At this moment, all Reincarnators from the Yanhuang Nation had received 5 free attribute points without doing anything. It was simply effortless. Who is this Yanba? 10 years. I've been in the Reincarnation Tower for 10 years, and now you're telling me the highest evaluation isn't S, but SSS. Brother, what the heck? Wang Defa, why not our country? Who is Daddy Yen? Wait a minute, brothers, don't you think this name is a bit off? Yen Dad. This guy is taking advantage of us. They single-handedly gave all Reincarnators from the Yanhuang Nation an increase of 5 free attribute points. If you could also give me 5 attribute points, I would be willing to call you Dad. You want to recognize another dad, but I don't want more sons. That's annoying, they're female. Oh, let's private chat. Get out. The topics of everyone in the Reincarnation Tower momentarily focused on keywords such as Dad SSS and Yanhuang. In the real world, upon hearing this joyful news, the people of Yanhuang rushed to spread the word, and the internet was flooded with reports of Yanqing clearing the game with an SS rank evaluation. All Yanhuang people, upon learning they had received 5 precious free attribute points, were so thrilled they couldn't sleep all night. Within the capital of Yanhuang, inside the sovereign's mansion, an old man with graying hair was reviewing the documents delivered by his staff. This is good news. It humiliates the national fortune of Sakura country and grants us the exclusive entry authority for this novice dungeon. Every reincarnator of our Yanhuang nation can now prepare in advance and choose dungeons with targeted strategies. This will greatly enhance the benefits from clearing novice dungeons, laying a stronger foundation for future growth. As for this young one, just monitor the information within the Reincarnation Tower. Notify the others that if he is willing to reveal his identity, recruit him unconditionally into the Supernova training camp. If he prefers to remain anonymous, do not investigate or disturb him. Understood, Sovereign? By the way, if anyone with unclean hands stirs trouble, give them a warning. Yes. Beyond the Yanhuang officialdom, the authorities of other nations had also received the news. High-ranking officials from countries like Megwa and Sakura country had all gotten the relevant information. Megwa was relatively calm as it was just a novice dungeon requiring only slight attention. However, Sakura country found it hard to swallow. In Tokyo's Chiyoda ward at the National Diet, Kyuso, our exclusive dungeon of Sakura country was snatched by those Yanhuang pigs. Send someone to eliminate that guy. Sakura country's Prime Minister and Qing spoke with a grim and vicious tone. Prime Minister, we cannot. The 3 divine generals of Yanhuang are no pushovers. If we send our elite, they might never return. And Qing chief advisor Matsumoto Ryosuke quickly intervened to dissuade him. Then what do you suggest? They've practically shat on our heads. Are we to do nothing? And Qing roared in fury. The Naruto world is our exclusive dungeon. That Yanba. Ahem, as a Yanhuang native, he can never attain the supreme power of the Naruto world. To obtain that power, one must believe in our Sakura deities and transfer to our Sakura district. Well, inform him of this and offer him some benefits. I'm confident he'll make the wise choice. Then well, make this public. It will showcase our Sakura country's strength and magnanimity far more than killing him. The plan is sound, but what if he refuses to join? And Qing frowned in thought for a moment, concluding that this tactic was indeed superior, delivering a greater blow to their pride than a direct assault. He will join. So-called loyalty is merely a matter of insufficient betrayal compensation. We can promise him enough to betray. Once he's in our Sakura country, we'll have countless means to control him, turning him into our puppet. By then, we'll pay nothing save face, humiliate Yanhuang, and gain a dog with the potential to rank in the top 100. A triple win. Why not? Ha! Sugoi. Matsumoto-kun, it's always you. Leave this to you. Coordinate fully with the Amaterasu Shrine. Make it happen swiftly. And Qing made the decision with delight, and Matsumoto Ryosuke bowed in acceptance. By the way, send Asuka Cheyenne. When dealing with an inexperienced youth, women have the advantage. Hi. While all reincarnators buzzed with discussion and various official organizations made their moves, Yanqing was in his private space, his eyes gleaming with greed. Upon returning to the Reincarnation Tower, Yanqing's private room and personal storage space permissions were unlocked. The private room was an exclusive space for each reincarnator, customizable to their liking and equipped with various life and entertainment functions. The personal storage space was akin to an inventory in games or a cultivator storage ring, allowing reincarnators to store items and props for convenient access. Yanqing set his private room to resemble his past life rental apartment for no other reason than peace of mind. At that moment, he was in his room, eyes glowing with greed as he tallied his gains. 110 reincarnation points, 3 SS rank world chests, 1 achievement titled, 25 free attribute points, 15 from dungeon clear rewards plus 10 from individual SS rank first clear and Yanhuang Nation first clear bonuses, and 3 dungeon cooldown reset cards. The free attribute points needed no explanation. They were to be allocated wherever needed. Reincarnation points had many uses, such as increasing skill proficiency at a 1:1 ratio, purchasing services like training grounds from the Reincarnation Tower, or trading in the Reincarnation Marketplace. World chests could yield anything from that specific world depending on their rank. Dungeon cooldown reset cards allowed reincarnators to ignore the time intervals between dungeons, enabling consecutive challenges. However, the Reincarnation Tower had a rule: regardless of normal entry or using a reset card, one could only enter. Yanqing equipped the achievement title. Title Supernova description: having achieved such a feat in your first dungeon world, you shine like a supernova, illuminating the universe. Effect: all stats 3 in novice dungeon reputation 1. As the reward for the first SS rank in the Reincarnation Tower, the all stats 3 boost was an incredible enhancement, and the title itself was a rare possession. Few in the entire reincarnation space own titles, making it akin to having an extra piece of equipment. Qing was quite satisfied with this. Let's open the chests first. Surveying his gains, Qing decided to open them. When the urge to pull a tin draw struck, nothing could stop him. Not JK Lolitas or pure desire ideals, nothing worked. Though there were only 3 chests, they were still chests. Open. Driven by desire, Qing decisively opened the first one. Obtained Azura Bloodline X1. What the? Was this something a non-paying player like me could get on the first try? Qing was utterly stunned by this first chest. Suppressing his inner excitement, he proceeded to open the remaining 2 chests. Obtained Secret Art 8 Gates Released Formation X1. Obtained Secret Art Earth Grudge Fear X1. After opening all 3, Qing, amid his exhilaration, gained a preliminary understanding of these so-called SS rank world chests. First, the contents of an SS rank chest corresponded to the world's top-tier resources, but the range was broad, from various secret arts to supreme bloodlines. He wondered what the highest possible reward could be. Another discovery was that opening chests did not trigger his critical hit talent. Although it was also an obtainment, it likely fell outside the Reincarnation Tower's reward system. Gazing at the 3 items obtained from the chests in his storage space, Qing began to reconsider his enhancement. Earth Grudge Fear was not for personal use. It was too grotesque, and he couldn't accept such bizarre bodily Azura Bloodline and 8 Gates Released Formation were both peak-tier existences in the Naruto world. Look at Hashirama Senju, who possessed the Azura Bloodline. His chakra reserves were absurdly vast, and his wood style was flashy and formidable, making the entire ninja world howl in agony. But was Hashirama truly powerful because of wood style? Not really. As Azura's reincarnation, even if you gave him Earth style, he could turn it into an Earth God style. So it wasn't wood style that was strong, it was Azura. If Qing obtained the Azura Bloodline with time, he could master all nature transformations to their peak. Water style could become ocean style, Earth style could become Terra style. As for the 8 Gates, it was Might Guy's signature technique in the original work. A physical art that unlocks the Bodis 8 Gates to instantly gain power far beyond one's own limits. Guy dedicated his entire life to a single moment of brilliance, and that moment came at the cost of his own life. Tell me, could such a technique ever be simple? If it weren't for AB holding him back, there would be no place for aliens. Qing's greatest weaknesses now were his chakra reserves and physical attributes, so undoubtedly both were like coal delivered in a snowstorm. As for the fatal side effect of opening the 8 Gates, once Qing's Azura Bloodline grew strong enough, he believed it could offset part of the cost. Having made up his mind, Qing retrieved a test tube filled with a red liquid from his private space. Azura Bloodline description: a bloodline possessing immense vitality and energy. Note: different bloodlines can merge with enhanced attributes. Stacking effects of different bloodlines are retained, while duplicate bloodline effects will be overwritten by the lower tier. Reading the small annotation beneath the description, Qing once again marveled at the power of the Reincarnation Tower. Literally, it meant he could ignore bloodline conflicts and fuse countless bloodlines without limit. The attribute enhancements and innate skills from each bloodline would stack infinitely, while duplicate effects would retain only the highest value. Following the instructions, he crushed the test tube of Azura blood, and immediately the Reincarnation Tower's prompt echoed in his mind. Uchiha bloodline has been changed to Azura bloodline. Acquired talent: Sage Body. After also learning the 8 Gates, Qing reviewed his attribute panel anew. Name: Yin Baba, ID Yin Huang Sector A136666666, Strength 44, Spirit 75, Physique 88, Agility 44, Bloodline Azura Bloodline Talents: Great Critical Hit, Great Commander Mangekyo, Sharingan. Sage Body Skills: Great Fireball, Peak Phoenix, Sage Fire Mastery, Phoenix Flower Claw, Crimson Mastery, Great Dragon Fire Mastery, Phantom, Shunshin Mastery, Shadow Clone. Peak 8 Gates Proficient. Note: to avoid filler, the author will minimize such panels unless necessary. Reincarnation points: 11340 items. Earth Grudge 1, Instance Cooldown Refresh Card, 3 Comprehensive Combat Power, E in the talent column. Besides the previously nominal Mangekyo Sharingan, there was now a new Sage Body from the Azura Bloodline. Talent: Sage Body description: Physique increased by 100, Chakra Reserves increased by 100, Ninjutsu Power increased by 100. Under the boost of the Sage Body, his physique had doubled. Now his physique even exceeded his spirit. To balance spirit and physique for maximum chakra reserves, Qing promptly added all 25 free attribute points to both spirit and physique. Thus his physique and spirit became Spirit 94, Physique 94. His comprehensive combat power had shrunk, rather surged, from H to E rank, leaping 2 levels. Crucially, he still had 0 reincarnation points unused. He tried using the instance cooldown refresh card, but was told he had already entered an instance today and couldn't use it. So there was no rush. Having sorted his gains, Qing turned his attention to the Reincarnation Tower's communication space. According to online sources, no matter how long you spent in an instance, only a moment passed in the tower. Including the time he took to organize his rewards, only 5 minutes had elapsed. But many had already emerged from instances, and Qing eagerly wanted to see how others had fared. However, as soon as he entered the communication space, a flood of dad and 666 overwhelmed his mind. He had been so absorbed in the joy of his rewards that he hadn't noticed the announcements mixed among the various prompts. After silently observing for 5 minutes, Qing finally understood what had happened. He had become famous, not just in his Yanhuang Sector A, but across the entire Yanhuang nation. Even the whole world knew that Yin Baba had achieved the first ever SS rank instance completion. Not only had he helped all Yanhuang people gain 5 free attribute points, but he had also earned the privilege to designate a newbie instance. This contribution seemed a bit too immense. Holy shit. What should he do? Should he reveal his identity? Qing quickly began to strategize. If he came forward as Yin Baba, the Nova training camp spot would be guaranteed and had become a national sensation admired by millions. It would likely catch the attention of Yanhuang's higher-ups. Whether that was good or bad depended entirely on his handling. But as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. Once his identity was exposed, he wouldn't just be targeted by allied forces, but also by foreign official powers and those coveting his strategy intel, even the SS rank rewards. Did he have the strength to ensure his own safety? The answer was no. The Reincarnators at the forefront of the tower were beyond his current ability to contend with. In an instant, Qing saw clearly. Did he need the Nova training camp spot? No. Did he need to be admired? No. Did he need to catch the attention of Yanhuang's higher-ups? Also no. So what benefit would revealing his identity bring? None. Not only was there no benefit, but it would also bring a host of troubles hindering his path to showing off. With that thought, Qing decisively opened the Reincarnation Mall. The Reincarnation Mall was a platform provided by the tower for Reincarnators to trade, offering everything imaginable. Common necessities, medical, entertainment, various hot and cold weapons, even equipment forged from special materials, and divine artifacts with attribute bonuses. Of course, prices ranged from a few reincarnation points to hundreds of thousands. Qing had researched online earlier. He had little need for equipment. This time he was after an item to disguise. When he got to school tomorrow, he'd inevitably have to discuss the tower with others, and the school might also compile Reincarnator info. If anyone found out he was the SS rank, Yin Baba, things would get messy. So he needed to craft a new identity. After searching for a while, he finally found a suitable item. Poker Mask Joker description and Shrank disguise item that allows resetting the Reincarnator's identity information on the mask. When worn, the disguised info overrides the real one, and the Reincarnator can switch as needed. It was a white mask with a black Joker pattern printed above the right eye, priced at 100 reincarnation. For attribute boosting or offensive defensive Shrank gear, prices typically started at 1000. This mask had no combat use. It only set displayed info like name and appearance. But its authority was high, hence the price. The seller had hidden their info, and Qing didn't bother haggling. He bought it at the listed price. Once worn, unless someone used a higher Thance rank item or skill to inspect, they would only see the mask's disguised. Qing set the mask's disguised info, then put it on. After equipping it, he chose to hide the mask's appearance. Name 8 level Fierce Wind ID, Yanhuang Sector, A136666, 10,000 just gone like that. Qing felt a pang of reluctance. That sum would have been enough to elevate a proficient skill to its pinnacle. Yet for the sake of safety, the expenditure was justified. He believed that few possessed the ability to inspect items or skills at Shrank or above, and even if they did, they wouldn't target him. After completing the disguise, Qing attempted to speak in the communication space. 8 level Great Gale, Yin Dad 666. Future Long, I was fortunate enough to experience the same instance as Big Brother Yin Dad. If you wish to know his magnificent feats within, feel free to message me privately. The price is negotiable. Past bitterness, I can vouch for Brother Fangshan. We both cleared the Naruto world with Big Brother Yin Dad. I swear by the name of the Reincarnation Tower. Broad daylight, anyone can boast. With names like yours, you two don't seem trustworthy. Future Long. Past bitterness. The displayed name changed to 8 level Great Gale, confirming the disguise had taken effect. Qing spent another half hour in the communication space, finding little but empty boasts and no useful information. He then listed the Earth Grudge in the Reincarnation Marketplace for 100 reincarnation points and exited the tower. In the real world, the dragon tattoo on Qing's arm gradually dimmed. He checked the time. Only an hour had passed. That was the duration of his stay in the Reincarnation Tower, whereas in the Naruto world a full year and a half had elapsed. Such manipulation of time and space proved the tower was no ordinary artifact. Half an hour later, Qing took a shower and then searched online for information about authorities. Whether due to the high-level nature of authorities or other reasons, relevant content was scarce and the useful information he found was minimal. However, the few pieces he found aligned closely with his conjectures. Many instance worlds possessed unique authority powers, and some required compatible bloodlines for integration. Otherwise, one might pay a tremendous price to obtain them. It seems he'll have to conserve reincarnation points for authorities in the early stages. With the beginner instances sealed, the authorities he could access in the short term would come at a great cost. For ordinary reincarnators, that immense cost was nearly insurmountable, but for Qing it merely meant a bit of frugality. "Xiao Qingqing, are you home?" As he was planning how to use his points, a knock came at the door. Qing rose to answer it. Outside stood a youthful girl with a lovely face and a stunning figure. Memories flooded back. Su Qianqian, Qing's neighbor and tenant, was a senior interning as a planner at a nearby e-commerce company. After his parents passed away, the greatest legacy they left Qing was this house in the urban village. The three-story house had Qing living on the top floor, while the lower two were rented out, barely sustaining him on tens of thousands in rent each year. The second floor housed Su Qianqian and her college classmate. The first floor with its storefront was rented to an out-of-town family running a small supermarket. "Qianqian Jia, what brings you here? I heard today is the novice instance day. How did it go?" Su Qianqian handed Qing a small lunchbox and sidled into the room. Inside was the dinner she had prepared for him. Whenever she cooked, she would make an extra portion for Qing. This habit had persisted for a long time, and despite their frequent teasing, they shared a good relationship. Not bad. The Naruto world got an A rank evaluation. Qing almost slipped and said SSS, but quickly corrected himself to a rank. Though this evaluation was still high, it was acceptable and didn't sell himself short. "What? A rank. Did you buy a guide?" Su Qianqian had just bitten into an apple on the table and nearly choked. "Do I need a guide with my abilities?" Taking advantage of her shock, Qing snatched the apple from her hand and bit into it, not minding that she had already seeing him eat from the same spot. She had Su Qianqian's cheeks flushed. "Qianqian Jia, I recall you mentioned you were stuck on the Naruto world instance, right?" "Oh, yeah, stuck on the 5th floor. Since I failed once, I lost 50 of my attributes, so." At Qing's words, Su Qianqian couldn't help but recall her past experience. She had been quite talented, passing the first 4 floors by her sophomore year, but ultimately met her downfall on the 5th. Floors ending in 5 in the Reincarnation Tower were chaotic battle worlds where reincarnators from all over the globe gathered. Besides completing the tower's main quests, they had to fight against reincarnators from other nations. The 5th floor of the Naruto world spanned from the original story's beginning to the Chunin exams. The standard task was to graduate from the Ninja Academy and pass the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams, namely the preliminaries. Evaluation was based on performance. With many reincarnators participating, completing the exam wasn't too difficult as long as one didn't encounter the original story's prodigies or well-developed reincarnators. Unfortunately, Su Qianqian was unlucky. Her team encountered powerful foreign reincarnators. Not only did they fail to collect the Heaven and Earth scrolls, but they nearly lost their lives. Ultimately, the task was deemed a failure, and she was expelled after a 50 attribute deduction. Weakened and traumatized, she had lacked the courage to enter the Reincarnation Tower since. Seeing her dejected look, Qing felt a pang of sympathy. Previously, he could do nothing, but now he was well-versed in the Naruto world. Even with only half the attributes of an ordinary person, he could devise a short-term strategy for her rise. The question was, which direction should she develop in? Qing glanced at her, his gaze quickly drawn to her figure, which rivaled Tsunade's. If she learned techniques like the Yin Seal or the 100 Healings, she would be a younger version of Tsunade. Qianqian, Jia, do you still want to enter the Reincarnation Tower?" Noticing where his eyes had wandered, Su Qianqian blushed and shifted slightly. "I don't know. Maybe. If there's a chance, I'd like to try again." Her voice was subdued. "If not, I'll just work hard, find someone to marry, and that's about it." She forced a smile as she spoke. If she couldn't keep advancing in the Reincarnation Tower, she would be like any ordinary person toiling for a living. And in this world, ordinary people were like the lower class of the past, insignificant and pitiful before the privileged class of high-level reincarnators. If there was even a sliver of a chance, who wouldn't want to be among the elite? There will be a chance. Qing finished the apple, opened the lunchbox, and picked up a sweet and sour spare rib with his hand, chewing as he spoke. "I hope so. Remember to wash the dishes before returning them." Su Qianqian's tone shifted abruptly, and after speaking, she bid him farewell and left. After seeing her off, Qing looked up information online and began planning. From entering the instance to the Chunin exams, there's about 2 months. It's tight, but he'll do it this way. After a moment of thought, Qing took out paper and a pen and began to scribble. The next day dawned bright and fair. Qing rose early, placed a note inside the clean heart-shaped lunchbox, and knocked on Su Qianqian's door on the 2nd floor. After a moment, Su Qianqian appeared at the doorway, clad in a translucent nightgown, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "What is it at this hour?" "Qianqian, erase your lunchbox. Oh, there's a little gift inside. Remember to look at it alone." Catching sight of her attire, Qing swallowed hard, thrust the lunchbox into her hands, and hurriedly fled. Even having lived 2 lives, such a sight was enough to shake his composure. Su Qianqian returned to her bedroom, opened the lunchbox, and found an A4 sheet of paper inside. "What's this kid up to?" "A love letter." Su Qianqian unfolded the paper. "First, study surgical techniques on your own. Could he be trying to persuade me to become a doctor?" Recalling their conversation from the previous night, she thought Qing was suggesting she change careers. But as she read on, Su Qianqian grew excited. Find a medical ninja named Guetu to learn the palm sage art, then seek out a female ninja called Tsunade in Tanigaki Street. Strategies for Gitu. Strategies for Tsunade. Target techniques: palm sage art, in seal, shikatsu forest sage art. If this strategy works, not only can I make up for the deducted attributes, but even, at least he has some conscience. After a moment, a warm smile spread across Su Qianqian's face. She carefully folded the A4 paper and, finding no pocket in her nightgown, tucked it cautiously into her bosom. Meanwhile, Yanqing had already arrived at the classroom. Today the school was tallying the students' clearance results, so everyone had come unusually early. But fortunes varied. Some were satisfied with their evaluation and chatted excitedly about their experiences in the Reincarnation Tower. Others had merely set up their basic info and skipped the instance, while a few had failed and slumped over their desks, lost in dejection. Fortunately, it was only a novice instance. No casualties had occurred yet. You think that Yin Baba from yesterday might be from our school at Get Real? An SS rank evaluation. Aside from those top-tier second-generation loopers from the capital, I can't imagine anyone else pulling off a strategy like that. If I could join Yin Baba's team, I'd do anything. Whom could my first teammate be emerging? Yanqing turned his head to glance, but the sight of the speaker, a formidable figure, made him quickly avert his gaze and take his seat. Guolei had also arrived early, lying slumped like a wilted eggplant. Guoba, what's up? You didn't make it through. Yanqing patted Guolei's shoulder and asked, "Did you make it, eh?" Guolei sat up abruptly, disbelief in his voice. As one of the top two laggards in Yunqing No. 1 High, there was no reason he would fail while the other succeeded. Don't you know who I am? The Naruto world, a rank evaluation. You son of a... Guolei's eyes welled up at Yanqing's words. What happened? Failing shouldn't be this bad. Damn it, I ran into the Iron Man instance yesterday. Following my dad's strategy, I didn't even meet Iron Man before the mission failed. Guolei's eyes were bloodshot, clearly furious. How could you fail with a strategy? Don't even mention that crappy guide. It pisses me off. Newbies who chose attribute bonuses all start as military soldiers tasked with escorting the arms dealer back to the country through the desert. The strategy said all he wanted was a cheeseburger when rescued. So when I met the arms dealer, I whipped out a pre-prepared burger, only to find 7 or 8 others doing the same. Got no benefit at all. Worse, some idiot kept buzzing around trying to pry out Iron Man's identity, which got Colonel Rhodes suspicious. We were all sent to the FBI for interrogation and locked up until the mission failed. Hearing Guolei's story, Yanqing couldn't help but smile. The main quests for the Iron Man instance were to rescue Tony Stark, join Stark Industries, and find the mastermind behind Stark's kidnapping. Following public strategies, locating Obadiah Stane would complete the mission without needing to participate in the final battle, so Stark's true identity remained unknown. Once a novice instance was assigned, it couldn't be changed, meaning Guolei was stuck with Iron Man. And those online strategies were so overused they were practically useless. As his best friend and prospective teammate, Yanqing had to help. Now that he knew the instance, it was manageable. For Yanqing, who knew the story well, completing the main quests, or even getting a suit of armor from Tony, wasn't. But looking ahead, external gear like armor mattered little. True strength came from within. Besides finishing the main quests, it might be better too. Alright, stop moping. You're in luck. Yesterday, while clearing the Naruto world instance, I ran into a big shot. I latched onto him so well that he was pleased and gave me some exclusive intel on the Iron Man world. Hey, you're about to hit the jackpot. Holy crap, how did you butter him up? Teach me. Guolei's focus had veered off in a strange direction. That's not the point. The point is the exclusive intel on Iron Man. Exclusive? How exclusive? You sure it won't land me back in the FBI? Their interrogation methods. Man, look at my red eyes. I had nightmares all night. Don't worry, it's exclusive like nothing before. Next time you enter the instance, skip the fancy tricks. Stick to the main quest, then find a company called Advanced Idea Mechanics. Sneak in and become a test subject for something called Extremis Virus. There's a chance it kills you, but if it works, you'll become an immortal superhuman. Immortal superhuman. That's awesome. Wait, what? It might kill me. As a looper, you have attribute bonuses, so you're tougher than the average person. The success rate is decent. Besides, it's a novice instance. You can quit with no loss. If things go south, just bail and start over. True, but I want die in there, right? Relax, you want. Alright, I'll trust you this time. I was planning to go the assassin route, but being an immortal superhuman doesn't seem to conflict. Guolei's spirits lifted, his despondency vanishing. You want to be an assassin? Yanqing looked at Guolei's burly frame with some confusion. Yeah, assassins are so cool. A god of death walking in the shadows. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Yanqing said nothing, silently apologizing to Guolei in his mind. He had instinctively mapped out a tank path for Guolei based on his build and the team's needs. He just hoped Guolei's obsession with being an assassin wasn't too deep. Just then, exclamations erupted from the other end of the classroom. What? A rank? You're incredible. Brother Kai is awesome. Take me along next time. Yanqing and Guolei followed the sound and saw Chun Kai surrounded by a group of classmates, flipping his long hair with an air of confidence and pride. Just lucky. I happened to run into a dungeon called Naruto World that my family had bought guides for and casually got in a rank evaluation. Guole overheard their conversation and couldn't help but pat his chest. Good thing you also got in a rank, or would be. Yanqing, however, was reminded of something. In a rank evaluation. Apart from the ill-fated Kai Shin, it seemed the other 8 who cleared the dungeon with him might all have a rank potential. Moreover, among those 8, one seemed to go by the name Young Master Kai. Unfortunately, he hadn't interacted much with them, so he couldn't confirm. Those who achieved a rank were few and far between, thus it was quite possible they were the same person. Just then the bespectacled, elegant female teacher entered, and everyone quietly returned to their seats. Students, as per school requirements, we will now tally your novice dungeon clearance results. This will be done through oral reporting and will not be verified. However, if your results are outstanding, Yanhuang officials will contact you in the Reincarnation Tower for confirmation later. Please report truthfully. When your name is called, announce the dungeon name and evaluation. Yi Chun, Resident Evil World Drank. Lin Bei, Attack on Titan World Drank. Xiao Yi, I Am Legend World Crank. Yi Qingxian, The Amazing Spider-Man World Brank. Whoa. As soon as Yi Qingxian announced her evaluation, it caused an uproar with some covering their mouths and whispering. With most people getting C or D ranks, a sudden brank was quite eye-catching, especially since she was the class beauty. As expected of the woman I've set my sights on, this evaluation barely matches me. Chen Kai, sitting not far from Yi Qingxuan, flashed a smug grin and teased in a voice loud enough for her to hear. Yi Qingxian heard him, but ignored him completely, not even sparing a glance. Behind her, Yanqing admired her figure, reminded of some Spider-Woman cosplay photos from his past life, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What's 6p? Yi Qingxian turned and glared at Yanqing. "Nothing." Yanqing sniffled, wiping him from a brank. "If you ever pull my hair again, I'll show you what it means to regret it." Yi Qingchuan's eyes glinted coldly, sending a chill down Yanqing's spine. Chen Kai noticed their exchange and felt a surge of jealousy, glaring at Yanqing with undisguised murderous intent. Chen Kai, Naruto World a rank. Whoa. Chen Kai deliberately emphasized the word a rank, successfully stirring up the class again. But Yi Qingxian was still talking to Yanqing, paying no attention to his moment of glory. He had tried to show off, but failed, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. Guole, Iron Man World F. Failed. Guole blushed as he reported last night's result. "Ha, what kind of BA is this? One of the Class 2 BAS. Stutter, huh?" Laughter erupted around them. Guole wasn't the first to fail, but he was the first to be mocked. Everyone knew he and Yanqing loved to clown around, so why not join in the fun? Quiet down. Next, Yanqing. It was Yanqing's turn. Before he could speak, whispers started around him. Given the famous reputation of the Class 2 BA, Yanqing probably failed too, right? If he passed, delete my shit. Bro, that won't go down easy. Just as everyone was talking, Yanqing spoke. Naruto World a rank. Yanqing announced the evaluation he had fabricated. Whoa. The class erupted again. The guy who swore to eat shit shrank back. Even the elegant teacher was surprised. Yanqing, usually a troublemaker and poor student, had actually turned things around. A single class producing 2 ranks was remarkable. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yanqing sat down calmly. Chen Kai's murderous glare intensified, while Yi Qingxian turned around, her mouth forming an O as she stared at him. Looks like he'd still have his hair pulled. The bell rang for the end of class. Chen Kai, Yanqing, follow me to the office. At the office, the elegant teacher Qing Kejuan invited them to sit. She was 26, their homeroom teacher and a powerhouse who had cleared the 9th floor of the Reincarnation Tower. "I called you here because of the Nova training camp slots. Our school's Luo Qingqing exceeded expectations and obtained the only known rank in Cloud City, essentially securing 1 slot. The remaining 2 will be contested among all rank holders. You both have ranks and are eligible to compete for a slot. Rest assured, Teacher Qin, I will secure one." Chen Kai eagerly declared his determination. Yanqing, however, was a bit stunned. He thought a rank would be low-key enough, but it still stood out too much. He might as well have fabricated a rank to avoid the hassle. And in a rank gave a chance at the top national training camp. This generation of Reincarnators was truly unambitious. "I give up. Alright, give me your IDs, and I'll register you." "Huh. Wait, Yanqing, you. Qing Kejuan, Teacher Qin, although I cleared Naruto World within a rank, I only learned support skills which aren't suited for combat. Even if I participate, I have no chance. It's better to study guides than waste time on the selection." "Coward," Chen Kai sneered. Yanqing frowned, but ignored him. Recalling the bullying Chen Kai had inflicted on the original owner, Yanqing had already sentenced him to death, in his heart waiting for the right moment to eliminate him. Entering the training camp gives access to guides and intel ordinary people can't get, plus material support. This is a rare opportunity. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Qing Kejuan looked at Yanqing quizzically. Wasn't this the attention-seeking troublemaker? Why did he suddenly seem so unfathomable? He gave off a contradictory vibe, seemingly unambitious yet shrewdly confident. It was very puzzling. At 9 p.m., Yanqing entered the Reincarnation Tower punctually. The moment his consciousness materialized in his private room, several notification chimes rang out. In the Reincarnation Tower, it was impossible to privately message or add friends without knowing the other party's ID. However, by using permission items, such as voice amplifiers or message slips, one could send one-way messages to Reincarnators whose names were known. Yet these permission items were far from cheap, typically used only by official organizations or major factions on rare occasions. Qing checked and found 4 messages sent via permission items, 2 from the Yanhuang and the beautiful country's official authorities, 1 from an organization named Yanhuang Ninja Sect, and 1 from a Sakura country reincarnator called Asuka Hanazono. The Yanhuang official stated that if Qing was willing, he could join their top-tier rookie training camp Supernova without examination, with resource allocation prioritized. Provided his background was clean and his performance outstanding, he could later directly enter the official Yanhuang Reincarnator organization Heavenly Court. The conditions were tempting, but Qing had his own plans, so he could only regretfully decline. The beautiful country, on the other hand, indicated that if Qing was willing to contribute his strategies and the SS rank evaluation rewards, he could be granted citizenship. Rolling his eyes at this rather low EQ and inexplicably confident offer, Qing simply ignored it. Then came the Yanhuang Ninja Sect, who believed Qing had exceptional talent in the ninja profession and invited him to join their organization, offering to provide free resources such as strategies and items. Qing had learned about such organizations online. They were spontaneously formed by reincarnators with clear career paths who collectively elected a recognized strong leader, with regional heads chosen below. These heads facilitated intelligence exchange and resource trading akin to martial arts sects in a modern context, representing relatively loose civilian factions. Qing speculated that their olive branch was likely aimed at leveraging his SS rank fame to boost their own prestige, thereby exchanging for better intelligence and resources with other groups. Having turned down the official offer, he certainly wouldn't settle for such a minor organization, so he ignored them as well. Finally, the message from the Sakura country reincarnator left, Qing scratching his head. The message read, "Honorable Yin Baba, I possess a method for you to attain the supreme power of the Naruto world. If interested, come to the Sakura district of the Reincarnation Hall restroom, SNS 839, for a face-to-face discussion." The supreme power of the Naruto world. Did she know how to obtain the Sage of Six Paths power? Or the Otsutsuki bloodline? But that couldn't be right. The Naruto world's progress hadn't reached the later stages yet. Oh, no one should know such information. Or perhaps she was fishing, planning to drug him and drag him into a dark room once he arrived. Yet attacking was prohibited in the Reincarnation Hall, and poison was ineffective. A Sakura country reincarnator. Could it be about the authority? After pondering for a while, Qing deemed this possibility the most likely. She had learned of his Yanhuang identity through the announcement, thus knowing his bloodline was incompatible with the Naruto world's authority. So she intended to propose some intelligence as a bargaining chip to gain benefits from him. Gradually sorting out his thoughts, Qing decided to meet this Asuka Hanazono, curious about what authority-related intelligence the Sakura country might offer. The Reincarnation Hall served as the leisure hub for all reincarnators in the tower. It offered numerous auxiliary functions and consumption options, providing any service as long as one had reincarnation points. This was Qing's first visit, having forgotten earlier due to the SS rank announcement commotion. Save the people. 3,000 reincarnation points. Just as he entered the hall, a voluptuous beauty with an shaped figure approached him. Despite her impressive assets, Qing couldn't understand her English, so he had to politely decline. Currently in the Yanhuang District Hall, Qing teleported to the Sakura District Hall, switched his identity back to Yin Baba, and located the restroom based on the reincarnator's message. After passing authentication and entering, he saw several translucent gauze curtains and a soft pink carpet. Through the curtains, a pink bed was faintly visible, with a figure possessing and shaped silhouette seated upon it. The air was thick with a perfume that stirred the senses. "Honorable Yin Baba, welcome to the rest room I have specially prepared for you. Are you satisfied with the decor?" A soft female voice sounded, its seductive tones seemingly capable of melting even the most stubborn bones. She spoke in Japanese, a language Qing was not well versed in, yet he understood her meaning. This was another function of the Reincarnation Tower, akin to consciousness communication, bypassing language barriers, so each could speak their own tongue and still comprehend. As her words faded, the transparent curtains parted automatically, revealing a figure that made Qing's a stunningly beautiful face, hair cascading like a waterfall, skin like milk, and a curvaceous, alluring body clad in sheer black stockings. Not to mention the barely concealed assets dazzled him. A bit too conservative. If the pose were more relaxed, the effect might be better, Qing said, while rubbing his hands ready to climb onto the bed. Seeing Qing's eager demeanor, Asuka Hanazono chuckled inwardly, just an inexperienced young lad taking the bait. When it came to seduction, she had roamed the Sakura country for 20 years without encountering a rival. From octogenarians to 80-year-olds, all lost their composure before her, falling into disarray and bending to her will. Yet in the end, they paid the price without even a hint of reward. Truly, they ended up with nothing after all their fawning. Yankun, don't be so hasty, we haven't even properly introduced ourselves, she said, dodging, as Yanqing's roaming hand reached for her chest, her voice dripping with feigned shyness. Imyan Baba, you're Asuka. Okay, let's move to the next step, he replied, extending his hand once more. Doesn't Yankun want to know how to obtain the supreme power of the Naruto world? To hell with supreme power. Let's handle business first, we can talk about the rest over a post-coital cigarette. Yankun, don't be impatient. Let's discuss the important matters first. As for the rest, I don't wish to give up my first time in the Reincarnation Tower. When you visit the Sakura country, I promise to serve you well, in any position you desire. Damn, all talk and no action. Just fishing, huh? With such practiced moves claiming it's her first time. That's like using a knife to cut paper. Utterly ridiculous. Alright, fine, tell me about this supreme power and the conditions. I'm busy. Yanqing's expression instantly shifted to one of impatience, his earlier eagerness replaced by clarity. Asuka Hanazono then realized she had likely been deceived by his facade. This was no inexperienced lad losing his composure, but a shameless old pervert with no sense of decency. With that thought, she waved her hand lightly, and a red silk robe wrapped around her, covering herself completely. Her voice lost its seductive edge. Very well, then let's first discuss the supreme power of the Naruto world. A senior from our Sakura country recently defeated Orochimaru, completing the Naruto world's final stage, and obtained a special eye from the world chest. Upon using that eye, they gained immense power and received special intelligence bestowed by certain deities. Defeated Orochimaru. Final stage. If that's the case, I'm not sure I can trust this intelligence. Oh, what kind of intelligence? Despite his inner skepticism, Yanqing played along on the surface. Have you heard of authority? Authority? No, I haven't. Yanqing feigned ignorance, his expression perfectly mimicking that of a straight man. Authority is the supreme power unique to each copy world, and to obtain it one must possess the bloodline of the corresponding nation. So, I can't obtain the supreme power of the Naruto world. Yes, but it's not absolute. If you can acquire Sakura country citizenship and transfer to the Sakura district, this restriction vanishes. You can directly join our official Reincarnator organization, the Amaterasu Shrine, enjoying an exalted status and the best resources. After hearing the other parties' terms, Yanqing had a rough guess in his mind. As a newcomer to the Reincarnation Tower, he was incredibly lucky to achieve an SS rank evaluation in the novice dungeon. Logically, that would merely mark him as a promising rookie. A private message like the one from the United States would have been sufficient attention, it wouldn't warrant cross-border recruitment. But the Naruto world happened to be Sakura country's dungeon. For a Yanhuang person to take the top spot in their own dungeon, the officials probably felt humiliated. Yet they dared not confront Yanhuang directly, so they resorted to poaching talent to salvage national pride and incidentally slap Yanhuang's authorities in the face. So that was their game, a roundabout strategy. Their intentions were blatantly obvious, but unfortunately, Yanqing the tyrant wasn't tempted by such petty gains. However, since they were offering benefits, joining Sakura country isn't out of the question, but if you expect me to betray my homeland with mere empty words, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Asuna Miyabi sighed, inwardly thinking what a troublesome fellow he was, never committing without seeing the bait. Of course, I am here on the orders of the Tenjin Shrine. His Excellency the High Priest has promised that once you switch to the Sakura region in the Reincarnation Tower and submit your nationality change application, we will immediately trade you in Shrank Ninjutsu from the Naruto world. After you arrive in Sakura country, even more skills and cultivation resources await. Shrank Ninjutsu. Yanqing recalled that across the entire Naruto series, only a few techniques were rated Shrank in Pure World Reincarnation, Flying Thunder God, Raisin Shuriken Kirin, and various sealing arts. Each one was essentially game-breaking. However, since she mentioned a secret technique, it was likely another ability but becoming a Sakuran was absolutely out of the question. And Shrank's secret technique. And I have to transfer regions first. That doesn't seem very sincere. This is the highest level skill currently known in the Naruto world, obtained by a Sakuran senior from a world chest. Yanqing wanted to negotiate for more, but Asuna Miyabi insisted this was the best offer. It was clear that the Naruto world's development progress was truly lagging. Fine, but these are all just promises. How about giving me some rank skills or items first? Otherwise, I really have no motivation. I need to consult with His Excellency the High Priest. Hearing this, Yanqing rolled his eyes. She was pulling the sales trick. Pretend to call for approval, get a discount, and then happily announce it's been granted. Sure enough. Wonderful news, Yankun. His Excellency has agreed. It's a rank item from the Naruto world. Oh, what is it? It's a consumable called Secret Toad Oil, which grants immense power for a short time. What the hell? Toad Oil. This is also a consumable from the Naruto world of unknown origin. When applied to the skin, it temporarily bestows great strength. However, it has side effects. Only a small amount can be used. Excessive application can cause physical transformation or even petrification. Could it be that thing? Yanqing recalled the plot, where Naruto learned Sage Mode. In the original work, to defeat the mid-boss Pain, Naruto followed Toad Sage Fukusaku to Mount Miyaboku via reverse summoning to learn Sage Mode. Entering Sage mode required absorbing natural energy. To help Naruto experience this energy, Fukusaku brought out one of Mount Myobika's treasures, secret toad oil. Applying this toad oil allowed the body to autonomously absorb natural energy. By combining it with chakra and maintaining balance, one could enter the legendary Sage mode, doubling their power. Of course, the natural energy absorbed via toad oil was difficult to control and maintain balance. Thus, the oil could only be used for a brief experience of natural energy, not as a continuous supply. To truly master Sage mode, one had to absorb the energy themselves. Moreover, the oil had side effects. The more applied, the more natural energy absorbed. Exceeding the limit would turn one into a toad, or even cause petrification by merging with nature. In the original story, both Jiraiya and Naruto only successfully mastered Sage mode after prolonged training on Mount Myobika, learning to absorb natural energy on their own. Of course, all of this required knowing what natural energy was, and toad oil was the best medium to contact it. If that was really the item, wouldn't he be able to learn Sage mode ahead of time? This was a treasure. With his Sage body, he was naturally attuned to natural energy. Once he experienced it, mastering Sage mode would be effortless. For those who understood its origins, toad oil was one of the keys to Sage mode, easily worth an rank item. But for the ignorant Sakurans, it was a worthless consumable. Since it turned users into toads, female reincarnators would never use it. As for others, there were plenty of alternatives. Many worlds had elixirs and dishes that temporarily boosted combat power. Thus, this useless item was given to Yanqing. Petrification. You're giving me an item that might kill me. Yanqing was ecstatic inside, but feigned anger. Yankun, this is the greatest concession His Excellency the High Priest is willing to make. Asuna Miyabi frowned slightly. His repeated insatiability was starting to irritate her. After all, she was a direct disciple of one of the 8 halls holding considerable status in Sakura country. Before meeting Yanqing, her master had advised her that although this was an official and high priest-issued mission, she shouldn't degrade herself. If he proved too ungrateful, abandoning the mission was acceptable. He was just a newcomer fresh out of the novice dungeon. She doubted the high priest would go out of his way to trouble their master-disciple pair over such a person. However, failing the mission meant not only losing the high priest's promised reward, but also potentially affecting future resource allocation. Just as Asuna Miyabi was growing more aggrieved and ready to snap, Yanqing spoke. All right. This worthless junk may be useless, but at least it shows your sincerity. He'll reluctantly accept it. Huh, why the sudden change? Really, Yankun? Yeah, that's it. Trade me the item and I'll apply for the region transfer when I get the chance. Thank you, Yankun. When you arrive in Sakura country, I'll make sure to treat you well. Treat me in any position, only if your strength surpasses mine. She had just promised anything once he arrived, but now she added condition. TCH women. They added each other as friends, and Asuna Miyabi traded the toad oil to Yanqing. In her view, joining Sakura country was an all-benefit knowledge affair. The fact that he had negotiated for so long meant he had accepted her terms and would surely proceed with the transfer. She happily logged out of the Reincarnation Tower, eager to share the good news with her master. The naive girl had no idea that her nightmare was just beginning. Yanqing returned to the Yanhuang district and switched his identity to 8-level Great Gale. 2 friend request notifications suddenly chimed. He had exchanged IDs with Guolei and Yiqing Xian during the day, and the 3 had agreed to add each other as friends upon entering the Reincarnation Tower. For easier communication, Yanqing directly created a chatroom and pulled both Guolei and Yiqing Xian in. Fire-flavored chips, salt babe, is that you? I'm Chips. 8-level Great Gale hot pot flavor. Your name has some flair. Fire-flavored chips, yours isn't. Green grass, what's so special about your names? I don't see it. Fire-flavored chips, Yiqing Xian. Green grass. Fire-flavored chips, this grass of yours. Is it proper? Green grass, it's just a plant, thank you. Fire-flavored chips, so that's good then. Green grass. 8-level Great Gale, enough of this, let's meet at the Reincarnation Hall first. Fire-flavored chips, OJBK. Inside a luxurious lounge, 2 tall and handsome men and a slender, pure-looking beauty stared at each other in bewilderment. After a moment, one of the handsome men tentatively whispered, Salt. Salt, babe. The other handsome man replied tentatively, Chips. Chips. The slender beauty remained silent. A moment later, you're utterly shameless. Is that even you? You maxed out the beauty filter, didn't you? At least I still look somewhat like myself. Yanqing stepped back several meters from Guolei in disdain. Both were like Zhang Fei and Li Kuei. Neither of us has room to talk. Humans are naturally drawn to beautiful things. When initially setting their avatars, all 3 had tacitly chosen to make themselves as attractive as possible. Yanqing had transformed from an ordinary youth into a handsome man. Guolei, on the other hand, had changed from a tall, burly brute into a pretty boy. Among the 3, Yiqing Xian was the most restrained. She didn't adjust her face much, but couldn't resist tweaking her figure. Her innocent features paired with an alluring shaped curve made even Yanqing struggle to maintain his composure. The 3 sat down, and Yanqing started chatting with Yiqing Xian. Green. I'll just call you Yiqing Xian. Whatever. Xuan-Yuan, you cleared the amazing Spider-Man world, right? How did it go? I got a rank evaluation, earned 500 reincarnation points, And from the Brank World chest, I opened a weakened version of the spider serum. Now I'm just a weakened female Spider-Man. My overall combat power is F. After hearing Yi Qingchuan's words, Yanqing couldn't help but marvel at her incredible luck. Even a common Brank World chest had yielded the spider serum. Damn, the existence of such lucky dogs was truly ubiquitous. After learning about Yi Qingchuan's situation, Yanqing traded a shimmering blue card to Guolei. The card depicted two overlapping triangles. It was the instance cooldown reset card he had obtained. Alright, I'm off. Guolei used the card, and the cooldown for entering the instance world was reset. Get lost, get lost. If you feel like you're about to explode, remember to quit early. Guolei's figure vanished from the spot. The next second, Guolei reappeared in the same place, wearing only a pair of boxers, startling Yi Qingxian into a scream as she covered her eyes. Liar. Didn't you say it would be fine? Guolei covered his chest with both hands, tears welling in his eyes. You came back alive, and well, so what's the evaluation? Shrank. No, that's not the point. I went through hell and high water to find that company you mentioned, and they tied me to an operating table, stabbed me dozens of times with needles, and ran all sorts of experiments. More brutal than Frankenstein. Damn it all. Easy, easy. Compared to that pain, you're now an unkillable cockroach. You've hit the jackpot. To verify, Yanqing drew a short sword and slashed it across Guolei's arm, instantly causing a centipede-like wound to gush blood. But the next second, the wound emitted a bright yellow glow and the arm healed completely. Yi Qingxian blinked, her big eyes utterly incredulous. Is this Iron Man? Isn't Iron Man a mecha world? How is there superpower? And why isn't he wearing clothes? Hee, clueless aren't you? Salt Babe gave me the strategy. No need to lick that Tony guy's boots at all. A hidden quest got me in Shrank evaluation. As for the clothes, my ability generates intense heat. When used, they burned off. Guolei admired his glistening naked body with self-satisfaction. Can you put on some clothes before you speak? Yanqing shot him a disdainful glance. You have a guide for Iron Man too. Yi Qingxian looked at Yanqing with confusion. I dreamed it up. What kind of pose does one need for that dream? By the way, Salt Babe, I got this from the chest. See if I'm about to take off. Guolei put on his clothes and took a glowing round metal box from his space. An arc reactor. Good heavens. Didn't get the Iron Man armor, but you've mastered the core technology first, huh? And in Shrank chest only yields this. Yanqing sighed, inwardly thinking Guolei was even unluckier than himself. It's pretty useless. Maybe you can trade it to the Yanhuang authorities for some benefits. This thing was just a high-end generator, utterly pointless for someone on a self-enhancement path. The energy technology within it, however, might be of greater interest to the nation. After settling Guolei's matters, Yanqing revealed the purpose of gathering the two today. In planning to form a reincarnation squad. Are you interested? We're the twin overlords of First High. We've got to team up. Guolei replied excitedly. Imminent too. Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement. Whether entering instances or not having more people meant more security, especially with familiar people from the real world. There's something I need to clarify first. I want follow the instance cooldown schedule. Tomorrow night, I'll use a cooldown reset card to enter the second floor, and I'll often use them in the future. Can you accept that? Yanqing looked at the two and shared his thoughts. I'll follow your lead. The random reward from the Iron Man instance just happened to be a cooldown reset card. As his most loyal best friend, Guolei made the decision without hesitation. Sure, but I don't have a cooldown reset card. My last random reward was the Spider-Man suit. Yi Qingxian also stated her position. Yanqing opened the Reincarnation Mall to check if they sold instance cooldown reset cards. Not only were they available, but there were many, and the price was low for him. 1,000 reincarnation points per card. Some had even been sitting unsold for years. Yanqing understood after a moment's thought. For ordinary people, the Reincarnation Tower was no place for a leisurely vacation. Unless they were absolutely certain who would waste reincarnation points seeking torment. Many people only entered an instance once every few months. They'll cover your cooldown reset card this time, but I have a condition. What condition? Among the three of us, you are the weakest, so any improvement is welcome. Put on the Spider-Man suit so I can see how much of a boost it gives you. Yanqing's expression was righteous, as if solely concerned for her and the team. Yi Qingxuan, suspecting nothing, changed her clothes into the Spider-Man suit in the blink of an eye. Then extending a single hand, a web strand shot from the device on her wrist, accurately hitting a strawberry on the coffee table and retracting it into her hand. Seeing her curvaceous and lithe figure, Guolei finally realized Yanqing's true intention. This suit was truly top-notch. Yanqing was engrossed in watching when he suddenly noticed that there was something off with Guolei. The brilliance beneath his skin was swirling wildly, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Alright, switch back quickly. Cough, this outfit is a bit too eye-catching, and it's not suitable to wear in the dungeon world. We'll talk about it when the need arises. Once Guolei's excitement stabilized, Yanqing spoke again. Okay, since you all have decided to team up with me, we are now comrades bound by life and death. There is one thing I don't want to hide from you, but you must promise to keep it a secret. Don't worry, we won't say a word, even if it kills us. Yanqing looked at the two with great emotion, but still forced them to sign a reincarnation contract. Actually, I am Yin Ba, right? Yin Dad. Is he taking advantage of us? Guolei didn't react immediately, thinking Yin Qing was just joking. You mean the Yin Ba who achieved an SSS rating in yesterday's announcement? Yi Qingxian reacted incredulously, covering her mouth. Yes, I don't want to make this public for now, so I bought a disguise item called the poker mask, Yin Qing said as he switched back to Yin Ba's identity information. In the astonished gazes of the two, Yin Qing switched back to the identity of level 8 Great Gale. Before we proceed, have your names been exposed? No. The two shook their heads simultaneously. That's good. If you want to team up with me, your names might also appear in the announcement. To reduce complications, it's best to disguise yourselves as well. Can I be on the announcement too? This is a matter of great honor. Why should I disguise myself? Guolei's attention shifted to the strange point again. Are you stupid? Once everyone knows your true identity, various forces will definitely keep an eye on you. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind, haven't you heard? Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at Guolei. Oh, what if those forces that only recruit female reincarnators focus on me? Guolei asked with a wandering gaze, and Yi Qingxian felt she couldn't communicate with him, so she turned to Yin Qing. I just checked the shop. That poker mask is still available, but it's a bit pricey. Poker Mask Heart Queen and Poker Mask Spade A both priced at 1,000 reincarnation points, which I can't afford at the moment. I just barely have enough. I earned 1,300 reincarnation points in the Iron Man dungeon, but I haven't decided how to spend it yet. Guolei pulled back his thoughts and directly bought the Spade A mask as he spoke. Yin Qing watched his smooth actions from the side, feeling quite pleased. It was this kind of unwavering trust that was worth him taking the risk to expose his information and help them soar. Yin Ba, I have 600 reincarnation points. Can you lend me 400? Yi Qingxian blinked her big eyes and acted cute. For a moment, Yin Qing couldn't tell if she was calling him Dad or Ba. Sure, just pay me back in the next dungeon. With 1,000 reincarnation points gathered, Yi Qingxian purchased the Heart Queen mask. By the way, what are your attributes roughly, and what is your talent? To better plan the development direction, Yin Qing needed to clearly understand their specific situations. The previous desperate virus gave me 30 points in Constitution and Strength and 10 points in Spirit and Agility. Now my Constitution and Strength are close to 40 points while Spirit and Agility are below 20 points. Additionally, my talent is called Immovable as a Mountain. As long as I don't move, I can taunt enemies and then increase my own defense. Guolei unhesitatingly revealed all his abilities, displaying his stats as well. After Yin Qing finished reading, he silently apologized in his heart. With that talent, forget about being an assassin. The weakened version of Spider Serum gave me 25 points to all attributes, so now my 4 dimensions are all above 30, and my talent is Elemental Affinity, which increases damage from all elemental attributes and reduces elemental consumption and damage received. Yi Qingxian also displayed her stats while speaking. Yin Qing felt a pang of regret in his heart. She could only develop along the mage route. Robe or something is nowhere near as good as Spider-Man. My strength and agility are above 40, while my constitution and spirit are close to 90. My talent is Chief Commander, and the effect is... Yin Qing introduced his Chief Commander talent while displaying it, but he didn't mention his crit talent. After all, having 2 talents was a bit against common sense, so he'd keep it as a secret card. Even so, it drew an exclamation from Yi Qingxian. Once the team is full, won't you have 10 talents? Then you can still gain double benefits. This amplification effect is useless for me. I see. Yin Qing shrugged. He had a crit talent, and double benefits would be the most unlucky outcome. It would be better not to have it. After understanding the general situation of the two, Yin Qing submitted an application to the Reincarnation Tower to form a reincarnation team. By the way, what should we name the team? Seeing that the Reincarnation Tower asked him to name the team, Yin Qing, out of fairness and impartiality, still asked for the opinions of the two. Big Muscle Overlord Team. Pure Desire Combination. The two responded enthusiastically, but the names they suggested made Yin Qing scratch his head. Quite good. Yin Qing pretended to think seriously, then named the team Poker Mask. Since the entire team would probably wear poker masks in the future, it would be straightforward to use this characteristic for naming. Simple and direct. After completing the team application, Yin Qing made Guolei and Yi Qingxian fixed members, and he also received a prompt from the Reincarnation Tower in his mind. Reincarnation Team Poker Mask has been formed. Team name Poker Mask. Team leader Yin Ba. Members Turkey Flavor, Guoba Green Grass. Current team benefit: increase 30 talent. Chief Commander triggered. You have gained a random talent. Fire Element. Talent Chief Commander triggered. You have gained a random talent. Soul Barrier. Talent Fire Element. Description: Fire Attribute. Origin: Affinity. Immune to some fire attribute damage. Talent: Soul Barrier. Description: when receiving soul type attacks, a barrier is generated to immune most soul damage. The two talents were indeed added, and the Chief Commander talent is really impressive. 1 immunity to fire damage and 1 to soul damage. These two talents enhanced Yin Qing's survival capabilities even further. Especially the immunity to soul damage, which is particularly deceptive. It's truly difficult to guard against. Currently our team only has the 3 of us, so let's leave it at that for now. Once we have more people, we can clarify the division of labor and career planning. For now, I will coordinate and command. Guoba, you will tentatively be responsible for drawing aggro and tanking damage, while Qingxian will tentatively be the ranged DPS. Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement, her talent was already suitable for being a mage. Unfortunately, the beginner dungeon gave her a spider serum, so adjustments would need to wait. No Yanba, my dream is to be an assassin. How can I become a damage absorber? Guolei looked at Yin Qing with a pleading expression. Oh, I said it was tentative. Don't worry, I'll do my best to plan your direction toward being an assassin. You don't trust me, I trust. Thus, the initial framework of the reincarnation squad was established. Guolei and Yi Qingxian both chose to trust Yin Qing, investing all their reincarnation points into seemingly useless identity disguises. After the disguise was complete, Guolei's name changed from Hujavita Guoba to Bainladiter. Yi Qingxian was more subtle, simply changing Qing Chao to Qingxian. Since Guolei had already used his chance to enter a dungeon that day, the three agreed to tackle the second floor together the next day. After parting ways, Yin Qing checked his reincarnation points. Originally having 11340 reincarnation points after spending 100 on the poker mask and lending 400 to Yi Xuan, he now had 9940 points remaining. The Earth Grudge Fear was still listed in the marketplace without a single inquiry. Reincarnation points left idle were merely numbers. Only when spent could they be transformed into power. However, after browsing the marketplace for a long time, he found nothing suitable. Cheap items were useless to him, while anything remotely useful was exorbitantly priced. This was the drawback of his rapid power growth. Finally, he found only two skills suitable for Guolei and Yi Qingxian. One was the Tech Eye from the world of One Piece, priced at 800 reincarnation points. It was a skill that allowed the body to withstand blades and bullets, but its drawback was immobility upon activation. In terms of defense, it was similar to Armament Hockey, though Armament Hockey lacked the immobilization flaw. Unable to find Armament Hockey in the marketplace, Yin Qing purchased this skill as a temporary measure for Guolei. The other skill was the Elemental Shift from the Dungeon Fighter Online world, priced at 100 reincarnation points. This buff skill allowed the user to imbue their attacks with fire, ice, light, and dark attributes. If Yi Qingxian learned this skill, her spider silk could transform into magical projectiles, making her a mage who could do more than just basic attacks. As for the reincarnation points spent for the sake of the team's development, they had to be used. After all, he had more points than he could spend. 1800 was just a drop in the bucket. Leaving the reincarnation marketplace, he spent 100 reincarnation points to purchase 10 hours of access to the advanced training room. Inside, using skills cost no resources and granted triple proficiency, amplified further by his critical strike ability. In just 8 hours, he maxed out the proficiency of over 20 ninjutsu techniques to their peak levels, far more cost-effective than directly exchanging points for proficiency. For the remaining 2 hours, he planned to sense natural energy and attempt to learn Sage Mode. Taking out the toad oil given by Asuka Cheyenne, he applied a small amount to his arm. As a peculiar energy entered his body, Yin Qing's hands grew webbed like a toad's, similar to Naruto's, but after memorizing the sensation of that energy, he tried to sense the natural energy in the air. However, even with his sage body, he felt nothing after 2 hours. Sage Mode was a long and arduous path. Leaving the training room, he spent another 100 reincarnation points on 10 dungeon cooldown reset cards and 300 points on 3 sets of planetary-level individual combat gear, including planetary communicators, medical kits, and other basic supplies. With 5840 reincarnation points remaining, even if he encountered a costly authority combined with dungeon rewards, it should be more than sufficient. Having nothing else to do, Yin Qing directly exited the Reincarnation Tower. After monotonously using skills for 10 hours, he felt mentally exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The next day, Qin Kejuan took Chun Kai to compete for a spot in the rookie training camp, leaving the class on event. At 9 in the evening, the three entered the Reincarnation Tower simultaneously. After forming a team, Yin Qing traded the skills combat gear and cooldown reset cards he had purchased the previous day to the duo, then gave each one of his reincarnation points to enter the advanced training room and boost their proficiency. So now I owe you a total of 1 of his reincarnation points. Yi Qingxian sighed, lamenting the heavy debt she had incurred right after her novice dungeon. No rush, we can settle it later, Yin Qing said with a dismissive wave. Guolei, without ceremony, immediately entered the training room. When he emerged, the proficiency of his tech eye had reached the proficient level. Yin Ba, this skill is off. I can't move when I use it, making me a sitting duck. How is that a sitting duck? It's a lifesaver in critical moments. Guolei thought it over and realized that was true. When facing a fatal blow, he could activate Tech Eye to defend, then deactivate it when the enemy was stunned to deliver a powerful slap, not only surviving, but also counter-ambushing. It made perfect sense, so he didn't press further. When Yi Qingxian emerged from the training room, the proficiency of her elemental shift had also reached the proficient level. The spider silk she fired now carried elemental attacks with special effects. Fire caused explosions, ice induced freezing, light stunned, and dark pierced. With everything ready, team leader Qing began selecting the dungeon. This time the 3 dungeons were Captain America Samurai Deeper Kyo and I Am Legend. I Am Legend was out of the question. The mutants were too weak for the trio. Even a large swarm couldn't threaten Qing. Samurai Deeper Kyo had skills suitable for his study of wakizashi techniques, but it didn't suit Guolei or Qing Xuan, and his memory of that world was hazy. After a brief hesitation, Qing chose Captain America. It had appeared twice already, he couldn't keep snubbing. Upon selecting the dungeon, the 3 vanished, simultaneously reappearing in a gray preparation space. Besides them, 7 others were present. Rejecting offers for information exchange and team invitations, they waited for the preparation time to end before entering the world of Captain America. The story of Captain America was set early in the Marvel Cinematic Universe during World War II. It told the tale of Steve Rogers, who desperately wanted to serve his country, but was repeatedly rejected from the army due to frailty. By chance, his selfless and fearless spirit moved Dr. Erskine, who was overseeing the Super Soldier program, giving him a chance to inject the Super Soldier serum, transforming him into a super soldier. Ultimately, he fought against the Hydra organization led by Red Skull under Hitler, succeeded in teleporting Red Skull off Earth, but was frozen in a glacier for 70 years. After the teleportation, Qing Guolei and Qing Xian stood on the bustling streets of Brooklyn, New York in 1943. Name Yuan Blue Identity U.S. Citizen. Age 22. Appearance Adjusted Introduction, a civilian from Brooklyn, New York. Qing now had blonde hair and blue eyes, standing at 1.8 meters tall, strikingly handsome. Damn it, where's my blade? Finding his ninja outfit from the Naruto world replaced by a plain suit, and his waist sword missing, Qing felt disoriented. He relaxed only after seeing the wakizashi stored in his personal space. This was a correction by the reincarnation space. Appearing in a ninja outfit in 1940s America would be too bizarre. After confirming the basic information, Qing looked at the 2 people beside him, a burly, dull, brown-haired man and a seductive, alluring blonde. According to the prompt from their teammates in the Reincarnation Tower, the 2 individuals before them were Guolei and Qing Xian. Warning: the instance has begun. Reincarnators are strictly forbidden from revealing any information about the Reincarnation Tower to the characters within the instance world. The main quest has been released. Main quest: destroy the Hydra base. Quest description: the Hydra organization is conducting secret evil research for world conquest. Join the military and destroy all Hydra bases. Quest reward: 100 reincarnation points, a slight increase in clearance evaluation, 10 reincarnation points for each Hydra soldier killed, 100 reincarnation points for successfully participating in the destruction of a Hydra base. Quest time limit: 2 years. A Hydra soldier is only worth 10 reincarnation points. Damn, even a crow is worth 100 points. Can't they be a bit more reasonable? Qing grumbled about the Reincarnation Tower, then turned to look at Guolei and the other. In this world, my name is Yuan Bruce, a civilian from Brooklyn. Introduce yourselves. I'm Mike Henry, also a civilian from Brooklyn. I'm Emily Betty, also from Brooklyn. Their identities were the same as his. It seemed that the slight reputation bonus applied to the entire team. After cross-checking their quest information, Qing began observing his surroundings and contemplating his next course of action. He didn't spot any other potential reincarnators nearby, likely due to the initial identity gap caused by the 1-point reputation from his title. He wondered which slums those unfortunate souls had ended up in. Not far away, a large white banner hung on a small building reading, "I want you." It was the military's recruitment. According to the film's timeline, Qing guessed that the future Captain America Steve Rogers was likely inside undergoing his enlistment physical right now. The future Captain America and the current Steve were completely different in physique. Thus, ordinary reincarnators wouldn't know what the future child of destiny looked like, now missing the perfect opportunity to get close to him. Those reincarnators who followed standard guides would only truly encounter Captain America later in the story, when he was forming the Howling Commandos to destroy Hydra bases. As for the events before that, they were completely in the dark, knowing nothing. They only knew to follow the guide, enlist, go to the front lines, fight hard, and those who performed well would be chosen by Captain America to join the Howling Commandos and participate in destroying Hydra bases. If they fought fiercely enough, they could earn plenty of reincarnation points and complete the main quest smoothly. By that time, Captain America's gap with ordinary soldiers would be immense. He only interacted with high-ranking military officials, making it extremely difficult to cozy up to him and develop quests. Considering the vast Marvel universe and future developments, Qing had to seize this opportunity, relying on his own skills to accumulate capital for their survival in this world. First, he needed to befriend Steve Rogers, then follow him into the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Through excellent performance, he would naturally earn the chance to receive the Super Soldier Serum injection. For a reincarnator, that stuff could boost all attributes by 30 points with no side effects, a significant enhancement in the early stages. Moreover, this opportunity would allow him to rationalize his ninjutsu, Guolei's extremist virus, and Yi Qingchuan's web-shooting abilities. If anyone questioned why they had superpowers, they'd just say it was a mutation from the Super Soldier Serum injection. If anyone wanted to draw their blood, they'd slap them first. 1 slap for 1 milliliter of blood. Let's see how many slaps you can take. After sorting out his thoughts, Yan Qing shared the rough plan with Guolei and Yi Qingxian. So we sign up now. Guolei only heard the word sign up and asked impatiently. His plan was simple: shut off his brain and blindly follow Yan Qing. Let's go. Yan Qing led the two straight to the recruitment office. The physical exams for men and women were separate, so only Yan Qing and Guolei appeared at the exam site where Captain America was. Can you please help me out? The frail short Steve was pleading with the official reviewing the physical exam forms, who clearly thought his physical condition was unfit for enlistment. I am helping you by saving your life. Click. As he spoke, he stamped a 4F disqualification mark. Steve took the form with a look of reluctance, and then it was Yan Qing's turn. Under Steve's envious gaze, the official decisively stamped a 1A, the highest evaluation. In the military physical evaluation system, 4F was the lowest rating, meaning unfit for service, while 1A was the highest, allowing enlistment in any unit. Excellent condition. Need me to recommend you to the 1st Infantry Division? No thank you. Yan Qing smiled and declined the offer. He was aiming to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve and become a super soldier. What about you, soldier? You're just as excellent. The official looked at Guolei, who was even taller than Yan Qing. Can I be assigned to a better unit than him? Guolei lowered his voice and asked the official. Of course, if you want, I can try. No thanks. After receiving confirmation, Guolei decisively refused, leaving the official utterly confused. Hear that? Guolei looked at Yan Qing with a smug expression. Get lost. Following the normal procedure, Yan Qing and his team would join boot camp before being assigned to various units. But before that, Yan Qing needed to contact the person in charge of the Rebirth Project, Dr. Erskine, the creator of the Super Soldier Serum. To meet him, he had to stick close to the Child of Destiny's Welton backside. Hey buddy, I'm Yuan. Can we get to know? Yan Qing quickened his pace to catch up with Steve, who was about to leave, turning on his Oscar-worthy performance mode. Steve saw the man who had earned a 1A rating and felt a twinge of bitterness. Comparing goods only leads to discarding 1A. Comparing people only leads to frustration. You mean this shorty is the future Cap? Guolei caught up, staring incredulously at the frail Steve, unable to connect him with the muscular later version. Ahem, this is my friend Mike. Yan Qing coughed to interrupt Guolei. Looks like your physical didn't go so well. Yet to be precise, this is my 5th rejection. Cheer up, buddy. There's an ancient saying in Yinhuang, heaven never seals off all exits. Maybe you'll have a better opportunity. Thank you. I hope so. Don't dwell on it. How about we catch a movie to lighten the mood? I'm not in the mood for a movie right now. Not in the mood for a movie. This couldn't be the real Captain America. In the original story, wasn't he going to see a movie? Yan Qing, arm around Steve, who barely reached his shoulder, walked out of the recruitment office. Yi Qingxian was waiting outside. I've already signed up successfully. What about you? Yi Qingxian greeted them with a smile. We made it too. Oh, this is our new friend Steve. Steve, this is our friend Emily. Hi, I'm Emily. Hi, I'm Steve. Yi Qingxian's appearance had been aesthetically modified to resemble a Caucasian, and in the context of the World War II era, she was an overwhelmingly stunning beauty. Steve was utterly dumbfounded, his speech becoming stammering. With her blossoming smile and enchanting figure, at that moment Steve's mind was filled with nothing but her mesmerizing form. We were planning to go see a movie to relax, but Steve doesn't seem to be in the best mood, so I guess we'll have to postpone. No, just meeting Emily has lifted my spirits. Oh, watching a movie sounds great. And so the 4 of them arrived at the cinema. Yan Qing couldn't help but sigh. He had racked his brains for ages to come up with a plan, yet it was no match for Yi Qingxian simply showing her face. Truly, heroes are doomed by beauties and superheroes are doomed by super beauties. As the movie began, just like the original plot, the screen showed war-related news. Everyone watched with heavy hearts while a scumbag kept shouting, demanding to see a cartoon. Logically, Steve should have told him off, and then the two would have gone to the back alley for a one-sided brawl. However, at this moment, Captain America was completely immersed in Yi Qingxian's breathtaking beauty, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, his eyes constantly darting to the side. Ahem, go confront that idiot up front. Reluctantly, Yan Qing had to whisper into the communicator, prompting Yi Qingxian to correct the storyline. Hey, shut up. Show some respect. Yi Qingxian caught on and told off the scumbag. The scumbag, about to explode, turned around and saw Yi Qingxian instantly freezing in a daze with a lecherous look. Okay, ma'am. I'm so sorry for disturbing your movie. The scumbag gave a very gentlemanly bow and actually sat back down, falling silent. Yan Qing was dumbfounded. Damn it, have you two no shame? You see a pretty girl, and that's it. No fight. Steve, where's your determination to die for your country? Has it been devoured by dogs? Helpless, Yan Qing whispered a few more words into the communicator, and Yi Qingxian nodded in understanding. You should apologize to this gentleman for your rudeness. His father was a veteran who sacrificed himself in the war for this country. Yi Qingxian pointed at Steve, demanding the scumbag apologize to him. The scumbag looked at Steve, who was bewildered and at a loss. Yes, you should apologize. She's right. Steve was caught in a dilemma. Fine, this isn't the place for an apology. How about we go outside and he'll give you a proper one? The scumbag was a gentleman to Yi Qingxian, but not to Steve. With that, he pushed past the audience, grabbed Steve by the collar, and dragged him toward the back alley of the cinema. Wait, maybe we don't need to apologize. And so Steve was taken out of the cinema by the scumbag. Shouldn't we follow? No rush, let Captain America fly for... In the alley, Steve was punched to the ground by the scumbag, but he who never yielded to evil stood up again. Then he was knocked down again, crashing into a trash can behind him. He picked up the lid as a shield, only to be floored once more. So what if your father was a veteran? You're still a failure. Those words enraged Steve. The frustration of being rejected from enlisting multiple times turned into fury, and he swung his fist at the scumbag. The scumbag dodged nimbly and punched Steve again. Is this how you apologize? Yanqing suddenly appeared, grabbing the scumbag's wrist. With a slight squeeze, the scumbag knelt in pain. Ow, ow. I'm dying. Steve, would you like to give him a few apologies too? Yanqing asked. Steve stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth. No need. I haven't even used my full strength. I can do this all. Seeing Yi Qingxian follow them out, Steve, though battered and sore still, put on a brave front. Get lost. Yanqing lifted the scumbag with one hand and kicked him in the rear. Seeing the odds against him, the scumbag dared not utter another word and scurried out of the alley. Just as he was about to exit, he remembered his goddess was still there and couldn't lose face, so he turned back to curse. You three are only strong because you outnumber me. Don't you dare leave. I'm going to get my boys. Guolei, already bored out of his mind, couldn't resist. He dashed over in a few strides, pinned the unsuspecting scumbag against the wall, and rained slaps on him. Outnumbering, huh? Tough, huh? Calling your boys, huh? At the same time, a burly man in military uniform stepped. He looked at the group in confusion and then walked straight to Steve. The newcomer was none other than Captain America's best friend, the future Winter Soldier James Barnes, nicknamed Bucky. What's going on? Did they hurt you, eh? Seeing Steve injured, Bucky turned to Yanqing with a hostile glare. No, I got these bruises from teaching a thug a lesson. These three are my new friends I met today. This is Ewan, this lovely lady is Emily, and the one beating that guy up is Mike. Bucky found the scene chaotic and took a moment to process it. He turned to Yanqing and Yi Qingxian to thank them, but the moment his eyes landed on Yi Qingxuan, he changed his tune. My lovely lady, would you do me the honor of joining us for a visit to the Future World Expo? Damn it, here we go. Seeing Bucky's unmistakable sycophantic demeanor, Yanqing helplessly covered his forehead. They were all a bunch of tools driven by their lower halves. However, this was exactly what Yanqing wanted. To go to the Future World Expo. Dr. Erskine was at the recruitment office nearby. If they just stuck with Steve and showed their self-sacrificing, heroic, selfless, and peace-loving spirit, at the critical moment, the super soldier serum would be theirs for the taking. Calling your boys, huh? Still calling. No more. Take a break, boss. Mike, let's go. Got it. At the Future World Expo. Buddy, your name's Bucky, right? I don't know why, but I feel like we're destined to hit it off. Guolei excitedly slapped Bucky on the shoulder while teasing his name. Bucky, completely missing the joke, grew impatient, eager to talk more with the Lady Emily. Meanwhile, the two girls Bucky had brought kept glancing at Yanqing, whispering to each other with eyes so full of longing they seemed ready to devour him. What a damn mess. Finally, they arrived at the Stark Industries booth. Howard Stark, the father of Iron Man, was presenting his wheelless flying car, drawing rounds of applause. Yanqing watched the confident Howard on stage and couldn't help but think of the future Tony Stark. They looked alike, and their personalities and temperaments were almost identical. As the absolute protagonist of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man's aura of luck was no joke. Yanqing was already considering using Howard to connect with Tony. Midway through the presentation, Steve caught sight of the recruitment office nearby, and as if possessed, walked toward it. He refused to give up. He would make a sixth attempt. He wanted to become a soldier like his father, to do something for those suffering from war, to become strong, and to hold his head high in front of his goddess. He didn't notice Yanqing and Bucky following him. Hey, still not giving up. Seeing Steve enter the recruitment office, Bucky went up to stop him. I want to try again. This isn't a street brawl, it's war. People die. There are plenty of jobs out there. Why do you have to be a soldier? As Bucky's words faded, a familiar figure came into Yanqing's view. Abraham Erskine, the scientist who developed the super soldier serum, the director of the Rebirth Project. I don't want to be a factory worker, Bucky. So many people are dying for their country at the front, and I'm just surviving here. I can't do it. You don't understand. Oh, I want to enlist, not for myself. Hearing this, Erskine paused, his gaze fixed on Steve. He could tell that this frail man spoke with genuine sincerity. He possessed a righteous and kind heart, precisely the kind of subject his super soldier program needed. His super soldier serum had long been completed, and he had even developed various different versions. However, they all shared a side effect, one that wasn't quite a side effect. It would infinitely amplify a person's inherent character traits. If the subject were an evil person with ill intentions, the serum would transform them into a heinous demon. But if it were a righteous and kind person, the serum would turn them into a flawless saint. You just want to prove yourself, Bucky retorted, angrily disregarding Steve's feelings. Hey, don't you dare insult the resolve of a righteous woman. Yanqing stepped forward at the opportune moment, accompanied by Guolei and Yi Qingxian. We share Steve's ideals. We want peace. We don't want to kill, but we can't let those who start wars continue to trample on life. Kindness and weakness should not suffer unjust bullying. Yanqing's face was full of righteousness, as if he were missing only a halo behind his head. Erskine nodded in approval. Good, another young man of pure quality. Yes, that's right. We're not enlisting for to promote violence, but for a forced counterattack. Yeah, counterattack. War is. Anyway, we need peace. Guolei racked his brain to recall the lines Yanqing had designed for him, but he was truly terrible at memorizing passages. Midway through, he simply gave up. Dr. Erskine frowned slightly deep in thought. His character was good, but his mind seemed somewhat lacking. I am a woman. I understand better than you how difficult it is for the weak to live in this world filled with war and bullying. The weak have no dignity, not even self-respect. I must step forward and do my part for the downtrodden, even if it's insignificant, even if it costs me my life. I won't regret it. For peace, for justice. Yi Qingxian was so immersed in her speech that she grew increasingly passionate. The sheer impact of these words coming from a woman stunned everyone present, including Yanqing and Guolei. The people around who had come to enlist heard her words and burst into applause. Dr. Erskine also walked over. These 4 young people, he wanted them all. Excellent. Your noble qualities show me a bright future for this nation. Care for a chat? And you? Yanqing looked at Erskine with feigned confusion. You can call me Dr. Erskine, the director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Nice to meet you, Doctor. Yuan. Yanqing shook hands with Erskine. Hello, Doctor. Mike. The doctor was slightly taken aback by his introduction, smiling awkwardly as he shook his hand. Hello, Doctor. My name is Emily. It's an honor to meet you. Yi Qingxian squeezed in two. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, both inside and out. Erskine looked at her admiringly, gently shaking her hand. Hey, Sergeant, come dance. Just as Bucky was about to shake hands with the doctor, a voice from behind interrupted him. All right, coming. Go on, don't keep your lady friends waiting. Seeing Bucky lingering, Yanqing shoved him towards the 2 eager women. Hey, wait. Emily, come dance later. Hey, don't pull my belt. After Bucky was dragged away, Erskine looked at Steve. What about you? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Hello, Doctor. I'm Steve. Good. Are you here to... or have you already passed the assessment? We passed the assessment this morning, but Steve has been rejected 5 times due to his health. He wants to try again. Yanqing proactively engaged Erskine in conversation. Your physique is indeed problematic. Why don't you consider doing other work as your friend suggested earlier? Perhaps it was narrative inertia. Although Erskine also appreciated Yanqing and his group, and Yanqing had been actively trying to attract his attention, Erskine was inexplicably more interested in Steve. This damned child of destiny. I don't want to watch my countrymen be harmed by war, while I can only hide in the rear helpless. I hate bad people. Good. You said you've been rejected 5 times. Yes. I think. Perhaps I can give you a chance. Really, Dr. Erskine? He'll take it. Then, as in the original story, Erskine stamped Steve's medical examination form with a 1A seal and told him to report to Camp Lehigh in New Jersey. Yanqing and his 2 companions also used Erskine's influence to get assigned to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. 2 days later at Camp Lehigh, the recruits gathered at the assembly area, but the officers hadn't arrived yet, and the scene was somewhat chaotic. Whoa, look everyone. Our unit actually has such a pretty female soldier. Is she our reward? A group of recruits saw Yi Qingxian dressed just like them and began whistling and harassing her without restraint. The term reward even carried a hint of insult. Would it mess up your plan if I go teach them a lesson? Yi Qingxian's expression soured at being harassed. Even beating the shit out of them won't affect it. Yanqing waved his hand dismissively. A group of ordinary people facing a watered-down Spider-Woman. It was entirely possible they'd get the shit beaten out of them. With Yanqing's confirmation, Yi Qingxian cracked her knuckles and walked towards the one who had been shouting the loudest. Hey, beautiful. I'm Gilmore Hodge. Want to find a spot in the woods after training for some communication? No need for the woods. We can communicate right now. As Yi Qingxian finished speaking, she delivered a swift kick to the groin, then clamped her legs around his head and twisted his neck, instantly taking down Gil. You can just go by Hodge from now on. Gil is probably out of commission. Yi Qingxian stood up and dusted off her hands. The surrounding group of burly men all instinctively covered their groins and backed away 3 meters. Damn, that was terrifying. Anyone else want to communicate? The crowd looked at Hodge, who was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, then shook their heads in unison. Moments later, a dashing blonde female officer walked over. The newcomer was none other than Captain America's future first love, Peggy Carter. She glanced in bewilderment at Mohawk, who lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. What's going on here? Heat stroke. Someone was about to answer when Yi Qingxian shot them a glare, causing them to instantly cover their crotch and shake their head, feigning ignorance. Very well, take him to the infirmary. After the man was carried away, the blonde female officer ordered the group to assemble and began introducing herself. I am Agent Carter, and I will be overseeing your training from here on out. Yes, ma'am. The others were still unaccustomed to this military-style canned response, but Yanqing alone responded loudly, drawing Carter's attention. Yanqing's imposing physique, second only to Guolei among the soldiers, coupled with his handsome features, struck a perfect chord in Peggy Carter's heart. What's your name, soldier? Evan Brown, ma'am. Excellent, Evan. I hope we have the chance to work together in the future. Peggy's words carried clear admiration. Their eyes met, and just as sparks were about to fly, a gruff voice, Agent Carter, it seems you've already made their acquaintance. Colonel Phillips. These two look promising. Phillips exchanged greetings with Peggy Carter, then patted Yanqing and Guolei approvingly on the shoulders. His criterion for the super soldier candidate was purely brawn over brains. Can someone tell me what that female soldier is doing here? Phillips was already displeased with the bespectacled man and the malnourished-looking one in the ranks, but when he saw Yi Qingxuan, he completely lost his composure. Colonel, I personally recruited her. She's highly suitable for the serum. Erskine quickly explained from the side. Is that so? A pretty girl, but my unit doesn't need female soldiers no matter how suitable. Agent Carter, you wouldn't mind having her under your command, would you? Not at all. He'll train her well. Seeing Yi Qingxuan's outstanding looks and figure, Agent Carter's eyes lit up. She was a perfect recruit for espionage work, and she readily agreed. Yi Qingxian bristled at Philip's sexism and was about to give him a piece of her mind, but Yanqing silenced her with a, all right, recruits. Welcome to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. I trust you all know why you're here. That's right. We're going to build a unit of super soldiers. In 1 week, we will select the best among you to become our first super soldier. Now begin your training. In a week, I expect to see a warrior worthy of the title standing before me. The next day, all the recruits began their training. Halfway through a weighted run, the instructor halted them before a flagpole nearly 10 meters tall. As per tradition, whoever could retrieve the flag atop the pole would be exempt from the second half of the run and would also earn the privilege of riding with Agent Carter. Hearing this, the recruits swarmed forward. But climbing a 10-meter pole with no footholds was no easy feat. In 17 years, no one has ever taken that flag. Fallen. After a few recruits failed, the instructor ordered them back to finish the run. Steve remained rooted in place. Yanqing shot him a glance, knowing he was observing, and would soon cleverly remove the pin, lower the pole, snatch the flag, and earn Carter's favor. Damn it. I'm not letting you have this chance. Block Steve for me. Yanqing whispered to Guolei. How? The dim-witted Guolei was confused. Just keep him from stepping forward. Keep him from stepping forward. Make him go backward. Got it. The moment Steve moved, Guolei bear hugged him from behind. Hey Mike, what are you doing? Steve, have you heard of the magic of love spin? What? The next second, Guolei spun Steve around 3,600 degrees and set him down, facing the opposite direction. Done. Yanqing stepped forward, swiftly mimicking Steve's method from the original plot, pulling out the pin and letting the pole slowly fall. Unlike the original story, to prevent accidents and damage, just as the pole was about to hit the ground, Yanqing dashed forward, caught it with one hand, and casually retrieved the flag. This dazzling move left everyone dumbfounded, a display of sheer audacity. He handed the flag to the instructor, who gestured for him to board the vehicle, but Yanqing didn't move. Thank you, sir, but I'd like to give the ride to Steve. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look for Steve. At that moment, Steve was leaning against a tree by the road, retching from the magical spin. Blurred. Well, it seems he could use this opportunity. Unaware of what Steve had just endured, the instructor assumed he had vomited from running. He ordered 2 recruits to hoist Steve into the vehicle. Instructor, I can get that flag down. All right, tell me that tomorrow when I've put it back up. Agent Carter paid no attention to the bewildered Steve in the back seat. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she watched Yanqing running effortlessly behind the vehicle. A mind for breaking through obstacles, explosive reflexes, and speed, the strength to catch a falling pole with one hand. He was the perfect candidate for the super soldier program and the ideal match for her romantic aspirations. Yanqing occasionally met her gaze, flashing an Oscar-worthy gentle smile that sent Agent Carter's heart. Back at the training camp, Colonel Phillips engaged in a heated debate with Dr. Erskine over the first candidate. Colonel Phillips argued that Evan and Mike were solid choices, strong and more fitting as soldiers. Erskine countered that Steve's genuine kindness and sense of justice made him the ideal first recipient of the serum, as the serum would amplify those traits. Wars aren't won with kindness alone. Unable to persuade him, Colonel Phillips grabbed a dummy grenade from a supply truck, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the midst of the training recruits. Grenade. At the shout, the recruits instinctively scattered for cover. Yanqing knew it was a dud, but he had been too busy exchanging glances with Agent Carter, allowing Steve to steal the spotlight. Damn it. Women really do slow down a man's draw speed. Everyone move. Steve lunged forward, covering the grenade with his body. But the next second, he felt something yank him away. The grenade was then hurled into the sky 100 meters away, hung in the air for a few seconds, and landed in an empty field outside the camp. Silence fell over the scene. Many hidden behind cover had no idea what had transpired. But Colonel Phillips, Dr. Erskine, and Agent Carter had seen it all. The grenade was thrown, everyone dodged. Steve bravely stepped forward to cover it with his body. Mike stood frozen, likely from what they knew of him, because his brain hadn't caught up. Evan, however, dashed forward, flung the scrawny Steve aside like a sack, snatched the grenade, and hurled it skyward. Every motion was fluid and seamless. See, Evan isn't afraid of sacrifice, and his physical condition is far superior. Phillips spoke with smug satisfaction, pleased with Yanqing's recent performance. No, What I seek isn't just fearlessness of sacrifice, but kindness. And Evan. Erskine trailed off. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with Evan, but a vague unease told him the man was too perfect to be real. If Evan had even a minor flaw like Mike, Erskine might have leaned toward him. Though of course that flaw couldn't be his. The discussion ended without conclusion, yet the actions of Steve and Ewan earlier garnered admiration from everyone. This also provided Steve with considerable support in the subsequent training. In the following week, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred, only tedious training. Under Yanqing's instructions, Guolei tried to suppress his primal power, appearing only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Despite this, both of their performances were exceptionally outstanding, firmly securing the first and second position. Yi Qingxian followed the training regimen set by Peggy Carter, engaging daily not only in individual physical training, but also in familiarizing herself with various combat techniques, firearm knowledge, and counter-surveillance tactics. On the evening of the sixth day, Yanqing saw Erskine approaching Steve with a bottle of red wine, and he knew it was time to. He initially thought that as long as they displayed qualities of justice and kindness, Erskine would choose them as the primary candidates. But to his surprise, after all their efforts, Erskine still selected Steve. He could only lament the strong inertia of the plot. There was no other choice. Yanqing had to bring a bottle of red wine to find Agent Carter. However, he did not expect to encounter Yi Qingxuan, who was finishing her training just outside Agent Carter's rest area. What do you want? Yi Qingxian squinted her eyes at the bottle of wine Yanqing was holding, revealing a hint of danger in her gaze. Oh, the long night is upon us and sleep eludes me. Are you going to find that stallion? Yi Qingxian was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Aren't you a stallion yourself now? Yanqing smirked. Am I the same as her? She is just a character in the story world. Once our mission is complete, we will leave. You shouldn't hurt her feelings. Then should I hurt your feelings instead, Seeing her flustered and angry expression, Yanqing couldn't help but want to tease her. As a 28-year-old who had been through life, how could he not see the faint feelings Yi Qingxian had for him? Try it, and be careful, I might make you regret it. Recalling the new recruit who had lost half of his name during the day, even someone as strong as Yanqing couldn't help. No, don't worry. I'm just going to talk to her about the super soldier serum. Nothing will happen. You should go rest. Having calmed Yi Qingxuan, who was determined to make him regret it, Yanqing stylishly slicked back his hair with saliva. From now on, I shall stand above the heavens. Oh no, Agent Carter, here I come. Come in. Inside, Agent Carter had already changed out of her military uniform and into a fitted shirt and a pencil skirt, accentuating her perfect curves. Agent Carter, would you like to have a drink with me? Yanqing leaned against the door, shaking the bottle of red wine. Of course, if you call me Peggy, the atmosphere might be even better. Upon realizing that the visitor was Yanqing, Peggy Carter's expression instantly turned to one of joy. All right, Peggy. By the way, is Steve the one getting the serum injection tomorrow? Steve? Where did you hear that rumor? Yanqing looked confused. Erskine had already gone to drink with Steve. Who else could it be but Steve? It's fine to tell you. The person we've ultimately selected is Mike. Who? Yanqing found it hard to believe. Originally Dr. Erskine had indeed favored Steve, but Colonel Phillips and I both thought highly of you. After much debate, we had to make a compromise. I can understand the compromise, but why Mike? Isn't Emily a better choice? Are you really calling this a compromise? Yanqing began to doubt the reasoning of these three well-known characters in the Marvel world. You all went through so much foreplay, analyzing and discussing, and this is what you ended up choosing. The doctor believes you performed too perfectly, which made him a bit uneasy, and Colonel Phillips and I think that Steve's physical condition is unsuitable. So we chose Mike, who would reassure the doctor and also has excellent physical attributes. As for Emily, the doctor has designed another version of the Super Agent Serum for her, which should already have a finished product. Super Agent Serum. Damn it, after all this effort, am I the only one who hasn't benefited? Don't worry, if Mike's test results are fine, the second batch will arrange for you and Steve to be injected. Erskine is about to kick the bucket, and you're talking about a second batch. Could it be that Guolei is going to become the future Captain America? A Captain America who doesn't strategize, doesn't have skills, and might not even throw a shield that returns. A Captain America who could explode at any moment when excited. Thinking of that scene, Yanqing helplessly covered his forehead. It seemed he had gotten himself into a mess. Now the only way to salvage the situation seemed to be ensuring that the second batch of serum could be injected properly, and then placing the title of Captain America on Steve's head. If all else fails, I'll have to take action against Guolei. Ahem, well, I respect the choices of the doctor and you, but if possible, I hope to witness the moment Mike becomes a super soldier with my own eyes. That's not a problem. I have the authority for that. Yanqing poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Peggy Carter. I hope everything goes smoothly for Mike tomorrow. At times like this, shouldn't you say something else? For instance, you look beautiful or something. Peggy Carter took the wine glass from Yanqing with one hand while using the other to unbutton the top button of her shirt, leaning closer to Yanqing, speaking in a sultry tone. What the hell? The next day, Yanqing and Peggy Carter took a car to a store named Brooklyn Antique Shop. Upon entering the lab, the hint of the Reincarnation Tower echoed in Yanqing's mind, triggering a class hidden task: the death of Dr. Erskine hidden task the death of Dr. Erskine task time limit 2 hours task description witness the death of Dr. Erskine prevent the Hydra organization's undercover from escaping Brooklyn and destroy the last vial of super soldier serum task rewards 2,000 reincarnation points slight increase in passing evaluation. The emergence and requirements of the task were expected, but they deviated somewhat from Yanqing's thoughts. Having experienced the Naruto world instance, he knew that the Reincarnation Tower had its ways of ensuring that Reincarnators could not interfere or indirectly guarantee the normal progression of the plot through tasks. However, it was clear that the plot had already strayed significantly in an invisible manner. According to the task witnessing the death of Dr. Erskine would permanently cement the title of Captain America on Guolei, leaving Steve with nothing. Yanqing wanted to steer the plot back, but the Reincarnation Tower itself issued a task preventing him from doing so. Isn't that a bit contradictory? Could it be that for the Reincarnation Tower, who is Captain America doesn't matter as long as the character exists? What's important is that the person who needs to die must die. Yanqing pondered for a moment, unable to fathom the reasoning of the Reincarnation Tower, and decided to proceed as originally planned. He refused to be swayed by this. After all, failing the task would come with no penalties, at most it would just be 2,000 reincarnation points, and some impact on the passing evaluation, which was completely inconsequential. Thus today he would go against the tower's will. Otherwise, if Guolei became Captain America, that would certainly stir up. Entering the observation room, Yanqing saw the bustling crowd below through the glass. Guolei and Yi Qing-Xuan, who had been waiting there, waved at him simultaneously. Howard Stark, founder of Stark Industries and father of Iron Man, was also busy in the field as an assistant for the experiment, trying to ingratiate himself with Yi Qing-Xian. Through the glass, Yanqing could vaguely hear her mentioning something about a flying motorcycle at her home and inviting him to visit that evening, but Yi Qing-Xian seemed uninterested, standing with arms crossed beside the equipment. Wait, why are there 2 sets of experimental equipment? Why is Emily down there too? Through the observation room's glass, Yanqing saw 2 identical machines and vaguely guessed what was happening. The super agent serum is complete. Dr. Erskine plans to conduct the experiment simultaneously. I only learned about it this morning and forgot to tell you given last night. Peggy Carter's beautiful eyes shimmered as she looked at Yanqing with a predatory gaze. Yanqing felt somewhat helpless. Last night, after just 1 sip of red wine, Agent Carter had succumbed to intoxication and fallen into his arms, tugging at his clothes while uttering provocative words like "let me see your abs," and just a little rub, nothing more. Adhering to the principle of a heart free of women, the blade naturally divine, Yanqing had no choice but to hypnotize her with his Sharingan eyes to escape her clutches. Ahem, what is the difference between the super agent serum and the super soldier serum? Yanqing quickly changed. The soldier serum provides a balanced transformation of the human body, but has some effect on physique. The agent serum, however, focuses on enhancing the nervous system and brain, leaving the physique unchanged. As you know, for a woman, especially a beautiful female agent, maintaining her figure is crucial. Don't you think my figure is good? Damn it, how did the conversation veer off into strange territory again? Just then, Colonel Phillips and 2 men in neat suits entered simultaneously. Senator Brandt, welcome. Colonel, this is Clemson. The 3 chatted while looking at the scene. Yanqing spotted Clemson in the white suit and immediately identified his target. This was the Hydra spy who stole the serum and assassinated Dr. Erskine, causing the original plan for mass-producing super soldiers, the Rebirth Project, to be aborted, leaving only Captain America as a superhero. This young lady is truly beautiful. Isn't it a waste for her to be a soldier? Senator Brandt shook his head regretfully as he saw Yi Qing-Xian lying in the device wearing only a tank top. Emily is not a super soldier, she is a super agent. Her project has already been approved as a branch of the Rebirth Project. Super agent. Tisk, still a pity. As they spoke, Erskine signaled Howard Stark to start the machines. The hatches of the 2 devices slowly closed. Minutes later, accompanied by sparks and lightning from the overloaded equipment, the hatches slowly opened. Guolei, now noticeably slimmer, and Yi Qing-Xuan, unchanged in appearance, stepped out of the devices. He's actually shrunk in size. Did the experiment fail? Senator Brandt asked curiously. Colonel Phillips and Clemson also frowned, staring at the 2 emerging from the devices. The super soldier serum injected into Guolei does alter physique, but not by making him bulkier. It adjusts the body to its optimal proportions. Originally sturdy and massive, he now appeared more proportionate after slimming down, resembling Yanqing somewhat. The serum injected into Yi Qing-Xian does not change physique. However, if successful, her agility and mental attributes should be greatly enhanced. Yanqing had previously instructed them to demonstrate their abilities once the serum injection was complete. Through the glass, Yanqing saw Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark approach simultaneously. After some exchange, Erskine had someone bring a pistol. After a moment's hesitation, he fired at Guolei. Bang! The loud gunshot penetrated the glass into the observation room. Hey, even if it failed, there's no need for execution, Senator Brandt exclaimed, startled, fearing they might eliminate him too. No, look at the spot where the subject was hit. Peggy Carter observed keenly, immediately noticing something amiss. The spot on Guolei's shoulder where the bullet struck glowed golden, then the wound slowly healed. A semi-molten bullet scorched by high heat was pushed out of the muscle and fell to the floor. Oh my God! Amazing! Unbelievable! Senator Brandt exclaimed in delighted triplets. In the field, Yi Qingxian said something, then extended her palm. A blue light shot toward the laboratory wall, instantly covering it with a thick layer of frost. Oh hell, what did she just shoot at the wall? Quick, go check. Senator Brandt rushed out of the observation room, followed by the others, all eager to see the miraculous superpower up close. Yanqing followed behind Clemson, discreetly storing the remote-controlled bomb Clemson had left on the seat into his private space, then quickened his pace to stay close. As everyone gathered around Guolei and Yi Qingxuan, Clemson deliberately lagged behind. He glanced at the 2 vials of serum, one blue, one red, placed nearby, then pulled a lighter from his pocket. Dr. Erskine noticed this and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Ding! The crisp sound of the lighter's lid flipping open echoed. The button was pressed, but the expected explosion did not occur. Both Clemson and Erskine froze in confusion. Damn it! Where's my bomb? Damn, you scared me. Due to not being in the same space the remote control had fit. Hey, that's a unique lighter you've got there. While Clemson was still bewildered, a hand suddenly reached from behind and took— What the fuck? Give it back. They'll trade you this. Yanqing pulled the power bank-like bomb from his private space and tossed it to Clemson. What the— Holy crap. Clemson caught the bomb Yanqing threw, and upon realizing what it was, nearly wet himself in terror, flinging it far away. Seeing Yanqing's mocking smile, Clemson knew he had been exposed. No longer pretending, he drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at Erskine. Prepared for this, Yanqing shoved Erskine out of the way. With the assassination plan foiled, Clemson turned his gaze to the spare serum just steps away, intending to snatch it and fight his way out. The plan was clear, and if not for an unforeseen factor, he might have succeeded. But the unforeseen occurred. He was not facing an ordinary person, but a reincarnator with physical attributes 5 times that of a normal human. In the blink of an eye, Yanqing was beside him, landing a punch on his upper lip. Clemson passed out instantly, unable even to bite the poison capsule in his mouth. Hidden quest: death of Dr. Erskine. Quest failed. The Reincarnator's interference has altered the world's progression. The main quest of this instance has changed. The Reincarnator's interference has altered the world's progression. Gained authority, key X1. Talent mega critical activated. This reward has been tripled. On the other side, Guolei and Yi Qingxuan, who had also received the prompt, looked over at him with astonishment. Their faces were full of questioning expressions. What's going on? Meanwhile, on the European battlefields of the Axis and Allied powers, several valiant soldiers fighting fiercely were frozen in place with bewildered looks. Warning: the Reincarnator's interference has altered the world's progression. The main quest of this instance has changed. Main quest: destroy the super soldier unit of HYDRA. Quest description: due to the Reincarnator's interference, Hydra's research capabilities have greatly increased. They have added a research project, Super Soldier Serum, and established a super soldier unit. All Reincarnators must destroy this unit within the quest time limit. Quest reward: 500 reincarnation points, 100 reincarnation points for each HYDRA super soldier killed. Quest time limit 2 years. Upon seeing this prompt, one soldier angrily threw his gun to the ground. Damn it, all that work for nothing. Hey soldier on the battlefield, your gun is your wife. Are you sure you want to leave your wife here? Another soldier kindly reminded him, but the man, deaf to the words, stood there in a daze. He was recalling if any of the guides had read online mentioned how to handle this situation. In the laboratory, everyone, startled by the gunfire, turned around simultaneously, only to see Clements lying unconscious on the floor with a pistol in hand and Yuan playing with a lighter. Only Dr. Erskine had witnessed what happened. Quickly subdue this man. He is very likely a spy sent by HYDRA. Hearing Dr. Erskine's words, the crowd was startled anew. A Hydra spy. Several well-trained soldiers stepped forward to bind the unconscious Clements. Agent Carter, what methods do spies typically use to prevent interrogation after capture? Yanqing subtly hinted to the group. Peggy Carter rolled her eyes at him. Last night it was Sweetie, and now it's Agent Carter. Pa. She then grabbed Clements's cheeks, twisted them, and dislocated his jaw with a swift motion. Yuan, we truly owe you this time. The consequences could have been unthinkable. Dr. Erskine handed the bomb and lighter to his subordinates, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Doctor, it was only my duty. Yanqing smiled modestly. Rest assured you'll be scheduled for the next batch of serum once the equipment is repaired. Thank you, Doctor. With the matter settled, Yanqing confirmed the recent events with Guolei and Yi Qingxian through the two indicated that from the moment they received the hidden side quest prompt, their prompts were essentially the same as Yanqing's, and they had also each obtained an authority key. It seems all Reincarnators' main quests have changed, and the world's progression has deviated from the guide intel I know. So what now? Guolei scratched his head. They'll try to steer the storyline back as much as possible. You two stick to the original plan and stay alert for any other Reincarnators we might encounter later. As per Dr. Erskine's request, Guolei and Yi Qingxian stayed behind to assist with data collection, while the others returned to the barracks for now. On the way back, Peggy Carter chattered endlessly about the marvels of the serum, while Qing stared thoughtfully at the authority key rewarded by the Reincarnation Tower. Authority key description can be exchanged for items in the authority shop. It was a currency similar to reincarnation points. Good grief, it seemed the tower's prohibition on interfering with the plot wasn't absolute. It was like a sign next to a wall reading no climbing. Risk of electric shock, but if you insisted on climbing you could as long as you were willing to face the consequences. And the consequence of altering the plot was an increased main quest difficulty. The benefit was the authority key. No one online seemed to have mentioned this authority key. Had no one ever changed the plot before? That seemed unlikely. Could it be that such information was being hidden? Only the Yanhuang authorities could manage that. But why would the authorities hide this intel? You would have to wait until leaving the instance world to see what this so-called authority shop had to offer. A week later, Guolei and Yi Qingquan's conditions had stabilized. Aside from their inexplicable superpowers, there were no adverse side effects. Only then did Dr. Erskine decide to initiate the second batch of serum injections. For caution's sake, the second batch still only included 2 people, Qing and Steve. To prevent another spy incident like last time, this experiment involved only trusted members of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Qing and Steve lay quietly in the experimental chambers. Guolei, as a veteran of the process, chattered on beside Steve, sharing his experimental experience. How to put it? It's like a tingling numbness, as if your girlfriend were brushing your muscles and bones with a foxtail. Pretty enjoyable. Oh right, you don't have a girlfriend. But no worries, just imagine it's Bucky. I hear you two are close. Mike, could you please not interfere with my work? If you're truly idle, go interrogate that Hydra spy. Dr. Erskine, unable to bear his incessant chatter, assigned him a task. Guolei perked up at the interrogation. That sounded just like a punishment. Pepper spray the rack toothpicks under fingernails. The thought alone was thrilling, so he trotted off cheerfully with a staff member. The equipment was calibrated, the chamber doors sealed, and the experiment began. Oh, holy crap, Mike lied to me. Steve let out a harrowing scream. Qing ignored the screams from next door, focusing instead on the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower in his mind. Successfully fused super soldier bloodline. This bloodline's rank is lower than Azura bloodline unchanged. Gain talent super soldier. Gain skills combat mastery, driving mastery, firearms mastery, cold weapon mastery, language mastery. Talent super soldier description increases all attributes by 30 points, enhances metabolism and cognitive abilities. No wonder the scrawny Steve, after transforming into Captain America, suddenly knew how to fight and pilot planes. The serum came with all these basic mastery skills. The skill descriptions were literal and the talent description was straightforward. The main benefit was the 30-point boost to all attributes. The enhancements to metabolism and cognition probably wouldn't be very noticeable. 5 minutes later, the chamber doors opened. Qing appeared unchanged while Steve had transformed into a muscular man drenched in sweat. Peggy Carter's eyes glimmered with undisguised longing as she gazed at the transformed Steve. Qing felt a wave of relief that he had used his Sharingan illusion to knock out that enchantress the other night. Otherwise, his head might have turned into a green pasture. How do you feel? Did either of you gain any superpowers or something? What Dr. Erskine cared about most was the emergence of superpowers, which, to put it mildly, had nothing to do with his experimental data. If changes in physique count, then I suppose this is my superpower. The transformation in his build gave Steve a newfound confidence, prompting him to crack a clumsy joke. Erskine ignored Steve outright, turning his expectant gaze to Qing. After the serum injection, Qing successfully gained 30 points in all attributes, with his spirit and physique breaking the 100 mark. Strength 74, spirit 124, physique 124, agility 74. If his estimate was correct, his current chakra reserves likely exceeded 1 Kakashi. Hearing Erskine's words, Qing felt conflicted. Should he only demonstrate his fire release ability or reveal all his skills, including the 3 basic techniques? After the serum injection, I became a ninja. That makes sense, right? Not really. It was utterly absurd. It seems I can manipulate flames. After much deliberation, Qing decided not to challenge everyone's intelligence and only showcased his fire release ability, enough to serve the purpose. He clapped his hands together and a fireball erupted from his mouth. Watching the fireball, Dr. Erskine scratched his head in bewilderment. This wasn't right. The books hadn't mentioned anything like this. After assisting Erskine with some data collection, Steve and Peggy exchanged flirtatious glances and left the lab, presumably to study muscles somewhere else, while Qing ventured into the depths of the laboratory. Clemenson was imprisoned there. Even from a great distance, the sounds of agonized screams and Guolei's angry shouts could be heard. Speak. Speak. No. Drawing closer, Qing saw Guolei pressing his hands against Clemenson's chest, palms glowing with intense heat as he seared the buckle of the prisoner's cloak. Well, did you get anything out of him? No, this guy's tight-lipped. Qing looked at the battered, blackened Clemenson, who was a pitiful sight, and offered a kind suggestion. You'd better confess to spare yourself further agony. You bastards. Just ask already. Clemenson gasped out with his last breath, leaving Qing momentarily stunned. You didn't ask. No, how would I know what to ask? Having been an undercover agent for years, Clemenson's knowledge of Hydra was somewhat outdated. In the end, he only revealed some contact information and the coordinates of several Hydra bases. After relaying the interrogation results to Phillips, Qing, along with his two companions and Steve, returned to the military camp. With that, the first phase of Qing and his team's plan was successfully completed. All three had managed to obtain the serum and roughly rationalize their abilities. Next came the second phase. Since the main mission had changed, their target for scoring had shifted from destroying bases to the super soldier unit. The super soldier unit didn't exist in the original plot, so Qing had no idea where to engage them. He could only blend into the strategic scientific reserve to gather intel, while trying to steer the story back on course. Half a month later, the four serum recipients showed no signs of the demonic personality Erskine had feared. Colonel Phillips decided to accelerate the mass production of super soldiers, starting with a 10-man squad to test the waters and take down 1 or 2 Hydra bases uncovered by the mole. However, Dr. Erskine rejected this request. He insisted that candidates for the procedure must undergo rigorous screening to ensure their moral integrity. But what constituted moral integrity and how long the screening would take, even he couldn't articulate. Phillips grew so frustrated, he nearly shot Erskine to replace him. Unfortunately, Erskine was the sole master of the serum technology, having left no written records. Everything was stored in his mind. Whatever he said went, leaving Phillips completely at his mercy. Just as Phillips was about to tear out what little hair he had left, Qing seized the opportunity and approached him. Suppose out of every 100 people Dr. Erskine could screen 1, then send him 1,000 at once. Let them live with the doctor day and night. Within a month, he'd surely find enough candidates. If not, give it 2 months. This idea sparked a light bulb in Phillips' mind. The larger the base, the higher the conversion yield. It made perfect. He immediately went to discuss it with the doctor. Pressured Erskine reluctantly agreed, but the cost of housing and feeding 1,000 people for a month or 2 was no small sum. Where would the money come from? The only option was to request funds from Congress. So Phillips approached Senator Brandt, only to be rebuffed several times. Brandt sneered, "Money? You look like money yourself." This time, instead of scratching his head, Phillips summoned Qing, the big brain, for another strategy. True to his reputation, Qing offered a solution straight from the original story. Since they had no money, they'd help him make money. Create a superhero, win public recognition and support, build a fan economy, and have the superhero sell bonds. The money would flow in. Phillips relayed this plan to Senator Brandt, who found it promising. But who would play the superhero? Qing immediately recommended Steve. After all, the whole point of this elaborate scheme was to steer the plot back on track. Phillips hesitated at first, viewing the super soldier as his prized asset. Nevertheless, to move the plan forward, he and Brandt decided to let Steve try on a mask. The result was unexpectedly spectacular. Steve's perfect physique and the star-spangled shield won the public's adoration, boosting local bond purchases by a full 10. With the money secured, the plan finally moved forward smoothly. Phillips and Brandt laughed heartily, feeling like two. They agreed that such a talented individual deserved a reward, so they promoted Qing from captain to major. To secure more military funding, a reluctant Captain America Steve was sent on a nationwide tour. With the Captain America title restored, the question remained, should Dr. Erskine die? Just as Qing was debating whether to take matters into his own hands, good news, or rather bad news, arrived. Phillips recruited 500 elite new recruits at once, subjected them to rigorous scrutiny, and sent them to Dr. Erskine for screening. Despite all precautions, a Hydra agent had infiltrated the group. He not only stole the super soldier serum, but also shot Erskine twice. The doctor, clinging to life for a month, ultimately couldn't escape his fate. The Cycle Tower decreed his death at the third watch, but at least it granted him an extra month. Finally, aside from the minor issue of Hydra obtaining the serum, the entire plot had returned to its original course. The Rebirth Project was declared a failure due to the lack of serum and research data. After 3 years of effort, the Allied forces had produced only 3 super soldiers and 1 super agent. The remaining serum had fallen into Hydra's hands. In October 1943, Colonel Phillips faced severe punishment from Congress for this blunder. To redeem himself, he volunteered for a mission in Europe to combat Hydra. Qing, along with his 2 teammates, the Big Brain and super combatants, joined the main force. What followed was a straightforward assault on the Hydra bases uncovered through the mole's interrogation. Within a month, 3 of Hydra's secret European bases were destroyed. Qing and Qingxian earned the titles of God of Fire and Goddess, gaining fame among both the Allies and the Axis powers. To their surprise, each destroyed base counted as a side mission with generous rewards. The 3 missions netted each of them 1500 reincarnation points. Steve, meanwhile, continued to dedicate himself to congressional funding and his performance career. When the public learned that Captain America was as formidable as the God of Fire and Goddess, they rallied in support. It was said that in cities where he toured, bond purchases rose by at least 1. Our next target is here, Klausberg. According to intelligence from the reconnaissance team, it is a munitions factory seemingly developing a giant fighter. Red Skull Schmidt is likely there as well. If we can capture him, things will become much simpler. To avoid alerting the enemy, this operation will be a covert infiltration. In addition to the 3 of you, a 10-man squad will be assigned. You must capture Red Skull. Phillips pointed at the map before him, instructing Qing and his 2 companions. The moment Phillips finished speaking, the 3 of them simultaneously received a prompt from the Reincarnation Tower. This time the side mission was not to destroy the base, but to rescue the prisoners. The 107th Infantry Regiment, the Super Soldier Unit. From the information revealed in the mission briefing, at least there were leads on the Super Soldier Unit, and perhaps this wave could directly complete the main quest. Qing stroked his chin in contemplation. In the original plot, upon learning that the 107th Infantry Regiment had been captured, Captain America immediately thought of his close friend Bucky, who served in that regiment. Thus, with the help of Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, he ventured alone to Klausburg to rescue Bucky, destroyed the base, and forced Schmidt to relocate to his base in the Alps. It was through this battle that he earned everyone's recognition and successfully transitioned from a performer to a soldier. Judging by the timeline, news of the 107th Infantry Regiment's capture had likely not yet arrived, so Steve was unaware of it. It seemed the task of rescuing Bucky would be intercepted by him. But if Captain America didn't participate in this event, would he remain a performer forever? Damn, that would be terrible. Colonel, to be safe, it's best to recall Steve. The bond sales are almost done. Thinking this, Qing quickly spoke up. All right, recall Steve. Delay the operation by 2 days. Phillips pondered briefly and agreed to Qing's proposal. An extra combatant meant extra security. Besides, it was a suggestion from the wise one. Whatever the reason, it couldn't be wrong. Upon arriving at the European camp, Steve's first act was not to report to Phillips, but to seek out Qing. You and I want to sincerely thank you. You are my savior. Steve immediately gave him a warm embrace, leaving Qing utterly bewildered. Thank me for what? For scheming to send you to participate in the birth of a performer. Peggy told me it was you who requested the colonel to bring me back. I've truly had enough performing like a clown day after day. It was torture and humiliation. Good grief, it seemed his relationship with Peggy was progressing quickly. Who knew how many positions they had unlocked? You're welcome. Qing reluctantly accepted his gratitude. Have you heard? The 107th Infantry Regiment has been captured by Hydra. Bucky is in that unit. The colonel told me he was killed in action, but I don't believe it. My gut tells me he's still alive. I have to save him. Qing looked at Steve, still in his performance costume, with an iron prop shield strapped to his back. The sight, go report to the colonel first, then change into combat gear. Otherwise, the colonel might have to send someone to rescue you. All right. After speaking, Steve rushed off to find Phillips, while Qing headed to Howard Stark's laboratory. Phillips' office. Major Yuan of our army, along with Rebirth Project Super Soldier Mike and Super Agent Emily, successfully raided the Hydra Barterberg base, destroying a large amount of military and research equipment, eliminating 147 Hydra members, and capturing enemies. Colonel Phillips, Captain Steve reporting. Also, I think I need a sturdier shield. Steve, I'm writing a report for Senator Brandt. Don't interrupt my train of thought. Capturing enemies. Oh, damn it. All right, what did you need? Phillips turned around impatiently. Sorry, Colonel. A sturdier shield. Steve pointed at his star-spangled prop iron shield with an awkward grin. Do I look like a shield to you? You should see Stark. He's the weapons supplier. All right. I thought I needed your approval or a heads up. Just have Yuan handle such trivial matters. He and Stark have been thick as thieves lately. Got it. Steve turned to leave, but Phillips called him back. Oh, I almost forgot the important thing. You're assigned to Yuan's combat squad. We're executing an infiltration mission in 2 days. I'll fill you in on the details. Go. Yes, sir. Phillips waved Steve off and continued his quest for glory. Steve asked around and learned that Qing and the others were in Stark's lab, so he headed straight there. The lab was bustling with people in white lab coats, all engrossed in their tasks, paying no attention to the curious. This looks like an Eastern Tang Dao, doesn't it? No problem. I have some adamantium left. Mixing it with other metals, I should be able to forge it in a day. Howard and Qing were arm in arm deep in discussion, while Yi Qingxian and Carter were at the shooting range, seemingly testing firepower. Seeing no way to join in, Steve walked over to Guolei, who was stroking his chin as if lost in thought. Hey Mike, long time no see. What are you all doing here? Tell me. As an assassin, is it cooler to use a dagger or a blade? Answering a question with a question. Is that even polite? I don't like killing, so I'm not sure which is cooler. I just need a shield. Steve decided to chat with Guolei since everyone... A shield? That thing's clunky and stupid. Only an idiot would use one. Steve. Just then Qing's voice came from across the room. Mike, try this shield. How is it? What shield? I want a dagger. Guolei immediately protested upon hearing he was being given a shield. Trust me, this shield is worth every bit. Qing handed over a silver circular shield. This was the very vibranium shield originally belonging to Captain America, though it was yet to be painted. In Avengers Endgame, this shield withstood several of Thanos, a quasi-heavenly father-level being, basic attacks before being destroyed. In Qing's view, it would likely take a Reincarnator of at least a rank, or even strength to break this shield. Guolei had already been pinned down at the tank's position, so he planned to leverage his relationship with Howard Stark to arrange this for Guolei, providing an additional means of defense. However, Guolei was not appreciative. He took the shield, examined it, and then casually handed it to the envious Steve. No way, only an idiot uses a shield. I want a dagger. Who are you calling an idiot? Hearing Guolei's words, Steve felt awkward, unsure whether to accept or decline. After struggling for a moment, he ultimately chose to follow his heart, joyfully accepting the shield, slipping it onto his arm, and waving it about with a satisfied expression. Are you sure? Don't regret it. Sure, I want a dagger. Qing helplessly shrugged, realizing he was giving an opportunity to someone who wouldn't utilize it. This shield is made from two very rare special metals, its strength far surpassing any known metal on Earth, making it the most expensive piece of equipment here. What? Old Howard, why don't you melt this shield down and make me a dagger instead? Upon hearing the words most expensive, Guolei immediately became restless. Steve held the shield tightly with both hands, looking at Qing with a pleading expression. All right, if you want a dagger, just pick whichever one you like. Qing gestured towards the various haphazard weapons on the table, ignoring Guolei and Steve, and turned to Howard Stark. Howard, how about we grab a drink together? If you don't mind waiting a bit for the tang knife to be made, that would be great. Howard shrugged indifferently. That's not urgent as long as it's ready before we set off. You mentioned those girls last time. Let's go. Upon hearing the mention of girls, Howard's eyes lit up, and he threw his arm over Qing's shoulder, heading outside, without caring about the murderous glares from the two female agents behind them. Building a good relationship with Howard Stark, the father of the future Iron Man Tony Stark, was also part of Qing's plan. Since returning from Badger Fortress, he frequently sought Howard for conversations. Knowing Howard's character well, Qing initiated discussions on how to deeply engage with women, easily resonating with Howard, and soon they became close buddies who had shared the battlefield. Qing occasionally leveraged his knowledge of the future to provide suggestions for Howard's research. Their relationship was becoming so close, as Colonel Phillips remarked, that they were practically wearing the same pants. Of course, Howard Stark was a businessman who was all about profit. Discussing feelings didn't really align with his principles of interest. He was willing to be so close to Qing, not because they were kindred spirits, but due to the potential Qing displayed, which was worth his effort to win over. As a rising star in the military, Qing had garnered enough attention from the higher-ups. At a young age, he not only held the rank of major, but also led the super soldier squad. His future achievements would certainly surpass those of his weapon supplier, making this acquaintance a wise investment. 2 days later, Qing led a strike team of 14 members parachuting near Klausberg base. What's the plan? Guolei's eyes glinted with malice as he gripped a dagger, imagining himself as a ruthless assassin, lowering his voice to ask Qing. Qing, on the other hand, held a long knife in his left hand, its black sheath housing a tang-style blade made from elman alloy and other mixed metals. In terms of hardness, it surpassed Captain America's shield. With the blade shimmering as if glowing, Qing named it Liu Guang. We'll charge in. You 10 surround the base from the outside, and the 4 of us will go in and beat them up. Hearing this command, Steve and the other 10 team members were left stunned. Is this even human language? You call 10 people surrounding a base that spans tens of thousands of square meters. You call 4 people beating up thousands. This is just ridiculous. However, Qing was the on-site commander of this assault operation and the highest-ranking officer present. Even Captain America had to call him captain. They had no choice but to follow orders. The 10 ordinary soldiers, looking confused, spread out around the base while Steve held his newly acquired vibranium shield as if facing a grave threat. Action! At Qing's command, the 3 charged towards the base. Captain, we're still far away. Shouldn't we sneak in first? All of you died. Before Steve could finish his suggestion, Guolei roared loudly. Steve was left dumbfounded. Didn't you say you're an... What kind of assassin is this? They're from the Allies. Open fire quick. The soldiers stationed at the base gate heard Guolei shout from afar and immediately yelled. In an instant, bullets began to rain down. Seeing that the 3 showed no signs of stopping, Steve, who intended to find cover, could only grit his teeth and charge forward with his shield. Leading the charge was Qing, with the highest dimensional attributes among the 3. He instantly activated 6 cannons surrounded by green steam, arriving at the base entrance in a flash, unleashing a massive fireball, with a single hand seal instantly blowing apart the base door and surrounding soldiers. Following that, he summoned Liu Guang from his spatial storage, beginning a one-sided massacre. The soldiers didn't even see where the attackers were before they found their own heads rolling at their feet. The second to plunge into the crowd was Yi Qingxian. Although her strength and physique attributes were only over 40, her spirit and agility, boosted by Spider Serum and Super Agent Serum, reached 70. With her Spider Sense and Super Agent talents, she perfectly dodged all bullets, launching elemental silk projectiles that hit enemies precisely, inflicting various debuffs like freezing, explosion, electric shock, and curses. The third one in was Guolei, whose attribute boosts came from the Desperation Virus and Super Soldier Serum, granting him over 60 in physique and strength, while spirit and agility were around 40. Although his speed was slightly slower under talent enhancement, bullets barely penetrated his defenses, getting caught in his muscles before being pushed out by his healing abilities. Once in the crowd, Guo entered a rampage mode, completely ignoring the incoming bullets, radiating a temperature of 3,000 degrees as he charged through, creating a scene of carnage. At this moment, Steve was still 100 meters from the base, crouching low with his shield as bullets clanged against it. By the time he entered the base, the gunfire had already thinned out. Honestly, I suspect that Dr. Erskine tampered with the serum he injected me with. Why do you all have superpowers but I don't? No, you do have one. Your superpower is being super sturdy. Yanqing's voice echoed from afar. Steve. Inside the base Red Skull, Schmidt watched everything happening outside through the monitors. He had already sent people to gather a lot of information about these 4 super soldiers created by Dr. Erskine, including their superpowers. He himself was a product of the serum. If turning into Red Skull didn't count as a superpower, then he indeed had not gained any superpowers. Watching the few people on the monitor breathing fire, ignoring bullets, and firing elemental silk, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. However, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. He knew the gap between ordinary people and super soldiers. Continuing this way would only waste manpower. Notify them to assemble. Schmidt pressed on his slightly loose synthetic face, speaking darkly. A minute later, he pressed a button on the control panel. Outside the base, a massive steel door slowly rose, and nearly 100 soldiers dressed in Hydra combat uniforms marched out. Their synchronized steps and the oppressive atmosphere instantly attracted everyone's attention. So these must be Hydra's super soldier unit. Yanqing flicked the bloodstains off Liu Guang and sheathed his blade. Damn, there are at least 100 of them here. 1,000 points each, that's 10,000. Idiot, plus the team bonus. We're rich. Guo and Yi Qingxian also gathered around. Steve didn't understand what they were saying and was still fuming that he hadn't even warmed up due to his lack of superpowers before the enemies were almost all killed. When he saw another 100 or so enemies appear on the field, he initially flinched, but upon noticing they were unarmed save for a dagger each, he immediately became excited. This time it was his turn to wreak havoc. Steve thought as he charged at full speed toward the 100-strong crowd. In his imagination, it would be like taking down kids with 1 punch each. However, his powerful right hook was casually blocked by an ordinary-looking soldier. What the hell? Then the soldier threw a right hook of his own, catching Steve off guard and sending him stumbling before he was quickly overwhelmed by the surrounding crowd. Everyone's a super soldier. Did you think you could take on 100? Fire-style Great Fire Dragon. Yanqing formed a single hand seal and 3 thick fire dragons materialized, crashing into the center of the super soldier unit and erupting in a violent explosion. Killed 4 Hydra super soldiers. Rewards have been settled. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Yanqing felt that farming points here wouldn't be as easy as he thought. His Great Fire Dragon technique had been a full power strike, causing a massive explosion, yet the super soldiers reacted swiftly and had high defenses, resulting in only 4 kills. If the same technique had been used on ordinary soldiers, it would have killed at least a truckload. These guys. Steve had now broken out of the encirclement, but not before taking 2 stab wounds, both thankfully avoiding. Aerial attacks were ineffective and charging in recklessly risked being surrounded. So, let's try. Guo draws their fire-ill flank and pick them off, and Qingxian provides support from the outskirts. Wasn't the point of teaming up to coordinate in battle? As he finished speaking, Guo without a word charged into the crowd with a red aura. All of you die. This roar carried the taunt effect of his innate ability, instantly drawing the aggro of dozens of nearby super soldiers. Seeing over a dozen daggers thrusting toward his vital points, even Guo's heart skipped a beat. He decisively activated his ultimate skill, Iron Body. At the same time, his innate ability, Immovable as a Mountain, took effect, further bolstering his defense. Of course, the taunt effect remained. Even those who hadn't intended to attack him found themselves compelled to land a few cuts. Clang, clang, clang. The dagger struck as if against solid iron, unable to pierce his skin even a fraction. However, he was now immobilized, a stationary target. One super soldier noticed Guo's predicament, and after a few tests shouted joyfully, "Brothers, this guy can't move. Slice him up." Instantly, another wave of super soldiers surrounded him, their daggers slashing and stabbing at his vitals. A few sneaky ones even aimed below the belt, terrifying Guo so much that he dared not deactivate Iron Body, standing there helplessly at their mercy. Fortunately, Yanqing's harvest had begun simultaneously. Fire style created chaos while Liu Guang precisely pierced the necks and hearts of super soldiers one by one. The occasional straggler was dealt with by Yi Qingchuan's elemental webbing. Within just 10 minutes, the nearly 100 super soldiers on the field were reduced to a mere handful. What the hell? They're all super soldiers. How are these 3 so formidable? Watching the dwindling numbers on the monitor, Red Skull was utterly dumbfounded. He had poured immense effort, manpower, and resources into creating this 100-man unit. And now they were gone. Now what? The dwarf-like Dr. Zola asked cautiously. What the hell do you mean, now what? Look at their super soldiers, spitting fire impervious to blades. And then look at the trash you created. So. Red Skull couldn't help but curse. Forget it. Execute Operation Valkyrie. They'll make them pay for crossing me. But the Valkyrie hasn't been fully assembled yet. If we force a takeoff, it could crash at any moment. I'm giving orders, not asking for opinions. Red Skull initiated the self-destruct sequence of the weapons factory, then retrieved the faintly glowing tesseract from a device behind him, carefully placing it into a case. Having been inexplicably berated, Dr. Zola dared not argue further. He scurried out of the control room on his short legs to prepare the Valkyrie fighter for takeoff. Meanwhile, with the fall of the last Hydra super soldier, Qing deactivated the 8 gates, and the green steam around him slowly dissipated. Thanks to the Azura bloodline's extraordinary physique and regenerative abilities, prolonged combat with the 6th gate open imposed little burden on his body, only a slight fatigue. As the main harvester, he had killed over 50 super soldiers, this wave translating to more than 50,000 points. With the critical hit and team bonuses at the final settlement, he could already anticipate at least 100,000 points from this instance world, possibly 2 to 300,000 with luck. Guolei and Qing had each killed around 20, likely netting tens of thousands of points. They were rolling in it. The three exchanged glances, barely suppressing their elation. Guolei even had drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, which, combined with his nakedness after his clothes were burned off by the high heat, made him look utterly perverse. "Tone it down, you idiot. Put some clothes on." Qing sheathed Liu Guang and reminded him. "Main quest completed. Rewards have been settled. You have triggered a side quest, rescue the prisoners. Time limit 48 hours. Remaining time in this instance world 1 year and 4 months. The side quest is not mandatory. You may choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at any time." Hearing the tower's prompt, Guolei and Qing both looked at Qing, seeking his opinion. Continue with the side quest, or return now. For an ordinary reincarnator, having already earned such generous rewards, there would be no need to take further risks. But Qing's ambition wasn't limited to these rewards. He coveted the most mysterious treasure of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Space Stone, or the Tesseract, in Red Skull's possession. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be another authority item. This time he was determined to have it. "We're still far from an SS." Upon hearing this, both of them understood his meaning, smiled, without speaking, and offered their fullest trust. "Steve, are you dead or alive?" Not far away, Steve, who had taken a slash to his left shoulder and right leg, struggled to his feet and limped toward the three. "How are these soldiers so fierce? I can't even beat a single one." Steve stared at the corpses littering the ground in disbelief. "They're super soldiers, just like you, so it's normal that you can't defeat them," Qing replied. "Aren't you super soldiers too? How come you can beat them?" Steve retorted defiantly. "That's not important. Your good buddy is likely waiting for you in the base. If you don't go in now, who knows what might happen." "Holy crap, I almost forgot." With that, Steve ignored the pain from the wound on his leg and dashed swiftly. Following the Chosen One, they quickly located the captive prisoners and Bucky, who had been dragged off for hypnosis to become the Winter Soldier. At the same time, the base's self-destruct sequence was activated. Violent explosions surrounded them, and all the lower exits were blocked by collapsed debris. "Take them upward. You can cross from that steel beam to another building." Qing looked up at the top of the base. A steel beam extended from a breach in the fortress wall to another edge. With no choice, the group fled upward. Just as in the original plot, upon reaching the steel beam, they encountered Red Skull and Dr. Zola preparing to evacuate, their first direct confrontation with the main villain. At this moment, Red Skull still wore a human skin mask, looking refined and nothing like a great villain. Qing immediately spotted the metal box in Red Skull's hand. Inside the box was the Space Stone. Qing licked his lips as he eyed the box, ready to act, when a notification from the Reincarnation Tower echoed in his mind. Triggered SS rank Hidden Mission Operation Valkyrie. Time limit 12 hours. Mission brief. Due to enhanced research capabilities, Hydra has developed a giant fighter, the Valkyrie. Red Skull will pilot the Valkyrie to drop super bombs on New York and Chicago. Board the Valkyrie and stop Red Skull's plan. Mission reward: 100 reincarnation points, significantly improved clear rating. An SS rank hidden mission. Qing looked in bewilderment at the excited Guolei and Qing. For Guolei and Qing, unaware of the subsequent plot, this was a gift from heaven. Just when they thought they lacked an SS rank rating, an SS rank hidden mission appeared, naturally filling them with excitement. But for Qing, who knew the plot, it was baffling. Good grief, is it this early? What about the other bases? Will they still be destroyed? Will Dr. Zola still be captured? Will Bucky still go missing? As Qing rapidly analyzed the Reincarnation Tower's tactics in his mind, Red Skull spoke first. "Look who we have here. Our great Captain America, Mr. Steve, the valiant god of fire, Mr. Yuan, the beautiful spy goddess, Miss Emily, and Mr. Mike. Your arrival is truly my utmost honor." Red Skull sauntered toward them, correctly identifying all four. "Wait, why am I just Mr. Mike?" Guolei's clothes and pants had been torn to shreds from the earlier battle, and his sudden outburst looked rather comical. "Aren't you Mr. Mike?" Red Skull countered. This left Guolei stumped. "I am Mr. Mike, but that's not about being or not. It's, well, what kind of god do I look like? What god? Are you insane?" Red Skull was utterly perplexed, having no idea what he meant. Yet the word god resonated with him. God. Indeed, we all possess power beyond mortals. We are the gods of this world, interested in joining Hydra and ruling this world with me. Red Skull extended an earnest invitation. Schmidt War cannot. Ruling is nonsense. First give me... Steve was about to engage Red Skull in a clash of ideals when Guolei interrupted him. A title. If you join Hydra, you will be Hydra's mightiest. A god of war. Yes, that's right. The god of war, mister. Red Skull finally grasped Guolei's train of thought and hastily improvised a nickname to win him over. After all, God of Fire and Spy Goddess weren't his creations, but rumors spread by his subordinates. He had used those names merely to show his familiarity with them. God of War. That's good, that's good. Old Red, you've got a knack for nicknames. Old Red. Steve and Red Skull scratched their heads simultaneously. What kind of regional address was that? So, you agree to join Hydra? Red Skull asked hesitantly. Hydra? What Hydra? You're toying with me. Enraged Red Skull swung a punch at Guolei. Thud. Guolei's agility was lacking and the blow landed squarely on his face, but it didn't even make him budge. What the hell? We were talking nicely, why the sudden violence? Guolei delivered a front kick, sending Red Skull flying several meters to crash into the wall behind. Red Skull's stomach churned violently, nearly making him vomit yesterday's meal. He struggled to his feet, tore off his human skin mask in fury, and prepared to battle Guolei for 300 rounds. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, another wave of explosions struck, causing everyone to lose their footing. They outnumber us. Let's retreat for now. Dr. Zola seized the opportunity to dissuade the enraged Red Skull, pulling him into an elevator to escape. Guolei wanted to pursue and beat Red Skull further, but Qing held him back. Doesn't the mission say we need to stop Red Skull? Guolei asked in confusion. It's to stop Operation Valkyrie, not Red Skull. Qing had sorted out the logic and roughly understood the Reincarnation Tower's intent. Guolei was only half comprehending, but decided to follow Qing's lead. The explosions continued, flames licking at their feet. The group hurried upward and successfully transferred to another intact fortress just before the base was completely consumed by fire. As the last prisoner left the fortress, the Reincarnation Tower's notification echoed in their minds once more. Side mission: rescue prisoners completed. Rewards have been distributed. Due to triggering the hidden mission Operation Valkyrie, time limit 12 hours. Remaining time in this instance world 1 year and 4 months. The hidden mission is not mandatory. You may choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at any time. Seeing all prisoners rescued, Steve prepared to leave the fortress, but Qing pulled him back. What's wrong? Steve asked curiously. Going after Red Skull. Qing replied succinctly. But the entire fortress is exploding. This. If you don't go, I'll suggest to Senator Brandt that you go back to some. Damn, Red Skull, get the hell out here. Hearing about the bond, Steve strode forward without hesitation toward the exploding fortress. Seeing his best friend hadn't left, Bucky turned and followed. The fortress is about to be blown up. Why are you going? We still have a mission. You'd better. If you're worried about Steve, you can come with us. Qing initially intended to tell him to leave, but recalling that Bucky was mistakenly believed to have fallen to his death in Captain America, the First Avenger, he simply let him follow. He planned to create an accidental fall from the plane, later staying true to the Reincarnation Tower's usual methods. Following the Reincarnation Tower's prompts, Qing led the group, avoiding explosions, into the fortress underground base. As they emerged from the passage, they found themselves on a long airstrip with a deafening roar in the distance. What's that sound? Bucky listened intently, puzzled. The sound of a fighter jet accelerating for takeoff. Everyone prepare to board. Steve, take care of your buddy. Qing stretched his body and said calmly. What? Board? Board what? Bucky was startled, looking at Qing in disbelief. Board the plane the moment it flies by, of course. The moment? Wait. From this runway, you mean grabbing onto a fast-moving plane with your bare hands? Yeah, something like that. Are you kidding me? Forget grabbing the plane. The noise alone in this narrow underground runway would knock a person out. Soldier, look at my rank, then prepare to follow my orders. Bucky glanced at the major insignia on Qing's uniform, then considered his own status as a soldier. Looking wronged, he turned to Steve. Captain Bucky doesn't have to be involved. He's just an ordinary man. Steve tentatively explained to Qing. Are you the captain, or am I it? Qing's retort left Steve momentarily bewildered, unsure which captain he meant. All right, I'll make sure you hold on tight. Steve had no choice but to press Bucky's head against his shoulder for comfort. As they spoke, the roar grew closer. Qing led the charge, sprinting forward and instantly reaching 80 miles per hour, followed by Xuan-Yuan, then Steve carrying Bucky and Guolei. Hold on to my waist. Hearing this, Bucky wrapped his arms and legs tightly around Steve. Meanwhile, a massive fighter jet far larger than ordinary ones appeared on the runway behind them, its thunderous roar. As the jet sped overhead, everyone reached out, gripping whatever they could hold. Seconds later, the plane burst out of the underground, soaring toward the horizon. Everyone all right? At the bottom of the cabin, Qing shook his hands, sore from the immense force of grabbing the plane. I'm fine. Guolei grinned, showing his hands. Faint red light flickered beneath the skin of his arms. He was likely slightly injured, but the extremist virus quickly healed him. Yi Qingxian silently shook the wet shooter on her wrist, clearly having swung onto the plane with webs likely complete. No big deal. Bucky, how are you? Steve's arms trembled uncontrollably, but he gritted his teeth and set Bucky down from his back. Bucky. Receiving no response, Steve turned around in concern. Bucky was clutching his head in pain, 2 streaks of blood trailing from his ears. Bucky. Steve called again, but Bucky didn't answer. He might be deaf, Yanqing suggested. Hey, Bucky. Steve shouted into Bucky's ear. Oh, what did you say? Speak up. Bucky shouted back. He's definitely deaf. Steve patted Bucky's shoulder helplessly. As long as he's not dead. If I'm not mistaken, these big things marked with city names are bombs, right? Yanqing pointed to the 2 massive warheads on either side of the cabin. Though not yet called nuclear warheads, these were superweapons developed by Dr. Zola using the Tesseract, their power likely rivaling that of nukes. That madman. Does he intend to drop these on New York and Chicago? Steve was horrified by the Red Skull's. Probably. Let's find the Red Skull first. With that, Yanqing led the way deeper into the cabin. Inside the control room, the Red Skull set the autopilot targeting New York. He slowly turned to face Yanqing and his group as they entered. It's already settled. By tomorrow morning, news of New York and Chicago's destruction will spread to every nation. The entire world will bow to Hydra's rule. You still have time to join. You madman. Steve cursed. Madman. No, I told you I am a god. And you possessing the same power as me, I trust you will make the wise choice. I am a soldier, not some damn god. Steve charged forward, grappling with the Red Skull. Guolei and Yi Qingxian moved to help, but were stopped by Yanqing, who whispered a few instructions to them. Then while everyone was distracted, he formed a hand seal and summoned a shadow clone, sending it silently back. By the time he finished, Steve and the Red Skull were nearly done fighting. The Red Skull, a product of the first-generation serum, was clearly no match for Steve's perfect serum. Judging the moment right, Yanqing struck decisively, using flowing light to slice open the metal box containing the Tesseract. The blue glowing Tesseract tumbled out. You bastard, what have you done? The Red Skull was both shocked and furious. The Tesseract was the power source of the Valkyrie. After bombing New York, he had planned to bomb Chicago. With the energy conversion device destroyed, the plane would likely be unable to fly after hitting New York. Damn it. The Red Skull frantically grabbed the Tesseract from the ground, intending to draw power directly from it to deal with Yanqing and the others, his source of confidence against them. Unfortunately, he misunderstood the Tesseract's true purpose. As he expected it to grant him immense power, a starry void suddenly appeared, and a beam of light enveloped him. Now, at that exact moment, Yanqing exploded with full force, reaching out to touch the Tesseract. The light flickered, and both Yanqing and the Red Skull vanished. Yuan, Steve cried out in horror. Had the Red Skull and Yanqing been annihilated by the Tesseract's powerful energy burst? What happened? He turned to look for Guolei and Yi Qingxian. However, he saw neither of them, only Bucky still clutching his head and making garbled sounds. Where are Mike and Emily? Steve felt an increasing sense of dread as he trembled and asked Bucky. What? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Bucky saw Steve talking to him, but he couldn't hear anything, just a buzzing in his ears. Damn it. Steve was frantic, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a sizzling sound came from the ground. He looked down and saw the cosmic cube radiating high temperatures, melting through the bottom of the plane and falling. The plane. The cosmic cube. The super bomb. New York. Right, I need to prevent the plane from reaching New York. With that, he rushed to the control panel, fiddling for a long time, only to find the autopilot had been locked, and he could only operate it manually. This meant he had to manually control the plane for an emergency landing, otherwise it would automatically fly to New York. But this was a fighter jet, and the chances of a successful emergency landing were negligible. Landing was akin to crashing. Thinking of this, he turned back to see Bucky, still stammering, stepped forward to embrace him, put a parachute on him, then opened the side hatch and kicked him out. What the hell? What the hell? Bucky, stay alive. Steve wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes and returned to the control panel. This is Steve, can you hear me? He connected to the command channel of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. He needed to report what was happening on the plane and say goodbye to Peggy. Steve, this is Peggy, what's the situation over there? It's complicated, I can't figure it out either. What do you mean you can't figure it out? What about Yuan? Yuan. He might be dead, or he might. I don't know how to say it, it's just. We were fighting the Red Skull, and then suddenly a beam of light appeared, and he and the Red Skull vanished. Mike and Emily are also missing, but it's just me and Bucky left. Vanished. Alright, just come back for now. I might not be able to come back. Not able to come back. What does that mean? Could you please explain everything clearly at once? The Red Skull has loaded 2 super bombs onto a fighter jet, and he intends to blow up New York and Chicago. The plane is set to autopilot, and I can only control it manually. Wait, I'll go find Howard, maybe he has a solution. There's no time, the plane is about to reach New York, and I have to make an emergency landing in a nearby uninhabited sea area. No, don't make an emergency landing, there must be a way. Peggy, I'm here. Looks like I'll have to ask you to dance. It's alright, I'll wait for you. The Valkyrie dove swiftly plummeting through the clouds and making an emergency landing in the icy waters of the Arctic Ocean. Unnoticed by anyone as the plane plunged through the clouds, the glowing cosmic cube fell out from within the plane, followed by a figure that dropped from the aircraft and successfully grasped the cosmic cube after swimming in the air for a while. This person was Qing. To be precise, it was Qing's shadow clone. While Steve and the Red Skull were fighting, the shadow clone quietly approached the bottom of the plane and secured itself by inserting a kunai into the aircraft's outer shell. When the cosmic cube melted the plane and it fell, he also jumped out, successfully acquiring the space gem unnoticed. The shadow clone stored the cosmic cube in space, then dispelled itself and transferred the memories to the main body. At that moment, Qing's main body and the Red Skull stood on the homeworld of the Soul Gem Vormer. With the merging of the memories after the shadow clones dispelling the cosmic cube was also accounted for, everything was according to plan. As he and the Red Skull were teleported away by the space gem, the Valkyrie operation was declared a failure, and the completion prompt for the hidden mission sounded, signaling that Guolei and Yi Qingxian returned to the Reincarnation Tower. Meanwhile, he was fixated on the Soul Gem arriving on Vormer with the Red Skull. "Old Red, did you hear that voice too?" Qing asked the Red Skull while looking at the abyss shrouded in mist beneath him. Just moments ago, a vague and ethereal voice echoed in his mind, which he suspected was emanating from the Soul Gem. "What voice? I don't know what you're talking about." The Red Skull's eyes flickered, but his expression was one of confusion. "Let me translate it for you. It says that if one person jumps down and sacrifices their soul to it, the other will gain the power to control souls. So, do you jump yourself, or should I help you jump?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Skull immediately dodged, distancing himself from Qing, and assumed a fighting stance. "Since you heard it too, let's see who's stronger then. Looks like I'll have to help you." Prior to this on Earth, he had reservations and couldn't unleash all his powers. Even so, he could still easily overpower the super soldier. Now on the entire Vormer, it was just him and the Red Skull, with the possibility of a soul gem, making it feel like he was waiting for a fight with his hands in his pockets, unable to find an opponent. As expected, the Red Skull struck a pose as if facing a great enemy for quite a while, only to be caught off guard, as Qing used a flash technique to twist his arms behind him and kicked him off the cliff. "Off you go. FUC bang." The Red Skull's voice gradually faded away, accompanied by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, and an orange gem appeared floating in front of Qing. Qing knew that with his strength, he couldn't directly touch the infinity gem or he would suffer a backlash. However, the mesmerizing orange glow seemed full of temptation. By the time Qing regained his senses, his hand was already holding the soul gem. At that moment, an invisible force attacked his soul. Qing himself felt nothing, but he knew his soul was being attacked because of the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower. "You have been attacked by a soul attack. Talent soul barrier activated, successfully immune to this damage." "Huh, your weak soul can actually resist my invasion. This is truly astonishing." The voice that Qing had heard when he first arrived on Vormer echoed in his mind again. "Damn, I almost fell for this." Qing felt uneasy. Fortunately, he had a talent to defend against soul attacks. Otherwise, he might have been turned into an entity like the Red Skull from Avengers 4, becoming neither human nor ghost, and forever trapped here as a guide. It would be wise to leave here quickly. He silently chanted for a return, but instead he received a prompt from the Reincarnation Tower. Warning: the infinity gem carried by the Reincarnator is an important plot item and cannot be taken out of the instance world. Damn it, can't take it out. What was the point of all the effort to get these two gems? Just to be pendants. Qing was frantic. He tried to put the gem in his private space, holding the soul gem in his mouth, while hiding the cosmic cube in his pants, but all attempts were in vain. Until he activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Discover the power. Do you wish to absorb it? Thankfully, the hard work wasn't in vain. Was there even a question? Of course he would absorb it. Warning: the acquired power cannot match your bloodline. Please choose a method of disposal. 1. Forcefully absorb the current power. 2. Pay 1,000 reincarnation points to replicate and optimize the power. 3. Abandon the current power. Damn, 2 options mean 2,000. I knew there would be no good news. However, after weighing it, the 2 high-level powers of space and soul were still acceptable at 2,000. Grinding his teeth, he decided to pay the fee. He had already earned over 7,000 reincarnation points this time, and when it came time for settlement, even with the lowest 2 times critical hit, it would be 1,000 reincarnation points. Adding the remaining over 5,000 from before, it should be enough for 2,000. Paying for 2 powers would be completely fine. Pay reincarnation points to replicate powers. As his voice fell, the cosmic cube and soul gem erupted with powerful energy, which instantly surged into his 2 kaleidoscope Sharingan. According to his expectations, the left eye replicated the power of the space gem, while the right eye replicated the power of the soul gem. Talent: space power description, control part of space authority. Talent: soul power description, control part of soul authority. The emergence of these 2 talents meant that Qing's kaleidoscope Sharingan finally had a place to be used. Once the powers within his eyes stabilized, Qing naturally gained a comprehensive understanding of these 2. At this moment, a vast space, seemingly boundless, appeared in his left eye, which could store various items and allow living beings to enter it. Qing named it primordial space. Additionally, he could teleport, instantly intervene in space, performing space, cutting space, sealing, and more. These numerous applications were somewhat similar to Obito's double god vision, but in terms of authority levels they surpassed it by more than 1 or 2 tiers, with even richer functionalities. The soul power in his right eye was far more mysterious. It not only strengthened Qing's soul, but also allowed him to absorb control and even modify and create souls. Since there were no other souls around, he couldn't practically operate to experience it, so he could only wait to study it further after returning. Another surprise was that the infinite gem itself contained immense energy, which converted into the energy needed to activate the kaleidoscope stored in his eyes. This also meant that his kaleidoscope Sharingan had deviated from the original setting in the Naruto world. Using his powers did not consume chakra or ocular power, and even if overused, he wouldn't go blind, nor would he need to replace his eyes to upgrade to eternal kaleidoscope. One could say that Qing's kaleidoscope was roughly equivalent to an eternal kaleidoscope with infinite chakra. He wouldn't go blind, nor would he run out of chakra. Even if there was slight depletion, the sage body could back him up, truly achieving the freedom of the kaleidoscope. Of course, these two powers were not invincible. They were inherently high-level, but how much power they could exert was limited by Qing's own strength. For instance, the teleportation of space power could ignore conditions in the Marvel original teleporting anywhere in the universe, but Qing could only teleport within a limited range of places he knew. The soul that soul power could intervene with was related to the strength of his own soul. If the opposing soul's strength far surpassed Qing's, then forceful intervention would result in backlash. Although both abilities were greatly restricted powers, they were the strongest abilities he currently possessed. This world's profits have reached their maximum, and no further gains can be obtained. You will be forcibly returned in 1 hour. With the powers absorbed, the notification from the Reincarnation Tower also sounded. Clearly, the two powers led the Reincarnation Tower to believe that this time the benefits had been maximized, and it could even be said to have crossed the bottom line, prompting it to forcibly kick him out. Qing didn't want to delay either, but to ensure that the next time he entered the plot would be the same as what he knew, the caretaking work still had to be completed. He casually flicked the soul gem down the cliff, then used the space power and the cosmic cube to successfully return to Earth. At the quiet bottom of the cliff on Vormer, the orange soul gem slowly floated beside the corpse of Red Skull. That human just now seemed to suddenly have an incredibly familiar power. I originally wanted to keep him and transform him into a guide, but since it's not meant to be, then let me modify this little guy instead. Red Skull's soul. Back on Earth, the Valkyrie had already sunk with Steve into the Arctic Ocean. Qing casually tossed the cosmic cube into the Arctic Ocean. All key items were returned to their rightful owners. The next time he entered the Marvel world, the plot should not change too much, allowing him to operate according to the familiar storyline. With everything completed, Qing looked at the time. There were still 40 minutes until the forced return. A thought. Wait, December 1943, World War II. Tisk, this is really too much. Above the war-torn Changde City, a man wearing a poker mask hovered in midair. This person was Qing. 10 minutes ago, he suddenly thought that the Yanhuang during this period might also be deeply immersed in the depths of World War II. So, he attempted to teleport to Yanhuang, and to his surprise, he actually succeeded. After some inquiries, he learned that Changde City was under intense attack from the Cherry Blossom Army, so he spent a few more minutes arriving above the city. Although it was a defensive battle, the geographical advantage was on the side of Changde's defenders. Their numbers were only 1/5 that of the Cherry Blossom Army 800 against 400, and the Cherry Blossom Army had better equipment along with substantial air and artillery support. One could say that without a miracle, Yanhuang would surely be defeated. The battle had lasted for several days. Changde City had become a wasteland of scorched earth, and the Cherry Blossom Army's planes and artillery bombarded relentlessly, leaving the Changde defenders with countless casualties, only a few hundred still struggling to resist. There are still 37 minutes left. That should be more than enough. First take out the planes, then deal with the artillery. As his voice fell, Qing formed seals and unleashed the Great Dragonfire technique. With his current chakra level and proficiency, he unleashed continuous fire dragons. The pilots of the Cherry Blossom Army, while controlling the planes and dropping bombs, had perverse smiles on their faces as they shouted, "Ha ha, this is the art of explosion." Huh, what's that? Through the glass of the cockpit, he saw a gigantic monster's head engulfed in flames. Dame boom. In an instant, several planes collided with the fire dragons in midair, turning into bursts of fire. The commander of the defenders, Yu Shizhong, listened to the constant explosions outside the city, his face filled with grief and anger. He repeatedly sent telegrams for help, but all he received were replies urging him to hold on. Hold on. My 800 brothers have dwindled to just over 100. How am I supposed to hold on? Bang. He slammed his fist on the table, unable to suppress his emotions. He had no face left to face the families of those brothers. Brothers, I'm sorry for you. Saying this, he raised his sidearm, preparing to take his own life. Commander, look, isn't that a... Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a nearby officer suddenly shouted excitedly, "A dragon!" What the hell is this time? And, oh crap. On the other side, several Yinhuang soldiers were exchanging fire with the Cherry Blossom Army, using their limited ammunition. Captain Chai, look, there's a dragon in the sky. Have you gone crazy from fighting? There's no such thing as dragons in this world. But, enough with the buts, hurry. Whoa, there really is a dragon. Oh. 20 minutes later, the sounds of machinery had completely disappeared, and the gunfire and explosions outside Chang'e City had also become sparse. What's going on? Did the reinforcements arrive? Yu Shizhong hurriedly asked as he saw his subordinates approach. No reinforcements were found nor any messages of support, but all the enemy's planes and tanks have been destroyed, and the Cherry Blossom Army outside the city is nearly wiped out. I heard from the brothers on the perimeter that. They said, what the hell are you talking about? Just spit it out. They said they saw a shadow with a long knife and a white mask killing Cherry Blossom soldiers all over outside the city, and some brothers saw him spewing fire dragons. A long knife, white mask, and spewing fire dragons, just one person. It should be just one, but the brothers all said he's not human, he's a god. Yu Shizhong furrowed his brow. He had seen the fire dragons in the sky. If one were to say that the massive fire dragon that destroyed the plains was created by human force, it indeed seemed absurd. But a god. If there really were gods in this world, they would surely be the ones protecting our Yinhuang lands forever. Unable to make sense of it, he let out a long breath. No matter what, winning was what mattered. Yinhuang will definitely get better and better. Slicing down the last soldier screaming Demei within his line of sight, Yin Qing sheathed the Tang blade Liu Guang. With only minutes left before the forced return, he silently recited the command to return and departed from the dungeon world. Mission settlement, main quest completed, side quest destroy Hydra base completed, side quest rescue prisoners completed, hidden quest operation Valkyrie completed, mission evaluation SSS. Mission reward 3/0 reincarnation points. Reward settlement killed 54 super soldiers. Reward 5/0 reincarnation points. Obtain super soldier bloodline. Reward 2/0 reincarnation points. Obtain skills 5. Reward 500 reincarnation points. Reward evaluation SSS. Reward bonus 56500 reincarnation points. Other settlement SSS, including story progress, unlisted skills, acquired proficiency, acquired attributes, etc. Reward 100 reincarnation points. Comprehensive evaluation SSS. Reincarnator Yin Baja second floor dungeon, Captain America world, clear evaluation SSS. Rewards obtained as follows: reincarnation points 97500 points. World chest SSS 1 free attribute points 5 reincarnator lock card 1 talent mega critical triggered. This reward receives a 2x multiplier. Your rewards have been adjusted as follows: reincarnation points 19500 points. World chest SSS 2 free attribute points 10 reincarnator lock card 2. Congratulations to the reincarnation team Poker Mask for achieving the first SS rated clear in Captain America world. All team members are rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Marvel World Reputation 5. After the settlement, Yin Qing did not rush to organize his gains, but first confirmed the status of Guo Lei and Yi Qingxian. Learning that both had completed their missions and returned safely, he finally relaxed. The three were discussing the final situation in the dungeon when a prompt from the Reincarnation Tower echoed in their minds simultaneously. Announcement: Yinhuang A District Reincarnation Team Poker Mask has achieved the first Team SS rated clear in the Reincarnation Tower, rewarding all Reincarnation Team members from the Yinhuang Nation with 5 free attribute points. Announcement: Yinhuang A District Reincarnation Team Poker Mask has achieved the first SS rated clear of the Reincarnation Tower dungeon, Captain America world. Yinhuang Nation Reincarnation teams will receive a 1-point reputation bonus when entering this world. The two announcements caused an uproar throughout the Reincarnation Tower. Holy crap! Another SSS. Has Yinhuang Nation stumbled upon an SSS nest recently? Anyone with a clue know who this team is? Never heard of them before. I have a clue, but I haven't heard of them either. Could it be some big shot from the top 100 or rookie list? Yinhuang A District. I heard Lu Xinghuang ranked 7th on the top 100. He barely escaped the dungeon with his life recently, the sole survivor of his team. Could this be him regrouping and forming a new team? Zhu Lian, who just entered the rookie list last week, is also from Yinhuang A District. He might have formed his own team. Bullshit. Captain America World is a beginner dungeon. How could Lu Xinghuang or Zhu Lian possibly go in? True. You only know how to talk big, don't you use your brain. The member list of a fixed reincarnation team can be queried in the tower. Also true. Guys, I checked it out. It's absolutely explosive. The leader is Yin Baha, who we were just discussing yesterday. The members are only two, one called Hojiguguo and the other Qing Cao, both newbies who just entered the Reincarnation Tower recently. What? Yin Baha. Didn't he just get an SSS rating clearing the novice dungeon the day before yesterday? How did he get another SSS rating just 2 days later? Idiot, never heard of a cooldown reset card. Big shots are big shots. We meticulously prepare, barely daring to enter a dungeon, while he's sprinting through consecutive clears, all with SSS ratings. I really want to be a pendant on this big shots leg. I've decided not to enter any dungeons recently. When Yin Baha reaches the 5th floor, he'll decisively go and suck up. Any brothers know this big shot's ID. He'll pay 1 million Yen Huang coins for it. Having the strategy for consecutive SS-rated clears definitely implies a terrifying force backing him. Could he even look at you? Go to bed. ICO. Yin Baha isn't even a Yin Huang citizen. He's actually from our Bang nation, a descendant of our ancient Empress Yin. Sumnada. Shut up, you Western barbarians, you have nothing but a club. For a time, the Reincarnation Tower chat space was bustling again, all revolving around the topic of the poker mask team. Yin Qing and the other two didn't join the lively chatter. Having just emerged from the dungeon world, their mental states were not at their best. Everyone is very tired today. Arrange your own time for the rest of the day. If anyone private messages, you be careful about identity confidentiality. It's best not to reply. Also, regarding the rewards, you can open the chests first, but don't rush to use what you get out. Similarly, don't touch the reincarnation points or authority keys. We'll discuss it after meeting tomorrow. Any questions? No. Having reached a consensus, the three parted ways to rest and organize their gains. In his private room in the Reincarnation Tower, Yin Qing lay back on the rock-hard bed of his rented apartment, recalling the half-year experience in the dungeon world. Originally, the mission time was 1.5 years, but due to his alteration of the story's progression, a butterfly effect sent Red Skull into outer space in just half a year. He Guolei and Yi Qingxian had left their own stories in the Marvel world. He wondered what identities the Reincarnation Tower would assign them the next time they entered a Marvel dungeon. Sigh. If I clear all the Reincarnation Tower's floors, can I return to my original world? Looking at everything in the rented apartment, Yin Qing began to yearn for his past world. After resting for a moment, he got up to inspect the gains from this dungeon. Inside his portable space were 2 SS-grade world chests, the Wakizashi of Stop Water, the Adamantium Tang Blade, Liuguang, 10 cooldown reset cards, 2 Reincarnator lock cards, a jar of secret toad oil, and various miscellaneous items like kunai shuriken and explosive tags. Additionally, there were 15 free attribute points. As for reincarnation points, after deducting 2,000 for copying 2 authorities, he only had 5,340 left. Reincarnator lock cards are used in dungeon worlds to prevent reincarnators from forcibly leaving. Unless one encounters a reincarnator that must be eliminated, such items are generally useless. As usual, he'll open the chests first. Climbing out of bed, Yin Qing decided to open the world chests. Obtain Magneto's helmet 1. Obtain blank X Gene 1 Magneto's helmet. How did this end up in an SS-grade world chest? Isn't that a bit excessive? As for the other item, Yin Qing stared at a transparent spiral genome in his portable space, admitting he had never heard of it. Was it an original creation of the Reincarnation Tower? Blank X Gene description: a blank gene left behind by the Celestials, usable only by humans. It can replicate another person's special ability by filling in the gene. This gene is in its terminal decay phase. Please use it within the time span of 2 dungeon worlds. Whoa, jackpot, but not entirely. Copying someone else's ability sounded incredibly powerful, but with the time limit of 2 worlds, who knew what worlds lay ahead? Moreover, the definition and upper limit of this special ability were unknown. If he could copy Franklin Richards' ability, wouldn't he be invincible? Or copy Jean Grey's Phoenix Force, that would be an immediate takeoff. Or perhaps it wasn't limited to mutants, but could absorb all special abilities. Consider Saitama from One Punch Man, Zeno from Dragon Ball Super, Yhwach's Almighty. As long as he could make contact, invincibility would be too easy. Would the Reincarnation Tower allow such a massive loophole? Dream on. This round of treasure chests is truly difficult to describe. Subsequently, Yin Qing allocated 15 free attribute points to strength and agility, reaching the following attributes: strength 82, spirit 124, constitution 124, agility 81. His current spiritual and physical attributes have already reached the level of a high-ranking ninja, but with the enhancement of the Azura bloodline and the celestial body, his actual chakra amount is at least 4 or 5 times that of Kakashi, and his recovery speed is exceptionally fast, essentially eliminating any chance of chakra deficiency. Thus, he focused his attribute points on strength and agility. If assessed according to the power system of the Naruto world with the attributes of a high-ranking ninja, the physical enhancement of the 8 gates, sword techniques, and fire techniques combined with the special abilities of spatial and soul powers, it would be reasonable to rate him at the level of a shadow. At the very least, he could contend with the legendary strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the assessment from the Reincarnation Tower was overall combat power D, which equates to the level of an average high-ranking ninja. Yin Qing speculated that the Reincarnation Tower might not account for the temporary boosts from various enhancements. This is fine, as battles for reincarnators largely depend on abilities and trump cards. Generally, people might only keep 1 or 2 powerful abilities as trump cards, but for Yin Qing, aside from his basic attacks, everything else is a trump card. The remaining matters can wait until tomorrow. After processing his gains, Yin Qing left the Reincarnation Tower and went to sleep. Soon the news of the poker mask team receiving an SSS rating spread through the Reincarnators to the real world. In the land of cherry blossoms at the Tenmi Shrine, The Tenmi Shrine comprises 8 temples, each housing a different deity, representing the 8 divine spirits that granted powers to the Reincarnators of the Cherry Blossom Country. In one shrine dedicated to the nine-tailed fox, 2 enchanting voluptuous beauties were kneeling and meditating with closed eyes. Xuan, it seems that your task has encountered issues. One of the slightly elder white-haired beauties spoke slowly. Master, what has happened? The other younger black-haired beauty opened her eyes, asking in confusion. This black-haired beauty was Mingrihua Xuan, who had previously met Qing at the Reincarnation Tower. The white-haired beauty was her master Utsunomiya, Kira, a powerful figure who also received powers from the great demon, the nine-tailed fox. The Reincarnation Tower has sent word that a reincarnation team from the Yanhuang district called Poker Mask has just completed the Captain America World instance with an SSS rating. Poker Mask? I'm not familiar with this team. What does it have to do with my mission? Mingrihua Xuan was puzzled. The captain of this team is Yin Ba, who did not adhere to the agreement to transfer regions. Perhaps he plans to transfer after completing this instance. That's unlikely. He organized a fixed team forming bonds with the members. Clearly you were deceived by him. Utsunami Akira said with a wry smile, shaking her head slowly. That scoundrel. Master, let me go to Yanhuang. I will personally bring him back. How many times have I told you don't act impulsively when faced with trouble? Where will you find him in Yanhuang? Even if you find him, how will you bring him back? Remember, plan carefully before acting. Yes, Master, then how should I make up for this mistake? Since the soft approach isn't working, let's try something tougher. The next day the sun was warm and the wind gentle. Qing had a refreshing sleep, and both his spirit and body had returned to their optimal state. Upon arriving in the classroom, he noticed that aside from Guolei and Yi Qingxuan, everyone was gathered together. Yinba, come quickly, something big has happened. Guolei called Qing over in a hushed tone. What happened? Chen Kai has joined the new star training camp. And then, how the hell would I know what comes next? Guolei scratched his head. What is your current combat power rating? Qing inquired. I think it's E rank. Then why are you panicking? He just passed the novice instance, which means he only has G rank combat power, at most F rank. A, B, C, D. Write him at E rank now. After realizing the power comparison, Guolei immediately regained his confidence. Actually, given Guolei's personality, he didn't really know what fear was. He was just close to Qing and unconsciously put himself in Qing's shoes, which made him anxious. Now thinking about how Qing was stronger than him and he was stronger than Chen Kai, that sense of identification instantly vanished. I heard he's holding a celebration banquet at home tonight, planning to invite the whole class to join. What the hell is there to celebrate? But if I join the new star training camp, I guess my dad would have to set up 2 tables regardless. No time do you want to attend? Qing tentatively asked. Now that everyone was teammates before implementing a monarchic system, he thought it best to try a semblance of democracy and freedom. If you don't attend, then I definitely want to attend, Guolei said, as always resisting Qing without thinking. Then fine, I declare that tonight we will hold the first resource allocation and future planning seminar of the mass team, and all members must attend on time. If anyone is late or absent, they will face severe consequences. As the 3 of them were discussing enthusiastically, Qin Kejuan entered the classroom, wearing an OL outfit paired with black stockings and high heels. Everyone return to your seats. At the command, all the students obediently returned to their seats. It was then that Qing saw that the one being surrounded was Chen Kai. At that moment, he looked flushed, as if the word pride was about to be tattooed on his face. I believe everyone has already heard that our classmate Chen Kai has successfully secured one of the 3 available spots in the new star training camp after a tough battle. Let us applaud and cheer for him. Immediately warm applause erupted except for Qing and his 2 friends. Qin Kejuan was delighted. During yesterday's competition for spots, Chen Kai had defeated his opponents with dazzling ninjutsu, significantly boosting her reputation. Chen Kai, I hope you continue to strive for excellence in the training camp to bring glory to our class school and Yun. Once again, thunderous applause filled the room. Teacher Qin, my father is hosting a banquet tonight, inviting school teachers and all classmates to attend. I hope everyone can grace us with your presence. Chen Kai capitalized on the momentum, bringing this wave of pride to a climax. Indeed, the atmosphere surged once more. All right, those who have passed the novice instance should continue to work hard and strive to keep up with Chen Kai. For those who haven't passed, don't be discouraged. Keep trying for the next opportunity. After class, Chen Kai approached Yi Qingxuan's seat directly. Qingxuan, you must come tonight. Sorry, I have some. No worries, the banquet will last a long time. You can come later. Even if I come later, I won't have time. Then, when will you have time? I can treat you to a meal. I never have time. You? This was clearly a refusal, and Chen Kai's gentlemanly demeanor gradually morphed into something more sinister. What do you mean? Do you want a beating? Guolei slammed the table and stood up. You 2 just wait for me. Chen Kai threatened Guolei, and Qing then turned and walked away without looking back. That evening, Qing went to Su Qianqian's place for dinner. Recently, Su Qianqian had been studying human anatomy and anatomy, madly attempting to combine chakra energy with modern medicine. After hearing her theories, Qing couldn't help but secretly marvel at her talent. It was hard to say that she hadn't already mastered the chakra scalpel before entering the instance. After refusing Su Qianqian's request for a dissection, Qing returned to his room. Just as he opened his computer to check the matter of the authority Qi Guolei and Qingxian called him one after the other. The two were discussing the same matter. During the day, the three rejected Chun Kai's invitation, but tonight such a glorious moment, whether for boasting hitting back or any other reason, as someone he liked and an enemy, he hoped the three of them would be present. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Kai had somehow convinced his father Chen Pingliai, who directly contacted their parents insisting they attend Chen Kai's celebration banquet and that they must bring Qing along. Chen Pinglai was the owner of a logistics group in Yun City, with significant business dealings mingling in both the legitimate and underground realms, and was a somewhat well-known figure locally, also a reincarnator who had cleared the 11th floor. His somewhat threatening invitation was one that an average family wouldn't dare refuse. Moreover, it was just a meal, so their parents all agreed. All right then, let's meet this father and son duo. After a moment's deliberation, Qing decided to attend the celebration banquet. Chun Kai's behavior today had served as a warning. He was not afraid of retaliation against himself, but he could not rule out the possibility of Chun Kai targeting those close to him. Such a latent threat had to be eradicated. A mere father and son duo like the Chens, how could they be allowed to ride roughshod over them? The hillside villa district on the outskirts of Yunqing's first ring road. This area, with its scenic landscapes and top-tier security, was home to the elite of Yunqing. At exactly 7 o'clock, Qing and his two companions gathered at the foot of the hill, joined by Guolei's father and Yi Qingchuan's parents. Guolei came from a single-parent family. His mother had passed away when he was young. His father, Guo Xiaoyan, was said to have cleared 3 dungeon floors and acquired some expertise in mechanical operations. After leaving the Reincarnation Tower, he worked as an operator of heavy loading equipment at a transport company, living an ordinary life with a decent but somewhat inglorious salary. Due to his busy work schedule, Guo Xiaoyan did not spend much time communicating with or caring for Guolei, which was why Guolei sought attention through his antics. Guo Xiaoyan was now wearing an ill-fitting black suit, his face stubbled with a rough beard, giving him a roguish air. He greeted everyone with an easy familiarity, his boisterous personality quite similar to Guolei's. Xiaoqing, long time no see. Qingshuan still as beautiful as ever. These must be Qingchuan's parents. Hello, hello. No wonder Qingxian is so gorgeous. You two are quite the handsome couple. A pleasure to meet you. Guolei's father, Guo Xiaotian. Haha, I've heard so much about you. Uncle Annie, hello. Guolei. Guo as in Guolei, Lei as in Guolei. The two of them edged forward as they spoke, shaking hands and patting shoulders with the fervor of social terrorists, leaving Yi Qingchuan's refined parents rather embarrassed. Hello, Qingchuan's father Yida, and this is her mother Lu Jia. Yida and Lu Jia were both mid-level managers at a state-owned enterprise. They had only cleared 4 or 5 floors of the Reincarnation Tower and had stopped entering it long ago. Their family circumstances were decent. Unaccustomed to Guo Xiaoshan's social style, Yida offered a polite smile and introduced himself, then turned to whisper with his wife. As long as I pretend to be busy and ignore you, the awkwardness won't fall on me. However, Uncle and Auntie are so affectionate. When my mom was still alive, all my dad did was laugh heartily. Guo Xiaoyan, can't you read the room? Why are you airing my dirty laundry? Yida, Lu Jia, Yi Qingshuan. Exactly, if you can't talk properly, just keep your mouth shut. Watching the two families of 5, Qing felt a pang of homesickness and a touch of envy. Ahem, I think I see a shuttle bus arranged by Chun Kai's family over there. Maybe we can chat on the way. Qing reminded them. Haha, right, let's talk as we walk. Guo Xiaotian tugged Yida forward, ignoring Lu Jia's resentful glare. Yi Qingxian stepped forward to take her mother's arm, while Guo Lei casually slung his arm around Qing's shoulder. Outside a villa halfway up the hill, the garden was filled with an array of delicacies, and elegantly dressed men and women mingled, chatting as they strolled. A banner hung on one side of the garden reading, celebrating Chun Kai's successful admission to the new star training camp. This was the Chun residence, the venue for tonight's celebration banquet. At that moment, Chun Kai, basking in the crowd's flattery, raised his glass frequently, but his gaze kept drifting toward the garden entrance. He was waiting for Yi Qingxian and Qing. He intended to use tonight's moment of glory to resolve the issues with Qing and Yi Qingxian. As a shuttle bus slowly came to a halt, the figures he had been eagerly anticipating finally appeared. The pure and sweet Yi Qingshuan and the detestable Qing. He murmured an apology to the crowd and strode over to greet them. Qingshuan, Uncle, Auntie, you're finally here. I've been waiting for so long. Chen Kai put on a gentlemanly smile, the picture of a refined young noble. Chen Kai, congratulations. Your future achievements are sure to be boundless. Yida offered a polite platitude, while Yi Qingxian shot Chen Kai a disdainful glare. Oh my Chen Kai, you're quite the handsome fellow. Congratulations, congratulations. Hurry up, or all the food will be gone by the time we get there. Guo Xiaoshan's greeting was superficial, his eyes were already scouting for food. Once he spotted his target, he changed the subject, having barely glanced at the evening's protagonist. Let's go. Guolei was equally blunt, skipping the pleasantries and tugging Qing along as he prepared to charge. I've already eaten. You two go ahead. Yanqing had not come for the free food. Seeing that Yanqing had his own plans, Guolei let him be. Old Guo, wait for me. Their frantic dash left Yi Qingchuan's parents embarrassed once again. We just happened to meet at the foot of the hill. Oh, no matter. Uncle Annie, please come inside. My father has been looking forward to meeting you. Chen Kai was exceedingly polite, knowing he had to maintain appearances until Yi Qingxian was his. Let's just say hello and leave. That'll be enough to save face. Yi Qingxian said to Yida. She had told her parents before coming that she disliked Chen Kai and did not want to attend, but they were reluctant to offend Chen Pinglei. So they had agreed to just make an appearance and then leave. Well, Chen Kai, let's go say hello to your father first. Saying that in front of him. How rude. Yida felt like he had had the worst luck today. Being embarrassed by Guolei's family was bad enough, but now his own daughter was adding to his mortification. He had exhausted a whole year's worth of awkwardness in just a few moments. Since you're here, why not stay a while? My father is very eager to get to know you better. Chen Kai led the way with Yida and the others following. Seeing that Chen Kai was ignoring him, Yanqing said nothing and silently trailed behind, curious to see what scheme Chen Kai was brewing. Dad, this is Xuan-Yuan, the one I always talk about. And these are her parents, Uncle Yi and Auntie Lu. In a corner of the garden, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair was chatting with another portly man. Hearing Chen Kai's voice, both men turned around. President Yang, you're here too. Yida and Lu Jia immediately straightened up, visibly tense upon seeing the portly man. Oh, Xiao Yi and Xiao Lu, you've arrived. You've truly raised a wonderful daughter. President Chen has been singing your praises all evening, insisting on introducing our families. Qingxian and Kai are adults now. Oh, I think you should all get to know each other better. Who knows, something might come of it. This man was their direct superior, President Yang. Holding a glass of wine in one hand and patting his protruding belly with the other, he smiled lecherously. Well, Qingxian is still young. 18 is not young anymore. I've heard there's some misunderstanding between Qingxian and Kai. Why don't they talk it over alone tonight? They'll have the servants prepare rooms for you. The other middle-aged man spoke, his voice low, his words seeming like a suggestion, but carrying an undeniable forcefulness. This was Chen Kai's father, Chen Pinglei, chairman of Kuailei Group, a member of the Yunqing Martial Artists Alliance, and a powerhouse who had cleared the 11th floor of the Reincarnation Tower. Chen Pinglei was a burly man clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat. If his hair were dyed gold, Yanqing thought he would bear at least a 60 or 70% resemblance to Rugal from the King of Fighters. As he finished speaking, Yida and Lu Jia simultaneously sensed trouble. The man clearly intended to force them to stay, and refusal would be a loss of face, a consequence they could not afford. There is no misunderstanding between Chen Kai and me. I simply dislike him, uncle, so there's no need to trouble yourself. We'll be leaving shortly. Her parents were too cautious, always seeking a roundabout approach, but Yi Qingxian had no desire to engage in pretense with these people. She refused loudly and directly. The surrounding crowd, overhearing this, nonchalantly edged closer, ears pricked for gossip. Chen Pinglei, having lost face, was not angered. He possessed that much grace. Given his status, it was beneath him to use connections to help his son woo a woman. But Chen Kai was obsessed. When asked what reward he wanted for joining the Nova training camp, he demanded a woman, one who must come willingly. This posed a real challenge for Mr. Chen, a veteran of the business world for decades. Perhaps deeper interaction will kindle affection. If you deny me this face, they'll have to trouble President Yang with some personnel adjustments tomorrow. Chen Pinglei's logic was simple. He wouldn't force her, but he would force her parents. That should count as voluntary, shouldn't it? Otherwise, her parents' jobs would vanish. Yi Qingxian was truly at a loss against such shameless tactics. Chen Kai also grasped his father's intent. He initially felt a twinge of unease, but then reasoned that once he had Yi Qingchuan's body winning her heart would surely follow. The standoff persisted. Yi Qingxian lowered her head in grievance, unwilling to let her own troubles affect. Seeing his daughter's distress, Yida cursed himself for a fool. Was offending the powerful so terrible? Was losing a job so dire? His daughter was the apple of his eye. Just as he steeled himself to retort, Yanqing, standing behind him, spoke first. Ahem. I say, all you distinguished gentlemen ganging up to bully a young girl. Is that not a bit shameless? The moment the words left his mouth, Yanqing instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Those attending the banquet were all figures of some standing in Cloud City. Cyclers from the Martial Union, high-ranking officials from politics, and business members of noble families. They were all curious about this young man who dared to call Chen Pinglei shameless in front of so many. How dare you, Yanqing? Who do you think you were speaking to my father like that? Before Chen Pinglei could respond, Chen Kai, dealing with Yanqing had always been part of his plan for today, but he intended to do it last. He hadn't expected Yanqing to jump out on his own. And who does your father think he is? What happens if I talk to him like that? Will he spontaneously combust? You bastard. He'll kill you today. Humiliated in front of the crowd, Chen Kai lost his mind. His hands began to form seals rapidly. It's ninjutsu. Scatter. A cycler in the crowd recognized Chen Kai's movements and shouted a warning. The crowd erupted into chaos, scrambling backward. Fortunately, Chen Kai was still a novice, his hand seal speed painfully slow. Otherwise, a ninjutsu could have had disastrous consequences. 3 seconds later, the crowd had cleared a space nearly 10 meters wide, and Chun Kai finally completed his seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Chun Kai bellowed, unleashing a fireball over a meter in diameter. Its intense heat and blazing light forced the onlookers to retreat a few more steps. No wonder he made it into the Nova training camp. His mastery of ninjutsu surpasses even the natives of the Naruto world. And to achieve such speed right after his novice dungeon. His 4 attributes must be close to 20. Young Master Chun has a boundless future. The Chun family's future will soon outgrow Cloud City. We should seize this chance to build connections. The surrounding crowd showered Chun Kai with praise, seeing his display as a mark of extraordinary talent. But some present scoffed at it, namely Yi Qingxian and Guolei. When she heard the shout to scatter, Yi Qingxian had expected some earth-shattering technique. But after all that build-up, this was it. She rolled her eyes. The last trace of her earlier worry vanished, and she even felt like joining Guolei and his father in their raid on the buffet. But the thought of late-night snacking leading to weight gain held her back. As for Guolei and his father, Xuan-Yuan hadn't even glanced their way. He was too busy with a king crab in one hand and a Boston lobster in the other. Guolei had only cast a brief glance when the shout went up. He had been worried that Qin Pinglei might step in, but seeing it was just Chun Kai, he lost interest. Yanqing, hands in his pockets, easily dodged the fireball with a backflip. "You little punk, he'll show you what real—" Seeing his attack failed, Chun Kai cursed and began forming seals again. This time the process was longer and more complex. Even Yanqing was a bit surprised. Given its complexity, it was probably a brank jutsu. Yanqing was curious to see what technique he would unleash, but the seal casting was interrupted halfway. "Stop, Chun Kai. If you use that jutsu, you'll hurt the people here." From the edge of the crowd, a figure in a black coat with red trim stepped between them. It was a beautiful woman with fair skin, about 1.7 meters tall. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail, and her arched brows and phoenix eyes gave her a striking heroic air. Yanqing recognized the uniform. It was the attire of the Heavenly Court, the official cycler organization of Yanhuang. "Teacher, you're here." Seeing the woman, Chun Kai stopped, a look of joy on his face as he bowed respectfully. "I'm not your teacher. Just call me instructor." The woman seemed unwilling to let Chun Kai get familiar, her tone icy. From their exchange, her identity was clear. An instructor from the Nova training camp. Although Yanqing hadn't entered the camp, he had heard about its training model, a truly elite guided instruction system. It not only provided resources and strategies, but most crucially assigned the most suitable instructor based on one's talents, the power system acquired in the novice dungeon and future development path. If you were lucky enough to have a highly revered expert take on the role of instructor, and you happened to be a good fit, then congratulations. You were about to soar. The beautiful woman before them was Chun Kai's instructor, ranked 47th on the Nova list, Lu Hongzhuang. Lu Hongzhuang was actually quite young, only 22 this year, but she had already cleared the 19th floor of the Reincarnation Tower. A true prodigy and rumored to have a formidable background. By the time she could enter the Reincarnation Tower, Yanhuang's novice dungeons had been sealed for several years, so she too was a cycler who started with the Naruto power system. Coincidentally, her specialty in nature transformation was fire style. So upon learning that Chun Kai had already acquired 2 fire-style jutsu, she accepted the instructor assignment. She had only met Chun Kai once during the new student registration that day, a brief greeting to put a face to the name. Chun Kai then invited her to the evening's celebratory banquet. She normally wouldn't deign to attend such a trivial event, but as a first-time mentor with little experience, she thought it wise to get to know him better. She decided to make an appearance only to arrive and find Chun Kai preparing to unleash a large-scale fire-style ninjutsu in front of a crowd. She immediately mentally tagged him as reckless and troublesome. "Didn't they teach you Yanhuang law at school? Cyclers are forbidden from private duels. Cyclers must not harm ordinary citizens without cause. What were you just trying to do?" "Instructor, I was wrong. But this guy was spewing filth and insulting my father." Chun Kai tried to get ahead of the story, hoping to turn Lu Hongzhuang against Yanqing. "Chun Kai, have you no shame? Your family threatened and pressured my parents first. Yanqing was just speaking up for me." Yi Qingxian immediately retorted. Looking at Yi Qingxuan, Lu Hongzhuang's first thought was that such a beautiful girl was unlikely to lie. The problem must lie with the Qin family. So she turned her gaze back to Chun Kai. As the strongest person present, and an official, she couldn't pretend not to see this. But she wasn't a public security officer and didn't know how to handle it, so she had to resort to a blunt approach. "Who struck first?" "Him." Yi Qingxian pointed at Chun Kai. Yanqing, for his part, wiggled the hand still in his pocket, signaling that his hands had never left it. He insulted my father." "He insulted your father, so you can insult his father too. But throwing the first punch is wrong." Yi Qingxuan's words startled Yanqing. "Good one. If you have no father, you can't lose, huh?" Lu Hongzhuang glared at Chun Kai, already regretting taking on this instructor assignment. Someone like this didn't but today's matter still had to be resolved. Apologize to him. This ends here, and you won't pursue it further. Chun Kai was defiant but cowed by Lu Hongzhuang's status and power. He looked to Qin Pinglei for support. Instructor Lu, your presence graces our humble gathering. This is all a matter among youngsters, perhaps they should settle it themselves. Chen Pinglei laughed, trying to mediate. Having his son apologize to some unknown youth in front of everyone would make him lose face as a father. Since when does the heavenly court need others to dictate its actions? Chen Pinglei might be a big shot among ordinary cyclers in Cloud City, but he was nothing before the heavenly court, especially a Nova List expert. He was rebutted without any courtesy. Both father and son were humiliated, venom flashing in their eyes. This stirred a murderous intent in Yanqing, knowing they would likely resort to some despicable scheme next. An apology is unnecessary. Chen Kai and I have a long-standing grudge that needs settling sooner or later. His invitation to this banquet was likely with ill intent. Instructor, since you're here today, why not act as a witness? Let us settle this with a life-or-death duel in the cycle, saving the heavenly court the trouble of an investigation. The life-and-death duel is an officially recognized method for Reincarnators to resolve conflicts between each other. After filing with the authorities, both Reincarnators simultaneously apply to the Reincarnation Tower, which generates an independent combat space in the real world, determining both victory and life or death. He was originally contemplating how to deal with the official investigation after killing Chen Kai, but now the heavenly court has sent someone to take responsibility. Life and death duel. Lu Hongzhuang looked at Yanqing as if he were foolish. He was unaware of Yanqing's strength, but he knew Chen Kai's. For a reincarnator who had just cleared the novice dungeon, his power was among the top 100 in the entire Yanhuang nation. That's right, both parties agree life and death are determined by fate. Haha, instructor, you heard that too. I didn't force him. This is his own choice. Chen Kai's arrogant laughter made Lu Hongzhuang frown slightly, but she didn't say much more, but it's hard to persuade. The life and death duel means that only one person will emerge from the two who enter, and everyone present believes that the chances of Chen Kai coming out alive are 99. 99, while the chances for this unknown reckless young man are only 0.01. After filing the application for the life and death duel, both figures simultaneously vanished from their original positions, entering the dual space, while the Reincarnation Tower projected the images of the dual space into the real world. Level 8, Great Gale vs. Brother Kai. Upon seeing Chen Kai's reincarnator name, Yanqing recalled that he was one of the newcomers who teamed up with the food god, which explained his use of fireball. He probably made a trade with that food god. What a coincidence, too bad he didn't realize it earlier, otherwise could he have survived until now. Damn it, now it's not a crime to kill you, I've saved a big move just for you. Chen Kai's usual flowery language made Yanqing disinterested in bantering with a dying man, but he was somewhat curious about the big move he mentioned, so he held back and let Chen Kai form his seals. As a result, he held back for 4 to 5 seconds, and Yanqing felt awkward waiting while the other party was shaking their big move for that long. Outside, people probably thought he was stuck. Fire Release Dragon Flame Serenade. Finally, Chen Kai did not disappoint Yanqing. After exhausting all his energy, 3 fire dragon heads, each over 2 meters in diameter, flew out in succession, hitting Yanqing and producing a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. In the real world, the onlookers were stunned, their jaws dropping to the ground. This was a level ninjutsu. Even many reincarnators who had cleared over 10 levels might not have been able to acquire it. Old Chen's son is extraordinary when he grows up. Someone clicked their tongue in admiration, mentally elevating the Chun family's status several levels. What a pity, Lu Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed lightly. Although she originally disapproved of the Chun father-son duo and intended to stand with Yanqing, it was unfortunate that Yanqing was seeking death on his own. Being hit directly by a level ninjutsu, even she would be in serious trouble. Chen Pinglei swayed the high glass in his hand with a confident smile, admiring his son's spectacular performance of beating down a common reincarnator. After this battle, his son would completely rise to fame, bringing the Chen family to a prosperous time. However, the outcome was not as the onlookers had imagined. To think it was this move, its power is quite decent. Yanqing slowly walked out from the flames with his hands in his pockets, the kaleidoscopic crimson in his eyes. The raging flames could not approach him at all, as if blocked by an invisible shield. This was the power of space. Yanqing had created a spatial barrier around himself. No, it's impossible. How did you do that? Chen Kai's eyes widened in horror. This scene was beyond his The level ninjutsu was something he obtained from opening an 11 world treasure chest. For a reincarnator who had just cleared the novice dungeon, it was like a dimensional suppression. It was precisely because of this move that he secured a spot in the training camp and garnered Lu Hongzhuang's attention. The onlookers were just as bewildered as he was. Even Lu Hongzhuang couldn't comprehend the situation. After all, in the Rising Star rankings, those with power were few and far between. Popeye, your classmate, has some skills. Guo Xiaoyan, munching on crab claws, glanced towards the dual space. No kidding, who do you think my buddy is? Save some crab for me. Guo Lei also took a glance, then snatched the crab leg from Guo Xiaoyan's hand. Speaking of level fire release, I have one too. Yanqing formed a single-handed seal, tons of chakra gathering at his chest. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. A fire dragon over 10 meters wide surged forth. The fire dragon charged from an overhead angle, growing larger in Chun Kai's astonished pupils before engulfing the dazed Chun Kai and scorching the ground of the dual space, leaving a blackened trail. The fire dragon was still burning, while outside the dual space, there was complete silence. This just cleared the novice dungeon and can form seals with one hand, instantly casting a level ninjutsu. Is this a joke? I've seen the dragon fire technique, but that large of a dragon fire technique, oh my god. Among the onlookers, there was clearly a Reincarnator familiar with the world of Naruto, providing a professional commentary of shock. The person most familiar with the Naruto world and fire release at the scene should be Lu Hongzhuang. She had already cleared the second stage of Naruto and could also perform the great dragon fire technique. After reaching full proficiency, she could cast it instantly, but over 10 meters in diameter. Even if she were drained dry, she couldn't manage that size. Shen Pinglai's confident smile froze on his face, his hand trembling slightly. That just now. No, it's impossible. My son Chen Kai has the potential of a great emperor. He won't be harmed, right? In the dual space, the burning flames gradually extinguished, leaving only a pile of charred remains. This life and death duel has concluded. The victor, level 8, Great Gale. The victor will obtain all resources from the loser's spatial ring. The spoils have been settled. I'll exit the dual space in 3 seconds. With this, life and death were decided. The projection vanished, and Yanqing's figure appeared in the center of the clearing. Everyone stared at this figure, each mind racing with the same question. Who on earth is this extraordinary young man? Crack. A crisp sound of glass shattering broke the silence. Everyone turned to look, seeing the gloomy Chen Pinglai standing not far away. You dare to kill my son? I will make you pay with your life. Chen Kai was his only son, and seeing him finally come of age, achieve in a level rating and clearing the Reincarnation Tower and successfully join the Rising Star training camp was a perfect start. But now, after less than 3 days of play, his character was gone. Who could bear this? Ignoring the current situation, he stepped forward and charged at Yanqing. 7 injuries. As he ran halfway, Chen Pinglai had already thrown a punch, a visible wave of fist shadows shooting towards Yan. Yanqing had just emerged from the dual space when he was unexpectedly confronted by Chen Pinglai's sudden attack. There was no time to counter, so he could only raise his hand to prepare for a direct hit, as he also wanted to experience the profound intricacies of the Yan Huang internal martial arts system. Bang! The punch struck Yanqing's crossed arms, and an unending destructive force radiated from the point of impact, spreading towards his arms and chest. Cough! The robust physical attributes and the characteristics of his immortal body meant Yanqing was largely unharmed, merely coughing a couple of times due to a momentary breathlessness. Damn it! He truly felt as if he was being bullied by an elder after a confrontation with a younger opponent, as if he were nothing more than clay in their hands. Fury surged within Yanqing. He adhered to the principle of low-key development, never overly ostentatious in his speech or actions, yet this seemed to give others the impression that he was simple-minded and easy to bully. Just as he was preparing to unleash his kaleidoscope technique and confront Chen Pinglai, a figure stepped in front of him. It was Lu Hongzhuang. She swiftly blocked Chen Pinglai, raising her right hand as a wave of intense fiery aura erupted from her, sending Chen Pinglai hurtling backward. Instructor Lu, the grudge for my son's death is irreconcilable. Are you truly going to stop me? Chen Pinglai, aware that he was no match for Lu Hongzhuang, gritted his teeth and asked. As a member of the Heavenly Court, I naturally cannot stand by while Reincarnators engage in combat in private. The intense aura forced Chen Pinglai to retreat continuously. Very well. Clearly I Chun have fallen short in skill. I shall withdraw for today. Chen Pinglai, recognizing the situation, dissipated the overwhelming internal energy around him and turned to address the onlookers. Everyone, an unexpected incident has occurred at home, and I can no longer entertain you. The banquet is hereby ended. I hope you can forgive any shortcomings. Yanqing, right. You must be cautious when going out. You wouldn't want to end up dead on the streets one day. After speaking, Chen Pinglai turned and returned to the large house behind him. In the garden, people began to disperse one after another. You clearly possess such strong abilities. Oh, why not participate in the new star training camp? Lu Hongzhuang approached Yanqing with great interest, her curiosity about this mysterious young man growing. Having just cleared the novice dungeon in the world of Naruto with formidable strength and bearing the surname Yin, these factors led her to associate him with a newcomer that had been the talk of the Heavenly Court lately. Yinba, perhaps. Although the name displayed earlier was that of an 8th level Gale, anyone with such strength could not possibly lack an S-level rating. I am quite laid back and not suited for constraints, so it's better to pass on it. Then let's add each other as friends. The Chun family situation will inevitably attract official attention, and you can pass it on to me. Moreover, as a member of the Heavenly Court, I might be able to assist you in the future. The more Lu Hongzhuang thought about it, the more curious she became, so she proactively proposed adding each other as friends. With more contact, he would certainly reveal some clues. Yanqing pondered briefly before agreeing to Lu Hongzhuang's suggestion, adding her as a friend using the name 8th level Gale. What the other side said was correct. Having a friend with a significant position in the official ranks would indeed make official matters much more convenient. As for revealing his identity, not a chance. He would stick to claiming to be the 8th level Gale. How could they possibly use level tools to investigate him? If I'm not mistaken, you should have a set of new star battle armor among your spoils, right? After adding each other as friends, Lu Hongzhuang inquired. Indeed, this poor fellow only has this one item, not even a reincarnation point. Do you want to take it back? Yanqing indeed had a set of black and red combat gear in his spatial storage, which was the loot from defeating Chen Kai. He glanced at the description and found that it was not a product of the Reincarnation Tower, but rather a high-tech product from the real world of Yanhuang, yet it could be stored in his personal space as an item. New Star Battle Armor description, a technological product from the real world registered and logged featuring shock absorption, anti-slip, anti-cut, anti-stab, and resistance to high and low temperatures. Effective against damage below level. Effective against damage below level means it can withstand the maximum output of an ordinary person or damage at the threshold of a lower ninja. For newcomers, it is quite practical. This also shows that the treatment in the training camp is extraordinarily lavish. That's not necessary. Oh, just a reminder that set of clothing represents a special identity, so it's best not to use it in the real world to avoid unnecessary trouble. Alright, I understand. The armor's defensive capabilities were not even as good as Yanqing's own, but since it was a trophy, you want me to surrender the equipment I dropped. Ridiculous. Fortunately, Lu Hongzhuang was not an impulsive person, and their exchange was relatively pleasant. Guoba, stop eating. After bidding farewell to Lu Hongzhuang, Yanqing gathered Guolei and Yi Qingxian. The seminar tonight has been delayed. You can practice your skills in the meantime. I have some matters to attend to, and will contact you later. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Guolei landed a hefty slap to his face. Yanqing looked bewildered, and Yi Qingxian was equally puzzled. Wasn't it you who said that being late would result in a hefty slap? Guolei muttered, chewing on a lobster, sounding very well. See you tonight at the Reincarnation Tower. Yanqing gritted his teeth before his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Did I misunderstand? Guolei questioned in confusion. No, that was well done. Yi Qingxian gave him a thumbs up. An hour later at the Chun family villa. Have you found out? Good, I see. Chen Ping Lei hung up the phone with a dark expression. A wild child without parents dying would be meaningless. Tonight I'll send you to the underworld to repent. In anger, he crushed his phone into pieces and turned to prepare to leave. Suddenly, several flaming shurikens broke through the window and struck the ground near his feet, exploding with a loud bang. Who is it? Chen Ping Lei reacted quickly, pushing off with his foot to evade the center of the explosion, his internal energy surging to protect his entire body. When he steadied himself and looked out the window, he saw a figure with a tang knife crouched on the window ledge, its crimson pupils glaring from beneath a white mask. Sharingan Ninja Sect. Upon seeing the Sharingan, Chen Ping Lei instinctively thought of the Yan Huang Ninja Sect, a unique ability possessed only by its members. It was said to trap people in illusions, but as long as one did not make eye contact, it would be fine. This was not difficult for him who practiced the Yan Huang martial arts system. Whether through internal energy release or keen hearing, he could easily perceive the external situation. Not speaking, then leave your life behind. He prepared to test the other party's strength. Gathering his internal energy, he unleashed several fist imprints through the air, attacking the figure on the window ledge. This was indeed his strongest absolute art, the 7 injuries fist, which contained 7 different internal energies. This move was fast and seemed destined to hit. However, the figure on the window ledge vanished without a trace, showing no signs of exertion or movement, as if it were a ghost. Just as he was in a daze, a chill suddenly crept up from behind. Chen Ping Lei's hair stood on end, and instinctively, he raised his left hand to block. Crack! The blade effortlessly sliced through his left hand along with the internal energy covering it. Out! Chen Ping Lei gritted his teeth through the pain and turned to deliver a full-powered punch. At such a close distance, he was confident that even Instructor Lu during the day would not be able to dodge it, and if he took this punch head-on, he would lose at least half of his combat strength. Unfortunately, he was facing Yanqing. Taking a hit, not an option. The kaleidoscope Sharingan spun, activating spatial authority, and a spatial passageway appeared before his fist. The other end of the passage was at Chen Ping Lei's lower back. Bang! Chen Ping Lei sensed the energy fluctuations at his lower back and realized something was wrong, but he had exerted too much force in this punch to stop or evade. As pain surged through him, Chen Ping Lei coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 7 injuries' internal energy not only destroyed his kidney, but also severed countless meridians and ribs on one side of his body, rendering him unable to mobilize his internal energy and completely losing his ability to resist. He never imagined that one day he would be so ruthless to himself. Tisk, it wasn't necessary at all. Watching Chen Ping Lei, who had knocked himself away, Yanqing couldn't help but tease, inadvertently exposing himself. It's you. Oh, you recognize me. Yanqing was somewhat surprised, but it did not hinder his action of lifting the tang knife. Wait, don't attack. We can talk this over. I can let the matter of my son's death go and offer you resources, money items. Chen Ping Lei was frightened. He could not comprehend why a strong person who had cleared the 11th level would fall to a newcomer who had just passed the novice dungeon. Fire release did not scare him, but the strange methods of teleportation and attack transfer were beyond his understanding. However, in a swift motion the knife fell, separating head from body. Do I care for your trifling offerings? Shaking the blood off the Tang knife, Yanqing's figure flickered, and he instantly teleported away. 10 minutes later, a vehicle flashing red and blue lights came to a stop in the garden of the Chun family villa. 2 security personnel in dark blue uniforms were taking a statement from an elderly man upstairs. I was arranging the work schedule for the next day on the first floor when I suddenly heard an explosion upstairs. By the time I got there, Mr. Chen was already dead. Then I immediately called the police. After finishing the record, the young security officer asked the middle-aged team leader, "Captain, what do we do?" "Easy does it. Although Chun Pinglei hasn't entered the Reincarnation Tower for a long time, he hasn't applied to revert to an ordinary person's status either. This matter still needs to be handled by the Heavenly Court. Call the police." "Call the police." Weren't they the security? "Call the Heavenly Court's investigation team." "All right." The young man, clearly inexperienced, only realized after the middle-aged captain's reminder. The call was quickly connected. After he reported the situation, the other side said they would take over immediately and told them not to bother anymore. Soon news of Chen Pinglei's murder spread among the Reincarnators in Cloud City. With few clues, the investigation team could only proceed based on motive. Thus they immediately looked into Yanqing. They requested to view Yanqing's Reincarnator attributes, but under the guise of an strength permission item, they only saw a few ninja skills of the 8th-level Great Gale. Moreover, Yanqing had a solid alibi. 1 minute before the incident, he was captured on surveillance video buying a pack of instant noodles and a sausage at his own first-floor supermarket. It was impossible for him to have traveled dozens of miles to the crime scene in just tens of seconds. Thus, the investigation team temporarily cleared Yanqing of suspicion and moved on to investigate those who had grudges against Chen Pinglei or had been oppressed by him. Upon investigation, they found that during his management of Kuai Lei Group, Chen Pinglei had offended or harmed at least 800, if not 1,000 people. The related documents filled an entire room. Checking them one by one would take forever. The Heavenly Court personnel didn't have that kind of time. So, the task of sifting through the files was delegated to the young security department staff. The young man stared at the roomful of files and cursed under his breath. Lu Hongzhuang also learned of the news. Her first thought was of Yanqing, but she didn't mention it to the investigation team. Given Chen Pinglei's character, his death was not worth regretting. After dealing with the investigation team, it was already past midnight. As Yanqing entered the Reincarnation Tower, several message notifications flashed. Besides messages from Guolei and Yiqing Xuan, there were also ones from Asuka Hanazono and a female reincarnator named Red Makeup Wrapped. This was the person he had added as a friend tonight, Lu Hongzhuang. Guolei and Yiqing Xian both told him to contact them once he entered the tower. Asuka Hanazono asked when he would transfer regions and when he would enter a dungeon. Yanqing casually replied, "Next time for sure." Lu Hongzhuang sent a not so polite smiling emoji, and Yanqing politely smiled back. There were also olive branch messages from various official entities and organizations. Most were perfunctory gestures of goodwill and recruitment, which Yanqing skimmed over. Only those from the United States and Yin Huang were slightly interesting. Yanqing had cleared an exclusive dungeon of the United States this time. Unlike Sakura Country's extreme reaction, they were much more courteous. Not only did they impose no conditions, but they also expressed that Yanqing was well suited for the development system of U.S. dungeons and offered him immigration resource support and more. Yanqing naturally ignored them. The Yanhuang official message was the same old spiel, likely a routine matter. They once again emphasized the supernova training camp, but this time the resource allocation had changed to full support. None of this mattered to Yanqing. As always, he didn't need it, he wanted freedom. He contacted Guolei and Yiqing Xuan, and the three agreed to meet in lobby restroom OFJ 371. When Yanqing arrived, the other two were already waiting for him. "What did you guys get from the treasure chests?" As soon as the question was asked, Guolei's face turned dark. "Yanqing, you'll make me an assassin, right?" he said as he pulled out a red and blue shield with a 5-point star emblazoned on. Needless to say, it was the dreaded vibranium shield. "Don't worry, I will. But keep the shield for now," Yanqing said, avoiding Guolei's gaze and looking at Yiqing Xian. "Qingxuan, what about you?" "I got a cloak." As Yiqing Xian spoke, a magnificent red cloak appeared on her back. More importantly, the cloak billowed without wind as if it had a will of its own. The levitation cloak. Yes, it's Doctor Strange's levitation cloak from the Marvel Universe. The levitation cloak, one of Doctor Strange's magical artifacts. It can fly, defend, change form, and possesses its own consciousness. It's essentially a multifunctional magical assistant. With this, Yanqing had a rough estimate of the three's luck. Yiqing Xian, the pinnacle of luck. Guolei, the apex of misfortune. Himself, sometimes lucky, sometimes not. His fortune was extremely unstable. Not bad. Both items suit you well. Keep them for yourselves. This damn thing doesn't suit me at all. If you hadn't told me to use it, I'd have thrown it away by now, Guolei grumbled. Yanqing ignored him. Next, the reincarnation points. I have 53400. Yiqing Xuan, I have 68000. Guolei, I have 59500. The three of them had a total of 184900 reincarnation points. It seemed like a lot, but it was far from enough when it came to spending. All three were far stronger than the dungeons they currently faced. Low-level items and skills were useless, and high-level ones couldn't be bought for just a few thousand reincarnation points. So Yanqing had to think carefully before deciding. Yanqing already had the chakra ninjutsu enhancement system, while Guolei and Yiqing Xuan, despite having serum enhancements and decent stats, lacked a clear direction for enhancement. Thus, the first priority was to plan their enhancement systems. Guolei was on the tank path. He already had the regenerative abilities of the extremist virus, which was enough to survive in low-level dungeons. However, as a tank, his primary function was to attract and withstand damage. Guolei's talent, immovable as a mountain, already had a taunting function. Combined with his oddly timed banter, drawing aggro shouldn't be a problem. So the main focus was defense. The Rokushiki Tekai Iron Body technique was quite suitable for him, but it lacked an advanced path. So he needed to lean towards a system with great potential and a coherent structure. After a moment's thought, Yanqing had a preliminary idea. But to trick. To make Guolei willingly accept it, he still needed to figure out how to phrase it. To become a powerful assassin, your movement speed must be fast, don't you think? Yanqing looked at Guolei. Exactly. Still as a virgin, swift as a hare. Strike only when you must, and kill with one blow. Guolei agreed wholeheartedly, taking a dagger from his spatial storage and licking it. According to the Pythagorean theorem, the faster the speed, the greater the resistance. If you want to be so fast that others can't see you, your physical strength must be able to withstand the resistance and reaction force generated by high-speed movement. So that's what the Pythagorean theorem means. My elementary school teacher couldn't explain it in 2 months, but you made it clear in one sentence, Yanqing. So you need to strengthen your body first so it can withstand the immense resistance of moving at supersonic. Even if you can move at the speed of light, then tell me, who can stop an assassination made of light? Who can stop an assassination made of light? Damn, Yanqing, that line is so cool. I'm going to dump all my stats into Constitution right now. Perfect. As long as his perception was flawed, the enhancement path wouldn't be a problem. I just checked the shop, and there's a martial art that suits your needs called Indestructible Vajra technique. Once mastered to its peak, this technique allows one to transform into a body of indestructible steel, impervious to blades and firearms, and possesses formidable destructive power. Surely it can withstand supersonic forces. Since the junior dungeon was sealed, these inner power techniques from the Yin Huang have become nearly extinct, mostly relying on old knowledge, and this is one of the few surviving techniques that have not yet been fully purchased. Indestructible body. Isn't that too conspicuous? It doesn't seem suitable for an assassin. You've already transformed into light. Does it really matter if you're conspicuous? That's true. The full version of Indestructible Vajra technique is priced at 500 reincarnation points in the shop. Guolei wouldn't consider other uses for the reincarnation points. He only cares if it's enough. If it is, then he will buy it. In the blink of an eye, he had directly learned the Indestructible Vajra technique, and inner power began to manifest within him, marking his entry into the martial arts system of inner power cultivation. According to Yanqing's plan, once he cultivates the Indestructible Vajra technique to its peak and transforms his inner power into true essence, he can then practice techniques like the Undying Golden Body and Undying Nerve from the Central Martial World, and even later in cultivation techniques like the 9 turns mystic art and law of heaven and earth, thus outlining a clear path of physical prowess. With the remaining reincarnation points, by time for the advanced training room to enhance your proficiency in the Indestructible Vajra technique. Got it. Inner power techniques like skills are learned just by using them, but their true power only manifests gradually with increased proficiency. For instance, with a proficiency only at the novice level in the Indestructible Vajra technique, you can cast it, but if your proficiency is insufficient, you might not even be able to transform into the indestructible body. After solving Guolei's enhancement issue, Yanqing turned his attention to Yiqing Xian. Yi Qingchuan's talent lies in elemental magic, and although she now possesses a skill for attribute conversion, she lacks a systematic cultivation method. Xuan, I have a few suggestions for your enhancement direction. I'll consider them carefully. One is the arcane magic system, which allows a mage to cast supernatural powers through knowledge or communication with elements. The other involves praying to or sacrificing to deities for temporary divine power. There's also our Eastern 5 Elements technique, which manipulates elements through runes formations or cultivating magical power. Actually, I prefer professions that offer a sense of impact. Do you have any recommendations for something like a magic swordsman? A sense of impact. A melee mage. Yanqing was taken aback. How could his teammate be so absurd? An obvious tank wanting to be an assassin and an obvious mage preferring close combat output. The development of a magic swordsman relies on both elements and spirit, as well as swordplay and physical strength. This kind of dispersed development is not beneficial. This one seems good, I'll choose this. Before Yanqing could stop her, Yi Qingxian already had a hardcover ancient Battle Mage Job Change Book description, a job change book for the dungeon world. Upon changing to a Battle Mage, one can learn exclusive skills of that profession. Valued at 300 reincarnation points. Huh, why hasn't anything changed? Yi Qingxian excitedly used the job change book. The book shimmered, and then pages began to flip automatically, each containing a skill for battle magic. Clearly, you have only gained the qualification to learn battle magic skills, not instantly becoming a max-level battle mage. Yanqing said with a dark expression. What? Are you saying I wasted 300 reincarnation points? Yi Qingxian was simple-minded, or rather naive, as she believed that what she imagined was the reality. Having made a fortune from the Captain America world, she was careless with her reincarnation points, only to be taught a lesson upon turning around. Alright, a battle mage it is. Looking at Yi Qingxian's pitiful expression, Yanqing felt helpless. He had been out of the game for many years. He never expected to consider character build plans after crossing over. In his previous life, he was also an avid fan of dungeon games, but he hadn't played much after starting work. He had dabbled in most professions, and battle magic was one he had played before. Now he was trying hard to recall, and he could barely remember the skill points. Moments later, Yanqing explained his skill point allocation thoughts to Yi Qingxuan, and then she spent another 2,000 reincarnation points to learn the core dazzling series skills from the job change book, such as Falling Flower Palm, Heavenly Strike Dragon Tooth, and various proficiencies and passives totaling over a dozen skills. Fortunately, most skills from the job change book only required 1 or 2,000 reincarnation points. Yanqing advised her to learn only the first level of each skill, and then use the advanced training room to increase her proficiency. After learning the skills, he had Yi Qingxian spend 500 reincarnation points in the reincarnation shop to purchase a staff for casting skills Blood Mist Rose. This is a mage weapon from the dungeon world specifically designed to be used with mage skills, and also has a bleeding effect. Having arranged the enhancement paths for both of them, Yanqing began to check the shop for suitable skills or items for himself. However, after browsing for a long time, he found nothing useful. Suddenly, he thought of something: the authority key. So he communicated with the Reincarnation Tower in his mind and opened the authority shop. The authority shop had numerous items generally divided into two main categories. One was powers and the other. In the powers category, Yanqing examined the items closely. Indeed, they were all impressive presences from various anime and games of his past life: Infinity Stones, Ultra Instinct Nature Fruit, and Crumbling Jade, each one more outrageous than the last. Of course, the prices were equally outrageous, commonly requiring hundreds or thousands. As for permissions, they were essentially the authority cards randomly awarded after clearing dungeons. Cards for dungeon cooldowns, Reincarnator locking cards valued at 1 authority key each, dungeon tracking cards, and dungeon locking cards valued at 3 authority keys each. Among these cards, two caught Yanqing's attention. One was the dungeon ceiling card, and the other was the talent upgrade card. The dungeon ceiling card can seal a specified country's dungeon with 4 levels of ceiling. The junior dungeon ceiling card for levels 1 to 10 is valued at 100 authority keys. The intermediate dungeon ceiling card for levels 11 to 20 is valued at 100 authority keys. The advanced dungeon ceiling card for levels 21 to 30 is valued at 100 authority keys, and the transcendent dungeon ceiling card for levels 30 to 99 increases in value tenfold every 10 levels. It seems that the beautiful country used a junior dungeon ceiling card valued at 100 authority keys to seal the junior dungeon of the Yanhuang. However, as the saying goes, every poison has its antidote. Next to the dungeon ceiling card is the corresponding dungeon unsealing card, which is of equal value. Logically, the Yanhuang should be collecting authority keys in bulk to unseal the junior dungeon since it's sealed. Yet in reality, for a full decade, the junior dungeon of the Yanhuang remained sealed. Yanqing had previously researched information about authority keys online, concluding that to acquire authority keys, one must alter the established plot of the dungeon world. Changing the plot means that the strategies become uncontrollable, and uncontrollable strategies lead to massive casualties. The Yanhuang cannot gamble with the lives of ordinary reincarnators, so they can only use official reincarnators to explore. To this day, they still have not purchased unsealing cards to unseal the junior dungeon. The other talent upgrade card, as the name suggests, can upgrade talents. For example, Yi Qingxuan's elemental affinity talent can be upgraded to height-year talents like elemental control or elemental domination using the talent upgrade card. If applied to talents like Great Critical Hit or Supreme Commander, wouldn't it become talents like Hundredfold Critical Hit or Great General? Thinking of the effects after upgrading his own talent, Yanqing couldn't help but feel envious and excited. The talent upgrade card is valued at 1 authority key. Yanqing has 3 authority keys. While he doesn't dare to think about the dungeon unsealing card, he still decisively bought a talent upgrade card, embracing a mindset of the bigger the business, the less fear of collapse. However, when he used it on himself, the Reincarnation Tower's prompt sounded: this talent is a mutated talent and cannot be upgraded. Damn. Yanqing angrily threw the talent upgrade card onto the ground. Every sip and bite is preordained by fate. Such an extraordinary talent indeed had no room for further improvement. Guolei and Yi Qingshuan, who had just exited the advanced training room, saw Yanqing's furious expression and cast questioning glances at him. Guolei, you give it a try. Yanqing traded the talent upgrade card to Guolei. Without even checking what it was, Guolei took it and used it immediately. Whoa, this thing can actually be upgraded, Guolei exclaimed in surprise. My immovable as a mountain has turned into immovable wisdom king. Damn it. Yanqing grew even more furious. So it's just targeting me, huh? Wasn't Guolei supposed to be the chief of the African tribe? Yinba, my talent's taunting and defensive capabilities have been enhanced, and it can still be upgraded. But the next upgrade will require 10 talent upgrade cards. Guolei examined his talent and said, Qingshuan, you should upgrade too. Instead of letting Yi Qingxian use her authority key to purchase it, Yanqing bought another card for her himself. My elemental affinity has evolved into elemental mastery with all effects. Alright, I get it. Yanqing, unwilling to suffer another blow, hastily interrupted, causing Yi Qingxian to pout in displeasure. Ignoring the two, Yanqing resumed browsing the Reincarnation Mall as the items in the Authority Mall were beyond his means. What he desired most now was a respectable sword technique and various ninjutsu. Unfortunately, with the low-level instances sealed, few low-grade sword techniques remained, and their prices were exorbitant. Even Tian Bugwang's Gale sword technique cost 200 reincarnation points. There were a few mid-level instance sword techniques like the Crescent Moon Blade Heartless Slash and Dragon Soul sword technique, but their prices were staggering, starting at 300 reincarnation points for the cheapest. There were plenty of ninjutsu, but all were low-level with only a handful reaching crank. Just as he was about to exit the mall, Yanqing caught sight of the Earth Grudge Fear he had listed for sale, still unsold. Yanqing had set the price at 100 reincarnation points. It remained untouched, likely because the Earth Grudge Fear had no grade classification and its description, stealing hearts tentacles, was too grotesque for this world's ignorant buyers. Realizing it would never sell, he delisted it and contacted Lu Hongzhuang, whom he had just met. You there? The moment Yanqing sent the message, she replied with a crisp and concise style. Does your heavenly court have any sword techniques? I'm looking to get one. Yes, room SSNI, 888, face-to-face discussion. Truly not a single unnecessary word. Arriving alone at the room, a stunning woman in a red cheongsam, bearing a 7 or 8 out of 10 resemblance to Lu Hongzhuang, but with slightly enhanced features and figure, sat gracefully on the sofa sipping a cup of tea. I didn't expect to meet again so soon, though this is our first encounter within the Reincarnation Tower. In person, Lu Hongzhuang's manner of speaking was far more normal. Gazing at her long legs reminiscent of the Empress from One Piece, Yanqing swallowed hard. Empress, no, Instructor Lu, I didn't expect to trouble you so soon. Have a seat. Lu Hongzhuang gestured for Yanqing to sit across from her, then set down her teacup and poured him. Honestly, while your current appearance is more refined, your real face has more character. Character? What kind of fierce description was that? Did she have designs on him? This woman had looks and a figure. She was truly stunning. Yanqing indulged in fantasies, but then recalled her identity. Her background seemed far from simple. It was best to steer clear. He reined in his thoughts. Instructor Lu, you're too kind. Let's get down to business. Okay, the Heavenly Court does have several sword techniques reserved for internal reincarnators. They're cheaper, but still have a price. Tell me your requirements and how many reincarnation points you have. They'll help you by them, charging 100 points as a handling fee, no favors involved. Hearing this, Yanqing couldn't help but admire Lu Hongzhuang's tact in handling matters. This favor would have been a debt, but she only charged a symbolic 100 points to avoid burdening him. Her emotional intelligence was truly high. However, he planned to trade the Earth Grudge Fear instead. Given its actual value, it was unclear who would benefit more, so he said nothing more. I want a low-level instance sword technique. I'm not picky about the power of the moves. As for the price, I intend to exchange a ninjutsu skill valued at around 100 reincarnation points. If it's not enough, I can make up the difference. Yanqing spoke arrogantly, confidently, displaying the information on the Earth Grudge Fear. Earth Grudge Fear introduction, a secret technique from the Hidden Rain Village in the Naruto world, using chakra to generate black tentacles within the body to attack enemies. By stealing others' hearts through the tentacles, one also gains the corresponding nature transformations. Note, this secret technique affects the bodice structure. Use with caution. Upon seeing the introduction, Lu Hongzhuang frowned. This didn't seem worth 100 reincarnation points. Was he taking her for a fool? Yanqing guessed her thoughts and revealed the true power of the Earth Grudge Fear. This is actually a secret technique no weaker than its Shrank ninjutsu, even surpassing it in some aspects. The black tentacles can not only attack enemies, but also instantly heal physical injuries. As for stealing hearts, it's not just about acquiring their jutsu, with proper manipulation it can even achieve immortality. At the word immortality, even Lu Hongzhuang was visibly moved. That's right. When the Earth Grudge Fear is cultivated to a high level, it can store multiple hearts in the body. Each heart grants an extra life. As long as not all hearts are destroyed at once, you won't die. By swapping hearts, you can extend your lifespan. Isn't that immortality? After Yanqing's detailed explanation, Lu Hongzhuang re-evaluated the Earth Grudge Fear's description. One heart, one life. It was practically a divine skill for conquering instances. If what you say is true, this secret technique's value to a reincarnator indeed surpasses strength techniques. However, Lu Hongzhuang started to question its validity, but changed her words. Never mind, I trust you. As for the sword technique you want. She displayed a technique as she spoke. Demon Sword Introduction, one of the top sword techniques from the Xuan-Yuan world created by the first evil emperor, the most perfect and ideal sword technique. Note this technique carries the risk of demonic possession, use with caution. This is the highest grade sword technique currently available in the Heavenly Court from the mid-level Xuan-Yuan world instance. It costs only 1,000 reincarnation points, but I must warn you it's cheap, because someone in the Heavenly Court who practiced it became a madman slaughtering indiscriminately. It took 3 experts to kill him. Powerful and cheap, but too risky. However, there's another one. Lu Hongzhuang then displayed another technique. Proud Cold 6 Moves Introduction, one of the top sword techniques from the Xuan-Yuan world, a family heirloom of the Nye family consisting of 6 moves. It is more powerful when used with the snow-drinking Madblade. This technique's rating isn't as high as the Demon Sword, but it can unleash formidable sword chi, and its moves are quite impressive. The price is also reasonable at 15,000 reincarnation points. Lu Hongzhuang recommended one technique based on Yanqing's price range, and another based on her own judgment. Yanqing contemplated the 2 sets of sword techniques. Both techniques originated from the intermediate dungeon The Wind and Cloud world, and their prices were significantly lower than those of the intermediate dungeon sword techniques in the Reincarnation Mall, undoubtedly an internal price. However, due to the demonic nature of the Demon Blade, although its rating was high, its price was quite low, even less than the mediocre performance of the Proud Cold 6 techniques in the original work. According to the original work, while the Demon Blade is a sword technique, it actually emphasizes buff-type skills. The strongest move, Bloodblade Demon Blade, even relies on injuring oneself to enhance its power, which was not quite as expected. In contrast, all 6 moves of the Proud Cold 6 techniques are sword strikes, and when combined with a 40-meter-long sword aura, it is no exaggeration to say that it can make opponents run a full 39 meters. However, the price of 15,000 for the Proud Cold 6 techniques exceeded expectations. If the Earth Resentment was calculated at 1,000 reincarnation points, he would still need to pay an additional 5,000, leaving him with only over 3,000 reincarnation points, which was far from enough to buy time in the advanced training room. Are you looking at the Proud Cold 6 techniques? Lu Hongzhuang seemed to see Yanqing's dilemma and smiled as she spoke. But the price is a bit beyond my estimation. How about this? If the Earth Resentment is counted at 1,000 reincarnation points, then the 100-point service fee is waived, which means the Heavenly Court is getting a bargain. The remaining 5,000 will be considered a personal loan from me to you, which you can pay back later. Lu Hongzhuang was also a generous person. She believed in Yanqing's immense potential and worth cultivating a friendship with him, so she was quite willing to give away the 5,000 reincarnation points. Oh, this is too much, I feel bad about it. Yanqing said apologetically, but he directly traded over the Earth Resentment and rubbed his hands as he looked at Lu Hongzhuang. Lu Hongzhuang did not hesitate and quickly completed the transaction for the Proud Cold 6 techniques worth 15,000 reincarnation points. The transaction was completed. He obtained an intermediate dungeon sword technique, paid with the secret technique Earth Resentment, and now owed 5,000 reincarnation points along with a favor, leaving him unsure whether he had gained or lost. You are planning to challenge the 3rd floor today, right? Lu Hongzhuang casually asked. Yanqing instinctively wanted to reply, but fortunately he caught the trap in her words due to the sword technique he had just acquired. He had cleared the 2nd floor using the hidden identity Yin Ba Ba, while his public identity 8th level Gale had only just completed the novice dungeon. Was she mistakenly revealing information? Or did she suspect his identity? The 3rd floor. I haven't even passed the 2nd floor yet. Oh really? That might be my mistake, so are you going into the dungeon tonight? Yanqing's superb acting skills made Lu Hongzhuang fail to notice any flaws, so she could only follow his lead. Yes, I invited a few friends to join, and more people means greater strength. Then I wish you a bountiful return. After bidding farewell to Lu Hongzhuang, Yanqing silently reminded himself to keep his identity confidential. Back in the previous private room, Guolei and Yi Qingxian were playing cards. Yanqing did not disturb them and directly spent 10,000 reincarnation points to purchase 20 hours in the advanced training room, preparing to enhance his proficiency in the Proud Cold 6 techniques and see if he could learn the immortal mode. In the next moment, Yanqing's figure vanished from the spot. He envisioned the required training ground in his mind, and the Reincarnation Tower instantly simulated an open coastal area rich in spiritual energy according to his request. Let's try this move first. Proud Cold 6 techniques. First move, Frigid Glance. This move was the simplest jumping slash in the original work. Niafeng jumped and slashed down, producing a 40-meter-long blade. For Yanqing, he practiced chakra, which is essentially a form of energy that can directly activate sword techniques. However, due to his proficiency, he could only produce an 18-centimeter sword aura with a single slash. With the triple bonus of the advanced training room and the quintuple critical hit bonus, this strike directly advanced from novice to proficient. Following that were one slash after another, in just under 2 hours, Qing had elevated the proficiency of this move to its peak. Without needing to jump, he casually slashed out a blade that extended over 100 meters, though it appeared slightly elusive. The tang knife silhouette cleaved towards the sea, splitting the water in half, without the explosive effects seen in the original work. Perhaps due to the different nature of the energy, Qing's sword aura attack range far surpassed that of Niafeng, but its power seemed slightly weaker. Moreover, the mana consumption was considerable. Even with his current attribute exceeding 100 and the energy boost from the Azura physique, he could manage only 5 or 6 slashes at most. Qing also spent 12 hours mastering the next 5 moves of the Proud Cold 6 techniques: Ice, Sealing 3 feet, Red Apricot, in the Snow Peach Blossom, in Bloom Snow, Walking to Seek Plum, and Cold Blade Ice Heart, all to their peak. Seeing that there were still more than 6 hours left, Qing decisively took out the secret frog oil. Single walk 1-3. Can't afford it. In the Reincarnation Tower, Guolei grumbled, while holding a square piece of 3. Damn, Yin, why do you have make? This is a brand new transformation mode. Qing touched the corner of his eye, and the red eyeshadow instantly disappeared, returning to normal. Alright, get ready, let's clear the 3rd floor tonight. After using the dungeon cooldown refresh card, Qing entered the dungeon selection interface. This time the 3 dungeons selected were the Pirate World, the Overpowered Out of Control World, and the Bollywood Robot World. Upon seeing a certain curry-flavored dungeon, Qing looked disgusted and decisively chose the Pirate World. After selecting the dungeon, the 3 appeared in the preparation gray space. Once again, there were 10 people. This time the 10 were clearly divided into 3 factions: 3, 6, and 1. Qing, Guolei, and Yi Qingxian formed a trio, while the other 6 were also a fixed reincarnation team. Only one person was without a team. That was a handsome young man in his 20s with long black hair and a white shirt, his gaze cold. Due to mutual distrust, there was no conversation among the 3 parties, and there was an implicit sense of vigilance. Once the preparation time ended, they each entered the dungeon world. The Pirate World tells the story of Luffy, a man determined to become the Pirate King, and his adventures with his crew on the sea as they search for the great treasure left by the previous Pirate King, One Piece. The background of the Pirate World is vast. From the power system, there are various devil fruits that grant mysterious abilities when consumed, including the superhuman, animal, and natural types. There are hockey types like Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey, and Conqueror's Hockey that can enhance combat power through training, and there are various combat skills that utilize physical strength, such as Moonwalk, Shave Finger Gun, and Gale Foot. From the background factions, there are various pirates setting out to sea in pursuit of the great treasure, and the navy established to combat the pirates. Above the navy is the world government, formed by various world nobles, and there is also the revolutionary army organized to overthrow the tyranny of the world government. The protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy was born in the windmill village of the Goa Kingdom in the East Sea. His father is the leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, and his grandfather is the Navy hero Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. The iconic straw hat on his head was gifted by the pirate Emperor Shanks, making him a figure of great prestige with an impressive background. At the age of 17, he set sail, forming the Straw Hat Pirates and recruiting partners such as the pirate hunter Zoro, sniper Usopp, cook Sanji, navigator Nami, Dr. Chopper, archaeologist Nico, Robin, shipwright Frankie, and musician Brooke, establishing deep bonds. In less than 3 months, he defeated the Fishman Arlong of the East Sea, the warlord Crocodile of Alabasta, the god Enel of Skypiea, the world government's spy organization CP9 on Judicial Island, and the warlord Gecko Moria of the Thriller Bark, all while under the spotlight of the protagonist Aura. It wasn't until the incident with the Celestial Dragons in Sabeti Archipelago that Marine Admiral Kizaru intervened, finally halting his unstoppable momentum, and he and his companions were sent flying by the warlord Bartholomew Kuma, who used the powers of the Pawpaw Fruit, embarking on their respective 2-year training journeys. This is an overview of the characters and plot involved in the first phase of the Pirate World. After Qing appeared in the Pirate World, his first action was to confirm his surroundings. The streets were clean and tidy with solid and luxurious brick houses. There was no sight of the sea pirates or ships, giving a sense of being out of place in the pirate world. Beside him stood a tall, handsome man with brown hair in a suit, and a tall, beautiful woman with black hair and a pink long dress. Needless to say, they were Guolei and Yi Qingxian. Immediately, Qing confirmed his identity information. Name Garcia, Yuan, identity eldest son of the Age 20, appearance has been adjusted, description a fallen noble from the Goa Kingdom in the East Sea. Both parents passed away, leaving only his brother and sister in the family. Ordinary reincarnators typically began as commoners when first entering the world of One Piece. With the 1-point reputation boost from the supernova title, the 3 of them became impoverished nobles of the Goa Kingdom. According to the memories imparted by the Reincarnation Tower, the Garcia family resided in Hightown, the royal capital of the Goa Kingdom, not far from Luffy's hometown Fusha village. Following the sudden demise of the previous patriarch, the Garcia family had lost nearly all their assets, leaving only 3 children who had just inherited their noble status. Yet a noble remained a noble who, despite their destitution, their status still towered above others. Qing caught sight of a calendar hanging at the entrance of a nearby restaurant. May 5th, 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. This day marked the birthday of the protagonist Luffy, and also the first day of his journey to become the Pirate King. Warning: the instance has begun. Reincarnators must not reveal any information about the Reincarnation Tower to the inhabitants of this world. Warning: you have been locked onto by an instance tracking card. Do you wish to use a corresponding permission card to exempt yourself from this tracking? An instance tracking card. Was someone from the higher floors tracking him? Qing had heard of this. This notification meant a reincarnator from a higher floor had used his ID to track and enter his current instance world. Such permission cards were far from cheap. Depending on the user's strength and the gap between instances, their value ranged from 3 to dozens of permission keys. Typically, only experts from major factions on the top 100 rankings would deign to exchange and use them to assist important juniors in conquering instances. Lacking the corresponding permission card, Qing naturally could not exempt himself. The user has descended at a random location within this instance world. Warning: you have been locked onto by a reincarnator positioning card. Do you wish to use a corresponding permission card to exempt yourself from this positioning? Good heavens, straightforward and brutally efficient with a clear target in mind. Knowing his ID and willing to expend permission cards to track him down, it was highly likely that Asuka Cheyenne from Sakura Country was behind this. With a guess in mind, Qing ceased to be overly concerned. Not only might her strength not surpass his own, but the world of One Piece was vast, and with his spatial abilities, whether she could even find him remained uncertain. The main quest has been released. Main quest: travel to Sabaody Archipelago. Quest description: set sail from the Goa Kingdom, passing through Shells Town, Syrup Village, Barity, Kokoyasi Village, Drum Island, Arabasta, Skypia, Water 7, Eni's Lobby, and Thriller Bark, finally arriving at Sabaody Archipelago. Quest reward: 5,000 reincarnation points, a slight increase in clearance evaluation. Participate in a story event at each island along the route to earn 1,000 reincarnation points. Quest time limit: 90 days. Qing noted that the islands mentioned in the quest description were some of those visited during the protagonist Luffy's adventures. Excluding the starting point of the Goa Kingdom and the destination of Sabaody Archipelago, there were 10 islands in total. Among the publicly available strategies online, only the events at Barity, Arabasta, and Water 7 were known, as these incidents were quite significant. As long as one timed it correctly, they could generally encounter them. According to the guides, simply being present at the scene when the event occurred, even standing by without a single line, would earn 1,000 reincarnation points. Thus, the typical approach for ordinary reincarnators was to seize a ship at the start, sail directly to Barity, wait a few days for the Krieg Pirates incident to unfold, and claim 1,000 reincarnation points. If luck held and the ship wasn't destroyed during the event, they would immediately set sail for the Arabasta Kingdom, wait again until the Civil War ended, and secure another 1,000 reincarnation points. Next, they would head to Water 7, wait for the headquarters of the Galley Company to be engulfed in flames, and earn yet another 1,000 reincarnation points. Afterward, they could proceed to Sabaody Archipelago to complete the main quest. As long as they didn't take risks, the entire journey was virtually free of danger. Let's verify our identities. I am Garcia Yuan Garcia, the eldest son of the Garcia family. Qing looked at the other two and asked, I am Garcia Mike Garcia, the second child of the family. I am Garcia Emily Garcia, the youngest daughter. So they had been arranged as a loving family. The Reincarnation Tower certainly had a twisted sense of humor. With all information confirmed, Qing led the two toward the harbor. To maximize the completion of the main quest, the best method was undoubtedly to find a way to follow Luffy through. However, given the Reincarnation Tower's nature, becoming a crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates was likely no simple task. Besides, there was nothing along the way that particularly piqued Qing's interest. After careful consideration, Qing ultimately decided to join the Marines. Rather than trailing Luffy across the seas, enduring uncertainty about his next meal, it was better to join the Marines, learn hockey, earn a rank to enjoy a comfortable life, and develop side quests or hidden missions. The benefits would surely surpass those of the main quest. As for the main quest, he could participate when he had free time. If not, he could simply teleport directly to Sabaody when the time limit drew near. With his spatial abilities granting instantaneous movement, he could save a great deal of time. Having sorted out his thoughts, Qing outlined the general plan. So our first step is to get a small boat at the harbor, complete the action of setting sail, and then find a way to join the Marines. Qing asked. Correct. Based on the quest description, departing from the starting point and arriving at the destination are necessary conditions. The intermediate islands are optional. Therefore, the action of departure is essential. Qing analyzed. How do we get a small boat? Build one ourselves. Guolei raised a question and offered a sensible suggestion. As nobles, building a boat ourselves is quite unnecessary. Well, just commandeer one. Yanqing shot him a glance. At the harbor, numerous ships of various sizes were docked. Old man, your boat has caught our fancy. Be sensible and wait change of plans. Guolei was about to commandeer a small boat in a friendly manner when Yanqing stopped him. The reason was that he had spotted a passenger ship preparing to set sail. Recalling the original story, he realized this was the very ship Luffy had boarded at the beginning. He immediately changed his plan. No need to steal a ship. By following this passenger ship out to sea, they would likely encounter the female pirate Alvida within about a day. Then Luffy would appear. After that, they could follow Luffy and Kobe to Shell's town and join the Marines alongside Kobe. Perfect. This would accomplish the action of setting sail, participate in the first island's event, and seamlessly lead to joining the Marines, a triple win. At the gangplank of the passenger ship, 2 sailors in uniforms stood guard with straight postures. Yanqing and his companions walked over. Excuse me, is this ship about to set sail? The resplendent attire and refined demeanor of Yanqing and his 2 companions instantly revealed their aristocratic identity to the 2 sailors, who stammered in sheer astonishment. Good day, sir. Yes, the captain intends to set sail today. Today? Splendid. May we board the ship? Yanqing inquired with a gentle smile, assuming that nobles need not purchase tickets for passage. Of course, your grace. It is an honor for our vessel to have you aboard. I shall report to the captain at once. Please wait. No, please board first, and I will arrange the finest cabin for you, then bring the captain to pay his respects. The sailor, trembling with excitement, bowed and led the way. Yanqing and his companions followed at a leisurely. Your grace, forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire your esteemed surname? After walking ahead for a while, the sailor calmed his thoughts and realized he had yet to confirm their identity, lest he embarrass himself if they proved not to be nobles. We are all of the Garcia family. Garcia, indeed, a noble family residing in the high town of the Goa Kingdom. Upon confirmation, the sailor bowed, even lower, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Observing the sailor's servile demeanor, Yanqing began to reassess the significance of noble status. He had initially thought noble status granted only minor privileges akin to officials in the real world. Now it seemed it allowed for absolute dominance and unchecked power. Nobles and commoners were 2 distinct species. In the eyes of nobles, commoners were little different from livestock. Arriving at the 3 luxurious suites at the ship's bow, the sailor exchanged a few hushed words with a similarly dressed man who scurried away in a panic. The sailor then returned and bowed respectfully. Your Grace Garcia, the captain will be here shortly. Please rest in your cabins. I shall remain at the door. Do not hesitate to call if you require anything. What is your name? Yanqing asked the perceptive sailor out of curiosity. Your Grace, my name is. Very well. Yanqing offered a word of praise before the 3 entered one of the suites. As the door closed, the sailor's tense body relaxed. He clutched his chest, a mix of nervousness and elation washing over him. A noble. If he could gain even a small favor from them, he might never have to work as a sailor on this dilapidated. Inside the luxurious suite, Yi Qingxian tore her noble gown into a short skirt, with a sharp rip revealing her long straight legs. Much more comfortable this way. Kicking people will be even more satisfying. Yanqing and Guolei wiped the cold sweat from their brows, relieved she was on their side. Salt, that ship did look a bit small. When the captain comes ill. Knock, knock, knock. Before Guolei could finish, a knock interrupted, followed by a low male voice. Your Grace Garcia, I am Captain Demir of this vessel. Yanqing moved to open the door, but Guolei stopped him. Let me handle this. I'm familiar with an assassin's work. Assassin? What assassin? Bewildered, Yanqing watched Guolei open the door and yank a fawning old man inside. Your Grace, what is? Before Demir could finish, Guolei backhanded him, knocking him unconscious. Yanqing, why did you hit him? Didn't you say we needed to commandeer a ship? I told you the plan changed. I thought you meant to switch ships and rob. Yanqing. Damn it, and you think you're in the right. Helpless, Yanqing tried slapping Demir a few times to revive him, but the man lay limp as mud, a testament to Guolei's heavy hand. Without the captain, would the ship still encounter Luffy as in the original story? As the trio pondered their next move, Yanqing suddenly recalled another power he had yet to use. The soul authority. Physical awakening had failed. Perhaps a soul awakening would work. Without hesitation, he activated the Mangekyo in his right eye on Demir. Through the Mangekyo's vision, Yanqing saw within Demir's body a pale blue soul identical in appearance to the man himself, with eyes tightly shut, though its face remained unswollen. Yanqing surmised that the slap had knocked Demir unconscious, sending his soul into slumber. Yet since Guolei's attack lacked soul-damaging properties, the soul remained unharmed. He cautiously touched Demir's pale blue soul with the power of the soul authority. In an instant, a torrent of intricate information flooded his mind. At that moment, he felt like a god, while Demir's soul was a shy maiden at his mercy. He could manipulate, modify, or even annihilate it at will. Since he was already here, why not experiment with soul modification? Acting on impulse, Yanqing attempted to alter Demir's perception, making him regard Yanqing as his eternal, unbetrayable master. Though Demir was merely an ordinary man with a weak soul, matters of the soul were never simple. Yanqing expended vast amounts of energy and dojutsu power to barely complete the modification. After awakening Demir's soul, Yanqing immediately deactivated the Mangekyo waves of exhaustion and weakness washing over him. He was still too weak. Wielding a high-level power like the Soul Authority proved overwhelming. Not only did it drain his dojutsu, but his mind also struggled to cope, as if he had pulled several all-nighters at an internet cafe. He shook his head, his face pale, and slumped to the ground. At the same time, Demir slowly regained consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingchuan's vivid imagination kicked into high gear. She covered her mouth in emotion. Did you just sacrifice your own lifespan to save the captain? Yanqing. G. Garcia. No, master, what happened to me? My head is spinning. Demir staggered to his feet. Ahem, nothing. Go give the order to set sail. Being called master by a grown man felt rather odd. By the way, that sailor named Kumu at the door is quite capable. Give him a promotion and a raise. Yanqing cleared his throat and issued the command. After confirming Demir's perception had indeed been altered, he dismissed the man. If modifying an ordinary person's soul left him this drained, what would happen if he tried it on a reincarnator with a fortified soul? He'd likely collapse on the spot. Until he grew stronger, it was best to use this power sparingly. A day later, the passenger ship approached the waters near Kodo Island. This was also where the entire story of the pirate world began. Yanqing, along with the other two, arrived on the deck. Gazing at the boundless vast ocean, their moods lightened and became more relaxed. The sea all full of water, spiders all full of legs. At Qingshuan, how do you find my poem? Guolei couldn't help but recite a poem. It suits your temperament quite well, Yi Qingxian said with a roll of her eyes. Clang, clang, clang. It's a pirate ship. Enemy attack. Suddenly the lookout at the top of the ship sounded the alarm bell. It's over, it's over. I never thought we'd encounter pirates on a simple trip. Help. I don't want to die yet. The ship instantly fell into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. In quick succession, several cannonballs landed around the passenger ship, the turbulent waves causing the vessel to rock violently, and many running tourists stumbled onto the deck. Who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? Of course, it's our great captain, Miss Alvida. Excellent command. On a nearby pirate ship, Alvida, whose physique resembled a small mountain, brandished a spiked club and directed her crew to launch grappling hooks for boarding and plundering. They seem to be cyclers who entered the instance with us. Among the pirates boarding the ship, Yi Qingxian immediately spotted 7 individuals whose attire stood out distinctively from the rest. One of them wielded a blue katana, another held a staff, and yet another carried a pair of technologically advanced dual pistols, making them look somewhat out of place among the others. They were precisely the 7 they had seen before entering the instance. A 6-person squad and a lone cycler. After the 7 boarded the deck, the 6-person squad, under the command of the one holding the blue katana, charged into the panicked, innocent tourists, slaughtering them wantonly. They were even more ruthless than the original pirates, treating human lives as if they were mere weeds. The lone cycler who hadn't teamed up found a secluded corner and leaned against the wall, watching coldly, without joining the carnage. Yanqing frowned as he observed the 7's actions. His gaze eventually settled on the young man in the 6-person squad wielding the katana. Black hair, black eyes, clad in a set of leather armor, his face twisted in a bloodthirsty manic grin. This man was clearly the squad leader, yet his skills were mediocre. His sword swings were clumsy, lacking any combat technique. However, the blue katana and his leather armor were extraordinary. Several civilians struck by the katana were instantly turned into ice sculptures, while the counterattacks of some crew members left not even a scratch on his leather armor. They're nothing but beasts. Yi Qingxian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although this was an instance world, those people were flesh and blood. Anyone with a shred of conscience would find it hard to strike down defenseless, innocent civilians. Yet these individuals were like soulless beasts, their blades rising and falling without a hint of hesitation. Before the trio could react, a figure suddenly flew through the air from the direction of the pirate ship, crashing onto the deck before them with a thud. It was Kobe, kicked over by Alvida. Immediately after, another mountain-like figure followed, smashing a large hole through the wooden cabin wall of... Excellent. Star, I recognize your strength and that of your friends. From now on, you are the vice-captain of the Alvida pirates, and the others are combat members. Alvida, wielding her spiked club, laughed heartily at the 6-person squad leader. As for you, Com, did you join my crew just to defy my orders? Alvida swung her club, pointing it menacingly at the lone cycler leaning against the ship. Sorry, Captain Alvida, I don't kill civilians. If you can't accept that, I can leave your crew. The lone cycler calm replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Come and go as you please. Do you take my crew for a public inn? Now either you kill these people, or I kill you. I'm not so easy to kill. Calm's body trembled, and a set of exoskeleton armor suddenly materialized, enveloping his entire upper body. Seeing this, the pirates gathered around, their faces etched with tension. They had witnessed this man named Calm in action before. With that strange mechanical suit, one punch could shatter a massive boulder into dust. The squad leader named Star, however, halted his killing spree with a rather amused expression, leading his team to sit aside and watched the drama unfold. Excellent. Anyone who dares to defy me, I will smash into a pulp of flesh and blood. After issuing his threat, Alvida brandished her spiked club and charged at Calm. With her mountain-like physique and a club as tall as a man, Calm dared not meet the attack head-on and could only dodge. This dodge landed him right in the middle of the pirate mob, thus beginning a chaotic melee. Yanqing observed and noted that Calm had excellent combat instincts and decent attributes, likely around 40 across the board, with an overall combat power at approximately a rank. For a cycler in the third layer instance, this was already considered outstanding. With the exoskeleton armor, his actual combat capability should be on par with Captain America. He moved nimbly through the crowd, each strike sending 1 or 2 pirates flying. In a short while the deck was nearly cleared. Starting with internal strife right off the bat. What do you think of this guy, eh? Yanqing asked Guolei and Yi Qingxian. He has a fairly handsome face and decent height, but he's not my type. Yi Qingxian spoke first. I was asking about his strength and character, not your type. Strength. Just average. His character seems decent, at least he didn't massacre those ordinary people earlier. Yi Qingxian blushed and quickly tried to cover up. I don't know about his character, but his strength is unimpressive. I could crush him with 1 golden body palm. Guolei said. Yanqing rolled his eyes. Even Iron Man couldn't get past that, and you're telling me this. In the arena, Calm had knocked down dozens of pirates. Despite the aid of his exoskeleton armor, he had expended much of his stamina, his movements and reactions noticeably slowing. Meanwhile, Alvida, who was already stronger than him, was still at her peak. As expected, despite his constant vigilance, Calm was too slow to react. Alvida struck him with her club, sending him flying backward, spitting blood. Yo-ho! The captain is amazing. Star, the fellow cycler, whistled gloatingly from the sidelines. Clearly, although both groups had joined the same pirate crew, they were not on the same side. Haha, I told you, anyone who defies me will be turned into a pulp of flesh and blood. Alvida raised her spiked club high, aiming to bring it down fiercely on the prone Calm. Startle. Frost. Hum. Suddenly a soft chant accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through the air. Alvida's spiked club was abruptly severed in 2, the broken halves falling askew. A streak of blade light, like a 4-meter-long ribbon, extended outward, cleaving the distant seawater in 2. This sight left everyone on the deck utterly stunned. It took a full 5 seconds before someone snapped out of it, and all eyes turned toward the source of the blade light. At the other end of the deck, a tall, elegantly dressed man with refined features stood smiling slowly, sheathing his blade. It was evident that the blade light moments ago had come from him. Seeing Alvida frozen in shock, Calm seized the opportunity to escape her attack range. May I ask who? Alvida looked at the remaining half of her club in her hand, realizing she was facing a master. The earlier rage and frenzy in her demeanor subsided. Just an ordinary noble. I find that fellow quite impressive, and I hope you, Captain, will show some mercy. Upon hearing he was a noble, Alvida's mind completely cooled. Neither his strength nor his status was something she could afford to offend lightly. Since you are a noble, then this favor. Kobe, is this ugly old hag the one who kidnapped you? Just as Alvida was about to take the opportunity to back down and save face, an untimely voice rang out. Ugly. Old hag. Everyone turned toward the cabin entrance, where a short figure with pink hair and glasses stood beside a lanky man in a straw hat and wooden clogs. The term ugly old hag was Alvida's ultimate taboo. Uttering it in her presence was practically a death. Kobe. Alvida completely lost her composure, disregarding the formidable noble before her. With a roar, she made a nimble leap that defied her bulky frame, lunging toward Kobe and Luffy, who had just appeared. Goma Goma, no pistol. Luffy grinned as he swung his arm back, stretching it like rubber, then used the recoil to drive his fist into Alvida's chest, sending her flying off the deck and into the distant sea. It's a devil fruit. The pirates were stunned again. As members of a minor crew in the East Blue, they had never witnessed a devil fruit user firsthand. So that's a devil fruit. Is there any way to snatch it? Star gazed greedily at Luffy. Even if becoming a rubber man seemed underwhelming, it was still a devil fruit, a rarity even among mid-tier cyclers. Young Master Chin, based on known intel, devil fruit abilities cannot be taken. Even killing the user won't yield the fruit. Moreover, that cyclers with the sword is likely stronger than me. It's best to avoid trouble and stick to the original plan. If you're such a coward, aren't you my cousin's lackey? You're embarrassing him. The middle-aged cyclers with an ancient Xuan-Yuan Sword spoke gravely, but Star sneered with contempt. Despite the obvious age gap, the middle-aged man only frowned at the insult and did not retort. Just then, several cannon blasts echoed. On the distant sea, 3 large marine warships appeared, opening fire on Alvida's pirate vessel. TCH, forget it. Let's retreat. Star abandoned his obsession with the devil fruit upon seeing the marines and led his 5-man squad back to the pirate ship. The pirates, seeing their newly appointed vice-captain retreat, followed in a chaotic swarm. Yanqing narrowed his eyes, watching the cyclers' team leave the passenger ship without intervening or speaking further. Their strength was unknown. Starting a fight now would risk getting caught in the Marines' crossfire. There would be other opportunities. Kobe, didn't you want to join the Marines? Since the Marines are here and I'm a pirate, I'm off. Luffy grabbed a small lifeboat from the passenger ship to make his escape. Are you kidding? In this situation, we'll be arrested as pirates. Kobe scrambled onto the small boat to flee. After the pirate ship detached from the passenger vessel, Cam retracted his exoskeleton armor and clutching his chest approached Yanqing and his group to thank them. Thank you for saving my life. I am Tian Ming. What are your names? Tian Ming was his cycler's alias while Cam was his name in the One Piece world. Baji de Quangfeng. Bien laude de air. Qing Xian. Thank you brother Ba. Brother. You're welcome. We're all from Yanhuang. It was no trouble. By the way, do you know anything about the other team? Yanqing sought information about the other group to feel more prepared in case of conflict. Not much. We joined the pirate crew at different times, but we never interacted. I see. Are you all a fixed? What are your plans next? Tian Ming looked at them with envy, wishing he could join a fixed team, but we plan to join the Marines. Interested in coming along? What? Join the Marines? How will you complete the main quest then? Tian Ming was utterly baffled. Since it's called the One Piece world, it's clearly a world dominated by pirate crews, and the main quest is obviously an adventure. Joining the Marines would leave no room for adventure. We just need to reach the Sabaody archipelago within the time limit. The process doesn't matter. The number of cyclers points depends on the events you participate in along the way. How looks like they're a lazy team, not seeking points, just trying to survive without any spirit of adventure. Such a team isn't worth collaborating with, but they just saved my life. It would be rude to say that directly. Well, I studied the One Piece World Guide thoroughly before entering the instance. If you're not familiar with it, why not join me? We can at least participate in 3 events and complete the main quest. Out of gratitude for saving his life, Tian Ming decided to take some risks and guide them through. We still plan to join the Marines. If you insist on following your own plan, then farewell. Tian Ming shook his head helplessly at Yanqing's response. Great kindness needs no words. Farewell. With that, he mimicked Luffy's move, grabbed a small lifeboat from the passenger ship, and rowed toward the Bartai. He's quite interesting speaking so formally. Guolei waved in the direction he left. Maybe he's from a scholarly family in real life or studies ancient texts. Yi Qingxian said, Don't meddle. It's time for us to leave. Yanqing watched Luffy and Kobe drifting away, then leaped, crossing dozens of meters in an instant to land steadily on the small boat. Guolei and Yi Qingxian followed closely. The small boat, already cramped, wobbled violently under the weight of the 3, forcing the 2 original occupants to grip the sides tightly. Old man, what do you want? Luffy turned to Yanqing with a puzzled look. Old man, you sure have a way. Due to his tall stature, Yanqing appeared more mature, but in this world, he was only 20 years old. Ahem, we mean no harm. We just want to hitch a ride. The Marines' cannon fire doesn't discriminate, so I think it's safe. Yanqing made up a flimsy excuse, knowing Luffy never follows logic. Oh, okay then. Sure enough, Luffy grinned and readily agreed. Mr. Luffy, judging by their clothes, they look like nobles. That might attract the Marines. Are you sure it's okay? Kobe leaned in and whispered to Luffy. Nobles. I don't like nobles, but they haven't done anything wrong, so it's fine. Then thank you, Straw Hat. With that, Yanqing and Guolei sat down, while Yi Qingxian remained standing due to her short skirt. You're what? Oh right, Kobe. You said that bounty hunter Zoro is in Shell's Town, right? Luffy inquired of Kobe for information, and the so-called pirate hunter Zoro was none other than Roronoa Zoro, one of the future main combatants of the Straw Hat Pirates and a master of the 3-sword style. I heard he's been captured and taken to the Marine base. What? That weak? I was thinking of asking him to join my crew. He's not weak at all. That guy's as terrifying as a monster. Hearing Luffy call Zoro weak, Kobe immediately protested. Straw Hat, are you looking for crewmates? What about? Though Yanqing guessed that the Reincarnation Tower wouldn't easily let Reincarnators become members of the Straw Hat Pirates with the opportunity right before him, he couldn't help but try. If it succeeded, being protected by the protagonist's fortune and growing alongside the main character would be an excellent choice. No, I don't like any of you 3. Luffy, being straightforward, refused bluntly with a reason as simple and crude as it was. He just didn't like them. It was truly a frustrating answer, leaving no room to even attempt a rebuttal. Thus, even when knowing Luffy was the protagonist and finding an opportunity to follow him, it was highly likely that various inexplicable reasons would obstruct the plan. For ordinary Reincarnators, keeping up with all the plot points was genuinely difficult. The Reincarnation Tower wanted you to participate in the story, yet forbade you from altering it. What a bastard. After a day of sailing on the small boat, the group arrived at Shell's Town, where the Marine 153rd Branch base holding Zoro was located. Upon stepping onto the port, Luffy ignored the 3 of them entirely, and without a word dragged Kobe off to find Zoro, a clear sign of how low his favorability toward them was. When the 3 finally ambled over to the Marine base, a little girl suddenly flew over the wall from inside. This was the scene from the original story where the girl secretly brought rice balls to the bound Zoro, only to be discovered by Helmeppo, the son of Marine base Captain Morgan, who then ordered the soldiers to throw her out. Luffy stretched out his arms to catch the girl, but Yi Qingxian was quicker, using her spider silk to safely pull her back to the ground. It's you again. What are you doing here? Luffy asked in confusion. Actually, we want to join the Marines, just like Kobe here. A noble joining the Marines. Ha ha ha, that's a first. How interesting. Luffy laughed heartily, holding his straw. Little one, what happened inside? Why were you thrown out? Hearing Yi Qingchuan's voice, everyone turned their gaze to the little girl in her arms. As a beautiful woman, Yi Qingxian naturally drew children closer. The little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, hid in her arms, clearly terrified. She was thrown out by the Marines in there. But speaking of which, why did you bring rice balls to that tied-up guy? Having peeked over the wall and witnessed everything, Kobe answered Yi Qingchuan's question before turning to the little girl. The girl stammered for a long time before finally speaking, comforted by Yi Qingchuan's hugs and kisses. Mr. Zoro was tied up in my place. About half a month ago, Helmeppo brought his pet to our tavern to cause trouble, and Mr. Zoro saved me. But Helmeppo threatened my mother and me, saying he'd only let us go if Mr. Zoro was tied up for a month. For our sake, Mr. Zoro willingly let them take him to the base and tie him up. The little girl sobbed out the whole story in one breath. So that's how it is. Good grief, he's been starving for over half a month. Except for Yin Qing, who already knew the plot, and Guolei, whose attention was oddly fixated elsewhere, everyone present was indignant. All right, Emily and Kobe, take the girl home. We'll handle things here. Straw Hat, what do you think? Yin Qing said with a smile as a sliver of light flickered from his blade, releasing a fierce aura. Luffy pressed down on his straw hat with his right hand, also unleashing a powerful presence, and grinned. Yeah, just what I was thinking. Then, let's move. Wham! A blade light burst forth, cleaving a massive gap in the marine base wall before them, gouging out a trench 2 meters wide and tens of meters long across the ground. Old man, you're really strong. Seeing the slash, Yin Qing unleashed, Luffy remarked in surprise. It's nothing. Let's charge in. All right. Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy's rubber machine gun followed closely, sending several Marines flying before they even understood what was happening. What's going on? Quick, protect me. Startled by the commotion, Helmeppo hurriedly hid behind the few Marines. That guy with a chin like a monkey's, but must be Helmeppo. Watch me teach him how to be a monkey. Guolei clapped his hands together, and his skin instantly turned golden, transforming him into a giant golden figure. Oh Sugoi. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he stared at Guolei's golden form, the familiar scene, making Yin Qing a bit uneasy. That guy Guolei. He hadn't caught Luffy's interest, had he? While Yin Qing's mind wandered, Guolei had already charged toward Helmeppo and the Marines. After training for several hours in the advanced training room, Guolei's Diamond Sutra skill, though only at the proficient level, could already fully withstand blades and bullets. Where bullets had once pierced his skin, they now clanged against him like metal striking metal. He bulldozed his way to Helmeppo, and with a backhand slap, sent the man flying unconscious. Seeing this, the remaining Marines turned tail and fled, carrying the unconscious Helmeppo. Don't run. He'll flatten that chin of yours. Guolei, having just transformed and not yet had his fill of fun, refused to let it go, chasing after them with a roar. Well, are you Zoro? Become my crewmate. After the Marines left, Luffy walked straight up to the bound Zoro. Who are you people? Who asked you to meddle? Zoro, having had no food or water for 20 days, was already extremely weak. Am Luffy the man who's going to become the Pirate King? Pirate King? Hey, don't you know I'm a pirate hunter? Doesn't matter. You're going to be my crewmate anyway. Don't make decisions for me. Who said I'd be your crewmate? Zoro was exasperated by Luffy's train of thought, though he was grateful for their rescue. Forget it. I can't leave yet anyway. You'd better go. Hey, Seaweed Head, if you're worried about Helmeppo and his father taking revenge on that mother and daughter, don't be. We'll take care of it all at once. Who are you calling Seaweed Head? Even on the verge of collapse, Zoro still cared deeply about that nickname. Go to hell. As his words faded, a furious roar suddenly erupted from atop the nearby naval base, followed by a dull thud. A colossal stone statue exploded into fragments, debris cascading from the rooftop. At the same moment, a burly figure with a right hand transformed into a massive axe descended from the roof, landing squarely on the training ground not far from the group. The figure that crashed down was none other than Captain Morgan, the axe-wielding commander of Naval Branch 150. The stone statue had been commissioned by him to stand atop the naval base, a monument to his own grandeur. No sooner had it been completed than a golden humanoid statue appearing from nowhere shattered it with a single punch to the waist. He attempted to demand an explanation why this golden statue had destroyed his stone likeness. Without a word, the figure delivered a resounding slap and a powerful kick, sending him hurtling from the rooftop to the training ground. Hey, Morgan is a Marine captain. Attacking a branch-based commander openly will bring the Marines down on you. Zoro was incredulous. At this point, he was merely a pirate hunter lacking the later resolve to stand against the world government alongside Luffy. Just a branch commander. I am a noble after all. And regardless his tyranny in Shell's town. Extortion, letting his son Helmeppo terrorize the island, oppressing civilians. These crimes alone warrant his arrest and dismissal by the Marines. At Yin Qing's words, Zoro fell silent. Not because of Morgan's deeds, those mattered little, but because of Yin Qing's identity. This man wielding a blade was a noble. A pirate and a noble, an odd pairing. How had they ended up together? More perplexing was why this pirate inexplicably wanted him to join. Nobody move. At that moment, a squad of Marines arrived, belatedly rifles aimed at Yin Qing and the others. Hey, untie me already. Zoro panicked, still bound. If he took a bullet or two, had be done for. Haha, sorry. Luffy laughed, fumbling with the rope, but only managed to tighten it further. Let me. Yin Qing drew his blade and sliced through the rope with ease. Nice sword. Zoro eyed Yin Qing's Tongdao, surprise flashing in his gaze. He wondered what kind of blade it was. Its craftsmanship seemed to surpass even the great-grade swords. Thanks. Yin Qing replied politely. Hey, you're surrounded. Don't act so casual. Hands up. A Marine officer lost his composure, feeling disrespected. Leave it to me. As Luffy and Zoro moved to act, Yin Qing stopped them. I am Garcia Yuan, a noble of the Goa Kingdom. Captain Morgan has abused his authority and oppressed civilians. I will report this to Marine headquarters. As for you, if you resist, you'll be treated as accomplices and judged accordingly. Yin Qing declared loudly. The Marines exchanged glances, then dropped their weapons. Damn, I've had enough of that bastard captain. Finally free. He once struck me with his axe twice. Great, no more living in fear. Yoho liberated. The Marines' reaction surprised the others. But their relief was short-lived as a golden figure charged in from afar. Salt him here. Leave these punks to me. Whoa, wait. Yin Qing tried to stop him, but it was too late. Bam, bam, bam. Several Marines flew through the air, their faces a mix of relief and confusion. 10 minutes later. My apologies, brothers. This is my younger brother. He acted without understanding the situation. I'm truly sorry. Despite his noble status, Yin Qing gracefully apologized to the injured Marines. Several bandaged Marines waved their hands awkwardly. No, you're too kind. We were wrong too. These men under Morgan's command had been forced into wrongdoing, even if unwillingly. They dared not accept the good. This matter is settled. Marine headquarters will send someone to transport Morgan. We'll accompany them to Marineford and join the Marines. What are your plans? Yin Qing turned to Luffy and Zoro. I'm going to keep moving toward becoming the Pirate King. Luffy spoke with his usual bluntness. Zoro scratched his head. This was a Marine base. Could he be any bolder? He'll leave Shell's town and continue hunting bountiful pirates. Zoro had retrieved his 3 swords, finding security in them. Huh, didn't you agree to be my crewmate? But be your crewmate. I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing their exchange, Yin Qing was baffled. What was happening? Was the future right-hand man backing out? That couldn't be. Ahem, seaweed head, even if you didn't fight, you'll probably be on the list for trespassing. Plus, Straw Hat helped you out a lot. Since you'll be wanted anyway, why not have company? Yin Qing began his persuasion, almost resorting to a Sharingan. Who are you calling seaweed head? What a hassle. You're Luffy, right? Yeah, Monkey D. Luffy. Fine, I'll join, but don't get in the way of me becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Of course. The Pirate King's crewmate has to be the world's greatest swordsman. Then, nice to meet you. You the shapeshifter, want to join my crew. Here it comes. Seeing Luffy grinning at Guolei, Yin Qing felt exasperated. How had Guolei gone from unlucky to lucky in this dungeon world? Guolei looked at Yin Qing in confusion, as if to say, this wasn't in the guide you gave me. Straw Hat, this little brother of mine, is also a noble. No worries, you guys are different from other nobles. And he's interesting. I'm interesting too. What about a 40-meter blade? Or breathing fire? Aren't those interesting? Meeting Guolei's questioning gaze, Yin Qing weighed the pros and cons. Following Luffy would mean experiencing all events and collecting all regular cycle points. But sticking to the original plot, hockey would be out of reach for now. By the summit war, his strength might not amount to much. Should he let Guolei leave? After a moment of inner turmoil, Yin Qing made his final decision. Go. Follow the future Pirate King and carve out your own destiny. Damn, are you really going? You can't be doing this because of that bastard who used personal vendetta last time, right? Guolei felt like he had been sold. He was still a bit anxious about the last time when Yin Qing was absent. Since he had followed Yin Qing, he never considered strategies, simply following orders without question. Now being asked to act alone, he instantly felt cowardly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It seems you have to act as a pirate whether you like it or not. Yin Qing grinned. What does personal vendetta mean? I and Navy beat up pirates. That makes sense, right? Though he thought so in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud, or it would be detrimental to unity. My expected gains here are indeed higher than the normal main storyline, but it is still just an expectation filled with uncertainties. If you follow Luffy, at least the guaranteed 100 reincarnation points won't be lost, and unlike other reincarnators, you will be participating as part of the main character group, encountering key plot characters, making it possible that you will earn even more reincarnation points. With the luck of the main character group protecting you and Luffy backing you up, your life is ensured. Given your character, even if you take some risks, you won't die easily. Additionally, this can be seen as a backup plan. As the two main forces in this world's storyline, the Navy and the Pirates, if we both get involved, we can adjust our plans as needed if any changes occur in the future. The Navy side will be handled by me and Qing Xian, and for the Pirates, we can only rely on you. You are shouldering half of our team's future. Yin Qing briefly explained his thoughts, and upon hearing that he was half of the team, Guolei's attitude immediately changed, reluctantly accepting the plan. In a moment, I will outline the possible situations you might encounter so you can prepare mentally. If you face a difficult decision along the way, you can contact me via the communicator. OJBK. Guolei replied with confidence. When Yi Qing returned, Yan Qing was narrating the written version of Luffy's adventures to Guolei. So if we encounter them in the future, do we have to fight? Yi Qing asked curiously after learning about the upcoming plan. How could that be? I will. That's right. When it's time to fight, don't hold back and make sure to hit hard. After all, we are siblings from the same family. If you go easy, it might be misunderstood that we the Navy are colluding with the pirates, and that would be problematic. Guolei's words were interrupted by Yan Qing, and after hearing what Yan Qing said, he couldn't help but feel a bad premonition. Wait, are we really going to fight? Really fight? Then I won't be a pirate anymore. Ooh, I want to be a Navy. Upon hearing that they were really going to fight, Guolei immediately refused. He couldn't bring himself to hit a woman, and he couldn't beat Yan Qing either. It seemed he was destined to get beat up on both sides. Sure, he was a tank now, but he shouldn't be tanking for the enemy. He should be tanking for his own people. Straw Hat, we've said our goodbyes. You can set off now. Yan Qing didn't give Guolei a chance, and directly, haha, let's go. Zoro Mike, from now on we are partners. Luffy said, and pulled Guolei forward ready to leave. Partners? What kind of joke is that? I don't want to be a pirate. Yan Qing flicked his left thumb, revealing a glint of cold light along with a murderous glare directed at Guolei. Half of the team's future depends on you, you know. Damn. Captain, let's hurry and set off. I can't wait to be. Guolei immediately changed his mind, dragging Luffy and Zoro towards the port, hoping to get at least 100 meters away for good measure. Otherwise, that big sword really is long. Ha ha ha, goodbye, noble uncle. Hey Mike, how about you turn into a gold man and let Zoro take a swing at you later? I'm curious whether it can be cut. Damn you guys. Watching Guolei leave, Yan Qing turned to look at the highest-ranking Navy present. Major Rokak Monk has already been captured. You should now hold the highest position in the Navy's 153rd Division. As a noble, I request to temporarily stay at the base and wait for the naval headquarters to send someone over. I hope you can arrange that. Understood. I will arrange accommodations for Mr. Yuan and Miss Emily right away. Major Rokak turned and instructed. Major Rokak, I want to join the Navy. Join the Navy? This is not a place for applications. Rokak replied, puzzled. Major Rokak, let him stay as well. Since he wants to join the Navy when the ship from headquarters arrives, I will take him with. Yan Qing thought for a moment and decided to help KB. After all, he was a character who appeared before the main character and would surely become a significant figure in the future. Helping him now is much better than helping later. Understood. I will arrange accommodation for Mr. KB right away. Seeing the change in the Navy's attitude, KB bowed in gratitude to Yan Qing. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. You are unlike all the nobles I have heard about. You are a good person. Damn, why did I just get labeled as a good person? Due to Yan Qing's intervention, KB avoided the fate of being assigned to do menial tasks, leaving only the unfortunate Baruma to take on that role. 2 days later, the naval warship arrived at Shell's Town. Major Rokak led the Navy to hand over Monk. It was also the first time Yan Qing saw the world's top combat power, Luffy's grandfather, the naval hero. This was a heavyweight figure. Although his rank was only a vice admiral, it was rumored that he had pushed the pirate King Roger to the brink on several occasions in the past, indicating that his strength was absolutely at the level of an admiral. Moreover, his connections and reputation were outstanding, with numerous admirers in the Navy. Does this old man have some serious illness? Yi Qing asked curiously in a low voice. It was no wonder she wondered. A Carp's appearance was rather absurd. Dressed in a Navy uniform, stylish justice overcoat, and splendid epaulets, yet wearing a dog hat on his head. It was confusing to anyone who looked at him. At that age, it's normal to have some quirks, so don't speak carelessly. All the other Navy personnel, including KB and Baruma, stood at attention and saluted as Carp landed. Only Yan Qing and Yi Qing remained, one with hands in pockets, and the other with arms crossed, as if they were on a leisurely outing at the port. Are you two from that damn Garcia family? Didn't you say there were 3, eh? After landing, Carp immediately ignored Monk and Shackles and walked straight to Yan Qing, asking with a face full of disgust. Due to Yan Qing's interference, the plot was slightly adjusted, and bringing the noble Garcia family members back to the naval headquarters became his main task, while escorting Monk was secondary. However, like Luffy, Carp greatly disliked these nobles, so his attitude was not friendly. Hello, Vice Admiral Carp. I am Yuan Garcia, the eldest son of the Garcia family. This is my sister Emily Garcia. As for the other one, I'm ashamed to say my useless brother Mike Garcia was tempted by pirates and joined their crew. Yan Qing knew that Garp disliked nobles, but this was a powerful ally he had to secure. For the sake of strength, there was no shame in it. Join the pirate crew. I knew you nobles were no good birds of a feather flocking with those damned pirates. Bah. If I ever encounter them, I'll uproot that entire pirate crew, even their ancestors, for 18 generations. The pirate who tempted him seems to be called Monkey D. Something. Cuffy. Huffy. No, it seems like Lou. Garp, having a rare chance to vent his anger at a noble, was thoroughly enjoying his tirade. But as he heard the surname and name, he sensed something amiss. Realization dawned, and his old face flushed red. Trouble. This seemed to be his own wayward grandson. He had nearly cursed himself out as well. Ahem, well, I suppose you're not so bad. Forget about your brother's matter. One of my main tasks here is to escort you back to Marine headquarters. If there are no issues, prepare to board the ship. Given the identities of his good-for-nothing son and grandson, Old Man Garp wisely conceded. Embarrassed, he walked to the other side to handle the transfer of Morgan. Respected Vice Admiral Garp, Lieutenant Commander Rokak, Temporary Commander of Marine Branch 153, extends his greetings. On the other side, seeing Garp approach, Rokak saluted respectfully once again. Enough. Spare me the formalities. This fellow is Morgan, isn't he? That chin. How? Garp's voice trailed off suddenly. As everyone wondered, Morgan suddenly lunged, swinging his axe at Garp. Yet Garp stood as if he hadn't seen it, completely motionless. A violent incident of a burly man attacking an elderly man in the street seemed imminent. Clang. A shadow flashed. The anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. Morgan's axe was stopped by a long blade just 5 centimeters from Garp's chest. Old man, this is no time for sleeping. Pop. Garp's snot bubble burst. He woke up with a start, scratching his head. Sorry. I dozed off. The Marines were speechless. How could he fall asleep at a time like this? Damn it, it's you again. Frustrated by Yanqing's interference, Axehand Morgan was now just that, Axehand Morgan. His title of Axe Emperor had vanished. Seeing Yanqing, he furiously raised his axe again and brought it down toward Yanqing's head. Facing this fatal blow, Yanqing not only did not defend, but instead sheathed his blade Liu Guang, because he saw Yi Qingxian make her move. Hey Pada! As the axe descended halfway, Morgan felt something strike his side. A tremendous force sent him spinning through the air. Barely landing, another immense force slammed into his iron-like chin. Blood and spittle flew as Morgan was launched into the air. Mid-flight, an ice element chaser bullet struck him directly in the groin, sending him plummeting into the sea dozens of meters away unconscious. A spinning lance, a shattered strike, a chaser bullet. All enhanced with the bleeding damage of blood mist rose. What was a battle mage's strength? Nothing but combos. The final chaser bullet, however, was somewhat underhanded, causing all the Marines to instinctively clench. Nyahaha, little girl, you're quite skilled. Seeing Yi Qingxian take down Morgan with a combo, Garp laughed heartily in praise. Hee, old man, your sleeping skills aren't bad either. Yi Qingxuan, holding her staff, replied with a mischievous smile. Nyahaha, interesting. Fish out that iron-shinned fellow. We're returning to headquarters. Yes, sir. Garp gave the order, and several Marines behind him responded in unison. Well, lad with the blade, it seems you know about Luffy's background. Given your skills, allowing Luffy to leave safely is a favor I won't forget. Once the Marines had dispersed, Garp spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Old man, don't say that. My brother is also on your grandson's ship, isn't he? They have their dreams, and we have our responsibilities, don't we? After I join the Marines, I hope you'll look after me. That's only natural. Wait, you want to join the Marines? Garp, who had been calm, looked as if he had heard some earth-shattering secret. Yes, the life of a noble is too dull. Things on the sea are far more interesting. Yanqing replied with a smile. Are you out of your mind? Why would you give up a comfortable life as a noble to join the Marines and risk life and limb? Didn't I say? The sea is more interesting. How interesting? It's just a game of tag between a bunch of lackeys and thugs. You're old, so you spout nonsense. Enough. Since you want to join the Marines, once we reach headquarters, I'll introduce you to some capable fellows. Consider it repayment for your favor. Garp's expression suddenly turned melancholic. Old man, when it comes to strength, how many in the Marines can compare to you? With my sister and these 2 fellows, there are 4 of us. Why don't you take on the responsibility and guide us all? Yanqing pointed to Kobe and Helmeppo, who were standing at attention. Kobe's face flushed with excitement at the thought of being trained by Marine hero Garp. Helmeppo looked bewildered. When did I ever say I wanted to join the Marines? Damn it, don't drag me into this. Enough. I'm old. I can't teach you much. Seeing that Garp showed no sign of relenting, Yanqing dropped the matter. 2 days later, the warship returned to Marine headquarters in Marineford. Morgan was handed over to others to be escorted to the Judiciary Island for trial, then to the Impel Down. After completing the handover again, Yanqing and his group of 4 followed Garp into the headquarters fortress. Gazing at the towering fortress building before them with the word Marines emblazoned on its facade, its majestic aura left Kobe and Helmeppo standing frozen in awe. Truly magnificent. Though it's not recruitment season since they're brought here by Vice Admiral Garp. Where would you like to? Well, let these 2 little ones follow the normal procedure and start as servants. As for these 2, give them the rank of Lieutenant Commander for now. No command duties, I'll let them train under Guillaume. At the headquarters recruitment office, Garp lounged on a sofa, stuffing a handful of rice crackers into his mouth. But a direct Lieutenant Commander rank. That might be. They're from the Garcia family. I think they're just bored and want to experience life. They might quit any day. It doesn't matter. Even if you ask Sengoku, it'll be the same. I see. Well, all right then. Upon learning of their noble status, the Marine officer in charge of registration stopped hesitating and began recording. Just then a tall figure opened the door and entered the recruitment office. Garpshin, I heard from the fleet admiral that you've already found work for someone as soon as you returned. Oh, it's Guion. You're quite well informed, Naya, ha ha ha. Greetings, Vice Admiral Guion. Inside the room, a group of Marine soldiers rose to their feet and saluted in unison. Carry on with your duties. The newcomer waved a hand, then turned her gaze toward Yanqing and Yiqingxian. Yanqing studied the newcomer in return. This was Vice Admiral Guion, known by the epithet Momosaji, one of the candidates for admiral. She was a rare high-ranking female officer of striking beauty within the Marines. She wore the Marine Commander's Justice coat beneath, which was a pink, tight-fitting shirt straining at the buttons, and an extremely short pair of hot pants that barely served a purpose. A black spider was tattooed on her thigh, her face bore light makeup, and a beauty mark adorned the corner of her lips. Paired with her voluptuous, explosive figure, the tattoo and beauty mark did not detract from her allure, but instead exuded a unique, seductive charm. Even Yanqing, well-traveled as he was, couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly stunning. Are these the two little ones? As a vice admiral whose primary skill lay in the arts of a geisha, her judgment of people was razor-sharp. Kobe and Helmeppo's nervous and flustered demeanor didn't match that of nobles at all, so she dismissed them. Meanwhile, the calm, elegant, and handsome young man and the beautiful girl beside him, both wearing gentle smiles, were clearly the targets of her visit. She pinpointed them with precision. The reason Garp chose her to be Yanqing and the others' mentor was precisely because of this. She was skilled in socializing, adept at maintaining the right boundaries in interactions, and proficient at getting along with all kinds of people, including nobles. If it were him or someone else, they'd probably only be good at handling obedient little chicks like Kobe. Dealing with nobles would inevitably be grating. And the fact that Garp had this consideration showed that he didn't intend to cultivate Yanqing and the others as part of his own camp. There was a barrier in status. Becoming my disciple isn't just a matter of words, you know. As Guion approached Yanqing and the others, she suddenly released a powerful, soul-shaking aura, pressing directly down on them. Could this be Conqueror's Haki? But why aren't the others affected? This was Yanqing's first encounter with the power system of the One Piece world, and he wasn't entirely sure. He recalled that in the original work, Conqueror's Haki was indiscriminate in its effect. Pressed by this imposing aura, he instinctively pushed the blade of light in his hand half an inch out of its sheath, with his thumb unleashing a sharp sword intent to resist. Yiqingxian also activated her passive skill, Unyielding Will. Not bad aptitude. Seeing their reactions, Guion nodded in satisfaction and withdrew her aura. Since it's a request from Garpshin, he'll reluctantly accept it. But let me warn you, I'm very strict, you know, Yuanshin. Guion's somewhat syrupy voice sent chills down Yanqing's spine. Recalling that she was likely nearly 40 years old, he mentally slapped himself. What the hell was I just thinking? Ahem, of course. Please guide me well, Teacher Guion. Setting aside his noble identity, Yanqing addressed Guion respectfully with the courtesy of a disciple. But don't call me teacher, call me Momosaji. Got it? Yes, Momosaji. Little Emily, can you handle this? What's there not to handle? Yiqingxian pouted slightly as she replied. All right then. Remember, tomorrow morning gather at the training ground in the north. With that, Guion greeted Garp and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Luffy and his two companions were adrift at sea on a small wooden boat. The reason they were drifting was that all three were too hungry to row. Even Salt was wrong. This isn't one meal today, none tomorrow. I haven't eaten in 4 or 5 damn meals. Guole lay slumped over the gunwale, utterly lifeless. Are all you nobles this delicate? It's only been 2 days of hunger. Zoro said irritably, but no sooner had he spoken than his own stomach growled loudly. Let's eat that bird. Just then Luffy spotted a small bird flying overhead. It's way too far. How are we supposed to catch it with our heads? Guole looked up, then slumped back down weakly. Watch me, Goma Goma no. Luffy stretched his arms, grabbed onto the mast, and used the elasticity to launch himself into the sky. Holy crap, you can do that. Hurry up and knock it down so I can have a taste. Huh, help. Before Guole could finish, Luffy's cries for help rang out. It turned out that the seemingly tiny bird was actually a massive creature nearly 10 meters long. After Luffy bounced up, the giant bird clamped its beak around his head and flew off with him. Damn it, we just set sail, and we've already lost our captain. Hurry up and chase after him. Zoro and Guole each grabbed an oar and began rowing frantically in the direction the giant bird had flown. Premature old man, you're rowing too slow and your direction's off. When he learned that Guole was only 19, but looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s, Zoro had given him the nickname, Premature Old Man. Can you hurry up, you seaweed head? Haven't you eaten? Who are you calling seaweed head? You damn well know whether I've eaten. By the time the two of them followed the giant bird to a small island, it had already vanished. Hey, did you hear cannon fire over there just now? Zoro asked. Seems like it. Could it be Luffy firing a cannon? Let's go check it out first. Zoro said, then turned and ran in the opposite direction. Damn it, it's this way. Your sense of direction is way too ridiculous. With Guole leading the way, the two followed the sound and finally found the place. Luffy was tied up and locked in an iron cage. A cannon was aimed directly at him. A girl with orange hair held the cannon's fuse in her hands, a pained expression on her face. Looks like it's not the captain firing the cannon, but the captain being fired at. Guolei shaded his eyes and remarked, "Enough chatter, let's save him." The orange-haired girl in the scene was none other than the future navigator Nami. She had stolen treasure and a navigational chart from the buggy pirates and was being chased. When Luffy landed on the island, he happened to save her. Then following her plan, he pretended to be captured and returned to the buggy pirates. To test Nami, Buggy ordered her to light the cannon and blast Luffy, but Nami couldn't bear it and snuffed out the lit fuse with her hand. When Zoro and Guolei arrived, this was the scene they witnessed. Because of Nami's action, Buggy immediately ordered his men to kill her. At that critical moment, Zoro rushed in and blocked all the pirates charging forward. "Captain, what kind of game are you playing this time?" Guolei walked up to Luffy in confusion, smashed the iron cage with a punch, and untied him. "Oh great, you guys finally made it." Zoro, Mike. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. He had been pretty tense just now, almost getting blasted by the cannon. "Oh, so you're the pirate hunter, Zoro. If I kill you, Buggy will become famous throughout the seas." Buggy pulled out 2 daggers and grinned. "You? Forget it." Zoro replied contemptuously. "Gee. Bah. Buggy. Your name is Buggy too. What a coincidence. I know another guy named Buggy, but unfortunately he seems to be deaf. Seems like I have a real connection with the name Buggy." Guolei seemed to recall something, thought for a moment, and said with surprise, "And who are you?" Buggy looked at Guolei suspiciously. "Speaking of becoming famous, killing this guy might work better than killing me. He's a noble, you know." "Damn it, Seaweed Head, are you even human?" Guolei hadn't expected Zoro to throw him under the bus. "Naya, ha, whatever. They'll kill you all and become famous even faster." With that, Buggy brandished his 2 daggers and charged. Despite his joking, Zoro would never let Buggy lay a hand on his crewmate. So he turned and swiftly swung his sword, effortlessly slicing Buggy in half. Is this guy really that weak? Zoro was puzzled when he suddenly heard Guolei's voice behind him. "Seaweed Head, you owe me one now." Behind him, Buggy, who should have been cut in half, was still alive. His lower body lay on the ground, but his upper body floated in the air. One hand wielding a dagger had separated from his body and was stabbing towards Zoro's waist, but Guolei caught it just in time. Because he hadn't activated his golden body in time, the dagger still cut a shallow gash in his palm, drawing a few drops of blood. "You bastard." Seeing Guolei bleed, Zoro was moved, but he didn't say anything like thank you. Between comrades, being too sentimental wasn't necessary. "Ah, how touching. But damn it, ow, let go. Buggy tried to make another threat, but his severed hand was caught by Guolei, who twisted his fingers, bent them back, and then stomped on them on the ground. "Ha, this guy's body is so weird." Luffy laughed heartily. "You're one to talk. Your body is pretty weird too." Nami quipped from the side. "Moji Kabeji, kill them." "Oh, it's broken, stop stomping." With Buggy's shout, a white-haired man riding a lion and a black-haired man on a unicycle appeared on the scene. They were the combatants of the buggy pirates, the animal tamer Moji and the acrobat Kabeji. "Leave that, Zoro, to me," said Kabeji the acrobat, drawing his sword and advancing towards Zoro. "Then I'll take this one. Richie can already smell the blood on him and is itching for a fight," said Moji the animal tamer, locking onto Guolei. Guolei's wounds had healed under the influence of the desperate virus, but blood still clung to his hands, its scent drawing the lion beneath him. Having divided their opponents, the two attacked simultaneously. Only then did Buggy find a chance to pull his hand free. Staring at his badly deformed fingers, he was furious. "Moji, bite that guy's hand off," he shouted, pointing angrily at Guolei. "Understood, Captain." Moji received the order and spurred his lion even more fiercely. "Hey, Rednose, your opponent is me." Luffy, seeing his crewmates all engaged, grew eager. "Did you just say Rednose?" Buggy's face darkened instantly. His nose resembled a clown's, and he detested anyone mentioning those 2 words in his presence. "Yeah, aren't you the Rednose? Big and red, ha? You're asking for death." Buggy lunged with his dagger, but Luffy dodged nimbly. The 6 of them immediately clashed in the middle of the field. Yet the battle did not last long. 3-sword-style demon slash. Indestructible diamond body, super giant slap. Usugoi, Goma no. Pistol. With 3 shouts the fight ended. Defeated beast tamer Moji. Reward settled. The prompt of the Reincarnation Tower echoed in Guolei's ear. Yinba guessed right. Besides the reward for participating in the event, defeating important plot characters gives extra rewards. They'll take care of half the team's future. Marine Headquarters. Yunshin, your talent is truly terrifying. In just a few days, you've mastered the 6 powers and initially grasped armament hockey and observation hockey. You're the fastest among everyone I know. The fastest. Sister Momosaji, that doesn't sound like a compliment. Don't overthink it. You really are the Sister Momosaji. What about me? Little Emily is also quite good, but your talent leans more toward observation hockey, so don't push yourself too hard on armament hockey or Tekai. Yi Qingshuan's talent was indeed remarkable. In just a few days, she had learned Jeppo, Soru, and Kami of the 6 powers, and her mastery of observation hockey far surpassed Yanqing's, though she had yet to awaken armament hockey. Yanqing, after all, had the advantage of a critical strike talent. Although the Reincarnation Tower gave no indication, given his rate of progress, he himself found it hard to believe there wasn't a hidden critical boost. Alright, let's end the first phase of training here. The power you've learned must be honed in actual combat. According to intelligence, the Krieg pirates encountered Shichibukai Mihawk shortly after entering the Grand Line, losing most of their fleet. They've now fled to the waters near the Bartai. Headquarters has dispatched Lieutenant Hopper to arrest them. Go see if you can lend a hand. Yes, sir. As a Marine Major, though the rank was nominal and granted due to noble connections, the requisite pomp and circumstance were still in order. The weather was fair and warm, the sun high with occasional seagulls gliding across the sky. Yanqing, draped in a white coat emblazoned with the word justice, on the back stood at the bow, sword in hand, the sea breeze, making his coat flap loudly. Yi Qingxian reclined on a deck chair behind him, sipping juice, and idly playing with the blood mist rose in her. This warship's efficiency is terrible. Too slow. Then why don't you go push from behind? Is that how you talk to your captain? If it weren't for coddling your talent, would-be captain is still up for debate. Goodness, there was a rebellious streak here. When the time was right, he'd have to nip it in the bud. The two often bickered, but Yanqing didn't take it seriously. He voiced his earlier thought. This instance is too short, and we have a lot to do ahead. If we rely only on the warship, we'll be exhausted from traveling. So, Kukuyo Shirishitsu. A puff of smoke dispersed, revealing 10 crows circling around Yanqing. He then activated his soul authority, imprinting his soul mark on each crow, allowing him to remotely control and influence their actions through the power. Finally, he issued commands for the crows to fly to various destinations. What are you doing? Releasing summoned beasts. No, exploring the map. Exploring the map. And then, report. Major Yun, Major Emily, we are about to arrive at the Bartai. However, the lookout reports a battle ahead. Should we proceed? Suddenly, a short pink-haired man ran up to report. It was Kobe. Taking advantage of this rare voyage, Yanqing had asked Garp to let him borrow Kobe and Helmeppo, intending to show them the world. To qualify for boarding, the two had been promoted from servants to third-class seamen. For this, Kobe's gratitude toward Yanqing deepened, placing him on par with his master Garp. We came here to fight, so of course we proceed. Understood. After Kobe left, Yanqing dropped the previous topic, took a few more steps forward, and shaded his eyes to peer into the distance. Looks like we're late. Is it over already? Yi Qingxian walked over and assumed the same posture. Not exactly. It's just that most of the plot has already passed. As long as there's a fight. I've been thinking up a lot of combos lately. Hearing this, Yanqing couldn't help but shudder. During their sparring sessions at Marine headquarters, whether due to the nature of her battle skills or deliberate intent, all her combos targeted the lower body. Combined with her excellent observation, hockey, a backflip might land her right on the tip of an opponent's staff, thrusting upward. The feeling at that moment at the Bartai. Aside from the restaurant itself, the other ships had sustained varying degrees of damage. Some had been reduced to splinters. On a cluster of drifting wreckage, two figures were locked in combat. It was Zoro challenging Hawkeye Mihawk. Due to the vast disparity in strength, Hawkeye effortlessly blocked Zoro's full-force three-sword style attacks with merely a small dagger. Finally, recognizing the gap between them, Hawkeye easily drove his dagger into Zoro's chest. Zoro, for the sake of a swordsman's honor, chose to take the blow heeded. Young man, impressive swordsmanship. I Mihawk acknowledge you. Mihawk drew his black blade Yoru and struck down Zoro with a single slash, a gesture of respect for his opponent. Yet out of a sense of admiration for the swordsman's talent, he held back, not taking Zoro's life. Zoro. Captain, should I go give him a couple of slaps? But let me be clear, I'm probably only good for one slap. Guole swallowed hard, staring at the disproportionately large black blade in Mihawk's hands. Luffy, even though I'm no weaker than him. The newly joined sniper Usopp began to spout nonsense. Get him. Before Usopp could finish, an enraged Luffy roared and lunged forward, only to be easily dodged by Mihawk, crashing headfirst into the deck behind. He dodges, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing that Mihawk didn't strike anyone down, Guole confidently transformed into a golden being and charged forward. An interesting body. Let me try a slash. Whether due to the dungeon world's special treatment of the Reincarnators, Mihawk avoided Luffy, but raised his black blade toward Guole. Holy shit. Whoosh. The black blade slashed diagonally, cutting from Guole's left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood sprayed as Guole fell into the sea. Impressive defense. Is it a devil fruit ability? Mihawk had precisely calculated the strike, intending to cut deep enough to reveal bone, but only managed to slice open the skin, leaving him marveling in amazement. Mike. Luffy, having just pulled his head out, saw Guole slashed into the sea, his fury intensifying. Are you there, comrade? Rest assured they are all fine. Thank you for respecting the duel between two swordsmen. Though Luffy wasn't wearing his straw hat now, Mihawk had spotted him in the hat from a mile away, but he didn't mention it. Luffy's straw hat. Was it just a straw hat? It was a token from his close friend, and more importantly, a future insurance worth billions. They're fine. Hearing Mihawk's words, Luffy looked toward the sea in confusion. Zoro was helped onto a small boat by his two companions, still shouting some grand declaration about never losing again until he became the world's greatest swordsman. Mike slowly floated to the surface. Though the surrounding seawater was stained with blood, the wound on his chest was gradually healing under streams of red light. "See, Captain, I swear next time I'll let him slash me 100 times. Guole echoed Zoro with his own grand declaration. Luffy. Though the words were passionate, something felt off. Guole didn't overthink it. He remembered Qing saying to follow and blend into the protagonist group, one must always participate in their spirit of unity, friendship, and willingness to sacrifice for each other. A line like that now would warm their hearts for the whole day. Oh, you can float so it's not a devil fruit, and you recover so fast. Let me try a few more slashes. Mihawk tightened his grip on the black blade, ready to swing with full force for a few more strikes. Hearing this, Guole wanted to slap himself. He hadn't quite grasped the essence of Qing's advice. As a reincarnator, why did he have to run his mouth? No, Mike is my comrade. I won't let you hurt him again. Seeing that Mihawk seemed intent on striking again, Luffy rushed forward to stand between them. As the standoff lingered, a massive 100-meter-long blade of light suddenly slashed toward Mihawk from afar. But Mihawk, as if anticipating it, casually deflected it with his blade. Senior Mihawk, my unworthy brother has troubled you. But could you kindly take a break and let me discipline him myself? A resounding voice accompanied a marine warship bearing a seagull emblem approaching from the distance. Huh, Marines. Brother, things are getting interesting. Mihawk glanced at Guole floating on the sea, then turned toward the marine warship, murmuring softly. Those two are brothers. They don't share a single similarity. As the warship closed to within 100 meters, Mihawk, was that slash yours? When did the Marines produce such a skilled swordsman? Marine Lieutenant Commander Xuan-Yuan. That was merely a trifling trick, Senior Mihawk. You flatter me. Qing bowed politely in response. Seeing how effortlessly Mihawk neutralized his full-powered slash, Qing knew he was completely outmatched. According to the Reincarnation Tower's power rating, Mihawk was undoubtedly a rank combatant far beyond what Qing could handle now. The clash seemed close, but in truth Qing had launched a fully prepared all-out attack against a casual defensive pair. The gap was likely immense. Is that golden transforming guy your brother? Ah, that fellow is a disgrace to the Garcia family. But he's still a member of the Garcia family. Senior Mihawk, please show mercy and let me discipline him. How about it? I don't care about him. But you swung your blade at me, didn't you? So are you prepared for battle? Qing. Holy shit. I only did that to make a cool entrance and show off. No need for this, right? Ahem, Senior Mihawk, as a noble and now a marine, and you a warlord, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to fight? Noble. Marine. No. I am a swordsman and you are a swordsman too. This is a duel between swordsmen. Mihawk lightly swung his blade, his gaze sharp as he looked at Qing. Sword my ass. You Japanese can't tell a sword from a saber. This is a saber, damn it. Then, how about we exchange a few slashes as a formality, no hard feelings. Feeling Mihawk's surging battle intent and aura, Qing knew there was no escape, but he tried to ease the tension with words. That depends on whether I'm satisfied. Damn, then let's fight. With his noble and marine status laid out, Qing didn't believe Mihawk would actually kill him today. But Mihawk was a man of ritual. Once he declared a swordsman's duel, it had to be a blade contest, or he might disregard decorum. To keep the fight within those bounds, Qing decided not to use abilities like shadow clones or fire release unrelated to swordplay, and instead test his new Haki-enhanced skills. Senior Mihawk, am drawing my blade. Qing's right hand caressed his sword, then at a speed too fast for the eye to follow, he drew his gleaming blade, unleashing a 100-meter-long sword light toward Mihawk. Impressive in force, but lacking in power. Mihawk swung Yoru with one hand, releasing a green sword aura to meet Qing's massive blade light. Whoosh! The sword light and aura collided, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward, knocking over weaker pirates. Who is that Marine Lieutenant Commander? Able to match the world's greatest swordsman to this extent? Didn't he say? Xuan-Yuan, and apparently a noble. Garcia? I've heard of that noble name, but not this Yuan. True. A dragon has risen from the East Blue. Among a motley crew of pirates, an inconspicuous figure was equally bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a squad of slackers? Weren't they supposed to be content with mediocrity? Are these really the third-layer loopers? The one reeling in shock was Tian-Ming, the looper, who had left on his own earth. He had rushed all the way, braving countless perils, nearly becoming a meal for sea kings before finally arriving at Baratai to participate in the events described in the guide. Everything had gone according to plan, and he was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. But when that looper called Old Man to Air appeared, he felt something was off. Wasn't he supposed to join the Marines? Why was he here? Where were the other two? When the familiar 100-meter blade appeared, and that 8-level Great Gale clashed swords with the absolutely unprovocable great swordsman from the guide, he completely lost his composure. What the hell did I miss? Could this be a veteran leveling a noob? They even said they'd bring me along. Damn. While Tian-Ming was wallowing in regret, Qing was already preparing his second strike. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, a casual swing carries such might. Then try this. Qing kicked off the deck, leaping into the air with moonwalk, teleporting with shave, and in an instant, he was 10 meters in front of Mihawk. Armament Halo Frostbite. A pitch-black blade aura about 10 meters long descended from above. This was a technique Qing had created by fusing Armament Halo with the 6 styles of Frost. Wrapping Armament Haki around the blade aura exponentially increased its power. However, to maximize the Haki's effectiveness, the range was limited, compressed to 10 meters. This one is somewhat decent. Mihawk switched from one hand to two, his aura growing more intense. He swung his blade upward, and another denser green sword aura clashed with the black blade aura. This time, even the stronger pirates were knocked down by the shockwave, while the weaker ones were blown away entirely. The already crumbling deck beneath Mihawk's feet finally gave way, shattering into fragments. Fortunately, his lower body was equally formidable. He landed on 2 broken planks in a split stance, managing not to fall into the sea. However, the wide stance inevitably left his crotch feeling the breeze. Qing nearly burst out laughing at Mihawk's split, but managed to keep his composure. Otherwise, he might have been weeping on this sea until dawn. His sword momentum exhausted, he flipped back and landed on a piece of deck beside Guole. Mihawk also took the opportunity to leap and land on another plank. Senior Mihawk, excellent footwork. To ease the awkwardness and avoid suspicion that he knew Mihawk was now a damp man, Qing immediately offered a flattering compliment with a serious face. Flattery never fails. Mihawk's expression remained impassive, but inside, he was slightly flustered. No one saw that, right? This is a bit uncomfortable. Moving around more should dry it faster, right? And if I keep moving, no one will notice the details. This time he'll attack. After a quick analysis, he decided to take the offensive, and a flamboyant one at that, darting left and right, dodging and weaving. A swordsman must not only compare sword intent, but also sword techniques. Let me see what you've got. The next second, Mihawk executed a grand leap, spinning 720 degrees in the air. Upon landing, he charged forward, feinting left and right, drawing cheers from the pirates. Such speed, truly a warlord. This movement style disrupts the enemy's judgment of your attack path, while maintaining mobility. Remarkable. Qing saw through his plan immediately, using rapid movement to air dry, wasn't it? Although Mihawk's attacks were taking a strange turn, the title of world's greatest swordsman was not undeserved. His swordsmanship was exquisite, blending powerful sweeping strikes with techniques of borrowing force and simplifying complexity. And to maximize the drying effect, his movement and attack speed increased steadily. Initially, Qing managed to hold his own, using observation haki, his knowledge of various sword techniques, and the subtle applications of the 6 styles of Frost. But as the pace accelerated, he began to fall behind. Show me everything you've got, or you'll die. Sensing Qing's limits, Mihawk gave a well-intentioned warning, hinting at holding back. Then I'll take you up on that. Gate of view open. Susanoo. In an instant, green steam erupted from Qing's body, and his eyes transformed into crimson Sharingan. His aura surged, becoming several times more powerful. Quite a few tricks. Mihawk maintained his offensive, even finding time to compliment. You flatter me. With the buffs, Qing's movements quickened. Observation haki predicted attacks, the Sharingan enhanced dynamic vision, and the 6 gates boosted speed and strength. Under these conditions, Qing abandoned all consideration of sword forms. It was all about speed, faster and faster still. When you're fast enough to slit an opponent's throat in one thrust, why bother with a flourish? Gradually, Mihawk found himself struggling to keep up. His black blade yuri was too long, putting him at a disadvantage in close combat. Several times, Qing nearly wounded him. Let's stop here. I've had my fill. Mihawk sensed that he was mostly dry and retreated, sheathing yuri on it. Today was interesting. I met a legacy of an old acquaintance, a swordsman with boundless potential and a mysterious, intriguing young man. This trip was worthwhile. All right, I've had my fun. Time to go sleep. Until we meet again. With that, Mihawk jumped onto his small boat and drifted away into the distance. Farewell, Senior Mihawk. Until we meet again. Qing dispelled all his buffs, sheathed his sword, and waved with a smile. Then he turned to face the assembled pirates and the chefs of the sea restaurant. As the instigator of this incident, Krieg, after witnessing Mihawk's power firsthand, ultimately lacked the courage from the original story to attempt killing Mihawk. But even if he made no move, Qing had no intention of letting this walking bounty slip away. So, Mr. Krieg, will you put on the shackles yourself, or shall I beat you until you do? Qing's gaze locked onto Krieg, clad in golden armor, as he spoke calmly. Shackles. Humph. Just a mere commander. I am the overlord of the East Blue, Commodore Krieg. Your strength is decent, but am no pushover. So you're saying I'll have to beat you until you put them on yourself? The atmosphere, which had just eased slightly, tensed up once more. Jin, the chief commander of the Krieg pirates, and his combatant Pearl stepped forward of their own accord, ready to clash with the Marines. 3 reincarnation points. What a coincidence. A fight's broken out. Qing murmured seemingly to himself, but in truth he was summoning Guole and Yi Qingxian through his communicator. As he spoke, Yi Qingxuan, who had been watching the spectacle from the deck of a nearby warship, fluttered her distinctive red cloak and slowly flew over. Guolei, on the other hand, burst forth from the sea, a dagger mysteriously appearing in his hand, which he licked with the tip of his tongue. So who do we take down? You handle that guy covered in shields. Qing jerked his chin towards Pearl, the combatant of the Krieg pirates. He looks like a tank. As an assassin, shouldn't I be going after a mage-type class? Guolei asked, puzzled. Is there a mage on the other side? No, there isn't. Then you just tie up that tank and keep him from disrupting our damage output. That's also part of an assassin's duty. I get it now. Disruption. Break their formation. Exactly. All right, leave it to me. Good, the persuasion. Xuan-Yuan, you take the combat commander with the hat. Okay. Yi Qingxian wasn't particular. She just wanted to practice her combos. Who the target was didn't matter to her. With the assignments made, Qing made the first move. He didn't draw his blade or activate any ability, but simply threw a punch at the broken deck before the three opponents. His aim was simple: to split the battlefield, letting each of them do their own thing. One playing the tank, another practicing combos. Otherwise, if he fought seriously, the entire Krieg pirates wouldn't be enough to withstand a single swing of his blade. The result was as he expected. The three scattered in different directions. Guolei, facing Pearl, who was covered in shields, instinctively retrieved a vibranium shield from his space upon seeing the man's bizarre getup. Damn, if it's a shield you want, I've got one too. Oh, you use shields as well. Interesting, but your shield is way too small. It can't compare to mine at all. Bang, bang. Pearl clapped the shields on his hands against the massive shield on his chest, producing a solid resounding clash. Small, huh? This is a flying shield, old pal. Guolei had watched how Steve used this shield in battle, calculating the precise angle and force hurling it, so it ricocheted, knocking over 4 or 5 people before bouncing back. Although he hadn't learned the technique, he could still imitate it. Pythagorean theorem. Here comes the little flying shield. Take this, old pal. Squinting to aim, Guolei then activated his golden body and hurled the shield with all his might. His internal energy system already enhanced his physique, and with the boost from his golden body, the force behind this throw was considerable. Pearl had never seen anyone use a shield like a throwing dart. Why not just throw a real dart if you've got the skill? Unsure of his opponent's tactics and strength, Pearl decided to brace himself with the shield on his belly and meet the attack head-on, intending to test the waters first. Bang! Shield met shield. Pearl was sent flying by the immense impact. His shield remained intact, but Guolei's shield, due to the angle, failed to return. Instead, it struck a hapless pirate watching nearby before clattering onto the deck. Not bad strength, but that can't hurt me. I've never shed a single drop of. Before Pearl could finish his boast, a mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. That blow had clearly inflicted internal injuries. Damn, Senior Pearl is furious. Run, or we'll get caught in it. The surrounding members of the Krieg pirates scattered at the sight of Pearl spitting blood. Those unaware of the situation looked on in bewilderment. Were they afraid of getting splattered by their superior's blood? That seemed like an overreaction. Yeah, if that's how it is, it'll burn everything here to ashes. With that, the shields on Pearl's body suddenly erupted in raging flames, setting the deck of the Bartai ablaze beneath his feet. Huh, what are you going to do now? The blazing fire quickly engulfed the entire deck, and only then did everyone understand the situation. The intense heat forced them all to retreat. No one dared to approach recklessly. Sanji, seeing the fire growing out of control and fearing it would destroy the entire floating restaurant, twisted his foot, ready to intervene with his leg techniques. What a coincidence. I'm familiar with this too. Amidst the shocked expressions, Guolei's golden body glowed red, and he charged into the flames, a blend of gold and crimson. Hey, you big guy, don't be reckless. You'll get yourself burned to death. Sanji cried out in alarm, but before he could finish, Guolei's figure had vanished into the fire. What a kind-hearted giant, willing to sacrifice himself for our restaurant. Burn. This is what happens when you dare to make me bleed. Pearl was still basking in the pride of his unleashed flames when the next second a burly man suddenly emerged from the fire and wrapped his arms around him. Help. It's hot. No, stop. The thousands of degrees of heat from the extremist virus radiated from Guolei, instantly turning the shields Pearl wore into 2 red-hot iron pancakes. Fortunately, the shields were easy to remove. Just before his life was threatened, Pearl hastily shed them and leaped away, and the spewing flames slowly died out. What just happened? Did the arsonist get burned by his own fire? Amidst the smoke, Sanji watched, utterly baffled. Before Pearl could regain his bearings, Guolei's golden body slap was already rushing towards his face. Smack! Shattered teeth flew through the air. Pearl was immediately taken out. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Guolei clashed with Pearl, Yi Qingxian activated her observation haki while using the Navy's shave technique. Her blood rose scepter thrust forward, attacking Jin directly. As the combat commander of the Krieg pirates, Jin's strength was naturally formidable. Initially, upon seeing his opponent was a sweet-looking girl with a stunning figure, he felt a flicker of chivalry and considered going easy on her. Swinging his tonfa, he parried the thrusting scepter by a hair's breadth. Based on his experience, after a staff-type attack was parried, the next move would surely be a sweep. However, his tonfa raised to block the anticipated sweep met only air. The girl thrust forward again, but this thrust carried a powerful suction force, leaving him wide open as she hooked him by the waist and yanked him flying away. Holy crap, this fighting style is all wrong. Thud. Before Jin could process it, he was slammed heavily onto the ground. According to fighting conventions, the next move should be a hammer blow. He'll block it. Jin raised his hands, crossing his tonfa to block. However, the move was a sweep instead. Thud. Caught off guard again, Jin took a blow to the jaw, losing 4 or 5 teeth. Damn it. You're not playing by the rules, are you? Logically, this time it should definitely be a hammer blow, but since she doesn't follow conventions, a sweep is the safer bet to block. He'll block. Jin positioned his tonfa horizontally at his sides, ready to fend off the coming sweep. However, yada, thud, thud. This time it was indeed a hammer blow. 2 heavy hits. The Blood Rose scepter struck Jin squarely on the head, triggering its special effect critical hit and bleeding. Today I'm breaking my rule and going all out against a woman. Jin's face was covered in blood, his head splitting with pain, but he shook it off and still refused to fall. He found his earlier hesitation due to her being a girl laughable. He decided to hold nothing back and fight with. However, thud, 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 thud. The hallmark of her battle mage style was generating chaser orbs during attacks. The flurry of blows had allowed Yi Qingxian to accumulate a number of them, and now she unleashed them all. Ice and fire, light and dark. The sensation. Thump. Ajin collapsed completely. Captain Ajin couldn't even fight back. My mother always said the more beautiful a woman, the more terrifying she is. Truly, this was Yi Qingxian's first real battle after exchanging for a battle mage class and learning observation hockey. No damage taken, a combo, and a one-hit finish. Observation hockey, needless to say, was highly effective in predicting attacks, which was why Ajin failed to defend multiple times. The staff combo consumed physical stamina, and its damage depended on strength stats and practical skill application. The chasers consumed mental energy, and their damage relied on elemental and spirit attributes. Yi Qingxian's talent amplified elemental power, so her damage primarily came from chaser energy bullets. Ha ha ha. Now you see the terror of me, the tyrant of the East, see Admiral Krieg. Even you can only dodge and flee. Krieg wore a gas mask surrounded by swirling poison gas. His armor sporadically fired bullets as Yin Qing kept evading. The surrounding crowd's attention was mostly on this side. After all, he was the captain of the most fearsome pirate fleet. Having just witnessed the terrifying swordsman duel, they had thought Krieg would be utterly outmatched by this noble Marine lieutenant commander. Yet this young officer suddenly stumbled, constantly dodging, as if afraid to fight Krieg head-on. Krieg too was deluded into thinking Yin Qing had exhausted his stamina from the fierce earlier fight and could only evade his fierce assault. Mr. Krieg, you seem mistaken. I was merely worried that if you fell first, your men would scatter, making them troublesome to catch. But now, Ajin and Balu had been taken down, and the remaining Krieg pirate officers were all arrested by Kobe Helmeppo and the other Marines. With the key figures captured and no worries left, dealing with a genius like Krieg only required the most primitive combat method. Yin Qing delivered a single slash, precisely cleaving Krieg's gas mask. Holy shit, Krieg hadn't anticipated this move. He instinctively held his breath, but it was too late. As the mask shattered, he had already inhaled the poison gas he had sprayed. The hunter who constantly preyed on geese was finally pecked by one. Within seconds, Krieg's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Defeated Admiral Krieg. Rewards have been settled. The Reincarnation Tower's notification confirmed Yin Qing's speculation. The Marines could also gain rewards for defeating these infamous or bounty-listed pirates. Kobe put shackles on these guys and escort them all back to headquarters. Yes, Lieutenant Commander. Kobe saluted and went to work. Haha, Uncle Yuan. As Yin Qing looked over from afar, Luffy waved and called out loudly. Oh, Straw Hat Kid, we meet again. But, I'm a Marine now. If you don't run, it'll be quite ruthless when we fight. Yin Qing patted the Lieutenant Commander's insignia on his shoulder and replied with a smile. Hold on a sec. They'll just grab the chef and get going. Luffy laughed in response. After speaking, he turned and ran towards Sanji. Uncle Yuan's strength wasn't easy to deal with, and their relationship was too delicate. Better not to fight. But before leaving, he had to secure the next essential crew member, the chef. Over their few days of sailing, the biggest hardship was eating 3 times in one go and then starving for 3 days straight. If they didn't get a chef on board soon, forget becoming the Pirate King. They might not even last a few days as pirates. Hey Sanji, become my crewmate. What the hell? Who wants to be your crewmate? Get lost. Sanji was completely baffled. Hearing Luffy's failed recruitment from afar, Yin Qing knew it was his interference again. Luffy hadn't even had the chance to perform many of the touching scenes. He had to give another assist. Hey you yellow-haired curly brow, are you part of Straw Hat's crew? No, I'm a chef at Bartai Restaurant. What? The chef of the Straw Hat Pirates? Sanji, is this guy that hard of hearing? It's Bartai. You're so chummy with Straw Hat, there's definitely something wrong. Stay right there. He'll come over and cuff you both. You can explain at Eni's lobby. Holy shit. Sanji stared at Luffy in disbelief. Are you freaking crazy? Haha, let's go now, or Uncle Yuan will really cuff you. Go my ass. I don't want to be a pirate. My dream is to find the all blue. Go. As the two argued, Zeph, the owner of Baratai, who had saved Sanji's life, raised him and taught him cooking and kicking techniques, spoke up. You've grown up. It's time to pursue your dream. Zeph's eyes glistened with tears as he ruffled Sanji's hair. Old man, go on. Take care of yourself. You take care too. He'll be back. Sanji's eyes also grew wet. All right, let's go. I don't know who Blue is, but he'll definitely help you find him. Goodbye, chef. Luffy with a rubber bounce grabbed Sanji and leaped onto the small boat where Zoro was lying. Hey Mike, let's go. Yinba off. Guole, who had just retrieved his shield, whispered to Yanqing. The disgrace of the Garcia family. Today I shall cleanse the family name. Guole, Yinba, act normal. You're freaking me out. Guole stared at Yanqing in bewilderment, wondering if it was for the sake of the scenario no one around could hear their whispers. If it wasn't for the scenario, why go to such lengths? Guole was lost in endless speculation. Personal vendetta. Too deep in character. Before he could figure it out, Yanqing had already landed a heavy punch on his shield. Armament haki surged from his fist, instantly coating the vibranium shield. Feel this power, well, my foolish brother. Clang. Amidst the loud noise, Guole curled up like a shrimp was sent flying, shield and all, landing precisely on Luffy's small boat. Ugh, damn, confirmed. It was personal vendetta. Guole retched as his stomach churned, but he also felt that unique power on the shield in that instant. Hey big guy, does that Marine Lieutenant Commander know you? Sanji asked Guole curiously. Ugh, yeah, Uncle Ewan is Mike's brother. The girl who beat Ajin is Mike's sister. They're from the Garcia family. Aristocrats, sure, but they're a fun bunch, ha. Before Guole could speak, Luffy answered with a laugh. Aristocrats, huh? What an interesting bunch. Come to think of it, he was royalty himself. So that swordsman guy is your brother. Not bad in strength, but still a bit weak compared to my 8000 men. Usopp was as always spinning tall tales. What? You have 8000 men? Sanji was startled, considering that Krieg, who had nearly destroyed their restaurant, only had 5000. Who was the real captain of this pirate crew? Of course, back in the day. After listening for 2 minutes, Sanji found the story getting more and more absurd, and his face darkened. Are you bragging? Ha! Luffy's laughter confirmed his suspicion, and the boat erupted in chaos. Goodbye, Uncle Ewan. As the small boat steadied, Luffy waved goodbye. Goodbye again. You got lucky this time. Next time we meet, you won't be so fortunate. Yanqing casually slashed a 10 soft-meters long blade wave toward the boat. However, instead of harming it, the wave propelled the boat hundreds of meters away. Haha, got it. The surrounding Marines quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. This was way too obvious. He had clearly let them escape, even giving them a push. Lieutenant Commander Ewan and Lieutenant Commander Emily fought the Krieg pirates, successfully arresting Captain Krieg and his officers. Exhausted, we could only watch helplessly as the Straw Hats narrowly escaped. Truly regrettable. Yes, Lieutenant Commander Ewan, Lieutenant Commander Emily, good work. The Marines immediately saluted in unison, acknowledging the cover story. Within the residence of Vice Admiral Momosaji at Marine Headquarters. Hello. Hey Sister Momosaji, we're about to arrive at the headquarters port. There are some pirates on board who need to be transferred to Eni's lobby. Could you please help expedite the paperwork? Oh, is that you, Ewan and little Emily? Did you capture Krieg? Yes, Krieg and all his officers have been arrested, but we let the small fry go. Yanqing roughly recounted the details of their mission. Good work. Capturing the officers is enough. Impel Down couldn't hold all those small fry anyway. They'll make the arrangements now and meet you at the port to welcome you back. Momosaji was in high spirits. Her 2 disciples had achieved great merit on their first mission, bringing her credit as their master. After hanging up the Den Mushi, she called Garp. Garpshin, your 2 disciples are back. You and Sean said they performed excellently too. Want to come see them with me? Oh, you mean Kobe and Helmeppo? What's so interesting about those 2 greenhorns? Garp brushed her off and hung up, claiming he wouldn't go, yet his feet sauntered toward the port. At the port, Captain Fullbody, who had been dispatched to capture the Krieg pirates, disembarked onto Marineford with a bruised and swollen face. He had initially succeeded in capturing the Krieg pirates' combat commander Jin, but while busy dating his lover at the Baratai restaurant, Jin escaped. After being beaten by Sanji for insulting the chef, Fullbody fled back in fright, missing Ewan's group's ship. As he entered the headquarters fortress, he ran into Garp, Momosaji, and Sengoku, all heading to the port. Yo, Fullbody, looks like the battle was fierce, but you've done a great service this time. Capturing Krieg should earn you a promotion to Lieutenant Commander at least. Garp greeted him. Yanqing had only given a rough account, neglecting to mention Fullbody, so everyone assumed he had also participated in the battle. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Momosaji. The battle was indeed fierce. Though the Krieg pirates had just retreated from the Grand Line, they were still formidable. I led my men in a 3-day, 3-night struggle. Unfortunately, Krieg was too cunning and escaped. However, despite being wounded and surrounded by pirates, I managed to capture their combat commander Jin. Hearing this, Momosaji and Garp frowned. This version didn't quite match Ewan's story. He only caught 1, but my men were incompetent and Jin was equally sly. He jumped overboard and escaped when they weren't paying attention. If you hadn't been busy chasing women, this wouldn't have happened. The soldiers behind him kept their heads down silent, but inwardly seething with complaints. Momosaji and the others were speechless. So after all that boasting, he hadn't caught anyone. What? Not a single one. Didn't Yuan say they caught them all? Hot-tempered Garp grabbed Full Body by the collar. Yuan. Who's Yuan? Who was caught? Full Body was utterly bewildered. Vice Admiral Garp, even I couldn't manage it. Are you sure you haven't been deceived? They should be arriving soon. Let's go see first. Momosaji trusted her disciples' abilities and believed they wouldn't lie. Even if they couldn't capture Krieg, they wouldn't fail to catch anyone at all. Garp, however, felt a twinge of doubt. He knew his own disciples. Catching even an ordinary pirate was a stretch. He had gotten carried away believing Momosaji's words and dragged his old friend Sengoku along, just to show off. He hoped Yuan wasn't just spinning tales to please his master only to embarrass him. At the port, Yiqing, Xuan Kobe, and Helmeppo disembarked from the warship. Seeing only the four of them, Garp's face darkened as he rolled up his sleeves and bellowed. Yuan, you brat. Where's Krieg? If you don't give me a pleasant surprise today, I'll show you what a real surprise means. Old man, why so angry? Krieg's on the ship. He got caught in his own poison gas and is barely breathing now. You really caught him? Seeing Yiqing's calm confidence, Garp was left bewildered. Who was the one bluffing? Why would I fake it? I figured since he's being transferred to Eni's lobby, there's no need to drag him out. Yiqing gestured to the Marines on the deck behind him to bring out the prisoners. Soon, with a pale-faced, convulsing Krieg at the head, over a dozen pirates stood lined up on the deck. At the sight, the Marines at the port gathered around in shock. A bewildered Full Body was even more confused. What was going on? Look, Fleet Staff Officer Edelman and Instructor Hasru were captured by your disciples Kobe and Helmeppo. Under your careful guidance, they performed admirably this time. Yiqing knew what the old man Garp wanted. At his age, he loved to show off his achievements. His son and grandson were a letdown, so he could only boast about his disciples. Yiqing played along with the praise. Naiha, good boy Yuan. And you too. You didn't disgrace me. Kobe and Helmeppo, who had been saluting shyly, scratched their heads. Being praised before a crowd of Marines, Vice Admirals, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt absolutely. Under Full Body's gaze, a captain completed the handover, escorting the pirates, whom Full Body had claimed were too cunning and elusive to catch, to Eni's lobby. Afterward, everyone exchanged pleasantries and headed back, leaving him ignored. Startled from his stupor, he realized the clown was him all along. That evening, Garp and Momosaji held a grand celebration for the group in the living quarters. Yiqing met many of the Marine high-ranking officials for the first time. Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Tokicake. When Akiji appeared, Yiqing's fists clenched instinctively. To others, Akiji was a formidable admiral, but to Yiqing, he was a walking devil fruit. One without. Sensing Yiqing's gaze, the usually languid Akiji turned his head. A wank and congratulations. You'll probably be promoted to commander now, right? Thank you, Senior Akiji. But promotions are uncertain. My current rank of lieutenant commander was irregular to begin with. Fleet Admiral Sengoku might hold it back. Using the conversation as an opening, Yiqing moved closer to Akiji and clinked glasses with him. Well, that's true. Krieg's strength isn't much. But as Gion's disciple, everything will fall into place. Oh, Senior Akiji, there's a hair on your shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Yiqing acted decisively, politely removing a stray strand of hair from Akiji's shoulder, pretending to discard it while secretly storing it in his space. Akiji cast a suspicious glance at Yiqing as if sensing something, but said nothing. I haven't been sleeping well lately, probably losing some hair. Akiji downed the sherry in his glass. Time to head back for a nap. With that, he stood, waved a hand, and walked away without looking back. Akiji's already leaving. I was just about to introduce you all. Momosaji, holding a glass with a flushed face, pulled along the equally tipsy Yiqing Xian as she approached. Yinshin, little Emily, let's have a drink to celebrate your first victory. Momosaji downed her glass, then dragged Yiqing Xian through the crowd to greet others. Yiqing found a secluded corner to sit, focusing his awareness on Akiji's hair strand in his space. As everyone knew, Akiji had curly hair, so the broken strand looked rather unappealing-like. Fortunately, it was taken from his shoulder. No matter how he thought about it, it couldn't be. Suppressing his discomfort, he followed the Reincarnation Tower's instructions, fusing the blank X gene into his body, then touched the hair with his body. Gene containing special abilities detected. Copy. Warning: gene fusion carries uncertainty. Ensure the environment is safe. Reincarnator. It worked. Yiqing's heart leaped with joy, understanding that the blank X gene's replication range extended beyond just X genes. Unfortunately, there was a 2-world time limit. This was the first world, and its highest known powers were devil fruits and hockey. Though Logia, some paramecia, and certain mythical Zoan fruits were undeniably impressive, they paled in comparison to the directly invincible abilities had fantasized about. Yiqing didn't want to gamble on the next world. He feared encountering 3 worlds with very low upper limits, or one so high he couldn't even touch it. That would ruin everything. So, which fruit to choose? The ice fruit already in hand, or the nearby glint fruit? Magma fruit, the great Buddha form. These Logia fruits were all incredibly powerful, each worthy of a small cow. As for Zoan and Paramecia, Kaido's Azure Dragon form, and Big Mom's Soul fruit were also formidable, but none were considered. Kaido was hard to find, and the Soul fruit's ability overlapped. Of course, there was also the cheater Luffy's Nika form, a firecracker of a small cow combining Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Impressive as it was, Qing felt his personality couldn't handle it. Better to go for something easier to find with strong and versatile abilities, that would be. He thought of the god on Skypiea, who felt a plot armor. Enel, the Rumble fruit. Elemental body went without saying, lightning fast speed, 200 million volts of thunder plus the ability to convert heat for metal smelting influence, weather, and more. Qing had always thought this fruit was invincible, but who would have guessed it would encounter a rubber man? With the addition of Haki later, that invincibility weakened relatively, but it remained undeniably powerful. Abandoning the fusion of Akiji's hair strand, Qing picked up his glass and rejoined the banquet. After it ended, he returned to the quarters the Navy had arranged for him inside the fortress. The timing should be about right. Qing used his soul authority to communicate with the 10 crows he had summoned, but the vision they returned showed only endless seas. Among the crows' memories were a few islands they had passed, but nothing special was found. Locating the one heading towards Skypiea, Qing used his spatial authority to teleport there. Hovering midair, Qing judged the direction and then used spatial authority to continuously teleport toward Mocktown on the map. Meanwhile, in the waters near Mocktown, 6 oddly dressed figures were discussing something on the deck of a pirate ship. Master Chen, this is the place. If we follow Big Brother Liu's method, we'll definitely obtain that powerful ability called mantra. Do I need you yapping about my cousin's guide? Are you sure the location is right? These 6 were the Reincarnator squad that first appeared on Alvida's ship. The leader, Master Chun, was the Stark whom Alvida had appointed as vice captain. But their current ship wasn't Alvida's. They must have parted ways. They hadn't gone to the Bartai, but had headed straight for Mocktown, clearly following a more profitable guide. Everyone was used to Master Chen's domineering way of speaking and didn't mind. That's right, it's here, but there's no upward current right now, one middle-aged man confirmed after double-checking. Hearing the man's answer, Master Chun took a fist-sized blue glowing stone from his space and pressed it against the... As the stone shimmered, the entire wooden ship was enveloped in a blue barrier, slowly rising and accelerating. As expected of my cousin, this spirit stone inscribed with a flight array is truly miraculous. Master Chen's face flushed with excitement as he gripped the railing, staring at the shrinking island below. A flight array indeed miraculous. Suddenly, a large face appeared out of nowhere, face with him across the blue barrier. Damn, it's you. Master Chun fell onto the deck in fright. Vice Captain Stark, long time no see. It was Qing. After a period of teleporting, he had arrived beneath Skypiea and was about to teleport up when he happened to see the Reincarnator squad ship taking off. What are you following us for? What if I said it's a coincidence? Like hell, I believe that. You're stealing the guide, aren't you? Among Reincarnators, stealing a guide referred to secretly tailing someone and recording their entire process. Such tasks were usually assigned by major factions for highly valuable guides or information requiring dedication. Following others throughout would inevitably lead to low personal gains, possibly even failing main quests, so no one would do it without the backing of a major force. Master Chen's guide was significant, targeting Skypiea's mantra, a skill to predict enemy attacks and remain undefeated, essentially observation haki. For Reincarnators unfamiliar with this world's plot, obtaining a guide to observation haki early on was indeed valuable, and it wasn't strange for someone to covet it. That was why Master Chen immediately suspected Qing of stealing his guide. Given his personality, he'd even kick a passing dog a few times, let alone someone daring to target him. He immediately ordered his subordinate Reincarnators to attack Qing. Master Chen, this person is not weak. Maybe we should negotiate first. Negotiate my ass. This barrier can block crank damage and won't hinder our attacks. Don't be scared. Hit him now. Hearing Qin Shao's words, the others had no choice but to raise their weapons. Among the 6 people on the ship, aside from Qin Shao himself and a beautiful girl, the other 4 launched their attacks. The middle-aged man with a long sword swung it to emit sword energy. The one with twin guns fired bullets of various colors. The gloved figure sent out a shockwave, and another hurled explosive talismans. As countless attacks flew toward him, Qing instantly teleported to evade, then formed a single-hand seal. Since they were so eager to court death, then fire release, great fire dragon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fire dragons slammed into the blue barrier. Just as Qin Shao had said, the barrier merely trembled, completely blocking all 3 dragons outside. Haha, do you really think you can break my cousin's barrier? Qin Shao, this man has an extremely bizarre way of dodging our attacks, can't touch him. The 4 of them unleashed their signature moves in another wave of attacks, but Qing evaded them all with teleportation, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Useless trash, get out of my way. Qin Shao's face twisted with rage as he pulled a yellow talisman with red characters from his spatial storage, held it between 2 fingers, muttered a few incantations, and hurled it at Qing. Fire Spirit Talisman. This was another treasure given by his cousin whom he always bragged about, a one-time attack item said to come from a formidable intermediate dungeon. Its contained spiritual flame could threaten even rank powerhouses. Qing sensed the immense energy emanating from the talisman. He tried to teleport, but the volatile fire element seemed to disrupt his spatial authority, preventing him from dodging in time. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce flames instantly engulfed the space around Qing. Ha ha, opposing me Chen Xiao only leads to death. Seeing Qing surrounded by flames, the others breathed sighs of relief. After all, that item came from an intermediate dungeon world. In a beginner world like the third layer, it was like a blind man wielding a great blade in indiscriminate slaughter. Pleased by the fear on his underlings' faces, Chen Xiao pulled over the pale-faced beauty beside him, grabbed her face, and pressed his lips against hers. She was his specially chosen trophy teammate, unremarkable in strength, but with a top-notch figure and look. But before Chen Xiao could get his fill, a loud crash came from above, followed by the sound of the barrier shattering piece by piece. Thighs. The middle-aged man wielding the Xuan-Yuan Sword was utterly horrified. As the strongest among the six, he was the only one who could vaguely see outside through the shattered barrier and rage. There stood that same Reincarnator, his body wreathed in green steam, eyes glowing red, holding a pitch-black long blade. The flames around him caused no harm, but instead became his backdrop, making him look like a demon from the 9 abyssal hells. Flames of brank damage couldn't harm him, yet he could break a crank defensive barrier. Realizing the gap in power, the middle-aged man trembled uncontrollably. All of them had been thinking within the standards of the third-layer world, measuring every opponent they met. None had ever considered that a powerful figure from a major faction might expend dozens of authority keys to enter a lower-level world. Chen Xiao, we might be in serious trouble. The middle-aged man's voice quivered. Impossible. He must have used some high-level item too. I still have. Chen Xiao suddenly realized that the Tower of Reincarnation had not sounded a kill notification. He shoved aside the beauty whose makeup was smudged, reaching for another item, but then an icy voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ear. No, you have nothing left. In that instant, he was lifted by the head like a helpless chick. It was Qing who had opened the 7th gate, the gate of shock. The flames from that talisman had indeed made his heart race, nearly convincing him he was about to fail. He had been ready to open the 7th gate and flee even if it meant being burned, but the flames didn't harm him at all. Instead, they felt warm. That's when he remembered the new ability granted by his great leader talent. Element Fire. Clearly the flames from the Fire Spirit Talisman fell within the immunity range. Since the enemy had already resorted to lethal moves, Qing felt no need to hold back. He immediately went all out, slashing the barrier apart with full force. Sensing the space inside, he teleported and, using his spatial authority, grabbed Chen Xiao's head and smashed it heavily against the barrier beside him. Bang! Brains splattered and the barrier shattered. The 7th gate's speed was so blinding that the other 5 didn't react until brain matter splashed onto their faces. The middle-aged man, quickest to respond, immediately pulled out a blue card, but then froze in bewilderment. The Tower of Reincarnation prompted, "You have been locked by a Reincarnator lock card and cannot leave the dungeon for now. Please resolve the lock before using." A dungeon escape card, right? Sorry, but I have a lock card. Qing held an identical blue card between his fingers as it dissolved into specks of light. He had anticipated this scenario, always keeping a Reincarnator lock card ready to prevent them from leaving the dungeon. Bang, bang. With a slash, a punch, and a kick, the other 4 were killed in one blow, leaving only the locked middle-aged man. 3 moves for 4 kills. That's how dominant he was. With only a helpless fish left, Qing deactivated the 7th gate. There was no need to burden himself further. But his calmness only deepened the middle-aged man's terror. When an enemy goes all out, it means a swift, merciful death. But when they power down, what awaits you might be handcuffs, whips, and little candles. Senior. Big brother. Daddy. The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. Daddy. He actually knows my real name. Then I can't let him live. But first, Sharingan. The terrified, nearly broken middle-aged man was hit by Qing's Sharingan illusion. In a daze, he seemed to see his great-grandmother. Then his childhood, his father. When he regained consciousness, only an old man with graying hair stood before him. Aren't you? The middle-aged man jolted. Wasn't this his father who had passed away years ago? Son, you're dead too. This is the underworld. Look, this is the mansion you burned for me last year. South-facing, great sunlight. The old man's face was full of kindness as he reached out to pat his son's head. No wonder. It looks so familiar. Son, how did you die? After you left Dad, I lost the courage to enter the Tower of Reincarnation. Then 2 years ago, a Tafunderdrink expert found me offering a perfect strength guide for beginner dungeons. But he demanded I sign a reincarnation contract, becoming a member of his cousin's team to support him fully. I thought since I had to enter dungeons anyway, having a team was better, so I agreed. With his guide, I earned high ratings and advanced rapidly in strength. But in the second world, I joined his cousin's team and realized he was a worthless, twisted jerk who relied on his elder's protection. But it was too late. The middle-aged man struck his head in regret. I had signed the contract becoming a lackey for that Tefunderdrink expert forced to aid his cousin in evil deeds and harm innocents until I met that man. I hated I regret it. Remembering the man who seemed from the nine hells, he shuddered and broke into sobs. All right, it's all in the past. Tell me, son, what kind of person is that Tefunderdrink expert? Dad, you've been dead for so many years, why do you care about these things? Well, I've been idle down here all these years. Just let me hear your story. The old man scratched his head. Oh, that expert is called Lu Xinghuang, and his cousin is Lu Xingchen. Just now it was in the One Piece world. Huh, Dad, why do I feel cold and have trouble breathing? At that moment, the pirate ship ascended ever higher, surpassing an altitude of 500 meters, where the temperature plummeted and the air grew thin. Yanqing scratched his head at the middle-aged man's question, finding it difficult enough to imitate a dialect without being questioned in return. Could it be that the illusion's intensity was insufficient? Well, this is the underworld after all. A lower temperature is only natural. As for the difficulty breathing, it must be your imagination. We've become ghosts now, why would we need oxygen? Ah, I see, no wonder. No, that's not right. I feel something's off. Sensing the growing anomaly, Yanqing swiftly ended the middle-aged man's life with a single stroke of his blade. The cycle world was too cruel. Rather than be constrained by others, it was better to seek rebirth. Having dealt with all the reincarnators on the ship, Yanqing checked the prompt from the wheel tower. Killing 6 people had cost him a hefty 600 reincarnation points, but in return, he had gained countless treasures. The victor could claim all resources from the defeated Reincarnator space. The other 5 were nothing but slackers, their possessions, mere junk not worth mentioning. But that young Master Chun was an entirely different matter. According to the middle-aged man, this was the cousin of a top-ranked expert on the 100-strong list. Though lacking in personal strength, he was superior in every other aspect. The blue tachi in his hand. Dance of Snowflakes description, a rare weapon from the dungeon world, increasing attack power. When striking an enemy, there is a 2 chance to freeze them. The 3-piece leather armor he wore. When chasing set description, a rare armor set from the dungeon world, boosting defense and increasing attack and movement speed by 4. In his space, there were also 2 talismans and a spirit stone. Fire Spirit Talisman description, a one-time consumable from the immortal sword world, unleashing flames converted from spiritual energy. Spirit Stone description, a special item from the immortal sword world capable of storing spiritual energy. There was also the Spirit Stone embedded in the ship's hull. Array Spirit Stone. Description, a special item from the immortal sword world capable of storing magical arrays. Engraved arrays, aerial flight, offense defense, integration, spiritual energy, conversion, soul imprint. This hull made him wonder about the wheel tower's stance on mutual slaughter in ordinary instances. If it encouraged it, why deduct reincarnation points? If it discouraged it, then killing and looting seemed the surest path to wealth. Valuable as they were, Yanqing dared not flaunt them, especially with the soul imprint array engraved on the Spirit Stone, which seemed like a tracking device. This involved experts on the 100-strong list. So he tossed everything into the primordial space within his left eye. This exclusive domain of his power was more private than the wheel tower's space and should block ordinary detection methods. With the Spirit Stone removed, the pirate ship, now powerless, began to plummet. Yanqing activated his teleportation ability to ascend once more. Before long, Yanqing pierced through the sea clouds past the White Sea without pause and arrived directly at the White Sea where Angel Island lay. Even with mental preparation, Yanqing was awestruck by the beauty of this place. Most striking were the island clouds, which could be processed into structures and even rivers. Truly wondrous. Yanqing reached out to touch the soft, bouncy clouds beneath his feet, a thought of renovating taking root in his mind. Using his spatial authority, he scooped up a vast expanse of island clouds filling half the primordial space, followed by beaches, forests, and the sea. In mere moments, he had stripped a large swath of Angel Island bare, turning the primordial space into a tourist paradise. This drastic alteration of the terrain drew the attention of the Skypea law enforcement, the White Berets. Hey, you there? What do you think you're doing? The White Beret squad leader was baffled. In all his years of duty, he had never encountered someone so audacious. It's not every day I get to visit. I'm just taking some souvenirs home, Yanqing replied with a smile. Souvenirs? You've practically razed the island to the ground and call that taking souvenirs. Damaging the environment is a Class 6 crime. You're under arrest, sentenced to Cloud Drift. Cloud Drift was Skypea's death penalty, where the condemned was left adrift on island clouds until death. The squad leader waved his hand, and the White Berets charged at Yanqing en masse. Not wanting to be entangled, Yanqing waved politely and vanished with a teleport. Where'd he go? Damn it. Everyone be on the lookout. A handsome, elegantly dressed. Oh, forget it. Someone has vandalized Angel Island. Erase his image or arrest him on sight. The squad leader used a dial camera, a Skypea specialty, to transmit Yanqing's image. At the Skypea Shrine of God, Enel the ruler and Logia lightning fruit user picked up a dial camera. Yar, another Blue Sea dweller has come up. Blue Sea dwellers were what Scypians called those from the land below. He muttered lazily, looking at Yanqing's image. Seems like he's not so simple. Within the range of his mantra, which covered the entire island, Yanqing's figure vanished like a phantom, defying his understanding. His mantra was a unique fusion of observation haki and the lightning fruit, allowing real-time detection of electrical wave changes within its coverage. Even a dog's restlessness due to seasonal changes was clear to him. Yet this blue sea dweller had disappeared silently from his surveillance, putting him on guard. Where did he go? Enel, lounging lazily, caught something with a flicker in his eyes, then turned into lightning and vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously, the sofa was cleaved in two. As expected of you. Not so easy to catch off guard. Yanqing held his blade wreathed in armament haki, looking unsurprised. It's you? That power to vanish and reappear seems related to space. I sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. You can sense spatial fluctuations. That's troublesome. Yanqing had planned to teleport and slice off one of Enel's ears when he wasn't paying attention. But if his mantra could detect spatial shifts in advance, it complicated things. Why the ears? Because Enel's earlobes hung all the way to his navel, practically begging to be cut off. Blue Sea Dweller, whatever your purpose in Skypiea, since you've dared to blaspheme a god, be prepared for divine punishment. Enel pointed his golden staff, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel struck Yanqing in an instant. Even with a physique exceeding 100, Yanqing was jolted into a mechanical dance, smoke rising from his body. A strangely invigorating sensation. What a sly old fox, still in the greeting phase, and he suddenly attacks. Thanks to the powerful recovery of his immortal body, the paralysis soon faded. Yanqing didn't hesitate. Since the path of ambush was blocked, he would confront him head-on. Enel's strength lay solely in his devil fruit ability and observation haki. His physical combat was poor. Yanqing had armament haki, a natural counter to Logia types. One good slash would seal the plan. But striking a lightning bolt that could predict your attacks was no easy feat. Opening the 7th gate, activating the Sharingan, entering Sage mode, unleashing observation, and armament haki shadow clones phantom flash. Yanqing unleashed almost all of his preemptive burst skills. Whether useful or not, he stamped his foot, and hundreds of his clones, each emitting blue smoke and adorned with yellow eye shadow, surged forward, wielding flowing lights entwined with armament haki. If this scene were set in the Naruto world, even the Kage would likely exclaim in astonishment. Enel, watching hundreds of Yanqings charging at him at high speed, was somewhat bewildered. What kind of bizarre ability was this? A devil fruit. Faced with the unknown, he transformed into lightning to widen the distance again, tapping the golden staff behind him against the taiko drums adorned with 3 tomo. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In a flash of lightning, a colossal dragon formed of blue electricity coiled and soared, charging straight into the throng of Yanqings. In an instant, the square before the god's shrine was filled with chaotic exclamations as one by one the Yanqings dissipated into white smoke. Amid the turmoil, Yanqing activated his spatial authority, once more teleporting 10 shadow clones around Enel to strike simultaneously. Yet Enel, sensing the ambush with his mantra, transformed into lightning and broke free from the encirclement. Yanqing also possessed observation haki, preempting Enel's foresight. Sage Art Fire Release, Heaven Scorching Karma Flame. A vast expanse of white flames instantly blanketed Enel, covering the sky. This was an advanced version of the Great Fireball developed by Yanqing in the training room. Empowered by his innate fire talent and Sage mode, its range was astonishingly vast, and the flame's temperature and nature had shifted, its color turning from orange to white. Even he himself had to keep a safe distance. When Enel burst out of the flames as lightning, several burns marked his body. The first reason was that the flames had anticipated his landing point, preventing him from dodging in time. The second was that his elemental form had failed to fully negate the damage. Precisely, the flames could even burn lightning itself. This forced a grave expression onto his face. 200 million volts, Thor. Enel, enveloped in lightning, transformed into a colossal thunder giant. Yanqing smirked inwardly. This mode actually made it easier for him to succeed. When Enel took this giant form, part of his attention shifted to controlling the thunder giant, and divided focus inevitably left openings. True to expectation, after evading several lightning attacks, Yanqing's 10 shadow clones teleported midair to feign an assault on the giant. As Enel was distracted, the real body silently teleported behind him and struck his ear with an armament haki-infused cold strike. Enel screamed in agony as blood sprayed from the left side of his face. His ear, dozens of centimeters long, severed and falling. Beneath the falling ear, a pre-opened spatial gate waited. Passing through the spatial gate, the bloody ear entered Yanqing's personal space. My ear. Amid Enel's furious roar, Yanqing decisively teleported back to the Marine headquarters living quarters. Oh my, isn't this young Yuan? What's with that look? No sooner had Yanqing teleported back than a slow, drawling voice and a lecherous old face pressed in close. Damn. Yanqing, startled, thinking it was an ambush, reflexively swung a heavy slap, but hit nothing. How terrifying, the voice chimed again from behind him. Turning around, Yanqing finally recognized who it was, one of the Marines' 3 admirals, the Logia Pika Nomi user Kizaru Borsellino. No wonder he dodged the slap. Lightspeed movement. That explained it. Also, it's Senior Borsellino. You startled me. Apologies, that was just a reflex. Having taken several lightning strikes, Yanqing's appearance was indeed comical. Tattered clothes, soot-blackened body hair, standing on end. Still, he offered a polite smile. No harm done. But what happened to you? You look like you've been kicked by light. Oh, nothing much. Got struck by lightning just now. Is that so? Lightning in this weather. How terrifying, Kizaru said, lazily shading his eyes as he gazed at the clear blue sky. Damn it. Always muttering how terrifying while kicking supernovas. Give it a rest. Listening to Kizaru's constant, how terrifying, Yanqing felt his hairs stand on end. He still bore the title of supernova, feeling as if he might be kicked at any moment. Senior Borsellino, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. All right. Captain Hobody seems possessed today. He's been asking everyone where you are. Even stopped me. How terrifying. Ah, Hobody. Got it. Thanks, Senior. Yanqing paused, then replied politely. Hobody. He recalled a sleazy marine with pink hair and slanted. That guy was a nobody with little role later on. What did he want? After parting with Kizaru, Yanqing returned to his quarters, showered, and changed clothes. Only then did he take out Enel's ear. Special ability gene detected. Initiate replication. Warning, gene fusion carries uncertainty. Ensure a safe environment for the Reincarnator. Replicate. As he gave the command, Enel's ear dissolved into points of light. A tingling, numbing sensation mixed with sharp pricks spread from the blank's gene within his body throughout his being. After a moment, the sensation faded. Yanqing attempted it. Just like Enel, he instantly transformed into lightning, crashing headfirst into the wall. This was the feeling. Yanqing murmured, stroking his forehead, now made of lightning. Good. Now I'm immune to physical attacks. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the application of the Goro Goro, Nomiya knock came at the door. Lieutenant Commander Yuan, I know you're home. You have the nerve to hurt the beautiful Miss Mori, so have the nerve to open the door. That line. The script was right. This was the One Piece world. But why did it feel like something bizarre? Yanqing rose and opened the door. Outside stood the pink-haired Captain Hobody. Captain Hobody, what's this about? Seeing Yanqing's courteous demeanor, Hobody's aggression waned slightly. Lieutenant Commander Yuan, Miss Mori is so beautiful. How could you bring yourself to hurt her? What? Miss Mori? Hurt? Where was this coming from? He didn't know any Miss Mori. Captain Hobody, you must be mistaken. I don't know any Miss Mori you're talking about. Stop pretending. You Garcia, Yuan, eldest son of the Garcia family, using your noble status to toy with feelings and abandon lovers. I know your type all too well. What? This was getting more absurd by the minute. Abandon lovers. Yanqing was about to shoo Hobody away when a thought struck him. He asked, Captain Hobody, this Miss Mori, what does she look like? Still playing dumb. Miss Mori has the face of an angel, the body of a devil, hair cascading like a waterfall, skin as smooth as milk. After listening to Hobody for 5 minutes, Yanqing had basically made a judgment. This Miss Mori, if he guessed correctly, should be the Reincarnator from the Sakura country, Miri Hanazono. The description of her appearance was not much different from the Miri Hanazono he knew, and the fabricated melodramatic story was ambiguous, clearly the methods of a Reincarnator. Moreover, with some alluring, illusionary, and controlling techniques, it was no wonder Hobody seemed bewitched, daring to chat casually with the General Xuan-Yuan. However, you have your clever schemes, and I have my secret tools. For the sake of uncovering the truth, Yanqing decisively activated the illusion of his Sharingan. Yet, what are you doing? I'm not afraid of your red eyes. I must seek justice for Miss Mori today. The Sharingan's illusion didn't work. It seemed this Sakura girl was not simple. Considering various possibilities, Yanqing directly activated a high-level soul ability that could extract information from the soul level, though it would be taxing. Indeed, under the vision of the kaleidoscope soul ability, a deep red stripe appeared amidst the blue glow of an ordinary person's soul, pulsating conspicuously. With a gentle touch using the soul ability, Yanqing instantly grasped all the intricate details of the entire. The sequence of events was roughly as follows. Feeling deceived by Yan Bawang, Miri Hanazono used a long save power key to purchase a dungeon tracking card and followed Yanqing into the pirate world. The dungeon tracking card had a positioning function. Although this position fluctuated due to Yanqing's teleportation, it mostly remained centered around Marine Headquarters Marineford. So she seized a small boat and rowed over, but due to her lack of a marine identity and unfamiliarity with the plot, she could not enter the headquarters fortress. After wandering the surrounding seas for several days, she finally seized the opportunity and encountered Hobody, who was alone at sea, lustful, weak in strength, yet of notable status, using her special ability to charm him and turn him into her loyal servant. Based on her guess, Yan Bawang should have joined the Marines only after entering the dungeon just over 10 days ago. With the photos and verbal confirmations provided by Hobody, she directly locked onto Garcia Yuan, a face she could never forget, even if it turned to ash. After gathering the basic intelligence, she began to fabricate a tragic story about a cold-blooded noble abandoning a beautiful, infatuated common girl, seeking to gain sympathy while subtly expressing her desire for someone to seek justice for her, promising to devote herself in return. Once the emotional manipulation had sufficiently taken effect, she used her charm again and awaited the big fish to bite. One must admit this woman's logical reasoning was exceptionally clear and direct. In just over 10 days under conditions where the dungeon tracking card only provided vague positioning, she had found the target in the vast pirate world using various methods. Truly impressive. Unfortunately, she encountered Qing, who possessed soul abilities, and her scheme not only failed, but also exposed her deeper secrets. Her conspiracy, her trump cards, and even some of her memories were all leaked in a flicker of soul left behind. You are looking for Yin Bawang. Oh, what does it have to do with me, the Great Typhoon? However, since I'm here, I might as well meet him to avoid any trouble later on in the strategy. Simply using the soul ability to probe posed little mental burden on Qing, so it didn't cause any impact. After retracting the soul ability, he once again donned his Oscar mask. So it is you. Lieutenant Huobodi, this is all my fault. Please guide me to apologize to Miss Mori personally. I hope she can find someone who truly cares for her. Huobodi, initially filled with righteous indignation, immediately transformed his angry expression into a smile at the last statement at an impossible speed. Someone who truly cares for her. Isn't that just me? I'm definitely going to help with this. With hopeful anticipation, Huobodi took Qing out of Marineford, boarding a small patrol warship, and soon arrived at a small wooden boat anchored nearby. Miss Mori, I've brought that heartless man. Huobodi's dog-like smile and tone made Qing grit his teeth, and he delivered a powerful shock to knock him into the sea, hoping he would come to his senses. On the small wooden boat, a woman of enchanting beauty was resting with her eyes closed. One must say the attire corrected by the Reincarnation Tower for the pirate world was truly top-notch. With just a few pieces of fabric and an alluring figure, it was no wonder Lieutenant Huobodi's attitude was so humble. This wasn't a pirate, this was a demon ninja. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Qing, she immediately stood up and coldly spoke, Colonel Yuan, or should I call you Lord Yin Bawang? Reincarnator. Misunderstanding. I am not Yin Bawang, we just look alike, you see. You are not Yin Bawang. Impossible. Miri Hanazono checked the positioning on the dungeon tracking card, which completely matched. Their appearances were also about 70 to 80% similar. Such coincidences were unlikely. The only explanation was, it must be a high-level disguise tool. Unfortunately, I tracked you using your ID, so your arguments are futile. Qing did not expect to be exposed so quickly. At this point, it was pointless to argue. He could only blame himself for revealing his ID earlier. Tisk, Miss Hanazono, are you pushing too hard? You must follow me even into the dungeon. Have you admitted it? If you hadn't gone back on your word, I wouldn't have to expend such great resources. Speaking of costs, Miri Hanazono felt pained. To cross from the 8th layer to the 3rd layer, she had used up 5 power keys from the shrine stock. Originally, if she failed to persuade Yin Bawang, it would have been just a failure, and at most resource allocation would be a... But last time, eager to succeed, she had taken the liberty of asking the High Priest for a level item, promising that the task was complete only to be outsmarted by Qing. The High Priest was enraged. This was no longer just a matter of resource allocation. If not handled well, she might face punishment from the shrine. For the sake of her master and her own future, she had no choice but to follow Qing into the dungeon, using every means necessary to bring him back to the Sakura country. How could it be dishonest? I just miss the homeland and wish to cherish a few worlds once more. You need not explain further. Since I've activated the dungeon tracking card, it is impossible for me to return empty-handed. Given Qing's despicable past, the naive Miri Hanazono had no intention of wasting words with him, fearing she might be tricked again. Nine-Tails soul-binding coffin. She softly called, her right hand glowing red as she initiated the attack. Suddenly 9 large, fluffy red tails burst forth from the calm sea, wrapping around Qing's small warship in an instant. These tails are not ordinary. They seem to possess the power of the soul. Qing had initially been indifferent, but the soul ability made him sensitive to soul power, and he immediately sensed something unusual. This is not an ordinary enemy confinement skill, but a power that can bind souls, and it can also weaken lock. With another soft command, the 9 tails spiraled tighter. Weakened to this extent, using soul binding should ensure success. Moments later, the tails had tightened into a twisted shape, and only then did Miri Hanazono disperse the red light from her hand. As the crimson light between Asuka Cheyenne delicate fingers dissipated, the 9 colossal fox tails gradually dissolved into specks of luminescence. Based on her past experience, no one could withstand this technique unscathed. They would inevitably suffer soul damage, at best falling unconscious, at worst losing their sanity. An impressive skill, but unfortunately it met your daddy Yen. Qing waved his hand with a smile, dispelling the lingering afterimages of the 9 tails around him, showing not only no adverse reactions, but even looking somewhat amused. How is that possible? This is the power of authority. Asuka Cheyenne exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Qing was not particularly surprised. He had already guessed as much when his teleportation was thwarted. Being able to block the authority of space, it had to be an authority itself. Truly formidable. However, aside from authority, he also possessed talents. This soul attack happened to fall within the immunity range of Soul Fortress. Oh, mastering the power of authority at such a young age. That simply won't do. Let Daddy Yin take. After speaking, Yanqing transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing behind Asuka Xian and delivered a hand blade crackling with millions of volts toward the nape of her neck. Such a lovely young girl. Better knock her out first. However, Asuka Xian was an 8th-layer reincarnator and the pride of the Amaterasu Shrine, a match for the supernova talents of Yan Huang. She was not so easily subdued. A surge of red light erupted from behind her, and a crimson tail shot out, colliding with Yanqing's handblade. Curious to see where the tail sprouted from, Yanqing was caught off guard as Asuka Xian spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick that struck him squarely on the head. Red, is it her lucky year? Due to the height difference, the kick was raised high, but the pervert's eyes still caught a glimpse. Having evaded the kick by elementalizing, Yanqing chuckled and grabbed her ankle. 10 million volts. Discharge. Zap. To avoid charring her too badly, Yanqing compared her physique to his own and settled on a current of 10 million volts. It seemed he had still been a bit too harsh. Asuka Xian was left hanging by the ankle, completely unconscious. Tisk, in the end, she was still scorched. Gazing at the slightly blackened skin around her ankle, Yanqing sighed regretfully. I'd better wash you off. Since she was unconscious, he unhinderedly stored Asuka Xian into the primordial space. To see the beach, a small grove, and soft island clouds, Yanqing felt as if he had returned to his original world, vacationing in Hawaii with a starlet from the Sakura country's entertainment industry. Unfortunately, there was no sunlight or breeze. Though his vision was unobstructed, it felt somewhat lacking in authenticity. They'll have to get a sun installed in here sometime. Yanqing casually tossed a clump of white flames, fixing it midair with spatial authority to mimic. Then he dumped the unconscious Asuka Xian by the beach and crouched beside her, staring at her alluring form. Lost. Originally, he had hoped not to be found by her, to muddle through until the mission ended and withdraw unnoticed, given the unknown strength of the opponent. Better to keep his distance. Yet she had found him, and after a round of probing, his power utterly crushed hers. Not only did he win, but he also captured her alive. Thus he ended up in this situation. Should I have a deep exchange first and then kill her? Or have a deep exchange first and then let her go? Or perhaps work a bit harder and truly create a demon-slaying ninja. Rubbing his chin in thought for a moment, Yanqing decided to work harder. Screw it. Activating his right eye's Mangekyo, he saw that Asuka Xian's soul was a pale red, unlike ordinary people's. To be safe, Yanqing first used a minuscule thread of soul authority to tentatively touch her soul, wary of unexpected backlash. Fortunately, his soul authority was of a higher level than hers, and he successfully gained control of her soul. At that moment, everything about Asuka Xian was laid bare before Yanqing's eyes, including her past experiences, her abilities, her physical condition. Asuka Xian's past was not complicated. She was just an ordinary girl from the Sakura country. However, during a certain instance, her outstanding performance with soul power caught the favor of Tamamonome, who granted her a portion of authority, the nine-tailed soul fox, and she was subsequently noticed by the Amaterasu Shrine. Nine-tailed soul fox description wields a portion of the authority of the nine-tailed soul fox. The description was brief, but fewer words often meant greater significance. This nine-tailed soul fox's power manifested in two main aspects. One was soul-targeting charm and damage, and the other was the ability to manifest nine tails to amplify attributes, each additional tail increasing stats by a certain proportion. It was a relatively comprehensive authority encompassing offense support and enhancement. But precisely because of its comprehensiveness, each individual aspect was lackluster on its own. Its damage was completely nullified by Soul Fortress, and its level was utterly suppressed by Soul Authority. Against anyone else, this authority would be formidable. Unfortunately, every monster has its nemesis. As for her physical condition, she was healthy, a virgin untouched. As for other measurements, even without soul detection, a mere visual estimate was impressive, though the detected data was more precise. 90, 58, 85, ig. Truly perfect. Ahem. Shaking his head, Yanqing began a delicate soul operation. The goal of this round was to modify an absolutely loyal demon slaying female. Well, a female subordinate. However, since the target was a reincarnator with soul-based abilities, it was foreseeable that this would be utterly draining. A full half-hour later, Yanqing felt on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. The vast amount of pupil power converted from the Infinity Stones was nearly half consumed before he barely completed this monumental and arduous task. Lord Yinba. You. No, you. Moss. How could I? Oh, my head hurts. Before long, Asuka Xian regained consciousness. She clutched her head, shaking it incessantly, as if her entire worldview had been profoundly shattered. Though indeed her worldview had been utterly overturned. I am your most loyal subordinate, obeying all your commands, Moss. Ahem, just call me Yinba, no need to be so formal. Yes, Yinba, I deeply apologize for my previous actions. Please punish me. Gazing at the stunningly curvaceous and reverent Asuka Xian before him, Yanqing still found it hard to believe. Having lived 2 lives, could he actually experience such bliss? Since we've come this far, why not try? Something more challenging, something that would make people applaud in awe. Understood. Please enjoy a 720-degree backflip with a Thomas flare. Wait, what I meant was, damn, that's certainly high difficulty, but applause, where's the applause? 2 hours later, Yanqing had thoroughly disciplined Asuka Xian, who still lacked understanding of applause, then lay down to rest on the soft cloud-like island. I'm tired. Let's leave it at that. After you return to Sakura country, how do you plan to deal with your master and the high? Even if the mission fails, my master won't make things difficult for me. As for the high priest, he doesn't know about my actions this time. He might just reduce the resource allocation to us in the future. Is that so? Yanqing stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then handed over the snow dance the wind-chasing set, and the formation spirit stone, suspected to contain a tracking device, to Asuka Xian. Just say that to atone for your mistakes you followed me into the dungeon. Though you ultimately failed to capture me, you managed to seize my equipment and are now turning it all in. Lu Xinghuang ranked 7th on the 100-strong list, and the high priest Abe no Saimai ranked 8th. The thought alone was terrifying. Yes, Asuka Xian took the equipment and stored it in her dimensional space without asking why. By the way, is your master's spiritual power stronger than yours? My master doesn't practice spiritual power. She inherited other abilities from Tamamonome. Good. He had left a soul imprint in Asuka Xian's spirit. He had worried her master might detect it, but now a day later, Yanqing and Asuka Xian's figures suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Yanqing gave his orders, watched her exit the dungeon, and then with a firm resolve departed from that sea area. Returning to the marine headquarters living quarters, Yanqing retrieved a bed-shaped island cloud from the primordial space, reclined comfortably on it, and prepared to rest and recover his depleted stamina. Suddenly Guolei's voice came through the communicator. Hey, Yimba, are you there? Come in, it's urgent. Didn't I already give you the strategy? You should be fighting Crocodile by now. Yanqing roughly estimated that by now they should have arrived at Alabasta. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, a user of the Suna, Nomi the Sand Crocodile. He had schemed for years to seize control of the Alabasta kingdom and the ancient weapon Pluton. Posing as a hero who drove out pirates, he established the Baroque works in the capital. In truth, he used the side effects of dance powder to cause a perpetual drought in the kingdom, then framed King Cobra for the drought, inciting the populace to form a rebel army and overthrow the monarchy. But he ran into Luffy's crew, and ultimately his plot was exposed and failed. Yes. And no. It's not that I'm fighting Crocodile, it's that Crocodile is fighting me. Hearing the unexpected turn of events, Yanqing sat up abruptly. What's going on? It's a small matter, not important. I need to tell you something else. Do you remember that other worldwalker Tianming? Yeah, what about him? It's a long story. To put it simply, a couple of days ago, I slapped Crocodile twice across the face and knocked out 4 of his teeth. It seems he's holding a grudge. He's been sending people to kill me ever since. Indeed, even the mighty warlord the Sand Crocodile couldn't escape the fate of a face slap, and he even lost 4 front teeth. Wait, did you learn armament hockey? Hearing that Guolei had knocked out the teeth of a Logia-type ability user, Yanqing couldn't help but ask in confusion. Only armament hockey could harm a Logia user. Yeah, but I'm not very proficient yet. Not bad talent. So what then? Yanqing offered a nod of approval from a team leader. Then just now someone came to kill me again. This Tianming jumped out of nowhere and took a bomb for me, saying it was to repay the life-saving debt. What a hassle he's causing me. But, although he's a bit meddlesome, he did save me. Now he's unconscious. If I don't take care of him, there might be a funeral tomorrow. How about we take him in? It's up to you, but be careful not to expose our information. OJBK. Ending the call, Yanqing couldn't help recalling the earlier incident with the Alvida pirates. From Tianming's refusal to massacre civilians, it was clear he had good character. And the fact that he took a blow for Guolei to repay a past kindness showed he valued loyalty. He would observe Tianming more in the later stages. If suitable, he might consider recruiting him into the team. Half a month later. During this time, Yanqing had been developing the Rumble fruit. Beyond the known abilities of Enel, transforming lightning into shapes like phoenixes and dragons, manipulating thunderclouds to unleash lightning directly, and combining it with observation hockey to create mantra, Yanqing also developed his own unique powers. One was wrapping lightning around the blade, paired with the 6 styles of Ayahan, allowing him to continuously swing a 100-meter-long lightning blade. Wouldn't that leave you numb? Another was developing various techniques by combining it with lightning release ninjutsu, such as lightning clone and lightning armor from the Naruto world, without needing nature transformation or chakra, as well as the lightning 8 gates derived from the Rumble fruit's properties and ninjutsu. Speaking of the lightning 8 gates, it was truly explosive. Opening the 7th gate pushed physical strength to its limits, each attack carrying immense bodily power and tens of millions of volts of lightning, like Lightning Tiger and Lightning Peacock. Of course, since it consumed blood and vitality, elementalization became unusable, but the attack power was absolutely devastating. To verify the fruits of his development, Qing planned to confront Enel again. He estimated the time and figured Luffy and the others should be on Skypiea around now, so he teleported directly to where he had once harvested island clouds. With a spatial fluctuation, Qing's figure abruptly appeared on the coast of Angel Island in the white sea. The scenery was still so beautiful, but the distant Angel Island seemed to have suffered some natural disaster or war with many buildings reduced to rubble. As Qing was pondering, a voice suddenly rang out. "Whoa, it's you." The captain of the White Berets patrolling nearby turned and saw Qing hovering in midair. You demon. Quick, informed the great priest. "The demon is here." "Huh, demon. My dear lady, what happened here?" Watching the frantic captain scramble away, Qing slowly descended to the ground, walked into the town, and asked a local resident strolling by. "Oh, are you from the Blue Sea?" The girl with small angel wings on her back gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "Yes, I just arrived. I'm curious how such a beautiful natural setting harbors such a dilapidated town. It's been lively lately. A group from the Blue Sea just left not long ago, and now another one shows up." "A group from the Blue Sea. If nothing unexpected, that must be Luffy and his crew. My dear lady, you still haven't told me what happened here." "Oh, it's divine wrath." The girl glanced around furtively, and seeing no one watching, her eyes burned with gossip as she whispered to Qing, covering her mouth. "Just half a month ago, the god in the sky suddenly grew angry and rained down countless lightning bolts, destroying the entire town. They said it was because someone spoke blasphemous words against the god, invoking divine punishment." "Blasphemous words? What were they, oi?" No, those 3 words must never be spoken. Anyone who says them will surely be struck by the god's lightning." The woman waved her hands frantically and hurried away. "Blasphemous words? 3 words? What was Enel?" Unable to figure it out for now, Qing set aside the puzzle and followed the direction the girl had pointed, chasing after Luffy and his crew. In no time, he spotted Luffy's Straw Hat flag and their ship, the Going Merry, sailing on a river formed by islands. Teleporting aboard, Qing was surprised to see not only Luffy, Nami, and Nico Robin, but also the Reincarnator. "Uncle Yuan, what are you doing here?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Storm, how did you come?" Tian Ming was equally astonished. Luffy didn't understand Tian Ming's address, but didn't mind. "I had some business here." "Straw Hat, long time no." "Tian Ming, did you join the Straw Hat Pirates?" Qing asked with a smile. "Well, no. He's Mike's companion, just hitching a ride." "Haha, Uncle Yuan, you're not here to catch us, are you?" Before Tian Ming could speak, Luffy, sitting cross-legged at the bow, laughed. As expected, earning Luffy's approval wasn't easy. Tian Ming only got this far thanks to Guilei, and even then, he was just a passerby. "This is Skypiea. The Marines can't reach here. No need for that." "Haha, true. What about Mike and your shoo?" Before Luffy could answer, Nami suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Qing's arm, and covered his mouth. Goodness, the sensation on his arm was at least a cup. "Senior Yuan, please don't mention that. It's terrifying." What's wrong?" Qing composed himself, controlling his reaction so he wouldn't seem too stiff, and pulled Nami's hand away. "There's a terrifying legend on this island about a demon. They say the demon cursed the island. Anyone who utters those 3 words will immediately be struck by lightning divine punishment. Mike, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper all got hit and are resting in the cabin. Lightning divine punishment was understandable, Enel's fruit ability, but a demon's curse. A terrifying legend. 3 words. What was all this? It wasn't in the original story, and again those 3 words. Which 3 words? So mysterious. Qing could no longer suppress his curiosity. Which 3 words? No, you absolutely can't say it. Nico, Robin, and Nami both shouted, interrupting Luffy as he tried to answer. "Haha, that divine punishment doesn't work on me. I can say it one ear." The moment Luffy spoke, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel fell from the sky, striking him directly and enveloping him in electricity. "Haha, so fun. See, Uncle Yuan, it works every time." Luffy laughed joyfully, like a rubber man weighing over 100 pounds. "One ear, don't." As Qing spoke, Nami immediately leaped aside, and Nico, Robin, and Tian Ming instinctively stepped back. Luffy, being a rubber man, was immune to electricity, but Qing couldn't afford to play that game. He looked up, and sure enough, another lightning bolt of the same thickness struck down from the clouds. Scram! Just as everyone expected Qing to be struck by lightning, he let out a furious roar and activated the power of the Rumble fruit. The lightning bolt abruptly made a 100-degree turn in midair, barely grazing the pirate ship before shooting off into the distant sky. "Bloody hell! What? Amazing!" Tian Ming and Luffy let out 4 exclamations of astonishment, their faces frozen in bewilderment. This Gale brother was definitely a big shot who had crossed over using an authority key. Far too powerful. Luffy's eyes sparkled, almost ready to invite Qing aboard, while Nami stood agape, still processing the scene. It was Robin who spoke first, asking in surprise. "Senior Yuan, what? What just happened?" "Oh, nothing. Just an old friend's prank." Qing smiled and gave an ambiguous reply, then murmured softly toward the sky. "And I'll get your warm-up done. They'll be with you shortly." With that, he turned and walked back toward the Going Merry's cabin. "He'll check on Mike, then he'll be off." Inside the cabin, Guolei, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper lay sprawled across the floor, their bodies charred, black mouths slightly open as wisps of smoke curled up. Occasionally they twitched as arcs of electricity danced over them. Help! I'm done for. I think I see my brother. Guolei mumbled incoherently. Sanji, that's weird. I think I see your brother too. Zoro, idiot, it's definitely a hallucination. Usopp, Mike's brother, huh? Just watch my 8000 man. Chopper, so this is Mike's brother. Nice to meet. Wait, why is everyone having the same hallucination? Qing walked straight up to Guolei and slapped him twice with a vengeance. Seaweed head, this hallucination feels so real. It's like my brother just slapped me twice. Guolei muttered to himself. Seeing that the group would take a while to regain consciousness, Qing turned and left the cabin. Take good care of, huh? Senior, you and you're leaving. Luffy jumped down from the ship's bow. Yeah, I've got things to do. He'll take. Qing waved his hand and teleported away, but before leaving he cast a few deliberate glances at Tianming, making the latter feel a bit uneasy. To be so revered by the Straw Hats, Gale brother no Senior Gale was definitely a heavyweight. And he had valuable intel on the pirate world. This was a real stroke of luck. After leaving the Going Merry, Qing appeared directly in the vast plaza before the Shrine of God. Enel sat cross-legged at the center, his golden staff laid before him. Hey, that's quite a unique pose. Won't you get shoulder pain? Probably because he had lost one ear, Enel had hung the golden pendants that once adorned both ears on his remaining one, and doubled them, wearing 4 golden pendants in total. I didn't go looking for you, but here you are again. Enel rose, slowly, fury in his voice. Last time was unsatisfying. Let's continue. Fun satisfying. Fine. Let me show you my new power. 1 billion volts, Thunder Demon. The blazing electric light first expanded violently into a lightning giant, several times larger than the previous 4, then rapidly contracted into a plasma-like substance that enveloped Enel. Wrapped in the raging lightning, Enel indeed looked like a ferocious demon. Perish. Enel transformed into lightning, charging straight ahead. The space along his path rippled like waves. Qing instinctively tried to teleport, but the lightning was so powerful that it distorted space itself, preventing him from doing so. Boom. Qing was sent flying. Huh. To counter your spatial abilities, I've strengthened my lightning to affect space itself. Even if, he had expected Qing to be at least severely wounded by the 1 billion volt strike, but Qing merely brushed off some non-existent dust from his clothes, a smile on his face. If you'd used this move last time, it would have been a real problem. Lightning release, gate of shock open. Armament hockey. Blue steam swirled around him, accompanied by bolts of lightning. Qing now resembled a Super Saiyan. With a single stomp, he moved at a speed matching teleportation, and lightning appearing before Enel in an instant to unleash a barrage of close combat attacks. 3 minutes later, Enel panted heavily, his body charred black. For the first time since consuming the rumble fruit, he had been electrocuted. You? How can you also wield lightning? Learned it from you last time. Learned it. Bullshit. How the hell could that be learned? After thoroughly testing various skills to his heart's content, Qing teleported away, leaving the rest to Luffy and his crew. Upon returning to the Marine headquarters, Qing refrained from interfering with the progression of Luffy's storyline. Instead, he initiated a mode of indiscriminate slaughter, dragging Qing Xian along to capture pirates far and wide. Within a mere 2 months, his military rank had soared from lieutenant commander to rear admiral, making him the most dazzling rising star in the Marine headquarters. Hey, the mission deadline is almost up. Shouldn't we head to the Sabaody archipelago now? After handing over the pirates, Qing Xuan, now bearing the rank of captain, inquired. No rush. Our ultimate plan hasn't even begun yet. What other plan is there? Since this is a world of pirates, how could we miss the legendary Summit War? As his words fell, 2 figures enveloped in bubbles suddenly flew over from the sky. Damn, it can't stop, absolutely can't stop. You've got thick skin, you take the bottom. Nonsense. Put on your exoskeleton armor, you take the bottom. Allah. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the bubble plummeted before Qing, and 2 tattered figures scrambled to their feet. They were none other than Guolei and Tianming. Salt. Qingxian. This is, damn, a marine base. Having been a pirate for 3 months, Guolei had fully adapted to his identity and instinctively tried to flee at the sight of the marine emblem. Brother Quangfing, Miss Qingxuan, we meet again. Tianming greeted politely. Compared to the bounty of 200 million berry on Iron Man Mike, he was an obscure little pirate, so he remained relatively calm. Having never earned Luffy's recognition, he wasn't considered a member of the Straw Hat Pirates crew. He had only been following them due to Guolei's presence. Coupled with his lackluster strength and absence from battles, he had yet to receive a bounty. Judging by your entrance, did you run into Bartholomew Kuma? Qing immediately deduced what had transpired. Nearly 3 months had passed since Luffy set sail. According to the original timeline, they should indeed be nearing the Sabaody archipelago, triggering the Celestial Dragon incident, and then getting swatted away one by Bartholomew Kuma. He hadn't expected Tianming to be swatted as well and to land alongside Guolei at Marine headquarters. Was the bear targeting him, their captain? Based on this timeline, Luffy was now an Amazon lily and would soon break into Impel Down, followed by the Summit War. Yen Qing glanced at the mission deadline. Only 3 days remained out of the 90. If he didn't take on additional tasks to extend the time, he wouldn't be able to participate in the Summit War. You'll stick with me from now on. But your identity as a pirate is rather sensitive, so it's best you stay hidden for now. Without resistance from Guolei, Yen Qing stored him in the primal space. To prevent boredom, he assigned Guolei a task processing island clouds into various ornaments, furniture, and structures. As for you, after dealing with Guolei, Yen Qing fixed his gaze on Tianming, without speaking further, waiting for the other to break the silence and reveal his intentions. Brother Quangfeng, I assume you have some high-value strategies in store. My main mission is already complete, and thanks to you, I've reaped considerable gains. If it's inconvenient, I can leave at any time. Of course, if you don't mind, I could stay and lend a hand. I don't need any rewards and am willing to sign a contract guaranteeing you'll never divulge your strategies. Tianming, understanding Yen Qing's implication, laid out his thoughts in one breath. Oh, so you're willing to risk your life working for free? Yen Qing teased. You saved my life before. I thought helping Brother Dare back then would repay that debt, but after learning his true strength, I realized I was overestimating myself. Not only did I fail to repay the favor, but I also caused him trouble. On top of that, Brother Dare has been exceptionally kind to me since. So whether it's just helping out, which might not even be life-threatening, or even if genuine danger arises, I'll step up without hesitation as long as you need me. Well spoken. You've convinced me. Since you're staying, there will be rewards. But let me make this clear first. 1, we're a fixed team. All actions prioritize the team's interests. You'll only be considered if there's no conflict, so I can't guarantee your gains. 2, since you're not a team member, I can't fully trust you. To ensure you follow orders during our subsequent strategies, you'll need to sign a reincarnation contract with me. No problem. Tianming agreed readily and signed the reincarnation contract as Yen Qing requested. He had originally stayed out of gratitude and a desire to help, so receiving rewards was an unexpected bonus. Next, Yen Qing had Yi Qingxian secure a position as a marine seaman recruit for Tianming, while he himself went to see Vice Admiral Momosaji. Sister Momosaji. Oh, if it isn't Eon-chan. How rare. Since you became a rear admiral, you've hardly come to see your big sister. What are you saying? Work keeps me busy. Look, I came to see you as soon as I got back. Save the flattery. Oh, well. I noticed the base seems really busy lately. Is something big about to happen? Fill me in. Indeed, the headquarters had been bustling lately, preparing the venue to confront Whitebeard. Don't worry about that. In a couple of days, Vice Admiral Mamanga and I have a mission assigned by the 5 elders to protect a celestial dragon. You and little Emily will come with us. Not the Summit War. Protecting some damn celestial dragon. What? Not willing? Well, if you're ordering me, of course I'm willing. But, you know, I'm an aristocrat myself, and I joined the Marines because I disliked the aristocratic lifestyle. If I have to deal with a celestial dragon, I'm afraid I might lose control. Yen Qing replied with a grin. This operation targets the Yonko Whitebeard. Those commanders of his are no weaker than me. You could be in mortal danger at any moment. On the other hand, sticking with me is much safer. Momosaji looked at Yen Qing playfully. As a Marine, how can I shrink from danger? Suit yourself. They'll have a word with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. But remember, don't be reckless. Keep yourself alive. Thank you, Sister Momosaji. Upon receiving a prompt from the Reincarnation Tower, Yen Qing beamed like a blooming flower as he expressed his triggered SS rank hidden mission Summit War. Mission time limit 10 days. Mission introduction. Port Gasti. A son of the pirate king Gold. Roger is about to be executed at Marine headquarters. Participate in this event and witness Ace's death. Mission reward 1/0 reincarnation points, significantly increase clearance evaluation. As expected, witnessing death again. Am I here in the Reincarnation Tower to act as your notary? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Momosaji, Yen Qing found Yi Qingxian and Tianming and then began preparations for the Battle of the Summit War. Before that, however, he and Yi Qingxian had to complete their main mission. The Spirit Crows had already left coordinates, so he took Yi Qingxian and teleported directly to the Sabaody archipelago. Main mission completed. Rewards have been settled. As you have triggered a hidden mission, the Summit War, the mission time limit has been adjusted to 13 days. Completion of the hidden mission is not mandatory. You may choose to return to the Reincarnation Tower at any time. With this, all of Yen Qing's planned preliminary strategies were fully realized. Guolei had been fully involved in Luffy's adventures, and with the rewards from defeating story characters, his reincarnation points were at least secured. As for him and Yi Qingxuan, though they hadn't participated in many events, they had captured no small number of pirates. As long as there was a bounty, even for pirates who hadn't appeared in the original work, the Reincarnation Tower would give reward notifications each time. Their harvest would likely be substantial as well. Over the next few days, Yen Qing gave Guolei personal training, teaching him the practice of armament hockey, and then had him spar continuously with Yi Qingxian. Perhaps due to talent, Guolei could never grasp observation hockey, while Yi Qingxian could not master armament hockey. However, Guolei was inherently a brute force type, so observation hockey didn't matter much to him. As for Yi Qingxuan, she had elemental attribute shining bullets, which could also harm Logia-type devil fruit users, so armament hockey wasn't crucial for her either. As for himself, aside from continuing to familiarize himself with the use and skill combinations of the Rumble fruit, he focused on hockey training. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Vice Admiral Momosaji and Vice Admiral Shitan had already left the headquarters due to missions. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with the admirals and other high-ranking officers, had completed the plan and venue setup. Out of his relationship with Garp, Yanqing sought out the old man alone the day before the execution to have a heart-to-heart talk. Though Ace wasn't his biological grandson, Garp had watched him grow up, and his heart was filled with pain and conflict. Due to their positions as Marines and pirates, Garp couldn't intervene. To be precise, Sengoku not giving him a direct order to stop Ace's rescue at all costs was already a kindness to his old comrade. They chose their own path. They should have long been prepared for this day. Garp's expression was blank, his voice steady, but Yanqing knew he was still somewhat sad inside. Old man, don't be too upset. Things haven't reached that point yet. There might still be a turn of events. After all, Whitebeard's strength is nothing to scoff at. As a Marine, that's not something you should say. Garp naturally knew this and secretly held some hope, but it wasn't something to say from the Marine standpoint. Ha, but who has a closer relationship with you than me, old man? Don't worry, if there's a chance he'll go easy. You'll have to. Yanqing leaned in close to Garp and whispered, TCH, with your amateurish skills, you want to go easy. You and you're stationed on the west side, right? Those two brats, Kobe and Helmeppo, need you to look after them. No problem. The next day, outside Marine headquarters, 100,000 soldiers gathered, with all officers below Rear Admiral and soldiers deployed across the plaza in front of the fortress. The 3 Marine admirals sat solemnly on the high platform at the rear of the headquarters. Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, the Logia Mera Nomi user Fire Fist Ace, was brought out from the headquarters dungeon bound with sea-stone cuffs specifically designed to restrain Logia users. He was escorted all the way to the execution platform. Fleet Admiral Sengoku took the stage to reveal Ace's identity as the son of the pirate king and announced his death sentence. Then the ships of the Whitebeard pirates surfaced from the seabed, bypassing the gates of justice and outer defenses, and entered directly into the inner harbor. Gururara, my dear son, are you all right? The aged Whitebeard still exuded an overwhelming presence. With his iconic white mustache and white cape fluttering in the wind, he wielded one of the 12 supreme grade blades. Murakamijari, the same grade as Mihawk's Yuru. He intimidated countless people right from the start. He thrust Murakamijari into the ground beside him, then clenched his fists and smashed them to both sides, causing a scene of shattered space and shaking all of Marineford. It's an earthquake. A tsunami is coming. So this is Whitebeard's Gura Nomi. Truly terrifying. Amid the Marines' shock, towering waves dozens of meters high surged from afar, crashing down upon the entire fortress. Madstorm, is this an SS rank mission? Tian Ming stared blankly at the tsunami bearing down on them, somewhat dazed. In this situation, even if he wore an exoskeleton suit and went all out, he'd probably just end up as a corpse. As a 3rd-class petty officer under Rear Admiral Yuan, Tian Ming had also received that SS rank hidden mission. He was completely stunned. In over a year in the Reincarnation Tower, it was his first time seeing letters like SSS in his notification info. And earlier, Guolei had told him they were just an ordinary fixed reincarnation team. They relied on their captain to develop regular missions in the instance, and they weren't some big shots crossing layers to babysit newcomers. You call this a regular mission? Well, kind of, but this wave is indeed a bit ahead of schedule. Plus, the scene is chaotic and the danger level is high, right? I feel like I could be in mortal danger at any moment. I meant for you guys. Where's Big Bro Dare? It's not his time to shine yet. Hey Madstorm, with that huge tsunami, shouldn't we really take cover? No need. Someone will handle it. They'll just follow me. Don't act on your own. And shut up. Listening to Tian Ming's incessant chatter out of nervousness, Yanqing finally snapped at him. Just as they finished, Admiral Akiji on the rear platform made his move. He flew into the air, extended both arms, and released ice, instantly freezing the dozen soft-meter shy tsunami into a wall of ice. After exchanging a blow with Whitebeard and landing on the sea surface, he became the epicenter, freezing the entire inner harbor. The pirate ships were also trapped. Now we have a foothold. Let's go. Show the Marines what we've got. With a shout from some grunt, countless pirates leaped off their ships and charged across the frozen sea toward the plaza before the execution platform. All forces attack. All cannons aim at the distant pirate ships and pirates. Fire. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders were transmitted via Den Mushi to all officers present. Instantly, countless Marines and pirates clashed in close combat. Swords, spears, guns, cannons. Flesh and blood flew and war cries erupted. Stay close to me. Yanqing ordered behind him, then drew his blade and charged forward with the Marines ahead. Along the way, he only casually swung his sword when someone rushed at him. Compared to Smoker, also a rear admiral not far away who had already taken down dozens of pirates, Yin Qing was indeed slacking off. Where are we going? Isn't that too dangerous? Seeing Yin Qing heading toward the bow, where Whitebeard stood, Tian Ming's mind went blank. That was the focal point of firepower. Just moments ago, the ice guy had frozen the entire sea there in an instant. Then the great swordsman they'd seen earlier had slashed in that direction, splitting the frozen sea for hundreds of meters. That terrifying sword aura had been blocked by a man who turned into diamond. These were all freaks. I'm going over there to cut someone down. Yin Qing casually sliced down a pirate weighing about 300 jin, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd in search. As they approached the center of the battlefield, various renowned experts began to appear. On the pirate side, there was the 1st Division Captain Marco the Phoenix, who had a significant role, the 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jozu, who blocked Hawkeye's sword energy, as well as the Flower Sword Bistablamank and other captain-level powerhouses. On the Navy side, aside from the previously revealed Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akiji, there was also the Magma Fruit user Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. The attack from Admiral Kazuru was blocked by Marco, who casually kicked him away. Seeing this scene, Yin Qing couldn't help but shake his head, secretly thinking Slacker King. Jozu lifted a block of ice as large as a small mountain and hurled it towards Akainu, who was still sitting steadily at his perch. Akainu reluctantly stood up and unleashed a magma fist hellhound, blasting the ice block apart, followed by a meteor shower of magma that sent countless pirates fleeing in panic. Just when the situation was heavily unfavorable for the pirates, the giant tribe's little oars waded through the sea, withstanding various attacks, as he rampaged through, successfully reaching the plaza and helping the pirates outside Justice Gate break through the city walls into the inner harbor, turning the tide of battle, though he ultimately sustained serious injuries under the siege of the 7 warlords. Seeing the pirates' audacity, in order to prevent the plan from getting entirely out of control, Sengoku ordered the execution of Ace ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Luffy and a group of fugitives descended from the sky, officially joining the battlefield. It's settled, go for it, Guoba. Yin Qing took advantage of the chaos to release Guo Lei, preparing to let him join. I haven't even got my bricks ready, what the hell is this? Such a big scene. Originally stacking bricks in the primordial space, Guo Lei was suddenly released and was a bit dazed, but upon seeing the situation, he immediately lost his composure. Why are there so many people? This can't be the grand finale of the pirate world, right? Remember what I told you, Luffy will be here soon to help save Ace. I want to go home. Seeing Sengoku and Garp at the execution platform along with the 3 admirals not far away, Guo Lei couldn't help but swallow hard. Having mixed with Luffy for so long, he had heard of these people's reputations, but any one of them could easily pin him down. On the other side, Luffy and Whitebeard, 2 generations of pirate powerhouses, clashed with an overwhelming presence, engaging in an equal conversation that shocked countless pirates and Navy alike. Driven by the urgency to save his brother, Luffy disregarded the gazes of others and ran straight towards the execution platform, but just after a few steps, a group of Navy personnel blocked his way. Golden Body Great Palm Strike. Boom. Guo Lei transformed into a golden figure, striking out with a massive golden palm that sent all the Navy along the way flying. This was the new ability he learned in 3 months of following Luffy, externalizing his inner power. Mike, how did you end up here? Seeing Mike, Luffy was overjoyed, having been anxious after all his companions were sent flying. Unexpectedly reuniting with his first companions so soon. I don't know, I just flew here. Ha ha, no matter what, it's great that you're okay. Please help me rescue Ace. Don't worry, leave these lackeys to me, Guo Lei said, grinning with a mouthful of gold teeth and giving a thumbs up before leading the charge forward. Whether they are lieutenants or colonels, whether they use guns or knives, I will just charge forward. Anyone blocking my way will have to face my golden body. Garp, you really have a good grandson. And that golden kid, he must be Ewan's brother. Both are troublesome fellows. Ha ha ha, what a mischievous young one. From a distance, Crocodile saw Guo Lei's mouth full of gold teeth and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, licking his own 4 genuine gold teeth. It feels like this gold tooth paired with white teeth doesn't look as good as a mouthful of gold teeth, or maybe. When Crocodile was contemplating this dilemma, the commotion finally caught the attention of numerous bigwigs. Admiral Kazuru led with a flash kick aimed at the 2, but it seemed his aim was off. The light brushed past Luffy and exploded in the distance. Oh dear, missed the kick. Whether he genuinely missed or was just acting, Luffy and the others managed to escape by the skin of their teeth. Immediately afterward, Kuma transformed into a war weapon smoker, and others also surrounded the area. Captain, leave these people to me. You handle the rest on your own. Guo Lei's expression turned serious as he clashed his fists together, and amidst the flickering golden light, a golden shadow giant resembling him slowly materialized, giving off a feeling reminiscent of a mini version of the celestial transformation. This was the upgraded version of externalizing inner power combined with the immovable King Kong, a supersized golden body mode. Oh please, you must survive. Seeing Guo Lei going all out, Luffy didn't hold back, either getting up to continue running toward the distance. Come over here. Guo Lei stood still, beckoning the surrounding Navy with his fingers. Damn it, I didn't really want to fight, but suddenly I feel an overwhelming urge to smash this kid. Get him. In an instant, Smoker the War Machine and countless Navy personnel rushed towards him, engaging in a fierce battle with the Golden Giant. Is my big brother going to be okay? Tianming looked at this scene and couldn't help but worry for Guo. Don't worry, even if he gets cut into 8 pieces, he won't die. With the absolute crisis virus as a safeguard, Yanqing wasn't worried about Guo Lei's safety. As long as he didn't die, he could let him fight to his heart's content, treating it as training for his resilience. Meanwhile, Yanqing led the timid Tianming to a hidden spot behind an ice block. Out of everyone's sight, Akainu Sakazuki and Sword from the Whitebeard pirates were quietly exchanging something. In the original plot, this was a kind of scheme to incite Sword to betray Whitebeard, delivering a crucial blow to him, and spreading rumors that Whitebeard intended to sacrifice all independent pirate crews to save Ace, leading his followers to doubt him. To regain the hearts of his crew, Whitebeard, with a determination to die, used his severely injured body to unleash a powerful move that shattered the ice wall, providing an escape route for the pirates, and then led the charge to defeat Akainu, destroying the Navy headquarters, truly living up to the name of an emperor. Unfortunately, he ultimately exhausted himself and was sneak attacked by Blackbeard and his subordinates, left utterly defenseless and beaten for several minutes. His death was indeed quite tragic. According to the rules of the Reincarnation Tower, as long as Yanqing survived the Marineford War, without interfering with the plot's progress, he would secure an SSS rating and a large number of reincarnation points, but after seeing the items in the permissions shop, he felt it was all for nothing. Damn it, get him. As for who to get, during the entire Marineford War, the MVP on the Navy side would undoubtedly be awarded to Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Compared to some slackers, he was not only strategizing and contributing, but also personally involved in battle, overseeing operations, and navigating the battlefield, even inciting the enemy, truly a model soldier. As long as he could tie him up, the Navy's plan would at least be halved. Huh, Admiral Sakazuki. Pirate Sword. What are you two doing? Seeing Yanqing approach, Akainu asked in confusion, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yanqing. All right, Admiral Sakazuki. Cough, old red dog, it's ridiculous that you pride yourself on the name of Navy justice while secretly colluding with pirates. I saw the two of you exchanging information just now. You don't need to explain today. I will eliminate the harm for the people. Colluding with pirates. Exchanging information. Are you deaf? Hey, Marshal Sengoku, I discovered Admiral Akainu secretly colluding with pirates. Don't worry, even if it costs me my life, I won't let their conspiracy succeed. You don't need to worry about my safety. That's it, him hanging up. Timing it just right, this way I can justify killing. For the justice of the Navy, I fought bloodily from the western side of the inner bay defense line to the central plaza of the fortress, chopping for 3 hours without a blink, only to see Admiral Akainu and a pirate whispering to each other, clearly exchanging information. To prevent our combat plan from leaking, I immediately swung my sword and struck. This seems reasonable. On the execution platform, Sengoku listened to the buzzing from the den mushi with a bewildered expression, unable to fathom what trick Ian was playing this time. It might just be a misunderstanding. Sakazuki should be able to clarify things with him. More importantly, executing the plan at hand takes precedence. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Garp as if he had thought of something, and he decisively spoke up to dissuade Sengoku from calling back. Sengoku felt something was amiss, yet his mind still returned to the broader situation. A mere rear admiral. How much trouble could he cause? Wait, things aren't what you think. Akainu was caught off guard by Yanqing's move, stunned by such vehement righteousness. You two traitorous dogs, prepare to die. Yanqing would not allow Akainu a chance to explain, immediately unleashing a 40-meter blade of armament haki. Faced with the overwhelmingly dense haki, even Akainu had to evade, transforming into magma to die. Sword, however, was not so fortunate. The blade sliced diagonally across his right side, severing his right arm and shoulder completely. What the hell? A marine internal conflict, and in the one getting cut. Before Sword could grasp the situation, he was already crippled. This pirate is yours. Do not let him escape, or all our plans will be ruined. Understood. Yanqing left the severely wounded Sword to Tianming as a final test. Sword, a captain of a New World pirate crew, far surpassed Tianming in strength. Yet without his right arm and weapon, he could not finish him off quickly. Yanqing wanted to see if Tianming would truly risk his life to carry out orders against such odds. Tianming took a deep breath, donned his exoskeleton armor, and walked towards Sword with grim determination. Brat, do you dare to raise your blade against me? Akainu, seeing his plan sabotaged, felt a surge of anger. Yet considering Garcia Ian's status and recent reputation, he restrained himself. Ian was not only a noble, but also a rising star in the Marines with immense strength and potential, perfectly embodying marine justice and capturing countless pirates. Though they belonged to different factions, Akainu still admired this newcomer. He'll strike 10 more times if I want you, red mutt. Take this. The 40-meter blade swung down again. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone being called a red mutt repeatedly. Since he refused to listen, anyone obstructing justice must die. Akainu transformed into magma, flashed 100 meters away, and launched a hellhound at Yanqing. Yanqing withdrew his blade to defend, using the freezing 3 feet Technique from the proud cold 6 styles to barely withstand the magma's heat. Not bad. Dog bite Crimson Lotus. Akai's right hand morphed into a magma dog's head lunging at Yanqing. So you can summon pets too. 7 gates of lightning release open. Susanoo. Sage mode. Take this 1 billion volt thunder tiger. A massive plasma tiger head surged forth clashing with Akai's magma dog head. A tiger against a dog with various boosts. In theory, Yanqing should have the upper hand. Yet an admiral is still an admiral with superior devil fruit mastery and physical attributes. His all-out strike only managed to draw. Damn, this is going to be a long fight. Yanqing assessed their power gap. If he fought at full capacity, he could hold his own against Akai's normal state. But if Akainu went all out, he would be in trouble. Nevertheless, changing the course of fate required sacrifice. So be it. Yanqing swung his blade again, while Akai's magma fists shot forth relentlessly. Within a 100-meter radius around them, ice blocks and pirate ships were slashed apart by the blade's light, while the ground's ice melted and evaporated from the intense heat. Mist swirled as marines and pirates in the distance could only hear the terrifying clashes and see occasional bursts of blade light and magma from within the fog. That Akainu. Never mind. Let's proceed. Sengoku watching the brawl between Akainu and Yanqing from afar, then glancing at Garp, who sat nearby, feigning ignorance, could only shake his head helplessly. He picked up the Den Mushi and shouted, "Pirates! Whitebeard has made a deal with the Marines, luring you to Marine headquarters to trade your lives for aces. You have no way out now. Surrender immediately." Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice echoed across the plaza via the Den Mushi, detonating like a bombshell and stirring up a massive uproar. The pirates looked at their surroundings, 100-meter-high ice walls, Marine headquarters ahead, and the steel justice gate behind. Trapped with no escape, they turned suspicious eyes toward Whitebeard. "What? Pops, is this true? Pops, did you betray us?" "Gururora. Sengoku, you've still got your old..." Whitebeard laughed heartily at Sengoku on the execution platform, then slammed his fists to both sides, shattering all the ice walls and reopening the route to the open sea. "My sons, I've left you a way out. Those who trust their old man follow me. Those who don't, leave now. The choice is you." With that, he leaped onto the ice, silent, merely pointing his Murakamajiri forward. As expected, it's a Marine plot. Pops would never betray us. I almost fell for their lies. Brothers, charge with me. In an instant, countless pirates rallied and surged toward. Cut the broadcast. Execute the plan. Sengoku ordered quietly. The next phase was not suitable for live transmission. The Marines in the plaza suddenly abandoned their defenses and retreated. Thick towering walls rose around the square, trapping all the pirates on the ice before the plaza. Only where the giant, Ozu Jr., lay pinned down by his body did a gap remain. "Sakazuki, have you fooled around enough? Get moving." Seeing most pirates trapped on the ice awaiting a kindness melting of the ice to ensnare them all, yet finding him locked in a pointless fight, with an ally lacking any sense of the bigger picture, Sengoku couldn't help but shout in fury. "Fool around? You try fooling around here." Sakazuki grumbled internally, but moved swiftly. "Meteor volcano. Volcano my ass, red mud, don't run." "Enough. What the hell do you want?" Sakazuki finally lost his composure. The man had too many tricks. Each time he tried to kill him with a burst of power, Yanqing evaded with bizarre abilities. Whenever he tried to break away, Yanqing clung to him like a leech. "To stop you from ruining the fleet admiral's plan. The key to Sengoku's next step is my meteor volcano. I don't believe a word you say, you sly old dog. Take another strike." Damn it. Not far from where Yanqing and Akainu fought, 2 blood-soaked figures were entangled. One seemed to be holding the other in a deep embrace from behind. "Let go. Let go of me." "No. Unless you kill me, you're not leaving." Tian Ming's face was swollen like a pig's head, drenched in blood, his own and Squard's. Of course, he hadn't managed to land a hit on Squard. Squard's blood flowed from his severed right shoulder. Initially, Squard, not losing much blood, beat Tian Ming into a pulp with one hand. But no matter how much he struck, Tian Ming always stood up again to block his path. Eventually weakened by blood loss, Squard's vision blurred, and he collapsed from exhaustion. Then the man in the strange mechanical suit rushed over and embraced him from behind, muttering something about an unbreakable 7-day lock. "I beg you, let go. He'll die like this. I know you'll die, but don't die just yet. Hold on a little longer." Squard. On the other side, Qingji and Xuan-Yuan simultaneously attacked Whitebeard, inflicting considerable damage. Meanwhile, Akainu finally found an opportunity. After sending Yanqing flying with a punch, he quickly unleashed a meteor shower, successfully melting the ice in front of the square, turning the magma into boiling seawater, causing numerous pirates to perish in the scalding waters. However, his actions were ultimately too slow. As Guolei attracted a significant amount of the enemy's attention, along with Yanqing's interference, Luffy successfully climbed onto the square through the gap, held by Little Oars, charging straight towards the execution platform to confront Carp. "Luffy, if you want to get through here, you'll have to step over my corpse," Carp declared with great intensity. Prepare the result. With a single exchange, Luffy knocked him off the execution platform. If facing the previous naval officers was letting them off easy, carp represented a complete breakdown. At this moment, Sengoku also decisively intervened, transforming into a giant Buddha form and striking down, but it was also in vain. In a moment of desperation, Luffy pulled out the key given by Hancock, unlocking Ace's shackles. The two brothers finally reunited, with Ace using his flame fruit ability to become fire, carrying Luffy out of Sengoku's attack range. Akainu, seeing Luffy rescue Ace, became even more ferocious, yet his emotions calmed down. You and I will report your antics to Admiral Kong. How you are punished will be decided by above. However, the world government cannot lose face because of this. Whitebeard, the son of Pirate King Roger, and the son of Revolutionary Dragon, both must die. After saying this, he transformed into magma and flew towards Luffy and Ace's direction, only to be intercepted by a massive 40-meter sword. I will report your actions honestly, as well you should consider how to explain yourself. Stubborn and unyielding. Thus Akainu was delayed by Qing again, while Luffy and Ace made their escape, bringing along the beaten Guole and successfully breaking out of the square, returning to Whitebeard's pirate ship. At this moment, Whitebeard was the only pirate still fighting in the entire square. Old man, we can retreat now. The captains prepared to rush to support Whitebeard. Sons, I now issue my final captain's order: all personnel retreat. You all must leave alive. The new era is entrusted to you. Old man. Whitebeard disregarded everyone's shouts, activating the tremor fruit, using his earthquake ability to shatter the naval headquarters into countless fragments, sending the pirate ships out of the inner harbor. Go! Finally, while Whitebeard held off Qingji and Xuan-Yuan, and Qing held back Akainu, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the remaining independent pirate crews set sail into the distance. Hidden mission: Marineford war mission failed. The Reincarnator interfered with world progress, and this hidden mission has changed. Hidden task: the dignity of the world government. Task description: due to the interference of the Reincarnator, the son of Pirate King Roger Portgasti, Ace successfully escaped from the naval headquarters, leading to the execution's failure and causing the world government to lose face. To restore the dignity of the world government, eliminate Whitebeard. This mission has no rewards, and you cannot return to the Reincarnation Tower before completing the mission. Mission failed: erasure. Mission time limit 30 minutes. The Reincarnator interfered with world progress, gaining 5 permission keys. Talent critical strike triggered. This reward gains a 5x bonus. Hearing the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower, Qing was momentarily stunned and was sent flying by a punch from Akainu. Receiving 25 permission keys did not bring him any joy. Instead, 30 minutes to eliminate White. Mission failed: erasure. The Reincarnation Tower seemed angrier than Akainu. A certain death situation. Oh. Qingxian put away her staff, having already laid countless pirates who were groaning in agony around her. As a highly efficient offensive mage, she never wasted a single spell. Aiming for critical points was her combo target. Upon hearing the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower, she could not help but worry and ran towards Qing's door. Not to mention the 12 years as classmates, just the more than a year they spent together in the Reincarnation Tower's dungeon world, trusting and achieving each other, they had long become partners who shared everything. Eliminate Whitebeard within 30 minutes, if not be annihilated. This mission's content was definitely a certain death situation, and no one expected the Reincarnation Tower to present such a challenge. At the very least, this difficult problem was one they had to face together. Guole had already left the vicinity of the naval headquarters aboard a pirate ship. Watching the crew of pirates mourn and weep for their so-called old man, he initially could not comprehend. However, when the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower sounded, he suddenly realized something. Without a second thought, he dove straight into the sea, disregarding Luffy and the other pirates calling after him, swimming towards the naval headquarters. He thought of the identities the Reincarnation Tower had assigned to the 3 of them in this dungeon world: brother, younger brother, and sister. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, or perhaps... Hold on, wait for me. On a shattered deck in the inner harbor, Tianming was tightly holding on to Squirdo from behind, who had already... When the prompt from the Reincarnation Tower sounded, he finally released his grip, exhausted, and struggled to rise unsteadily. Without hesitation, he jumped into the still warm sea, enduring the pain as if he were being boiled, swimming towards the square. Brothers of the storm, brother to air, Miss Qingxuan, I have said, even if there is a true danger to life, I will not back down. Damn it, this time it's serious. Qing slowly stood up, and at this moment, he was also in a bad state, with blackened marks all over his body, and his originally handsome black hair had become curled from the fire. Major Yuan, your actions have already crossed my bottom line. Sengoku's cold voice came from beside the collapsed execution platform. Not calling him Yuan kid, but Major Yuan shows that Sengoku is not in the mood for jokes at all. From his standpoint, as admiral, it is only natural for the Navy to eliminate pirates. No one is right or wrong here, this is his duty. However, from the standpoint of a person who has not lost his conscience, he knows the less thanable aspects of the Navy's operation to subdue the Whitebeard pirates. Announcing the public execution of Ace using Whitebeard's strong sense of loyalty to lure him in, this is an overt scheme. Preparing the venue in advance, subverting Squardo, boiling countless pirates, these are all covert schemes. Those pirates may not necessarily be good people, but this round of the Navy is undoubtedly somewhat despicable. Thus, on a certain level, he tacitly allowed Carp and Yuan some small actions and schemes to save their loved ones, giving Ace and Luffy a chance to survive. Whether they could seize it was up to them. However, Whitebeard and his subordinates are his bottom line. They must die. As a result, now over half of the Whitebeard pirates have escaped, and Whitebeard himself stands on the naval headquarters square, roaring with vigor. Meanwhile, the naval headquarters has become a ruin. As admiral, he cannot escape responsibility, but at least more than half of this burden should fall on Carp and Yuan. That guy Carp doesn't know where he has been knocked away by his grandson, so he will first hold Yuan accountable. Old man, it seems I have misunderstood Admiral Sakazuki. This is my responsibility, and as compensation, leave Whitebeard to me. Qing stood up, brushing off the dust, not forgetting to leave himself a way out, claiming it was all a misunderstanding and he would make up for his mistakes. As for whether he could defeat him at this point, he would just have to try. If necessary, he would open the 8 gates. Whether it was the correction of the Reincarnation Tower or some other reason, Akainu and Sengoku did not speak, tacitly accepting his statement.